Chapter 801. I did not dare to sleep at all. Although wizards can use meditation as a substitute for sleep, it is still not a solution if it is too tense after a long time. Rose gripped her drink, her knuckles turning white. It seems that the influence of the nightmare world is still there. Levi frowned, his gaze fixed on the steam rising from the liquid in his cup. Do you have one too? How did you solve it? Rose leaned forward, her eyes wide with a desperate, searching hope. I did not. I rarely sleep. After all, the nightmare world sounds like it is related to dreams. Have you taken any potions in the secret realm? Levi studied her face, looking for any sign of deception. Apart from normal potions to restore spiritual force and spell power, I have not taken any other potions. Rose slumped back, her shoulders sagging. Do not sleep anymore. If you really cannot hold on anymore, just take some medicine to soothe your spiritual force. My suggestion is to wait for your master to come back. I do not understand this at all. Levi set his cup down firmly. He knew very little about the nightmare world. He had slept a few times during this period, but nothing had happened and he had not dreamed at all. All right. Sigh, I do not know when Master will be back from this trip. Rose stared into the distance, her mind drifting. Not sleeping was not a big problem for her. She had originally thought she had escaped and gotten rid of the man-faced spider, but it did not seem to be that simple. A chill crept down her spine. Levi stood, leaving the tavern and heading toward the wizard tower. An additional sense of urgency gripped him. The nightmare world was different from the abyss. At the very least, wizards knew a lot about the abyss. Other than the dreamland steeple, there might only be some scattered wizards secretly studying nightmares. Levi realized that if he did not have the Death Ember breathing technique and the Sky Nightmare breathing technique, he might have ended up like Rose and the rest. Forget it, I will forge first and calm my heart. In the smelting room, a fiery red meteorite floated in the air. Elemental metal, as the name suggested, contained natural and abundant elemental energy alongside its hard and special material. Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron was a fire element metal. It was suitable for burning faction wizards to forge high-level wizard tools that could increase the power of spells. Levi planned to use the Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron to forge a night sword. Frostmourne kept breaking, affecting his strength. Fire Elemental Spirit Ace pushed his flames to their limit, attempting to fuse the Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron. Half a day later, the meteorite showed no signs of change. Forget it. Go rest. Levi watched Ace flicker, the tiny spirit barely holding its form. He gave up. Ace was only a level 1 fire elemental spirit. Melting the meteorite was asking too much. If only I could take the level 5 fire elemental spirit from the magma sea. Levi sighed, the sound echoing in the chamber. He could not count on Ace, so he did it himself. The flames of his Fire Dragon true form spewed out, enveloping the Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron. Half a day later, the outer layer of the iron softened. There is a chance. My flames are good, but they are a little slow. Levi grinned. In the following days, apart from cultivation and pharmacy, his focus shifted entirely to burning metal. The smelting room remained filled with high temperatures. Only he could withstand such conditions. Algerta and the others retreated after only a few moments, the heat feeling like an oven. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1097, Month of Flowing Fire. The smelting room glowed red with intense flames. Levi swung a massive hammer, shaping the sword embryo. After more than a year of smelting, hammering, and casting, the night sword finally took shape. As a night main weapon, the sword was common, but it provided the best cooperation with the destruction sword chi. The final step finished. A pitch black sword rested on the anvil. It was simple and unadorned. No runes, arrays, or patterns marred its surface. It was just a sword. Levi gripped the hilt, a sudden feeling of telepathy surging through his arm. He sensed the rich fire elemental power within the blade. With a single slash, he cut through the old generation pure luminant gold Frostmourne. It can cut through iron like mud. What a good sword. Levi wiped the blade, his satisfaction evident. He tested it again, pressing the edge against his palm. The blade collided with his golden scales. Sparks flew with an ear-piercing sound. The sword sliced easily through the scales. This meant the weapon could break through the defensive field of an ordinary fourth circle wizard without difficulty. Suddenly, Levi noticed the hot blood from his palm flowing backward toward the sword. The red-hot blood fused into the steel. A deep connection formed instantly. A red fire dragon pattern appeared on the sword, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its wings seemed to cover the sky. The pattern, formed by countless blood-colored runes, emitted a mysterious and profound aura. The Crimson Emperor Dragon seed in Levi's heart roared. The black sword shrank and turned into a red light, vanishing into his palm. A small, mini black knight sword settled firmly in the mouth of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. The dragon looked satisfied, pleased with itself. At his heart, the Golden Snake, the Sky Dragon, and the Scarlet Dragon all looked at the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Levi sensed the other bloodline seeds radiating envy and yearning. They wanted weapons of their own. The Crimson Dragon holds a sword and can cut through iron like mud. I will call you Crimson Dragon Slash. Crimson Dragon Slash was not as simple as a night sword. It formed a resonance with the Crimson Emperor Dragon seed. Levi focused his mind, and the sword appeared in his palm, enlarging until it returned to its original size. The Crimson Dragon totem emitted scorching heat. Every scale on the creature seemed to be a rune. Although it is not a wizard tool, and does not have any spell runes. It has the transcendent characteristic of size. The runes that make up this Crimson Dragon pattern seem to be completely different from the rune system of wizards. Could it be that the Path of Knights can also have its own rune system? Levi injected more of the Crimson Emperor Dragon power into the Crimson Dragon slash. The sword grew longer and larger. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. Levi stopped. Any longer and the smelting room would be punctured. In the future, he would really be able to use a 40-meter-long saber to slash people. Interesting. Levi clicked his tongue in wonder. He discovered a pattern. Only when a knight reached level 13 and above, which was the bloodline seed of the first transformation of the blood source realm, would the Crimson Emperor Dragon express a desire for the sword. This seemed to be a watershed. This should be a hidden transformation of a knight after the first transformation of the blood source realm. I did not have a good weapon before, so I did not notice it. Weapons forged from good materials can be attracted by the bloodline seed and form a bloodline connection, similar to natal weapons. Sky Nightmare, which was still at level 11, and Death Ember, which was at level 12, did not express that desire. This weapon could increase the power of the bloodline power. It could hide in the body and be nurtured by the bloodline seed, constantly growing as the bloodline power advanced. Knights could use their bloodline to forge weapons and nurture their own natal weapons that could grow. One day, these weapons might even be comparable to wizard tools, soul artifacts, divine soul artifacts, and legendary wizard tools. If that is the case, Levi will give you a famous name. Bloodline Divine Weapon. Chapter 802. The Crimson Dragon greedily absorbed the bloodline power from the Crimson Emperor Dragon seed at Levi's heart. The weapon seemed to possess a life of its own. As a knight, I should indeed have a weapon of my own. When I go back, I have to talk to the Blood Knights and the others about the path of a blood source divine weapon, so that they can increase their cultivation motivation and step into the blood source realm as soon as possible to start the path of a divine weapon. If he accidentally died, the divine weapon could become a knight's relic and an ancestral treasure for his descendants, passed down from generation to generation. Levi's research over the years highlighted a significant problem regarding the continuation of knight families. As generations passed, the bloodline primer in their descendants became thinner. For many legendary families, it was difficult for their descendants to produce legends, especially before the Dark Wave revival. The human world was in the Doomsday era, and it was difficult to find high-level breathing techniques secret medicine. Ordinary beasts like the earthly dragon beasts had become scarce. This caused the overall strength of the knights to decrease continuously, worsening the situation for knights who already faced a low upper limit. In the past, to prevent the noble bloodline of these knight families from thinning, many used marriage between close relatives. This could not solve the problem, and instead brought more complications. However, the bloodline divine weapon might improve this situation. After a long period of nourishment and refinement, the divine weapon contained a large amount of bloodline power. If there was a suitable technique, this bloodline power could be used to strengthen the bloodline in the bodies of the descendants. If he could develop some knight family techniques in the future, he might use his bloodline and divine weapons as the foundation to connect the divine weapons of the knight family with their descendants, forming a sustainable ecosystem of knights. The knights at the top of the pyramid could use their divine weapons to radiate the divine weapons of their descendants. The stronger the cultivation of the descendants, the stronger they would be. It was similar to the divine tower of a high-level primordial soul wizard. Wonderful. The idea, if successful, could fundamentally improve the situation of weak knights. This was only a preliminary idea, and many problems needed to be solved. It was not something Levi could complete with his current realm. Perhaps he still needed more wizard knowledge. He kept the Crimson Dragon back into the bloodline seed to nurture it. I wonder who will be the first soul to die under my Crimson Dragon slash. He was in a good mood. He opened the proficiency panel to examine it. When the Crimson Dragon slash was successfully refined, there were some changes in the panel interface. Levi. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, level 13. 189,032 out of 500,000. Special effect, Fire Dragon's True Form, level 1. Exclusive weapon, Crimson Dragon slash, level 1. 1 out of 1,000. Crimson Dragon slash, an exclusive weapon used to carry the Crimson Emperor Dragon's strength and will. It can increase the attack power of the owner of the Crimson Emperor Dragon's bloodline. You can gradually increase the power of your exclusive weapon through bloodline nourishment and battle coordination. You can increase the upper limit of the exclusive weapon's quality by adding higher level materials through forging. I see. Divine weapons also have their growth path. Through bloodlines and battles, they can increase the power of the divine weapons, but this increase is not unlimited. Breaking through the upper limit of the divine weapon requires a breakthrough similar to the breathing technique. The way to break through the limit of the divine weapon is to add higher level materials and reforge it. Levi put away the panel and exhaled a hot breath. The growth of a divine weapon was not something that could be accomplished in a day. It required effort and could not be rushed. As long as it was nurtured in his body at all times, within the growth limit, the divine weapon could grow on its own and gradually increase its power. Levi did not have to worry about it. If it was complemented by suitable battle coordination, it could speed up this process. Furthermore, other than the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the other breathing techniques would have their unique divine weapons. However, other divine weapons exclusive to breathing techniques might not necessarily be swords. Different breathing techniques had different characteristics. If the characteristics of the weapon and the attributes of the breathing technique were not compatible, it would not work. The Crimson Emperor Dragon mainly focused on strength and killing. Therefore, it used the sword as a divine weapon to increase the user's attack power. The Golden Snake focused on defense. If Levi forged a sword, he would not be able to use the power of the Golden Snake. A divine weapon suitable for a Golden Snake should be a shield or armor. Levi was enlightened. The next day, he opened the proficiency panel and found that the proficiency level of the Crimson Dragon Slash had increased from 1 point yesterday to 2 points. If we let nature take its course, does 1 day mean 1 point? It should take about 3 years to advance to level 2. It is alright, but it takes more than 10 years to advance from level 2 to level 3. From then on, every advancement of the divine weapon would take decades. Therefore, just relying on natural nourishment should not be enough. I still have to increase the cultivation speed in other aspects. In the future, I have to try the path of battle coordination. Chapter 803. Over the next few days, Levi watched the changes in the Crimson Dragon Slash. The sensation felt like being pregnant for 10 months, a process of mutual growth that pleased him. Apart from cultivating, Levi began to record the process of forging and refining divine weapons. He also started deciphering the crimson runes on the Crimson Emperor Dragon Totem of the Sword. These runes were not created by Levi. They were ancient marks hidden within the bloodline of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Preliminary research suggested that these runes held the key to the transcendent power of the dragon. He called them bloodline runes. To a certain extent, these bloodline runes mirrored the genetic codes of his previous life. By arranging them in the proper sequence, they might produce effects similar to spells. If he could decipher them, perhaps he could integrate bloodline runes with wizard spell runes to form his own unique path of knights and wizards. Time passed like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a year vanished. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1098, Month of Beginning. Levi finished his compilation of knowledge regarding the divine weapon system. 3 specially made books sat on the desk before him. Primary Understanding of Bloodline Divine Weapons, Primary Understanding of Bloodline Runes, and Introduction to Bloodline Dharma Body. These books summarized his insights on knight cultivation over the years into a systematic structure. The Introduction to the Bloodline Dharma Body contained adjustments to his previous Black Devil Blade technique. With his current mastery, he could analyze the first stage of this dual cultivation technique, which fused spirit and bloodline in his own way. This technique required a high threshold, demanding both bloodline power and spiritual force. It was an elite path reserved for a select few. The entry-level content consisted of 3 levels. The first and second levels, Blood Chi Outburst and Blood Chi Separation, required the cultivation of a grand knight and relatively outstanding mental strength. Low-level apprentice wizards were the ideal candidates. The original Black Devil Blade technique used black gas, but Blood Chi proved more suitable. Previously, due to the limited vision of knights, they could only see the surface, naming the strength black gas. However, after reaching the legendary stage, the energy took on different qualities specific to each breathing technique. Blood Chi referred to the strength stimulated by bloodline power, relying entirely on the physical body. The more bloodline power a knight possessed, the purer their Blood Chi became. These first 2 levels taught the most basic use of Blood Chi, making them accessible. Starting from the 3rd level, the student began to condense the bloodline Dharma body with the heart as a foundation. This version differed from Levi's current avatar, as it only provided the lowest level outline. At this stage, a mid-level apprentice wizard required 5 points of spiritual force, a threshold easily met by legendary knights, who had already cleared the spiritual requirements to break through their limitations. Levi only documented 3 levels in this book. Very few members of the Twilight Knights would reach that point, so he worried little about them catching up to his own progress. His current bloodline avatar sat at the 6th level. His status panel showed his progress. The bloodline Dharma body reached level 6, with 37,890 out of 40,000 points. After birthing the divine weapon, he gained the ability to rename his skills. He changed the original Black Devil Blade to bloodline Dharma body to better reflect its nature. Even for him, cultivation had become difficult, and he could not yet break through to level 7. The other 2 books covered the analysis of the bloodline divine weapon and bloodline runes. These held even higher requirements. Without reaching the blood source realm, one could not hope to understand them. Therefore, this compilation served as a reference for his own future revisions. It remained too early for the other members to access this material. He intended to place the introduction to the bloodline Dharma body in the Twilight Knights library for core members once he returned to the human world. Emerging from seclusion, Levi found several messages in his mailbox. An official letter from the City Lord Manor of Nether Capital promoted mansions in the inner city, advertising prices as low as 100 ether stones per square meter. He crumbled the paper. They were trying to fleece the commoner wizards again. It would never happen. The next letter advertised services from the Dancer's Tavern, promising all kinds of styles, poses, and entertainment methods. He looked at Algerta, who practiced her sword in the corner, and decided that a beautiful, adorable, and natural white wolf girl who needed no plastic surgery was far superior. The last letter came from the Rose Witch, marked with a pink rose seal. The letter stated that the Letney family was investigating the death of Lady Leo. They suspected that Lady Whitewater had murdered her husband, and they were actively hunting her down. Chapter 804. Rose also cautioned Levi to remain careful, and to avoid involvement in the matter. Word had spread that not only Lady Leo's father, but even a primordial soul wizard of the Letney family felt furious. After all, Lady Leo's talent remained impressive, even within a wizard family. At only 150 years old, he had already become a third circle senior wizard. He had mastered 2 innate spells, ensuring his future as a fourth circle wizard. In the same letter, the Rose Witch expressed her fear of the nightmare world. She worried that one day, the realm would pull her into that terrifying nightmare, causing her to disappear from the wizard world and never see Newt again. The Rose Witch did not dare to tell Newt about the fear. That would only burden another pitiful person with worry. She could only communicate with Levi to alleviate her anxiety. Levi understood. The man-faced spider alone caused enough trouble. It proved difficult to imagine how many powerful existences dwelled within that unknown and terrifying nightmare world. The disappearance of the Dreamland steeple, the vanishing of the Ashen Lord in the Ashen World, and the invasion that turned the Ashen World into an apocalyptic wasteland. All of these events seemed linked to the nightmare world. Levi wrote back, insisting that blind fear served no purpose. When wizards encountered difficulties, they must face them bravely. All fear stemmed from insufficient strength. The Rose Witch planned to wait for the Flower Witch to return. Meanwhile, she intended to work hard to improve herself and advance to a higher realm as soon as possible. Levi walked out of the wizard tower. He carried the potions refined during this period and headed toward the witch's family. The air shimmered, and a few streams of light streaked overhead. Levi knew that, other than primordial soul wizards, only enforcers with special privileges possessed the right to fly in the Nether capital. Looks like something happened, Levi murmured as he watched the light trail. He watched as the streams of light faded into the distance, heading toward the witch's family. The little witch, Kelly, slept atop a thick book. Celia sat nearby, reading. She smiled as Levi arrived. "Your Excellency Celia," Levi asked, "I saw enforcers flying overhead. Did something happen?" If Nether capital faced destruction, he needed to prepare his escape in advance. "It is nothing serious," Celia said. "I just heard an enforcer killed a disciple of a large family in the Nether capital yesterday, then escaped overnight." "Wow," Levi replied, his voice laced with surprise. "To commit murder in the Nether capital. Does this person wish to die?" Nether capital remained a city guarded by more than one primordial soul wizard. "That is right," Celia agreed. "They say the murdered disciple belonged to a sixth circle wizard family in the Star Sea, protected by a primordial soul wizard. He possessed extreme talent, acting as a third circle senior not far from the fourth circle. He even received the truth oddity, the water dragon's song, from the primordial soul wizard. For some reason, news of him obtaining the truth oddity reached people with ulterior motives. Now he has lost everything. It is a tragedy. If he managed to digest the truth oddity and combine it with a breakthrough potion, he would likely advance to the fourth circle." Celia sighed with pity. She held the status of a disciple in the House of Witches, but she remained too far removed from a legendary item like the truth oddity. "What? A truth oddity?" Levi's voice rose in shock. "Does such a thing exist in the wizard world now?" He had heard of the truth oddity. Legends claimed it existed as a natural object born from the will of truth, hence the name. This item possessed endless uses. Its most direct and brutal application involved increasing the probability of a successful breakthrough for a wizard. Furthermore, it could be superimposed with a breakthrough potion. With Levi's current talent, he would not even need to prepare a breakthrough potion to achieve a 100% success rate as a low-level wizard. Even ordinary children of chaos maintained a high chance of success. So far, experts divided the truth oddities into 6 categories. These included Earth, Sky, Morning Star, Bright Moon, Bright Sun, and Legendary. The higher the quality of the truth oddity, the greater the probability of a successful breakthrough, and the higher the realm it could support. For example, Earth and Sky artifacts only worked on low-level and intermediate wizards. They had little effect on high-level wizards. Even so, the truth oddity remained the most precious object in the wizard world. Nothing else compared. If a wizard digested the truth oddity, beyond increasing the probability of a breakthrough, they could also slightly improve their elemental affinity talent and increase the power of their spells. Some truth oddities could even bestow wizard talent upon ordinary people who lacked it, or grant a special second talent to those already practicing the art. This item could genuinely change one's fate. Those who obtained it existed as children of luck, the protagonists of legendary novels. However, truth oddities remained incredibly rare. They required luck to manifest, and many existed as non-renewable resources. After such a long period of development and plundering in the wizard world, even the lowest grade truth oddities had gone extinct. Only some undiscovered shadow realms or secret realms lost for a long time might still harbor a few truth oddities. Chapter 805. Surprise-filled Levi. The water dragon's song had been accidentally obtained by the primordial soul wizard of the wizard family while traveling in the multidimensional plane. It promised great benefits to the cultivation of the ocean faction. Envy filled Celia's eyes. She belonged to the ocean faction, and with such a treasure, she could break through to the fourth circle. Her status in the witch's family would increase, placing her firmly in the upper middle class. Levi shook his head. He chanted an incantation, and soon he arrived at the base camp of the witch's family. He estimated that many armies from Nether Capital and the Star Sea would soon scour the land for the Truth Oddity. Temptation gnawed at him, but he knew the Truth Oddity functioned as a hot potato. He had no desire to be sucked into that dangerous whirlpool. With his current talent and the breakthrough potion, the probability of successfully reaching the fourth circle exceeded 60%. Furthermore, he possessed the Divine Ring Tower to assist in spiritual force liquefaction, raising his success rate to nearly 70%. He did not need to force himself to chase the Truth Oddity. On the demonic tree, the immortal banyan dragon, Lady Yggdrasila, slept. This defined the daily life of pure-blooded dragons. They were born with 100% dragon blood purity. As long as they grew step by step and avoided premature death, they could grow from young dragons into strong creatures comparable to a ninth circle wizard. The price remained high, however, as pure-blooded dragon clans struggled to give birth. Very few existed. Most in the world remained mixed-blood dragon clans. Madame Triss sat in the magic potion cabin, drinking tea with a charming temperament. Her slender and fair legs rested on each other beneath a sleeping robe, and she looked beautiful. Looking at the charming Madame Triss, it seemed hard to imagine she was an old witch hundreds of years old. Levi, our cooperation counts as perfect, but our friendship will not end here. I feel satisfied with the quality of the potions you made. A pharmacist genius like you should not be buried by old rules. Therefore, I applied to the Witch Lord to arrange an assessment for you. If you pass, you can become an external wizard of the witch's family. Although an external wizard is not part of the witch's family, you can still enjoy some benefits. In terms of publicity, you remain separate from the witch's family. If you cause trouble outside, we will not acknowledge your identity. What do you think? Madame Triss spoke with a smile, confident and unhurried. Joining the witch's family represented an irresistible temptation to any male wizard in the Endless Sea. It stood as one of the 6 towers representing the highest level of the Endless Sea. It functioned as one of the 6 permanent council members of the Star Tower, counted among the 6 giants mentioned by countless wizards. Moreover, it was filled with beautiful and powerful witches. It was a man's paradise. She believed Levi would not refuse. Thank you, Madame Triss. I want to ask, what do I need to do to become an external wizard of the witch's family? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I know this. Levi realized that finding a backer before he rose was for the best. Whether for the inheritance of knowledge or resources, he required the support of an ancient and powerful organization. Take potion ingredients for example. Even if Levi had a small plane in the ancient Saint Empire, exploration would take a long time. Different planes possessed unique resources. Many potion formulas of the wizard world relied on ingredients unique to this world. Finding substitutes took a long time. This explained why Levi had yet to develop the purification elixir he longed for. No saint fruit existed in the wizard world, not since ancient times. That item was a specialty of the other dimension. He had spent decades searching for a substitute for the saint fruit without success. You will join as an external pharmacist. Therefore, your mission in the witch's family is to study and refine potions. I will not let you participate in dangerous combat missions, although I know your strength is not bad. Moreover, in most cases, external pharmacists do not need to be stationed in the base camp for a long time. You only need to complete missions regularly. Between you and us, it is a more intimate cooperation and a win-win relationship. Levi nodded. He felt convinced. If the terms of the final contract matched her description, the arrangement seemed sound. It would not delay his own matters, and he could even exchange resources from the organization. Our witch's family values the independent research and innovation ability of pharmacists. If you have an original potion formula, you can hand it to me. I will judge it and give you bonus points. The official assessment will be held 3 days later. Madam, I have an original potion called the Water of Eve. It can eliminate the side effects of the transformation spell. Levi took out a potion and handed it to Triss. Chapter 806. Triss took the vial, observing it for a moment. She popped the stopper and inhaled the scent. She smiled, nodding. Although it is only a first circle potion, it is ingenious. Very few wizards have paid attention to the side effects of the transformation spell before. I can tell that you are a very meticulous wizard. By the way, if you join the witch's family, you can hand over some original spells or potion formulas to the organization. The organization will give you a certain reward. After the war ends, we can also help you apply for a scholar seat in the parliament. You can also obtain a certain percentage of the authorization fee. That is great. Thank you, Madame Triss. Levi bowed, retreating with excitement. What a cute little wizard. Madame Triss watched him disappear, licking her lips as she spoke to the empty room. 3 days later, Levi passed the assessment without any suspense. In fact, with Madame Triss around, it was a confirmed fact that he had become an external pharmacist. Just like that, Levi became a member of the witch's family. He had obtained a permanent witch medal. With this medal, Levi could return to the witch's family base camp through incantations within the 12 witch cities. It was extremely convenient. The first thing Levi did after becoming an external member was to go to the witch shop in the witch's family. He had joined the organization for this very reason. The witch in the shop looked up from her ledger. Surprise flashed across her face when she saw a male wizard entering. Who are you? Hello, I am Levi, an external wizard from the witch's family. This is my medal. It has been a long time since a new member joined us. It seems that you have some strong points in some aspects. The witch sighed, tracing the medal with her finger. Levi smiled, turning his attention to the shop inventory list. Eventually, he found his target item. 1 portion of Immortal Banyan Dragon Bloodline Essence. Price, 100,000 Ether Stones. Status, no stock. The witch's family was different from other wizard organizations. There were no points or merit points in it. The currency used was the Ether Stone. 100,000 Ether Stones for a portion of the Immortal Banyan Dragon's Bloodline Essence. Sorry to disturb you. It is so expensive, but there is no stock. Levi had originally wanted to use the Immortal Banyan Dragon's blood to refine the Golden Snake's secret medicine in the future to test its effect. However, he realized he had been overthinking. The bloodline of a pure-blooded dragon clan was a top-grade material for refining many high-level potions. In the wizard world, it was undoubtedly a treasure. After consulting with the store manager, Levi learned that the witch's family had signed an agreement with the Immortal Banyan Dragon. The dragon would take the initiative to provide the witch's family with 10 portions of bloodline essence every year. The witch's family also had to pay a considerable price, which explained the high cost. If this were in the outside world, the price would only be higher, as members of the organization received a discount. To the Immortal Banyan Dragon, although she was massive, refining a portion of bloodline essence consumed a lot of energy. She needed a long time to recover, so she could only provide 10 portions a year. Levi possessed only 100,000 ether stones on him now. He could afford only 1 portion of bloodline essence. The essence of the Immortal Banyan Dragon's bloodline must have been taken by those primordial soul wizards. Ordinary wizards cannot buy it even if they have money. Sigh. He did not dwell on it anymore. He settled for the next best thing and exchanged for some potion materials and some low-level spells. He left 50,000 ether stones for emergencies. Sigh, I have no money after all. Compared to Levi's meager income, his consumption was too terrifying. It is time to sell a lake fairy potion. 2 years passed in a flash. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1100, month of flowers. Levi was now 110 years old. After all these years of cultivating potions, his cultivation speed of the ether meditation art was much faster. Levi's spiritual power had reached 150 points. His spell power had also reached the upper limit of 6,000 points. He was already halfway through his mental power cultivation as a third circle wizard. I advanced to the third circle at the age of 80. Now that 30 years have passed, I am only halfway through the third circle. Cultivation after the middle level is indeed difficult. However, to be able to have 150 points of spiritual force at the age of 110 was rare even in large wizard families. From the looks of it, it is not a problem for my spiritual force to reach 200 points before I am 150 years old. If I am lucky, I could advance to the fourth circle. Compared to Ledger Leo, who was nurtured by a top-notch wizard family since young, I am not doing bad either. After all, my path as a wizard started a little late, and I missed the best time. Of course, before that, I still have to master 3 innate spells. Otherwise, I will be at a disadvantage in the future. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Meditation Art, Ether Meditation Art, third circle, level 9, 1 out of 150,000. Special effect, Ether Dominance. Spell, Fire Dragon Tribulation, first talent, level 8, 1 out of 100,000. Breathing technique, Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, first transformation of the blood source, level 13, 220,000 1 out of 500,000. Special effect, Flame Dragon's True Form, level 1. Exclusive weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, level 2, 1 out of 5,000. The name editing and tidying function of this panel interface is quite good. I can clearly see the corresponding realm of the skill. Ever since Levi discovered that he could edit the labels himself, he had tidied his panel. This way, he would be more comfortable looking at the proficiency panel in the future. However, his greatest gain from these 2 years of seclusion was still that Fire Dragon Tribulation spell. Using the third circle spell, Fire Dragon Guide, that he had bought from Jacob as the foundation, he fused it with the low-level Burning Faction spell that he already possessed and created this top-grade spell. Chapter 807. Levi visualized the first level of the Divine Ring Tower within his mind. A model structure formed by spell runes took shape, mimicking the Divine Dragon of his previous life as it entrenched itself upon the tower wall. The Divine Tower spun, and the Flame Divine Dragon appeared ready to soar into the sky. This constituted his first innate spell, the Fire Dragon Tribulation. Levi left the Wizard Tower, journeyed to the surface of the sea outside the Nether capital, and secured a deserted patch of water. He adjusted his monocle, choosing not to chant. With a single thought, the Flame Divine Dragon on the Divine Ring Tower pulsed with life. Surging spell power flooded the model, and a blurry 5-clawed fire dragon materialized upon Levi's fingertip. The entity grew in the wind, transforming into a 10-meter-long beast that launched from his hand. The Divine Dragon streaked 5 miles across the horizon, detonating in the air with a resonant roar. Flames ignited the distant sea. The water hissed as the heat roasted the surface, and columns of white smoke spiraled toward the sky. That represents a significant long-range spell, Levi thought. He summoned another fire dragon to explode closer to his position. A notification appeared on his panel, displaying an attack strength of 32 Ka. The power of the level 8 Fire Dragon Tribulation matches the maximum output of a sun flame explosion, Levi noted. If it reaches the level 9 maximum, it will certainly hit the theoretical ceiling for third circle spells. Coupled with the Ether Dominance special effect, the Fire Dragon Tribulation already touches the threshold of fourth circle spells. Before the birth of innate spells, a wizard's casting tempo suffers from the interruption of chanting. Innate spells act as an instinctive skill. Instant casting offers immense power. Ordinary spells, unless they provide special functions, hold very few opportunities for use once innate spells manifest. Levi had finally become a qualified third circle wizard. Back in the Nether capital, within the witch's family base, Celia noticed the lift in Levi's mood. She offered a smile. Sir Levi, it appears you have achieved a breakthrough. Levi offered a slight nod. It remains a small breakthrough, hardly worth mentioning. Has anything occurred in the Nether capital recently? Levi asked with a casual tone. Very little. Primordial soul wizards guard this place, so ordinary dark wizards dare not cause trouble. However, that truth oddity appears to have been snatched away by a fourth circle dark wizard in the end. Those third circle wizards who participated in the competition suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, I know my limits. Such a treasure was never destined to be mine, Celia said with a lazy shrug. Levi considered the news. He knew that even the lowest level truth oddity could alarm a fourth circle wizard. Participating would have been a mistake. After mastering innate spells, he understood why the Count of mastered innate spells differentiated ordinary wizards from senior ones at the third circle. Every time a wizard mastered an innate spell, they achieved a qualitative leap. The difference between those who possessed them and those who did not remained unimaginable until one reached this level. Celia, I have pressing business to attend to. I need to apply for leave from the organization. Please inform Madame Triss, Levi said. Very well, Sir Levi. Be careful while you are away, Celia said, offering a nod. Please be careful, Sir Levi, the little witch, Kelly added. Levi smiled and turned to leave. He headed to the wizard tower to pack his belongings. He gathered his subordinates from the Fur clan and departed the Nether capital. Many years had passed since he last stepped foot in the human world. He needed to return. Chapter 808. Endless Sea. In the Inner Sea region, on a deserted island, an underground cave offered refuge. Simple arrays ringed the chamber. Lady Whitewater sat in meditation. Sweat beaded on her forehead. She jolted awake. She panted heavily, her chest heaving, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to her skin. Even meditation offers no sanctuary now, Lady Whitewater whispered to herself. During her trance, the strange world filled her mind again. Cracks fractured the dark red sky, and magma flowed through the jagged landscape. Nightmare, she breathed. The power from that strange existence proved tenacious. At first, nightmares plagued only her sleep, and waking remained a struggle. She eventually adopted meditation as a substitute for sleep to avoid them. Just as the threat subsided, the dreams infiltrated her waking trances. Lady Whitewater teetered on the edge of sanity. She swallowed her calming medicine and stepped out onto the surface of the deserted island. She looked up at the blue sky, despair and helplessness hollowing out her chest. High above the clouds, the flying shark tore through the air. 2 months had passed since Levi left Nether capital. He returned to the Inner Sea region, but he required one final detour before exiting the human world. He had to visit the Yellow Earth continent to see if Dinos had breached the legendary barrier. At Lion King City, Levi descended from the sky. Leon sensed his presence immediately. Sir Levi, you seek Dinos? Leon asked. Levi nodded. Moments later, Dinos appeared before Levi, his face flushed with excitement. Senior, I have broken through the legendary barrier. Well done. You have clearly labored over your cultivation. I know a place suited for you to advance your knight's path. If you possess an interest, I can bring you there, Levi said. Dinos agreed without hesitation. In the wizard world, he possessed no one to communicate with save for Emperor Mew. With the Emperor missing, isolation pressed in on him. Dinos turned to Leon. Father, I am going to cultivate with Sir Levi, he said solemnly. Old Golden Lion smiled. Go ahead. Visit often when you find the time. The old lion had originally hoped Dinos would inherit the family business, but that hope had withered. Dinos lived only for night cultivation. Fortunately, he had plenty of children and lacked no heirs. Levi bypassed the giant tree secret realm. Marlene and the others would likely remain in the wizard world for the time being. The human world offered no suitable environment for wizards to cultivate at this stage. Inside the flying shark, Dinos studied the interior of the airship. Senior, your airship is impressive. Name the price and I will pay it, he said. I do not know the price. Someone gave it to me. Well, if only I possessed friends like that. The Outer Sea region, Area 9. In the Black Crow Tower on Blackfire Island, the 4th Circle senior wizard, Black-Eyed Crow Modi, reigned as the 8th powerhouse on the Dark List. 6 Third Circle wizards guarded the location. This military might secured Modi's rule over Area 9. On the top floor of the Black Crow Tower, Modi conversed with another 4th Circle wizard. This dark wizard went by the name Otasilio. He belonged to the high-level Dark Wizard organization, Immersed Ancient Castle, and ranked 10th on the Outer Sea region Dark List. The Immersed Ancient Castle operated as an ancient dark wizard organization. Their base occupied a bottomless abyss somewhere in the Endless Sea. Legend spoke of an ancient city drowned within those depths. Otasilio maintained a calm gaze, though anticipation burned behind his eyes. Sir Modi did not lie to me, did he? You truly obtained a truth oddity, Otasilio asked. Otasilio, we are old friends. Why would I lie to you? Look. A small blue water dragon manifested in Modi's hand. At a glance, the creature appeared formed of ordinary spells. Upon closer inspection, however, the water dragon's body pulsed with rich elemental power, carrying traces of the truth of the world. Staring at the creature, One felt immersed in a turbulent water realm. It is indeed a truth oddity. Sir Modi, name a price. I am here to buy it with sincerity. You belong to the burning faction. No matter the quality of this truth oddity, it offers little use to you, Otasilio said. I heard you obtained the wizard tool of a wizard family during your recent battle with them. If my information holds, that wizard tool belongs to the burning faction, Modi said with a smile. You even know this? As expected of the black-eyed crow, Otasilio said, his brows furrowing. He paused for a moment. That is right. I did obtain a fifth circle wizard tool. With a wave of his hand, a circular wizard tool appeared in midair, spinning slowly. The tool resembled a long flame snake with its head and tail connected. Its appearance flooded the Modi wizard tower with scorching heat. Hee, this is the precious treasure of the Cartier wizard family, the fifth circle wizard tool, the Fire Ouroboros. Why do you wish to exchange that wizard item for my fifth circle wizard tool? Otasilio said in a low voice. Modi nodded. You belong to the ocean faction, so you cannot use this wizard tool. You can only sell it for coin. Instead, let us make a deal. It serves the best of both worlds. Chapter 809. Otasilio weighed the pros and cons. He spoke slowly. It is not impossible, but your wizard tool is only of the lowest quality. It is still a little difficult to exchange for my fifth circle wizard tool. You also know that after the third circle, wizard tools are getting rarer and rarer. Most fourth circle wizards like you and I in the Endless Sea are still using third circle wizard tools. Humph, in terms of rarity, this wizard tool of mine is even more precious than your fifth circle wizard tool. You can still buy a fifth circle wizard tool with money. However, if you miss out on this wizard tool, you will not be able to get it anymore. If not for the fact that I cannot use it, why would I let you have it? Instead, you despise my wizard tool. Modi scoffed with a cold smile. Otasilio paused to consider. In terms of the long-term impact on cultivation, the wizard tool was still better. There was still a chance of obtaining a fifth circle wizard tool when he advanced to the fifth circle. However, that might not be the case for the truth oddity. Most importantly, he did not have the confidence to advance to the fifth circle without it. He made his decision. All right, it is a deal. Let us sign a contract. Do not play any tricks and do not mention our deal to anyone. Modi smiled, nodding in agreement. He summoned the Fire Ouroboros. The two men signed a contract. Modi obtained the Fire Ouroboros, while Otasilio obtained the truth oddity known as the Water Dragon Song. In that case, both of us can be considered to have won. Happy cooperation, my friend, Modi said with a smile. Then I will take my leave. After securing the Water Dragon Song, Otasilio left in a hurry. He clearly worried that Modi would turn against him. Modi stood at the top of the wizard tower, clutching the Fire Ouroboros. He looked into the distance, his expression mocking. I spent so much effort to obtain this wizard tool. How can I let you take it away for real? The fifth circle wizard tool is mine, and the truth oddity is also mine. The realm of ice. In a stronghold of the frost giant resistance, Elsa applied medicine to the wounds on the body of Emperor Mew. With my physique, these are just superficial wounds. You do not have to worry so much, Emperor Mew said, coughing in embarrassment. The scent of the medicinal herbs stirred memories of his wife applying salve to his wounds in the Tuva Empire. It is always good to be careful, Elsa said softly, glancing at him. Thank you. When the war is over, I will bring you to find the organization and meet our commander, Emperor Mew said. He smiled, flashing his white teeth. Elsa nodded. After meeting Emperor Mew, she suddenly felt that she finally had a companion in this vast snowfield. This feeling was pleasant. Moreover, after interacting with Emperor Mew for so many years, Elsa sensed that she held some special feelings or dependence on the man before her. Emperor Mew showed no sign of noticing it, or perhaps, he pretended not to know. He kept talking about the commander. The importance of this commander to Emperor Mew was obvious. What kind of man can make Emperor Mew so obsessed with him? The Endless Sea. After picking up dinos, Levi quickly rushed in the direction of the 100-eyed demon territory. The flying ship continued to move forward at a constant speed. Commander, where are we going now? To the human world. The human world. I have not been there yet. I also want to go back to the human world and see the place where the Lionheart Knight lived. Compared to the wizard world, the elemental power in the human world is very thin. However, it does not have much of an impact on cultivating the path of knights. As long as you have secret medicine, you can cultivate anywhere, Levi said. Levi and Dinos chatted. A wizard raced toward the airship. A sharp spike of danger pricked his skin. There is a dark wizard here. Dinos, prepare for battle. Dinos immediately stood up, looking eager to test his strength. He had just broken through to the second step of knighthood. Before long, the flying shark of Levi was surrounded by a group of red-robed wizards. It is the Red Robe Association. Be careful, Commander. This is a relatively famous dark wizard organization in recent years. It is said that their president is a fourth circle wizard, and is ranked 23rd on the dark list, Dinos warned with a solemn expression. Bad luck followed them. Not long after he left home, he encountered dark wizards in the outer ring of the sea. The wizard world was truly in chaos now. Levi remained calm. He reached out with his senses. No aura of a fourth circle wizard lingered in this group of people. The two third circle wizards presented no challenge. Buddy in the airship, come out. Take out your things obediently, and sign a slave contract with the Red Robe Association. We will not make things difficult for you, a short third circle red-robed wizard shouted. He remained protected by a force field, watching with vigilance. That is right. We red-robed wizards do not like killing either. It is better for everyone if we know what is good for us, another third circle wizard advised. He secretly prepared spells. No response came from the airship. The expressions of the two third circle wizards turned cold. Everyone attacked together. It seems that the enemy is planning to resist until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Levi moved. He appeared as a ghost from the void behind the two third circle wizards. Chapter 810. The Hermit rune dimmed and yielded to the Strength rune and the Chariot rune. Levi did not reveal his Fire Dragon true form. He gripped the Crimson Dragon slash and slashed downward. The Destruction Sword Chi appeared as a grayish-white line that cut through the world. The two third circle wizards sensed the enemy behind them. Their protective force fields flashed, and their third circle, innate spells blasted toward Levi. The Red Robe Association consisted of black wizards, from the burning school of thought wandering in the endless sea. Their spells originated from the burning faction. Two sunflame explosions accompanied other first circle spells on the left and right. Second ring spells drowned Levi. Rumble. Flames soared into the sky, burning everything. The short wizard sneered. "You overestimate yourself." The other wizard added that he hoped to ambush them with invisibility, fighting two people alone. He noted they had been prepared for a long time. The conversation had no intention of persuading Levi to surrender. It served only to confuse him. In the core area of the sun flame explosion, Levi exhaled a breath of hot air. His expression remained unchanged. His fire element resistance rendered the high temperature of the sun flame explosion ineffective. The two wizards had not cultivated the sun flame explosion to perfection. Its power stayed below 20 Ka, far below his 33 Ka. Only the shockwave of the fireball explosion threatened him. Even that remained blocked by the golden snake scales. The sword chi tore through the flames. Slash. The two third circle wizards split in half. The third circle protective force field offered no protection. They stared in disbelief. Although split in half, they lingered in life for a moment. Before they died, they witnessed a flame divine dragon with antlers and eagle eyes. Fire Dragon Tribulation. Boom. After dealing with the two wizards, Levi took the lives of the low-level wizards. The other wizards of the Red Robe Association stood paralyzed. Fourth Circle wizards occupied a famous status in the Outer Sea region. The Red Robe Association tried its best to avoid Fourth Circle wizards. Under the lead of the two Third Circle wizards, they chose Levi as their target. They expected an easy victory. They never imagined the two Third Circle wizards on their side would die instantly. Even a Fourth Circle wizard would not show such overwhelming strength. The low-level wizards scattered. They stood no chance against Levi. Soon, silence fell over the place. The power of the Destruction Sword Chi and the Fire Dragon Tribulation increased by more than 40 Ka. They reached the level of Fourth Circle spells. Levi analyzed the battle process. The Crimson Dragon slash proved extremely hard, many levels harder than Luminant Gold. It increased the attack power of Sword Aura and Burning Faction spells. After cleaning the battlefield, he brought a red-robed wizard with the strength of a second circle to the airship. This second circle wizard suffered from multiple piercing wounds from the blood imprisonment all. He barely clung to life. Levi held him like a small bird. "Tell me, who sent you?" Levi asked calmly. He worried about being targeted and needed to know the situation first. "You are in big trouble. Our boss is the Blood Flame Demon Wizard ranked 23rd on the Dark List," the second circle wizard replied. The wizard maintained his stubborn attitude until Levi slapped him. The wizard recognized reality then. If Levi had not controlled his strength, the slap would have removed his head. His fingertips turned black as mixed venom injected into his wounds. The toxic swarm spread and devoured his body. How strong is the Blood Flame Demon Wizard? Where is he? What wizard tool does he have? Which wizard organization is he from? Spill the beans, then I can let you die painlessly, Levi said. The wizard confessed everything without much effort. He knew little about the boss, however, leaving Levi with incomplete information. Levi frowned. According to rankings and outside information, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard ranked as an ordinary Fourth Circle wizard, who mastered 2 Third Circle innate spells and 1 Fourth Circle innate spell. He confirmed the other party belonged to the burning faction. Levi believed a meeting might occur soon. To prevent retaliation, he decided to strike first. With his strength, he felt confident. Even if the other party held the top spot on the blacklist, he could escape unless he faced a Fifth Circle wizard. He escaped a level 5 fire elemental spirit once before. He wanted to test the true power of the Crimson Dragon Slash. The battle provided no warm-up. He lacked money as well. He spent years buying potion materials, cultivation resources, and wizard tools. He emptied his previous savings. He sold a Lake Fairy potion for 100,000 ether stones to resolve the urgent need. Chapter 811. Levi thought about the extra coin a few dead dark wizards might provide. He turned his flight toward the lair of the Blood Flame Demon Wizard. Area 6 of the Outer Sea region held a red island. Several active volcanoes dotted the landscape. The island's underground contained rich pockets of fire power, and the fire elemental presence lingered heavy in the air. This was the base of the Red Robe Association. On the coast, a red wizard tower stood, merging with the earth. Wizards in red robes drifted in and out, their movements constant. At the top of the wizard tower, a Fourth Circle wizard emanated a powerful aura. He listened to his subordinates' report. This was the Blood Flame Demon Wizard, ranked 23rd on the Dark List in the Outer Sea region. In Area 6, he reigned as a notorious fiend. Ordinary folk dared not provoke him. Suddenly, the 2 tokens hanging on the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's waist shattered. Fragments scattered across the floor. The wizard stared down, his expression hardening. What is going on? Rick and Bodo are dead. He struggled to believe his two capable third circle subordinates had died at the same time. Could they have provoked some powerful enemy? The blood flame demon wizard had fought his way up from the bottom. He did not panic, choosing instead to analyze the situation with cold, calm logic. To kill two third circle wizards at the same time, the attacker cannot be weaker than me. They might even be stronger. Perhaps a powerful enforcer on the side of the righteous wizards. He hurried back into the wizard tower to pack his belongings. Everyone, prepare to leave this place. Our location might have been exposed. The blood flame demon wizard issued a sharp command. The Red Robe Association moved in an instant. A third circle wizard approached, voice trembling. Lord, the wizards led by Rick and Bodo are all dead. This had never happened since the establishment of the Red Robe Association. I know. The blood flame demon wizard waved a hand. The enemy possesses extraordinary strength. We lie low for the time being. He led two third circle wizards, more than 10 second circle wizards, dozens of first circle wizards, and hundreds of apprentices. These forces could make a comeback in any region of the Outer Sea region. There was no need to fight to the death here. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Soon, the Red Robe Association boarded the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's airship and departed. Before leaving, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard cast a spell. He tapped into the power of the underground fire beneath the active volcano. The mountain erupted. Magma and ash engulfed the island. In the airship, a third circle wizard approached carefully. Boss, are we not worrying too much? How many people in the Outer Sea region are your match? The Blood Flame Demon Wizard sneered. What do you know? In our line of work, one slip leads to an early grave. If the enemy can kill two third circle wizards at the same time, they possess immense strength. They are likely in the top 10 of the Dark List. It is not wise to fight them head-on. Every member of the top 10 on the Dark List possessed unique strengths. They were all 4th Circle senior wizards. He ranked 23rd, but he knew the gap between himself and the top 10 was not small. Levi arrived at the base, following the clues from the dead red-robed wizards. The Red Robe Association had already fled. He landed on the island and activated his intuition. A smile touched his lips. Interesting. They actually retreated. Dinos watched the empty island. Commander, are we still going to chase after them? How are we going to find them in this vast sea? Levi's snake tongue flicked, capturing the faint, remaining aura on the island. They evacuated not long ago. Levi gestured toward the air. You enter my transcendent creature space. I am going to do my best next. Dinos nodded. Yes, Commander. A crack appeared in reality. Alice's ring pulled Dinos inside. This was the first time Dinos had entered the transcendent creature space of another. He stared in shock the moment he materialized. Transcendent creatures galloped across the wilderness. High above, the wind thunder-winged dragon, and a huge blackbird soared. In the lake, creatures with powerful auras stirred the water. Dinos took it all in. These are all our commander's pets. He could not even defeat his commander's pets. In the outside world, Levi followed the direction of the fading scent. He charted a course in pursuit. He planned to spend a few days searching. Finding them would be ideal, but if he failed, he would give up. On the boundless sea, the airship of the Blood Flame Demon Wizard advanced slowly. I will find a remote sea area to hide for a period of time. He pondered the situation. After the storm passes, I will return to Area 6. In the sky ahead of the airship, flames suddenly burst from the white clouds. The vapor turned into burning clouds. The sky filled with red light. What is that? An apprentice wizard inside the ship squinted at the horizon. The next moment, the clouds dispersed. A majestic figure stood in the sky. It reached 100 feet tall and gripped a black greatsword. Endless grayish-white air currents wrapped around the blade, and the power of flames surged across its surface. Behind this majestic figure, the phantom of a golden-armored god appeared, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. The phantom wore gilded scale armor that shone brightly under the sunlight. A scarlet cloak fluttered in the sky. On one of his arms, he held an exaggerated black greatsword engraved with a dragon pattern. Chapter 812. The moment the giant swung his sword, the sky in front of the apprentice, including the wizard airship, turned black without warning. In the dark night, the aura of the flame demon grew even more terrifying. Immediately after, the furious roar of the blood flame demon lord erupted, followed by the explosion of the wizard airship. The apprentice lost consciousness. He died in the aftermath. Boom. The wizard airship shattered, and figures wrapped in protective force fields flew out. The leader was naturally the blood flame demon wizard. He stared at the insufferably arrogant flame demon giant, and his heart trembled. This was the powerhouse who killed his 2 third circle wizard subordinates. Why are you so stubborn? You have already killed so many of my subordinates. We are even now. The blood flame demon wizard waved his hand, and boundless blood-colored flames formed a shield that protected him. It was the 3rd circle innate spell, Blood Flame Barrier. Boom. The greatsword collided with the shield. The shockwave swept through. The shield shattered, but the greatsword continued to slash down. Damn it. The blood flame demon wizard quickly used a spell to dodge the fatal blow. However, several of the other 2nd circle wizards in the organization died. The power of a single sword strike was terrifying. You forced me to do this. Seeing that he could not communicate with the person, the blood flame demon wizard smiled sinisterly, and used his 4th circle innate spell. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He clasped his hands together and slapped out. Blood-colored flames gathered in front of him, and formed a huge palm that blotted out the sky. It was the 4th circle innate spell, Blood Demon Flame Palm. This spell had made the Blood Flame Demon Wizard famous. With a single palm strike, Mountains collapsed, the ground cracked, and everything incinerated. The terrifying energy surged from the surface. Levi braced himself. I should have 60k by now. With my current defense, I cannot take it head on. However, I can cut it open. Crimson Dragon Destruction Slash. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Levi had already activated the 3 forms of the Giant Dragon Warrior, Nightmare Walker, and Bloodline Dharma Body. With the addition of the Destruction Sword Chi, its attack power had long exceeded 100k. An unstoppable and indomitable sword strike followed. The grayish-white sword Chi that was wrapped in flames slashed open the high-temperature blood demon flame palm. The blood-red palm split into 2 in front of Levi. The remaining high-temperature energy roasted Levi's body, but Levi remained fearless. He seized this opportunity to test if his defense could withstand the attack of the 4th Circle Burning Faction spell. If possible, he would find an opportunity to deal with the Black-Eyed Crow in the future. The battle between the 2 experts changed the color of the world. Idiot! How can a 4th circle spell be resisted with one's body? I wonder where this body-refining wizard came from. It seems that I have overestimated him. He only has brute force. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard was overjoyed. At the same time, he struck out with a new palm. However, in the next moment, a sharp figure cut through his attack again, and quickly arrived in front of him. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard's protective force field lit up, and incomparably thick blood-colored demonic flames rotated around his body. It was the 4th circle defensive spell, Blood Fire Entanglement. Splat! The black sword was blocked by the protective force field for a moment. Before the Blood Flame Demon Wizard could rejoice, the protective force field shattered the next moment. The moment the Crimson Dragon slash pierced through his chest, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard turned into a ball of blood-colored flames that gathered and dissipated. It was the 3rd circle innate spell, Blood Flame Body. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard condensed his figure in the distance. Lingering fear remained in his heart. He realized that he was no match for that person at all. The other party practically ignored his attack. His defensive field was also mercilessly shattered. He immediately used a spell to transform into a blood flame and escape. The next moment, these blood flames plunged into Levi's 3rd circle heavenly net array. The array flickered and resisted for a moment before it was forcefully broken by the blood flame demon. At this moment, a large ball of blood fog had already enveloped the blood flames. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, the 2 sides fought in an almost elementalized form. In the end, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's body condensed into form. The duration of his elementalization spell was limited, and could not be compared to Levi's blood fog form. Don't kill me, I can give you money. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard was shocked. He was supposed to be a robber. Why was he the one being robbed now? What answered him was the relentless destruction sword Chi. If you die, your money will be mine. Levi laughed. In his extreme unwillingness, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard left peacefully. His soul had been devoured by Leon. This strange insect would starve to death if it did not eat for a minute. His body turned into a shiny gold coin under Levi's ashen eye. On the gold coin, the Death Ember Dragon tore through the sky and dominated everything. The legendary golden coin of life. I wonder if this thing can help Owen's breakthrough. Levi put away the gold coin and looked at the other wizards who had fled. With a thought, the black asphalt-like toxic swarm emerged from his body and turned into a black demon. It chased after one of the 3rd circle wizards, while the strange insect Leon went after the other. The Wind Thunder-winged Dragon, the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow, and the other flying transcendent creatures also began to kill these surviving low-level wizards. Levi picked up the storage bags and waited for the battle to end. The next day, after a night of slaughter, the Red Robe Association was completely wiped out. Levi rode the wizard airship again and flew towards the 100-eyed demon territory. Chapter 813. Levi inventoried the spoils of war. The gains proved significant. 700,000 ether stones rested in his bags. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard's storage alone held 400,000. An organization of 4th circle wizards clearly possessed wealth. He also gathered 3 3rd circle wizard tools, 9 2nd circle wizard tools, and 29 1st circle wizard tools. The low-level spellbooks already existed in Levi's library. They held no value here. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard contributed 2 4th circle spell models, the Blood Demon Flame Palm and Blood Fire Entanglement. Both spells required the cultivation of a special blood flame meditation art. The inheritance suggested the wizard belonged to a high-level faction, a 5th circle dark wizard organization in a realm of crimson, the Blood Fire Demon Tower. To avoid enemies, he fled to the Endless Sea. He tangled with local wizards from the Burning Faction. Taking advantage of the war, he practiced his old profession. The Blood Fire Demon Tower sat in the realm of crimson. That territory belonged to the Burning Faction. It lay thousands of miles away. Levi dismissed his worries. Half a month later, Levi arrived at the Magma Sea. He searched for the fire elemental spirit. He pushed his perception outward, accompanied by the warning of danger perception, and the faint aura rising from the magma depths. The creature remained in the depths. Forget it, let us wait, Levi whispered. He chose to wait. He camped near the Magma Sea. He continued his cultivation during the wait. He lacked nothing but patience. One day, excitement flared in his eyes. The fire elemental spirit had not departed. During his wait, his scarlet dragon breathing technique had broken through. Levi, level 14. 1 out of 600,000. His scarlet poison body reached level 2. His scarlet contract stood at 2 out of 3. He possessed 1,000 faces, boiling blood, and scarlet escape. The scarlet poison body advanced to level 2. Speed, poison, and life-saving abilities improved again. The contract slot of the scarlet contract expanded by 1. With his current level as a scarlet dragon, and the speed granted by the chariot runes, his speed in a normal state rivaled a 4th circle wizard. If he activated Scarlet Escape, he could move at 3 times his normal speed. Even a 5th circle wizard would struggle to catch him. The time had come. He approached the subdimensional portal node. The level 5 fire elemental spirit had vanished. He proceeded with caution. The creature possessed high intelligence. It might wait in hiding to ambush him. He activated the hermit rune to mask his presence. He reached the entrance of the subdimensional portal node. Golden scales covered his body. The heavy water barrier wrapped around him. He stepped into the node. Danger perception screamed. Levi adjusted his stance as he used perception. In the distance, a huge fiery red bird rushed toward him at an astonishing speed. It stirred the magma into a frenzy. An ambush. He would deal with the creature eventually. Subspace power tore through Levi's protective force field. He vanished into the subspace channel. The huge bird of flames looked at the spot where Levi had disappeared. It hesitated. It turned into a flaming tornado and entered the subspace tunnel. On the other side, Levi emerged from the volcano. He did not relax for a second. Danger perception blared again. He activated Scarlet Escape. He burned his scarlet power and the blood in his body. He poured all his strength into the dash. He transformed into a streak of red light and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Not long after Levi left, the volcano erupted again. Endless lava rushed into the sky. Amidst the lava rain, a flaming bird with wings spanning the volcanic crater crawled out. It scanned this new world with curiosity. Its eyes flashed as it gave chase. Levi traveled hundreds of kilometers in one breath. He burrowed into the bottom of the sea. He hid in the abyss. The concealment array and runes activated simultaneously. He held his breath. The level 5 fire elemental spirit possessed strong perception. It stood as the strongest enemy Levi had encountered so far. Above his head, a flaming divine bird dyed the sky red. It turned the white clouds into burning clouds. It let out a long cry and flew forward. Even at a height of thousands of meters, the sea surface boiled and evaporated under the high temperature. Wherever the giant bird passed, white steam pillars shot into the sky. The bird left. Levi confirmed his safety. A solemn expression settled on his face. The creature merely passed by. The energy fluctuations emitted from its body reached 8 Ka. This equaled a second ring spell. Levi crouched at the bottom of the sea. The bird flew high in the sky. A vast distance separated them. This level 5 fire elemental spirit surpassed his imagination. Ordinary 5th circle wizards would likely fall before it. The bird headed toward the 7 Kingdoms continent. Things would change. Chapter 814. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1101. Month of Northern Wind. The 70th year of the Great Expedition. Boundless Land of Darkness. A huge sky city advanced at a constant speed. The barrier surrounding Sky City isolated the dark forces in the Land of Darkness. The Land of Darkness stretched as a boundless void without air, temperature, or life. Unknown radiation and corrosive power filled the expanse. Meaningless existence defined the Land of Darkness, where only void and dead silence reigned for eternity. In a small tavern in Sky City, 2 spherical alchemical creatures leaned against each other, chatting with other wizards in the battle group. The surviving wizards suffered from exhaustion after the long battle, yet happiness lit their faces. Only a few more years of sailing remained until they returned home. Come, let us drink. Herman held the wine glass with his alchemy arm. The only head resembling a body of flesh and blood emerged from his frame, looking comical. Can your alchemy body taste good wine? A battle group wizard joked. Why not? Herman smiled and gulped down the wine. You old drunkard, you were not like this in the past. Stella, Herman's lover, said plaintively. She bumped into Herman with her sphere. It is rare for me to relax. It is not like I drink every day. Herman looked at Stella, seeking permission. Stella snorted and closed her eyes, ignoring him. Herman chuckled, continuing his drink and chat, memories of his 70 years of expedition rising to the surface. This trip to the Myriad machine plane acted as a blessing in disguise. On the eve of the war's conclusion, while avoiding the pursuit of the Plague Legion, he and Stella accidentally entered a lost ancient mechanical cemetery. Broken, dead remains of mechanical creatures littered the area. Over there, Herman and Stella experienced rebirth. They modified the modules and parts of some powerful mechanical creatures, adapting them for their alchemy bodies and repairing their injuries. He advanced from an ordinary alchemy body to a powerful mechanical body. His strength reached the 4th circle level, and Stella entered the 3rd circle. Had he not come to the Myriad machine plane and cultivated in the endless sea step by step, his strength would not have obtained such a massive increase. In the mechanical cemetery, the biggest gain was a brass gravestone similar to a memory slate. It held answers to many technical problems that troubled the alchemy wizards of the wizard world. Spiritual mechanical unity technique, mechanical resonance technique, mechanical army manufacturing and control technique, and knowledge from the ancestors of alchemy runes, mechanical runes. Everything lay within. All this mechanical knowledge, including the remains of various powerful mechanical creatures in the mechanical cemetery, originated from an ancient powerhouse from the Myriad machine plane. Machine Sage Madison. In Herman's estimation, this powerhouse from the Myriad machine plane compared to a primordial soul wizard. He might even exist on the level of a grand wizard. The new alchemy knowledge of the wizard world seemed insignificant in front of this machine sage. One must understand that the alchemy knowledge of the wizard world originated from the myriad machine plane. This provided an important reason why Herman risked his life to come here. In the wizard world, his talent could not find expression. If not for the great expedition, his cultivation and financial resources would have made it impossible for him to come to the myriad machine plane. Therefore, if he could digest this knowledge, Herman felt that advancing to a primordial soul wizard in the future might be a little difficult, but advancing to the 5th circle level would pose no problem. At that time, he could make a name for himself in the endless sea. He could better protect those who needed his protection. While Herman chatted with his comrades, at the top of the blue wizard tower in the middle of Sky City, the deep blue sage knit his brows together. His aura fluctuated, lacking its former stability. Some livor mortis spots even appeared on his face. During the battle with the Father of Plagues, a preemptive strike secured the win, yet the deity's final counterattack inflicted serious injuries. The Father of Plagues' divine authority relied 100% on plague, with elements of despair and death. The powerful plague divine power, capable of infecting legendary wizards, made Luther uncomfortable. However, the Father of Plagues suffered a worse state. The Father of Plagues and the other 3 evil gods did not originate as gods born directly in the astral world. They once served as rulers of powerful multidimensional planes. After recruitment by the Lord of Chaos, their true souls moved to the chaotic wilderness and condensed into the astral world incarnation. They achieved promotion to gods. Gods whose bodies lacked presence in the astral world typically carried the name Achen gods, used by legendary wizards. Some powerful rulers of multidimensional planes, mythical creatures, abyssal demon lords, and hell demon lords all fell under the category of Achen gods. According to the standards of wizards, Achen gods and legendary wizards operated above level 10. The main body of the Achen god Father of Plagues, situated below the astral world, had already suffered destruction at the hands of Luther. Luther understood that an existence like the Father of Plagues rarely truly died. Wherever plague, despair, and death pervaded, soil existed for the Father of Plagues to breed. Furthermore, the Father of Plagues' true soul had already occupied the chaotic wilderness. Unless he stepped into the astral world and destroyed the true soul in front of the Lord of Chaos, the Father of Plagues would make a comeback sooner or later. Chapter 815. However, it would take at least 1,000 or even 10,000 years to recover the strength of his main body. This period of time was enough for the wizards to make preparations. However, the reason why Luther's brows could not relax was not because of the Father of Plagues, nor was it because of the plague divine power that was eroding his soul and will. It was an unknown danger from the land of darkness. The crystal ball in front of him was completely dark. A static hiss and rustle filled the device. Like a distorted recording, a certain voice came from the crystal ball. This voice was terrifying, crazy, angry, hungry, and savage. It seemed to want to devour everything. Suddenly, a vast willpower pervaded the wizard tower. The level of this willpower was so high that even Deep Blue Sage, who had just defeated the Father of Plagues, felt his expression falter. He did not know who the owner of this will was. However, he could sense endless malice towards all living beings. Cracks began to appear on the crystal ball. A sharp crack echoed as the wizard tool that he had been using for a long time shattered. He arrived at the top of the wizard tower. His voice boomed throughout Sky City like a resonant bell. This is an emergency. We will no longer return to the wizard world. Sky City's route has changed. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hearing the voice of the legendary wizard, the wizards of the battle group, including Herman, became nervous. They had never heard this legendary wizard's tone carry a trace of panic and helplessness. They believed that even if the angels of the gods, or even the gods themselves descended from the astral world, this calm and wise top expert of the ocean school would still fight with a determined expression. Luther took a deep breath and looked helplessly at the land of darkness in the distance. On the other side of the deep space was Nora's plane, the wizard world. Originally, according to the set flight schedule, he would be able to return in a few years. But now he could not go back. The level and status of the will just now made him know that if he returned to Nora's plane at this time, he might bring back the terrifying existence lingering in the land of darkness. Luther lowered his voice. Deep Blue Sage, bring up the plane closest to Sky City. An old but gentlemanly voice sounded from the wizard tower, as if an old butler was speaking. Retrieving. The transfer is complete. The planes closest to Sky City are the Tide Plane, the Stardust Plane, and the Grey Eagle Plane. Luther shook his head. This will not do. Some of these planes are Federation planes under the jurisdiction of wizards. Some planes do not even have level 9 existences. They have to be at least at the legendary level to be able to compete with this will. Deep Blue, this time, directly extract the information of planes with level 10 and above existences. Do not care about the distance. The stronger the plane, the better. Retrieving. Planes with level 10 and above are the Traveler Plane, the Wilderness Plane, and the Abyssal Plane. Wait, how far is the Abyssal Plane from us? Luther interrupted Deep Blue. The Abyssal Plane is 20 years away from us. If we push it at full speed, it will take 10 years. If we push it too far, it will take 5 years. Lord Luther, are you going to do it? Deep Blue Sage asked. That is right. Now, turn around and head to the Abyssal Plane. Go forward with all your might and prepare to enter a state of overload at any time. But Lord, if that is the case, Sky City might also be destroyed after reaching the abyssal plane. At that time, returning will be a problem. Moreover, there are too many level 10 existences on the abyssal plane. After evaluation, if we barge into the bottom of the abyssal plane alone, the chances of survival are not high. It is less than 1/3. Deep Blue said. This is an order. Just carry it out. If it is a critical moment, I will put Sky City and these battle group wizards into my demiplane and sail alone in the land of darkness. I will not let everyone make meaningless sacrifices, Luther said. Will do. Not long after, the massive Sky City began to change direction, heading towards a certain place in the land of darkness. I wonder where we are going, Herman asked. No matter what, let us trust the legendary wizard lord's decision, Stella said solemnly. They traveled in the land of darkness for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a tremor shook the barrier outside Sky City. The wizards looked in the direction of the tremor and saw a super large creature that was about the same size as Sky City appear in the land of darkness. This giant creature looked like a massive worm. Its entire body was covered in a thick metal shell, and its sides were filled with scarlet eyeballs that were constantly moving. Its entire body was covered in dense pits, like a beehive. In these deep pits, various aberrations were flying out of the beehive tunnels on huge fly-like worms. Not only that, but on the back of the giant creature, there were also several strange powerhouses with auras that were not inferior to the Grand Wizards. All of them looked at the wizards in the Sky City with bloodthirsty eyes. These strange insects had a clear division of labor and moved in an orderly manner. They were comparable to a well-trained wizard battle group. A blue gel-like breath shot out from the mouth of the giant worm and landed on Sky City's defensive barrier. Accompanying the breath, strange-looking insects that were small but possessed sharp, serrated mouths swarmed against the defensive barrier. Chapter 816. The moment the bugs appeared, they began to gnaw at the protective shield. The grating sound of friction spread through the hallways of Sky City. Light flickered across the defensive barrier, shattering the insects into fine powder. Every wizard in Sky City understood why the legendary wizard lord had shifted their course. A terrifying monster had locked onto the city. Returning now would undoubtedly expose the wizard world to the predator. The wizard civilization had already survived the Great Expedition and a civil war, and it could not withstand the invasion of such external enemies. Inside the supergiant worm, strange buildings pulsed with wet mucus. Monstrous figures gathered around a central church-style structure. An aberration wearing gorgeous wing membranes and a crown antenna on its head sensed a supreme will. It released an unknown, booming voice. The mother nests will watches us. Children of the mother nest, follow me. Deep at the bottom of the sea in the outer sea region, Levi rested for half a month. He had done everything possible to evade that damned fire elemental spirit. This beast must be conquered in the future. As a slave, it will burn fire for me every day and act as an engine for the tyrant too to relieve the hatred in my heart. He stood up. Where did that creature go? With the saint of the church nearby, there should be no major trouble. He reviewed his battles over the years while recuperating. The clash with the blood flame demon wizard proved that he could defeat an ordinary fourth circle wizard of the burning faction. He grasped the system of contrast between the night realm and the wizard realm. A normal single-dimensional knight without a cheat system looked like this. Level 11 legendary knights equated to first circle wizards. Level 12 bloodthirst knights faced second circle wizards. Level 13 first transformation of the blood source knights matched third circle wizards. Level 14 second transformation of the blood source knights fought third circle seniors. Ordinary single-dimensional knights should hold their own against ordinary fourth circle wizards after reaching level 15. And the third transformation of the blood source. Of course, this remained theoretical. The knight system lacked perfection. Ordinary knights like the ancient saint could not fly, and they lacked the comprehensive spell systems required for complex situations. Therefore, the overall combat power of a knight remained lower than that of a wizard. Bloodline divine weapons equivalent to wizard tools only appeared in the blood source realm. Before that stage, knights relied on weapons and bloodline power forged by mortals to deal with enemies. They mastered powerful combat techniques, but those paled in comparison to spells. Levi thrived because of the 9 swords Azura bloodline Dharma body, the 6-dimensional polygonal attributes, and the mutated fused super legendary quality breathing technique. These exclusive advantages allowed him to kill wizards above his level. A knight's methods remained singular, and flight presented a major problem. Aside from a few breathing techniques that granted flight, many knights with great strength, defense, and physique, like the Black Knight who specialized in bloodthirst, had not mastered the ability to fly. They could only jump to strike at wizards, but their vertical reach remained limited. Returning to the human world meant studying night-based flight. Imitating the blood beast breathing techniques, blood wings might yield a method to turn blood chi into wings. With abundant blood chi, any knight reaching a certain realm should master short-distance flight. In this transcendent world, the inability to fly was a tragedy. Wizards with flying and long-range spells would play them to death. First, return to the Dusk Holy Temple. He stepped out of his hiding place and soared into the air. Upon returning to Dusk Island, he found everything in order. He reached out with his senses. Aside from the trainee knights busy with their cultivation, the only official knights on the island were the Black Knights. In the Black Demon Temple, the Black Knight focused on a combat technique he had just created. He racked his brains, but failed to grasp the crux of the matter. His brow furrowed. What troubles you? Levi's voice rang out. The Black Knight jolted awake, realizing a familiar face stood in the hall with a smile. Beside him stood an unfamiliar, golden-haired, burly man. The Black Knight offered a bitter smile. I have been researching a sword skill recently. Commander, since you are here, please give me some pointers. Tell me about it, Levi replied. The Black Knight explained his difficulties. Levi listened and offered advice. The problem lay in the inability to perfectly fuse the sword skills with his bloodline power, preventing the release of its full potential. Levi suggested referring to the concepts of the bloodline Dharma body. He retrieved a book titled Introduction to the Bloodline Dharma Body and handed it to the Black Knight. Here are the principles, techniques, and knowledge regarding the bloodline Dharma body that I compiled. These are basic concepts. You cultivate the bloodline Dharma body as well. Study this book carefully. When the Blood Knight and the others return, show it to them. By the way, this book is limited to official members and talented core members. When the Dusk Holy Temple builds its knowledge management system in the future, these texts will require corresponding contributions. Chapter 817. Understood. Oh right, Commander, who is this knight? Hello, you are the Black Knight, right? I am the Golden Lion Knight, Dinos. Our commander told me about you. Dinos smiled. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. So it is Sir Dinos. I have heard about you from my commander. I heard that you are the descendant of the Lionheart Knight. I have heard a lot about you. The Lionheart Knight stood as a legendary knight even earlier than the Black Knight. He had been famous for a long time and served as the idol of the Black Knight when he was young. I will be cultivating in the human world from now on. Please enlighten me, Dinos said. Not really. We have improved on each other. I see that you have also broken through the shackles of legendary. You have reached the second step of knighthood at such a young age. I am impressed, the Black Knight said humbly. Levi interrupted them. What are the Blood Knight, Divine Light Knight, and Nighthawk doing now? The Blood Knight traveled the 7 kingdoms in the human world. Now, the dark creatures in the human world are too rampant. He could not stand it anymore, so he used this method to cultivate and sharpen himself. The Divine Light Knight went to the Peacock capital. It seems that something happened to his family. Nighthawk has always been in Myriad Dragon City. Levi nodded. Send someone to summon them back. The 7 Kingdoms continent is not safe from now on. Try not to go there as much as possible. In addition, our Dusk Holy Temple will be moving soon. We need to make some preparations. Understood. I will get right on it. Levi left Dusk Island alone after letting the Black Knight and Dinos get to know each other. The only official member of the Twilight Knights now stood as Emperor Mew. Levi wondered where he went. He sighed and headed in the direction of the 7 Kingdoms. Storm City's Shining Tavern. Levi listened to the recent changes in the world. In the past few years, the plague continued to erupt in a small area. A strength seemed to be controlling the progress of the plague. The 7 churches also displayed their abilities and tried their best to find the source of the plague. So far, no results appeared. In short, the plague had become a normal phenomenon. Although it happened from time to time, it did not cause many deaths. Gradually, everyone was already used to it. The situation suggested the culprit behind the plague was boiling a frog in warm water. That existence must be secretly accumulating strength, so he does not dare to be too high profile. He is waiting for an opportunity. The existence Levi spoke of was naturally the father of plagues. He had been defeated by a legendary wizard and might have left a backup plan in the human world. Except for the plague disaster. Recently, the sudden drought in the Tuva Empire and the forest fires dealt a heavy blow to the Tuva Empire. This was undoubtedly related to the fire elemental spirit. With its strength, traveling thousands of miles in the bare land was no joke. Levi reasoned that the fire elemental spirit should have been defeated by the church. Otherwise, the disaster that guy brought to the human world would not be as simple as a drought or a fire. In other words, that saint from the Church of Storm is actually able to contend with a level 5 fire elemental spirit. This should be because of the sealing sacred object. Otherwise, the speed at which these saints improve is a little terrifying. A lingering fear stirred in his chest. His own advancement had been fast enough. However, those saints proved even more exaggerated than him. Sigh, is this the god's power? He muttered to himself. No matter what, the problem of the level 5 fire elemental spirit should have been resolved safely. Relief anchored him. After all, he did not want the human world to be destroyed by that guy. Except for the plague and drought. In recent years, some evil cults had appeared more and more frequently. Some time ago, in the Peacock Kingdom, traces of the Wilderness Brotherhood's activities appeared again. This restless organization that believed in the Lord of the Wilderness was the same as the White Lotus Society in his previous life. Once there was a chaotic world, they would start to appear and rebel. The last time the Wilderness Brotherhood appeared was during the period of Montenegro Mountains Rebellion before the demise of the Emerald Kingdom. All kinds of evil sects had emerged. This meant that other than the 7 gods, some other ambitious non-orthodox gods were also about to start intervening in the war of faith. It is getting messy, Levi pondered. He had to quickly finish exploring the small plain where the ancient Saint Empire was located. With the divine weapon, he should be able to unify the 3 empires. He would move the Dusk Holy Temple into a small plain, and let the knights and the natives explore the plain together to make use of the resources. Levi would then be able to sit on the sidelines of a small plain and watch the fierce battles between the monsters and gods. On the other hand, he was doing his own thing and farming happily. Occasionally, he would go out to pick up scraps and reap the benefits. It would be wonderful. On the other side, in Flower City, life was peaceful. Levi left after giving Andrew some instructions. In the outer sea region, Levi's figure descended on the deserted island that connected to the ancient saint plane. Sensing its master's aura, a pile of rocks suddenly took shape, forming Bogang's figure. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. With Bogang guarding this place, Levi felt very relieved. He stepped into the altar and disappeared. When he appeared, he was already in the dilapidated temple. Everything seemed to be no different from when he left. Black Stripe City. Chapter 818. The old lizard Cain became even older. Sleep claimed him throughout the day. The battle report lay before him, filled with grim tidings. Years ago, the new ancient saint empire emerged, and the various city-states ceased their fighting to recuperate under the will of the ruler, ancient sage Skybreaking. Yet, the respite proved brief. The Wind God Empire from the Intis Mountains in the north, and the Mosasaurus Empire from the South Sea launched their assault. Ancient sage Skybreaking possessed great power, but the two rulers of the empires, Golden Feathers King and Vast Sea King, proved too much. Almost every member of the feathered people possessed the ability to fly, granting them the advantage in the sky. Under their full attack, the ancient saint empire suffered repeated defeats, losing one city after another. The new empire reeled from the heavy blow. 2 ancient saints died in the face of this sudden war. The title of ancient saint stood as a synonym for power, yet death claimed them all the same. Old Cain longed to kill the enemy, but his aged body limited him to simple paperwork in the city lord manner. He understood that the ancient saint empire would not regain its former glory before his end. The initial ancient saint he caught a glimpse of had vanished for 7 years. Perhaps the situation would differ if he remained. Monka shouted, "Old Cain, what are you waiting for? Quickly pack your things and prepare to retreat. The feathered people army approaches." "Yes, Lord," Old Cain sighed. The dream of unifying the ancient saints remained just that, a dream. All for nothing. Not long after, a black army attacked the distant horizon of Black Stripe City, appearing like a flock of birds. They were feathered people. The leader possessed a bird beak and eyes as sharp as an eagle. His name was Ito, a member of the Crimson Falcon tribe. He moved with lightning speed, possessing strength equivalent to an ancient serpent expert of the ancient saint empire. Behind him, feathered people flapped their wings. They maintained a strong vision, locking onto prey underground from 10,000 meters in the air. Their bird claws clutched various weapons, mostly arrows. The feathered people arrive, Monka announced, his voice carrying across Blackline City. "Hide in the bomb shelter and prepare to face the enemy." Monka stood proudly on the city tower. His strong body braced for the fight. He gripped his greatsword as the power of flame blood boiled within him. If he could not run, he would fight. The feathered people army passed overhead like locusts. Huge rocks, stone spears, and sharp arrows fell from the sky like rain. Each projectile accelerated, infused with a mysterious power capable of piercing the hard scales of the lizardmen from the ancient saint empire. To the feathered people, lizardmen creatures appeared primitive, backward, and antique. Only the feathered people, free as the wind, represented the evolution of life. Blackline City endured the airdrop attack, resembling a meteor shower. Houses collapsed. Many lizardmen failed to reach the bomb shelter in time and perished on the spot. Only the lizard-level and snake-level experts survived the rain of projectiles, relying on their powerful physiques and combat techniques. "Old fogies, why do you not surrender?" Ito hovered in the sky, sneering at Monka. A sharp whoosh cut through the air. An arrow flew, but Ito dodged it with ease. "Your arrows move too slowly," Ito said with a haughty air. Crimson feathers emerged on his body, emitting a metallic luster. "The will of the King of Wind." He chanted an incantation. The red feathers burned, transforming into flaming arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Metal clashed against metal around Monka. Monka cried out in pain. He blocked with his greatsword, but an arrow pierced his leg. He pulled out the arrow, staring at the hideous wound. He flicked his snake tongue and smiled with a sinister air. "If the initial ancient saint still walked among us, would you dare to be so impudent?" "As expected, your ancient saint empire consists of old antiques immersed in the glory of the past," Ito mocked. "They do not know that the era improves and the feathered people arrive according to the destiny of the era. We are the protagonists of this time. As for you, you rely on the old-fashioned initial ancient saint as a deterrent. Where did he go? After so many years, the ancient saint empire lies riddled with holes. Why did he not save you? This is all your wishful thinking. They consist of nothing more than mutated monsters," Monka retorted with disdain. "Your ancestor once belonged to the ancient saint empire and crawled just like us. He forgot his roots after gaining power. There is no point in saying more. Witness the end." Ito waved his hand. The hovering feathered people army launched their second wave of attacks. The soldiers of Blackline City fired their arrows, but the feathers appeared to form some kind of array. Strong winds swept through the world. Not a single arrow struck the feathers. "Ha ha ha." Ito swooped down, transforming into a red phantom that circled Monka. Attacks like wind blades rained down. Monka struggled to deal with them and soon fell into a disadvantage. Blood blades cut into his body, bringing intense pain. Chapter 819. "Do you only know how to tickle me?" Monka growled. He slashed out with his sword. Scorching airflow caught Ito, who flashed past. Ito reeled back. A searing pain shot through his chest. He cried out. A hideous wound tore open his flesh, bleeding profusely. He downed a potion. Blurry green light enveloped the wound. Ito's face turned ashen. His feathers stood on end. I was careless and let you succeed, Ito spat. He distanced himself from Monka quickly. He used his long-range advantage to launch feather arrows and wind blades. Monka fought like a bull, but brute force meant little against Ito's aerial tactics. He felt aggrieved. The birdman's long-range attacks carved deeper lines into his hide. Die, Monka roared. He dropped his defenses. City Lord, retreat, Old Kane's voice echoed from the bomb shelter. Desperation filled the eyes of the ordinary lizardmen huddled in the bomb shelter. Their powerful City Lord, an ancient serpent-level powerhouse, had no answer to the feathered people army. The lizardman's future hung in the balance. Monka attacked with a desperate frenzy. More wounds opened across his body. Blood flowed freely. He teetered, looking ready to collapse at any moment. He panted heavily. Dizziness washed over him as he stood rooted to the ground. A red figure rushed toward him from afar. The form looked like Lord Nameless, the ancient saint. Am I dying? He wondered. Is this a hallucination? The ancient saint claimed ancient saint Nameless, suspected to be the initial ancient saint, was already dead. Ito flew at high speed, sneering at the stunned Monka. Hundreds of years ago, a god provided guidance to the feathered people in the ancient ruins. They had mastered many divine spells and medicine. After 100 years of hibernation and development, the feathered people's strength far surpassed these backward lizardmen. Too weak, Ito shouted. Can you keep up with my speed? Ito's laughter echoed between heaven and earth, carried on a strong wind. Noisy, a voice cut through the air. A large hand covered in red scales flashed before Ito, grabbing his neck. Ito's pupils dilated. Suffocation gripped his throat. He looked at the lizardman wrapped in red flames with horror. The stranger spat out a golden snake tongue, staring at him like a bug. Emotion remained absent from the lizardman's gaze. The lizardman held him tight. Ito could not move. Feather explosion, Ito shrieked. The feathers on his body trembled. They gathered together, forming a torrent of arrows that blasted toward the lizardman. Crackle. The sounds of metal colliding filled the air. Ito's steel feather blades lay damaged and shattered on the ground. The lizardman stood unscathed. The featherless Ito stared in terror. This stood as an ancient saint. The problem remained. The Hellfire ancient saint suffered serious injuries and lived in seclusion. Logically, no ancient saints remained within the fire lizard race. Wait. Those old antiques claimed the initial ancient saint lived in seclusion rather than dying. Could it be real? Could the person before him truly be an initial ancient saint? Those feathered people saw their boss captured and immediately attacked. Levi grabbed the featherless birdman with one hand. He focused his intent. A mini-flame divine dragon roared, appearing from his fingertips. It left his hand, growing in the wind as it rushed into the sky. The feathered people burnt to death one by one before the fire dragon. The rest fled frantically. Explode, Levi whispered. The fire dragon detonated. Flames filled the sky, baptizing everything. Then, the sky cleared. The feathered people's noise died away completely. Ito stopped struggling. Horror filled him. This is the technique of a god, Ito breathed. Chapter 820. Black Stripe City sat under a heavy shroud. Inside the city lord's mansion, a fire lizardman with a powerful aura sat upon the high seat. Even Monka, the city lord, remained standing at the side. The crisis had passed. Old Kane stared at the initial ancient saint, excitement burning in his eyes. He must be an initial ancient saint, Kane told himself, the thought firm in his heart. He once asked this nameless ancient saint if he truly bore that title. The saint did not answer directly. He simply said every lizardman could become an initial ancient saint. Time and again, he salvaged the situation, yet he always departed quietly, shunning the spotlight. What magnanimity! What presence! If this was not the initial ancient saint, who else could possibly hold the title? He possessed the vision to lead the ancient saint empire to greater heights. This was true statesmanship. Levi learned the truth after interrogating Ito, the hairless birdman. The revelation aligned with his expectations. He had departed in a hurry, leaving the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire unaddressed. Uncertain of the strength of those two nations, he had not dared to attack. He had intended to let the ancient saint empire test the enemy's strength. From the looks of it, the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire stood on par with the ancient saint empire. However, Ito claimed that hundreds of years ago, the Golden Feathers King of the Wind God Empire received guidance from a god in the ancient ruins of the Indus Mountains. He had mastered powerful divine spells, and his strength had reached an unprecedented level. Levi hesitated. Clues suggested the ancient ruins belonged to a wizard who arrived during the ancient era. 300,000 years had passed since the ancient era, measured by the growth of the magic tree. After such vast ages, even a legendary wizard would have perished, unless he became a true immortal god, or mastered some arcane longevity spell. What, exactly, was the god of those ancient ruins? 7 days later, strong winds howled across a nameless peak within the ancient saint empire. Levi stood at the summit, hands clasped behind his back. A figure descended from the sky. Ancient sage Skybreaking arrived first. The #1 expert of the empire stood before him, riddled with injuries. A corner of his wing was missing, testament to the fierce battles he had survived. Skybreaking greets the First Lord, the ancient saint said, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head. Get up. You are seriously injured, Levi replied, his voice calm. I fought the Golden Feathers King some time ago. Skybreaking gestured at the sky, indignation coloring his voice. If he had not received guidance from a god, he might not have been my match. Everyone knew of his defeat. When the lizardmen of the ancient Saint Empire discovered their ruler could not defeat the Golden Feathers King, they felt dejected. Clearly, the people lacked faith in the Empire's future. Coupled with the flight of the Hellfire Ancient Saint after his battle with the White-Faced King, the Empire's morale suffered another blow. Currently, the Feathers revered the Golden Feathers King, for heavenly kings served under him, and all of them possessed the strength of top-notch ancient saints. The White-Faced King was one of them. There is no need to explain. A loss is a loss, Levi stated. You must win it back. In this world, regardless of method, only the outcome matters. Levi produced a vial. This healing medicine will help you. Thank you, First Lord, Ancient Sage Skybreaking said, his voice brimming with excitement. He had not expected the First Lord to care so deeply for him. In his opinion, seeing the First Lord after 7 years, the man's aura felt more terrifying than before. He must have achieved a greater breakthrough. How fares the popularization of the knowledge I left with you? Levi asked. Lord, I am searching for talented individuals to learn that knowledge, Skybreaking replied, his tone heavy. However, there are too few candidates. Furthermore, the knowledge is too profound and difficult to comprehend. Even Skybreaking felt he struggled to interpret the meditation arts, let alone the others. I sent people to collect those medicinal herbs, Skybreaking said, lowering his head. However, shortly after you left, the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire attacked. Due to the war, those efforts ceased. Just do your best. How many ancient saints remain in our ancient saint empire? Levi asked. Including me, there are only 10, Skybreaking said. And the status of the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire. The Wind God Empire hosts 7 ancient saints, Skybreaking replied. The Mosasaurus Empire holds 8. However, all the experts in the Wind God Empire can fly. We are at a severe disadvantage. I understand, Levi said. Levi stared into the distance. The research regarding blood chi wings required prioritization. Whether ancient saints or knights, if they could not solve the problem of flight, they held no standing to compete with wizards or feathered people. Following ancient sage Skybreaking, the other ancient saints arrived upon, hearing of their lord's return. First Lord, Snake Demon arrived late. Blackstone greets the First Lord. Levi scanned the assembly. The Hellfire Ancient Saint did not appear. That ancient saint had proven extremely obedient, disappearing after his severe injuries. 2 other ancient saints also failed to arrive. Years ago, those 2 had spread the fake news regarding the death of the initial ancient saint. Chapter 821. It looks like those 2 have already betrayed the ancient saint empire and joined the Wind God Empire. Ancient Saint Skybreaking's heart turned cold. Killing intent radiated from his face. Originally, there were only 10 ancient saints left. Now, only 8 remained. The ancient saint empire had already declined to this extent. It was tragic. It is fine. We will settle the score in the future. Skybreaking, Snake Demon, the 8 of you ancient saints will consolidate the ancient saint empire's army and prepare to march into the Intis mountain range, Levi ordered. Lord, are we going to start a decisive battle with the other party? They have obtained the means of the gods, Skybreaking asked, his voice trembling slightly. What godly technique? It is all a lie. If there indeed was a godly technique, how could you guys have survived until now? Levi smiled. Yes, Lord. I will do it now, Skybreaking replied, bowing his head. Levi watched the ancient saints drift away. He sat on the peak of the mountain and felt the wind howl from above. With a thought, the bloodline power in his body, the blood chi, began to surge. How should I turn blood chi into wings? Levi had not given much thought to how to fly previously. He was a wizard to begin with, and the scarlet dragon breathing technique already granted flight, so he had no reason to worry. However, the predicament of the Twilight Knights and the ancient saint empire made him realize that flying ability was not something to be taken for granted. He felt the rhythm of the wind. Using his bloodline dharma body, he manipulated his blood chi with spiritual force. He formed a pair of blood-colored thin wings on his back. Riding the wind, he rose from the ground and soared into the sky. When cultivating the bloodline dharma body to my realm, I can rely on my powerful spiritual force to form a complicated blood chi avatar. It is not difficult to form blood wings, but the threshold of this technique is relatively high, and it is not universal. Levi shook his head. He rejected this plan. His goal was to let knights who reached a certain realm condense their blood chi into wings and achieve flight, regardless of whether they cultivated the bloodline dharma body, or whether the breathing technique itself supported flight. He wanted this to be like the battle or wings of his previous life, a symbolic ability of a certain realm. The principle of flying for low-level wizards involves relying on spells. They use spell power to condense into wings similar to birds. They stir the airflow, and then achieve a long-distance glide. Intermediate wizards use more exquisite and complicated flying spells to directly fly through the air. They are faster and more flexible. As for high-level wizards, they possess a primordial soul and achieve a qualitative change in their life level. Their bodies are no longer made of human flesh and blood, but of elemental particles. Flying becomes as easy as eating and drinking. They can even escape into the void and pass through it. It is already a method used by immortals in his previous life. How can a knight's body fly? On the peak of this mountain, Levi began to truly comprehend the mysteries of blood chi while cultivating. Due to the proficiency panel, he had often missed the fundamental reasons for his previous cultivation. This time, he tried to let himself truly and thoroughly understand all of it. He took advantage of this time to study the blood chi wings technique, revising and thinking about the mysteries of his night cultivation. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1102, Month of Germinal. Year 71 of the Great Expedition. Endless Sea. On an island in the inner sea region, a simple shelter housed an array running automatically. A cup of tea, intended to calm the mind, sat on a table. It was still warm. Scarlet words were carved into the wall. It is here again. Goodbye, Lord Elena. Goodbye, Rose. Goodbye, Endless Sea. On the floor lay an empty white cocoon. In another strange world where red and black intertwined like a nightmare, lava flowed through the cracks in the sky. The earth was pitch black. Strange giant flesh trees formed an endless primitive forest. In the middle of the forest, in an underground cave, another white cocoon cracked. The face of the whitewater witch emerged. She jolted awake. Her eyes snapped open to the world. In the pitch-black cave, she cast an illumination spell. She felt a surge of surprise as the spell took hold. We can cast spells. That is great, the whitewater witch whispered. She grasped a glimmer of hope. She turned around and found the familiar face of the extreme fire ancestral wizard. The body had turned into a dried corpse, appearing as if it had died there long ago. Extreme Fire? You are indeed here. She noticed Extreme Fire clutching an empty bottle of medicine in his dry palm. The hallucinatory potion, made in the Dreamland Steeple. Dreamland Steeple? Master seems to have mentioned this organization. The high-level school of dreams that disappeared overnight. The culprit must be the nightmare world. I seem to understand something, she muttered to herself. Then, she fumbled her way out of the cave and into the forest. She studied the sky through the dense forest. No sun or stars adorned the sky. Only fragmented red and black remained. She mustered her courage and used a flying spell to soar out of the forest. She entered the sky, determined to see the entirety of this world. As she flew, she recorded everything. If she could return to the wizard world, this knowledge might allow her master, Elena, to study the nightmare world better. She continued until she spotted a giant spider phantom. It possessed 8 legs and stood in the wilderness like a pillar supporting the sky. It stared at her like a god. Chapter 822. The air grew heavy, pressing against the whitewater witch. The giant spider possessed 8 exquisite pale white women's faces, and a strange smile twisted them. Why did you bring us here? What is your motive? The whitewater witch spoke into the void. Communication might be possible, and the attempt cost nothing. Wizards who traveled on planes claimed that language rarely acted as a barrier for high-level intelligent beings from different civilizations. The spider with 8 human faces offered no response. It stared at her in silence. The whitewater witch turned to flee. She flew for a long time. When she looked back, her heart plummeted. The distance between her and the giant spider remained unchanged. This must be an illusion, a trick like the one in the secret realm. Movement here is impossible. My dear, no one can escape the nightmare. It hides in the deepest part of your consciousness. Give up your unrealistic struggles. Throw yourself into the nightmare's embrace. You will become my envoy. Return to your clear blue world to reunite with your friends and family. Do not resist the nightmare, but accept it. The 8 female faces of the giant spider spoke in unison. A charming, magnetic female voice echoed from all directions, drowning the whitewater witch. The whitewater witch shook her head. She suppressed the fear in her chest and spoke firmly. If I am not wrong, the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard has become your envoy. That explains why the other version of him appeared in the 5-story wizard tower on the plain. She knew that the moment he became an envoy, he ceased to be himself. The real man died long ago in the nightmare world, passing away in his sleep in that underground cave. You used the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard as a medium to pollute and invade our world. You lured us with illusions and forced us to drink a potion that pulled us into the nightmare world. You feared partners entering the secret realm, so you separated us to carry out your plan. In the secret realm, you pulled my husband, Lager Leo, to the nightmare world. He likely refused to become your envoy, so he died in the nightmare world shortly after. Now you have dragged me into this world, trying to use me as a medium to invade my reality again. From this perspective, you are a terrifying paper tiger. You use illusions and nightmares to torture the will and spirit of others. Your strength is nothing. If you invaded our world, death would await you. Perhaps true experts exist in your world, but you are not one of them. The whitewater witch recalled Levi's words. The best way to face a nightmare is to eliminate the fear in your heart and face the nightmare directly. During her time alone on the deserted island, she reflected on details of the secret realm. Entering the nightmare world and discovering the corpse of the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard, along with the potion bottle in its hand, confirmed her suspicions. Upon hearing these words, the giant spider fell silent. The strange smile on her 8 faces vanished, replaced by a twisted, crazy expression. Across the plains, monsters with beautiful women's heads rushed toward her. Foolish mortal, I will show you the power of a nightmare lord. Before the spider could finish, the body of the whitewater, which began to disintegrate inch by inch. When death truly arrives, fear seems to vanish. It is just a long and endless sleep. At least I can have a good dream in the future. Boom. The body of the whitewater witch exploded. A huge white daffodil shadow appeared, then dissipated. She turned into countless mists that filled the sky. She chose to face the nightmare through death. More terrifying than death is dying without knowing it. The distorted face of the woman became even more monstrous. A terrifying shout echoed across the wilderness. On an unknown plain, an ocean of bamboo stretched out. Boss, give me a bowl of bamboo leaf wine. A golden-haired swordswoman, wearing a wizard's robe, and carrying a long sword on her back, entered a small tavern built of bamboo. She seemed out of place. The owner of the tavern resembled a bearman. He was chubby and actually a little cute. He paused when he saw the female swordsman. "You are a foreigner who came to our world to travel, right? Are you a wizard? Looks like I am not the first wizard to come here." The blonde swordswoman drank the white wine. The taste differed from the brewing style of the wizard world. Indeed, legend has it that a long time ago, someone who called himself a wizard came to our land and interacted with the first holy emperor of our Panda Empire. Later, that wizard left. Oh, what is that wizard's name? It seems to be Sauron. The blonde swordswoman's heart skipped a beat. Lord Sauron has been here before. I thought I was the first wizard to discover this place. However, this place did not become a subordinate federation of the Wizard Council. It seems a little special. I wonder what Lord Sauron communicated to the first Holy Emperor. Chapter 823. Wizards generally operated on a simple principle. When they discovered a new plane ripe for conquest, they occupied it immediately. Before she could finish the bamboo leaf wine, the sound of combat erupted outside. Two bearmen dressed in hemp robes descended from the sky. They dodged and zigzagged through the bamboo forest while their swords clashed with a rhythmic ringing. The drinkers in the tavern hurried outside to watch the commotion, and the blonde swordswoman followed. One patron gestured wildly toward the canopy. "It is Baifeng Zhang and Nanchin Jian. These two experts are actually fighting here." The onlookers gasped in unison. The blonde swordswoman gathered from their whispers that these two were local celebrities. She watched the display, her interest piqued. They have not mastered spells. They are not primordial soul wizards. Yet, they mobilize the elemental power surrounding their bodies with every movement. How do they do it? Back in the wizard world, ordinary wizards relied on spell power within their bodies. They used their spiritual force to construct complex spell models. That spell power acted as the elemental strength required for casting. It functioned much like the magic power mentioned by spellcasters in other civilizations. Only a primordial soul wizard could truly use the primordial soul and its associated spells to mobilize the power of the elements on a large scale. Consequently, the power of primordial soul spells far exceeded middle-level spells. However, the natives of this world lacked raw strength and destructive power, yet they mobilized the surrounding elemental forces with ease. Although they only channeled a small amount, this remained unbelievable for any wizard. Baifeng laughed, landing on a bamboo stalk. "Nanchin, your sword is too slow." Nanchin parried and drifted back. "Baifeng, your palm is not as powerful as it used to be." The two experts stepped back and stood atop the bamboo forest with their hands behind their backs. They struck a pose reminiscent of legendary masters. The swordswoman stretched her muscles. She felt eager. The breathing techniques and sword skills buried deep in her memory stirred to life. She could not recall the last time she had used a breathing technique to fight. She watched the struggle. Eventually, the burly man who called himself Baifeng held a slight advantage. The other swordsmen had no choice but to retreat. The inhabitants of this world seemed friendly enough. They ceased fighting as soon as the outcome was decided. Baifeng landed lightly and stepped into the tavern. His gaze lingered on the swordswoman as he passed. Sunlight caught the swordswoman's golden wavy hair, making her look dazzling. Her face held a sharp, resolute beauty, though she did not lose her feminine grace. Her figure was well proportioned, her legs slender. Her robe had shifted into a set of light armor. A huge, exaggerated sword rested against her back. "I can feel the fighting spirit in your body. Foreigner, do you want to fight me too?" Baifeng asked calmly. The inhabitants of the Panda Empire were no strangers to humans. Humans had left many traces throughout the history of the empire. Occasionally, travelers would wander into these lands. "Yes," the blonde swordswoman replied calmly, her fighting spirit rising. "Tell me your name." "I, Baifeng, never spar with nameless people," Baifeng challenged. 100 flowers. 100 flowers. "I have never heard of it, but the powerful force in your body makes my chi boil. I accept your challenge. Then you have to be careful," 100 flowers warned. Boom. Two powerful auras clashed. The onlookers on both sides retreated to give them room. Strong winds blew as 100 flowers unsheathed the great sword from her back. Flower patterns adorned the steel. Baifeng pushed his palm forward. Dense chi condensed in his hand. 100 flowers sensed a strange resonance between Baifeng and the surrounding elemental power. "The transcendent path of this world should offer more inspiration for my knight's journey," she thought. "I have grown bored after cultivating as a wizard for so long. It is time to develop some new techniques. Perhaps when I return to the wizard world, I, Elena, will be the first person since ancient times to break the shackles of legendary status." Flowerfall dazzling space slash. 100 flowers shouted as she initiated the attack. On the other side, Baifeng smiled. He slapped his bare paw against his other hand, and his body shook. The surrounding elemental power surged and condensed on his palm. "Wind palm," Baifeng roared. Boom. Two completely different forces collided. Pieces of bamboo bent under the pressure of the shockwave. The onlookers retreated further still. "What a powerful human swordswoman. She can actually fight Master Baifeng," one watcher remarked. "That is right. Women are not inferior to men," another added. "It is said that Master Baifeng came out of seclusion because the legacy left behind by the spirits sect 1,000 years ago has appeared. Spirits are from the school of fire energy. When the Master of Energy descends, the winds and clouds will gather. When that happens, there will be a bloody storm." Boom. During the battle, vines and flowers suddenly extended from the long sword of 100 flowers and connected with her arm. Violent blood chi surged, and her aura sharpened. What a mystical technique, Bai Feng observed. It digs out the vitality power in the body, and seems to have the shadow of some ancient beast. However, to us, it remains an unorthodox technique. The Tao is natural. Myriad Qi originates from the section. This is the right path, Master Bai Feng said, pushing forward with both hands. 2 tornadoes, one black and one white, intertwined and formed a Taiji and Yang fish. Master, you are wrong. There is no such thing as a righteous path in this world, 100 flowers countered, and she slashed out. Chapter 824. 100 flowers explosive slash. The sword energy attack, formed by the 100 flower petals, tore through the sky. It rushed into the black and white tornado, tearing it apart. The attack maintained its momentum, stopping just inches in front of Master Bai Feng. Master Bai Feng held his position, his expression shifting slightly. I am impressed. If you used that magical sorcery, I might not last a single move, Bai Feng admitted. 100 flowers smiled. The citizens of this empire clearly possessed some knowledge of wizards. They showed no surprise. In truth, 100 flowers did not refuse to use spells. This world clearly held elemental power, yet the use of magic felt restricted. She suspected the connection lay with Sauron, the ancient celebrity, who had visited long ago. Interest in this place grew within her. Her expression changed abruptly. She flipped her hand, revealing a black token. A beautiful white daffodil lay carved into the surface. The daffodil sign cracked. White Narcissus is dead. 1 year had passed since Levi arrived at the ancient saint empire. During this year, ancient saint Skybreaking and the other ancient saints gathered all available forces to advance toward the Intis mountain range. Before they departed, the First Lord instructed the ancient saints to visit the mountain peak he frequented. When ancient saint Skybreaking arrived, the initial ancient saint lord had already departed. On the cliff face, Skybreaking discovered lizardman patterns and carved words. Ancient saint flight technique. Skybreaking studied the technique, comprehending it word by word. Half a day passed in silence. So that is how it works. No wonder the First Lord asked us to come here. He created a peerless flying technique for ancient saints. If Snake Demon and the others master the flying technique, my advantage disappears. If I destroyed this record silently, Lord Ancient Saint would never know. Skybreaking hesitated. Snake Demon and the others approached. He wrestled with the dilemma. Finally, Skybreaking surrendered the thought. He knew the First Lord tested his loyalty. How could he, Skybreaking, act as a person who complied on the surface while defying the rules in secret? He wanted to restore the glory of the ancient saint. Not long after, Snake Demon and his companions arrived at the mountain peak. They noticed the technique on the cliff and approached to investigate. They became immersed in the study immediately. This is a formula the initial ancient saint created for us ancient saints who cannot fly. It resembles the ancient saint formula he imparted back then. Snake Demon expressed his shock. Only the initial ancient saint could create such a technique. They believed Levi was the initial ancient saint now. Engrave the formula. We will learn it first. If we can fly, I will let those feathered monsters know the power of these crawlers. Ancient Saint Snake Demon smiled with a sinister air. For a time, the ancient saints sat together, comprehending the ancient saint flight technique in an orderly fashion. Levi sat high in the clouds, watching like a god. He remained hidden, observing the ancient saints cultivate the formula he created. The ancient saint flight technique served as the ancient saint version of the blood chi wings technique he designed for the Twilight Knights. I will experiment with the lizardmen first. If the results prove successful, I can allow the bloodthirst knights of the Twilight Knights to cultivate this blood chi wings technique. Levi did not intend to restrict cultivation only to those above the bloodthirst level. However, to generate the basic blood chi required to condense the blood wings, knights like the Black Knight and Dinos were necessary. Ordinary legendary knights, such as the Divine Light Knight, lacked the capacity for this cultivation. Even the Black Knight and his peers could only condense blood wings capable of short-distance flight, similar to a first circle flying spell. High quality and high quantity of blood chi were required for long-distance flight, similar to the blood source realm Levi inhabited. This blood chi wings technique stood as Levi's first creation, so it lacked perfection. It could not compare to wizard spells developed over vast ages. A few days later, Ancient Saint Skybreaking became the first to comprehend the Ancient Saint flight technique. To prevent his inability to fly after breaking his wings, he mastered this technique. I will condense my skybreaking power into skybreaking wings and take to the air. Skybreaking avoided using his natural wings. He felt unfamiliar with the power of skybreaking. Following the structure and operation of the Ancient Saint flight technique, his green power transformed into a large green wing with a wingspan of 5 meters. Amazing. The power of skybreaking works this way. Skybreaking leaped for joy and took flight. Levi observed quietly from the clouds. Ancient Saint Skybreaking possesses the best comprehension ability. He stands far stronger than the others. I originally thought he would destroy the stone wall. I did not expect him to resist the temptation. Perhaps I do not need to waste my scarlet contract on skybreaking for now. This young man displays high awareness, Levi muttered to himself. Half a month after skybreaking mastered the technique, Ancient Saint Snake Demon became the second to master the Ancient Saint flight technique. Cultivating the Ancient Saint realm required high comprehension abilities. Snake Demon stood as a peer to the legendary knights in the human world. Levi felt no worry regarding their ability to learn the technique. Chapter 825. In the next few months, Cyan Scale, Blackstone, Rock, and the other ancient saints mastered the ancient saint flight technique one after another. In the beginning, they were not familiar with it, but over time, they became increasingly adept. Although their ability could not compare to the feathered people who were born to fly, it presented no problem in battle. My idea of blood chi wings has succeeded. When I perfect this technique in the future, after bloodthirst, knights will also have the ability to fly. They will not be so passive when facing enemies who can fly. Levi felt a sense of accomplishment. This feeling differed from the experience of cultivating his liver. He had always been learning techniques created by others. Now, he could already create his own techniques. This felt completely different. When the ancient saints finished practicing their flying abilities, Ancient Saint Skybreaking led the army of crawlers towards the Intis Mountains under the secret instructions of Levi. Levi remained hiding behind the scenes, following them secretly. He did not worry about the so-called Golden Feathers King. He felt slightly afraid of the god hiding behind the Golden Feathers King. Therefore, he let the ancient saints test the strength of the enemy before making his next move. In the Intis Mountains, at the Golden Feathers Palace on the peak of the highest mountain, a tall and straight golden figure held an ancient bronze mirror, talking to himself. Mirror, mirror, I have followed your instructions and quickly taken down the ancient saint empire. However, that initial ancient saint has disappeared without a trace. He might have fled at the sight of the wind. The usually arrogant and domineering Golden Feathers King spoke with uncharacteristic respect. The magic mirror in front of him possessed a god who had lived for an unknown period of time. He had unintentionally discovered this magic mirror when he explored the ancient ruins of the Yintis Mountains. Precisely because of this magic mirror god, the strength of the feathered people increased to another level and suppressed the ancient saint empire. After the Golden Feathers King finished speaking, a voice sounded from the magic mirror. Well done. Why did you wake me up this time? This voice sounded high and mighty, as if it were a true god. Magic mirror god, I have already mastered all the divine arts you imparted to me previously. I want more divine arts to obtain greater power. This way, I can take down the ancient saint empire in one fell swoop, and then the Mosasaurus empire. It will be easier for me to work for you. The Golden Feathers King offered a flattering smile. Oh, your talent is not bad, but everything in the world must follow the principle of equal exchange. If you want divine arts, you must provide corresponding sacrifices. Powerful ferocious beasts, and ancient saints' souls can all serve as sacrifices. If you are willing to give me your soul, it is not impossible. The magic mirror hummed. Lord, you must be joking. I have almost killed all the ferocious beasts near the Intis Mountains. Why do you not give me the divine spell first? When my strength improves, I will naturally find more offerings for you. Golden Feathers smiled, though his eyes remained cold. The magic mirror remained silent. He waited for a long time, but the magic mirror offered no reaction. Golden Feathers placed the mirror in his ancient magic ring, cursing inwardly. Old thing, you can deceive the other feathered people, but you cannot deceive me. You are still playing tricks. Sooner or later, I will expose everything about you. He walked out of the hall as a messenger approached. Your Majesty, the army of the ancient saint empire has already arrived at the Intis mountain range, the messenger reported. What? I did not seek out these fools, but they took the initiative to come knocking on my door. They are simply courting death. In that case, I will satisfy them and completely bury the ancient saint empire. Someone, assemble the 4 heavenly kings and the other generals. Summon the eagle, falcon, condor, and owl divisions. Follow me. Not long after, the feathered people army that blotted out the sky flew up from the mountains and gathered together, flying towards the army of the ancient saint empire. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed, and the aura of war filled the air. The army of the ancient saint empire marched when they saw a black mass of troops attacking from the horizon ahead. Prepare the shield formation and arrow formation. Find cover and face the enemy, ancient saint Skybreaking shouted. In order to deal with the feathered people, they put in a lot of effort. The well-trained army stood ready to attack. Not long after, a golden gale formed between heaven and earth. The Golden Feathers King flapped his wings and stood proudly in the sky. Skybreaking, you are seeking death. Who gave you the courage? The Golden Feathers King smiled. Ancient Saint Skybreaking remained silent and responded to the enemy with a green slash. Die. As soon as they came into contact, the two armies began to fight. The White-Faced King, Red-Tailed King, and the other 4 heavenly kings and feathered people experts circled in the sky. Their long-range attacks caught the ancient saint army off guard. Haha, how can a low-level race that does not even know how to fly be our match? The White-Faced King shouted. In the next moment, a pair of black wings appeared behind the snake demon ancient saint. He leaped into the sky and launched a terrifying attack at the White-Faced King. How is this possible? When did you learn to fly? The White-Faced King retreated rapidly, overwhelmed by the powerful attacks of the snake demon ancient saint. Ha ha ha, I will pluck your feathers today. I will let you have a cheap mouth. The snake demon ancient saint let out a strange laugh. Chapter 826. The remaining ancient saints revealed their mystical abilities, surging into the sky to engage the feathered people. The avian warriors had not anticipated that the crawlers could master flight. Caught off guard, they reeled under the assault, unable to fight back. In terms of strength, defense, and physical might, the ancient saints held the advantage. Previously, The lack of terrain control left them vulnerable to the taunts, and hit, and run tactics of their airborne enemies. Now, standing on equal ground, the feathered people lacked the stamina to withstand their brute force. "So this is your confidence," the Golden Feathers King growled. His expression twisted. He began to chant a divine spell. "The will of the King of Wind, feather arrow." Plumes of feathers formed into jagged arrows, streaking toward Skybreaking. Skybreaking dodged the barrage, weaving through the air, but the Golden Feathers King remained elusive. A strange insect charged into the battlefield. It moved with blinding speed, its carapace invulnerable to blade or spear. The creature clamped onto a feathered person's head, crushing it in a spray of gore. Levi watched from the shadows. The battle had reached a deadlock, and he summoned Leon to break the stalemate. Leon had grown formidable within the secret realm. Levi seized the moment to test his creation's limits. Leon materialized above an ancient saint-level feathered expert. The creature plunged its stinger into the target, injecting venom, extracting the soul, and slurping it down like a feast. Still hungry, Leon shot toward another expert. "You are courting death," the expert shrieked. He had been locked in combat with the Scion-scale ancient saint, but the sudden assault from the insect disrupted his defense. The creature proved impossible to strike, bouncing away from every blow. Scion-scale ancient saint saw the opening and drove a killing blow through the distracted expert. The balance shattered. The Golden Feathers King stared at the insect in horror. The creature possessed a twisted, human face. What kind of deformed monster was this? "Hungry, hungry, hungry." The voice echoed like a death knell. Panic gripped the Golden Feathers King, and he scrambled to produce his magic mirror. "Magic mirror, save me." The mirror remained silent. The Golden Feathers King groaned as he fought off the pincer attack of the ancient saints. "Old thing, hurry up, I am going to die." He cursed at the unresponsive object. "Ha ha ha, Golden Feathers, are you stupid? You are shouting for help in front of a mirror. Is this mirror the god you serve?" Skybreaking laughed. Levi watched from the sidelines. The magic mirror sparked his interest. It felt like a piece of wizard apparatus. Perhaps the so-called god hid within the tool, acting as an artifact spirit similar to Tutton in the black snuff bottle. That would explain how it survived for so long. As long as the vessel remained intact and held enough energy, an artifact spirit could endure through the ages. Levi decided to act. He invoked his invisibility runes, creeping behind the Golden Feathers King. The king continued to curse the magic mirror, calling it a son of AB*TCH. The mirror had sat gathering dust in a relic until the king found it. Now that he faced disaster, it offered no aid. Ripples tore through the void. A large hand clamped onto the magic mirror. The Golden Feathers King reacted with desperate speed, clutching the mirror tight and refusing to relinquish his prize. A tall, mighty red-scaled lizardman materialized in the void. His expression remained unnervingly calm. "Let go. I will not." The Crimson Emperor Dragon roared, and the Crimson Dragon Slash manifested in his hand. Power surged into the blade, and a grayish-white airflow wreathed in flames descended from above. A sickening crack echoed. Before the king could react, his arm tumbled to the ground. Levi cast a series of sealing spells over the magic mirror and the severed arm. He wrapped them in the great black sky curtain and banished them into his ring. Sometimes it is time to let go, surrender or die. Levi stepped in front of the Golden Feathers King and struck. His palm shattered the king's defenses, sending him crashing into the mountain like a broken kite, shattering stone and soil upon impact. "This is the First Lord's strength." The ancient saints watched in awe. They had never witnessed Levi in combat, and some had harbored doubts. Watching his display, relief washed over them. They were glad they had not betrayed the ancient saint empire. The Golden Feathers King crawled from the mountain, battered and bleeding. He clutched his stump, his face pale with agony. "Are you the initial ancient saint?" Levi remained silent. He swung the Crimson Dragon Slash again. Destruction Sword Chi surged, and the Golden Feathers King's heart hammered in terror. "I surrender. Do not kill me. Crawlers and feathered people are one family. There is no distinction between high and low." "That is not what you said previously," Skybreaking sneered. "I was bewitched by that damn magic mirror," the king whispered. Levi executed those who refused to submit. The two ancient saint traitors were cut down without mercy. Brute force was the only deterrent that worked. Taking down the Wind God Empire proved easier than expected. In the 7 years since he left the ancient saint empire, he had evolved beyond his former limits. He left Skybreaking to clean up the battlefield and found a secluded spot. He inspected the magic mirror, an object of ancient craftsmanship. An incantation lay etched on its surface. "Mirror, mirror." Levi did not recite the words. He placed the mirror on the ground, raised the Crimson Dragon Slash, and aimed the Destruction Sword Chi at the glass, ready to shatter it. "Hey, what do you mean? Stop." A terrified voice shrieked from the mirror. The spirit within panicked. What was wrong with this lizardman? If he did not want to chant the incantation, he should just say so. Why try to kill it immediately? What kind of grudge did he hold? Chapter 827. Levi's sword aura hovered a foot away from the magic mirror. "I thought you lacked the ability to speak." The aura of destruction slowly vanished, and Levi retracted the Crimson Dragon Slash. "Why do you think that a mirror can speak?" The magic mirror pulsed. "We have no quarrel. I am an ordinary mirror. Why target me like this?" Levi scoffed. "You call a talking mirror an ordinary mirror? You are clearly the artifact spirit of a wizard tool. Do not compare me to those simple-minded lizardmen. I am not so easily fooled." He owned a similar wizard tool, the pot of equal value. It housed a low-level artifact spirit, Tutton. However, as his mastery increased, that tool lost its utility. He had long since surpassed the creator of that wizard tool in cultivation and knowledge. The magic mirror fell silent, retreating into itself to avoid answering. Sensing Levi's icy glare, it relented. I am not a wizard tool. I am simply a mirror. I do not even know what I am. How can I answer you? Levi narrowed his eyes. Are you not the god the Golden Feathers King mentioned? Did you not grant him those spells? The mirror muttered. He presumed I was a god. I never made such a claim. Levi reached out and picked it up. If you refuse to speak, you will rot in my storage space. He shoved the magic mirror into his bag and sealed it. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1102, month of harvest. 6 months passed. The ancient Saint Empire and the Wind God Empire underwent massive changes. The remnants of the Wind God Empire, unwilling to yield, crumbled beneath the irresistible force of the ancient Saint Empire's army. The entire Intis mountain range fell, becoming the Intis province, overseen by the ancient saint of the ancient Saint Empire. The Golden Feathers King, enslaved by the Scarlet Contract, served as Levi's shadow. Levi had extracted some usage methods for the magic mirror from the Golden Feathers King. The device operated on a nomological program akin to the principle of equal exchange. It required the sacrifice of powerful souls to bestow gifts. The Golden Feathers King had acquired meditation arts and spells through this method. He possessed a dual affinity for wind and fire, and after hundreds of years of exploration, he had truly advanced into the realm of a second circle wizard. Coupled with his innate abilities, his strength had surged. Levi stepped out of seclusion. Ancient Saint Skybreaking stood waiting. Master, the Mosasaurus Empire remains. When shall we strike? What word from the vast Sea King? Levi asked. He clings to the hope of a fluke, planning to resist. However, taking down the Mosasaurus Empire presents a challenge. They dwell in the deep sea. If they retreat, we have no recourse. Our strength wanes beneath the waves. Dismiss the Mosasaurus Empire for now. I shall meet the vast Sea King when time permits. Ancient Saint Skybreaking beamed. Lord, your personal intervention guarantees success. Skybreaking departed. Levi summoned the Golden Feathers King and flew toward the Intis mountain range. He sought the ancient ruins the king had uncovered. Since the Golden Feathers King had survived the expedition, Levi knew he could protect himself. The unification of the three empires neared completion. Afterward, he would determine if this world possessed borders. Levi had long wondered if this world held a planetary worldview, like his previous life, or a crypt-like structure, as legends suggested. During the journey, Levi experimented. Hunting ferocious beasts and enemies, he fed their souls to the magic mirror. He received low-level meditation arts and ancient spells. These techniques lagged behind the innovations of current wizardry, but they enriched his library, facilitating the creation of his second innate spell. Levi had hoped for more, but the mirror's utility remained limited. Perhaps the quality of the souls offered remained insufficient. Where are you going? The mirror piped up. To the place of your discovery. The mirror lapsed into silence. Wind howled through the snowy valley of the Intis mountain range. Levi and the Golden Feathers King descended. Master, this valley holds the ancient ruins, the king said. Levi nodded. He applied his knowledge as an array master, scanning the valley. Do you have anything to add? He asked the mirror. No, I seem to have lost many memories. As you stated, I am merely an artifact spirit. I do not even know my own genesis. It appears my existence serves only to be picked up by others, waiting for sacrifices in exchange for knowledge. The mirror's voice held a ring of truth. Chapter 828. Danger perception remained silent. Levi stood still for a moment, then strode toward the valley. The Golden Feathers King took the lead. Moments later, they arrived before the ancient ruins. Crumbled walls and weathered stones stood as markers of passing time. An ancient aura clung to the air, heavy with the weight of centuries. Master, we have arrived, the Golden Feathers King whispered. This style points to that ancient wizard, Levi murmured. He refrained from stepping inside immediately. That wizard possessed power that likely dwarfed his own. Still, danger perception offered no warning. Levi held the magic mirror in his palm and weighed his options. A pitch-black demon condensed from within his own body. Let us go. The copy of Levi, born from the toxic swarm, lacked true consciousness. It acted as an extension of his senses. He would explore the relic through the perspective of these creatures. A wizard relic demanded caution. The Golden Feathers King trailed behind the swarm as they stepped into the ruins. Peace reigned within the stone walls. Levi moved with heightened care, the memory of his last venture into a secret realm acting as a stern teacher. The relic occupied a small space. The Golden Feathers King led the way to the location of his discovery. An abandoned castle stood before them. Outside, a small garden choked with weeds surrounded the structure. They entered the main hall of the castle. A round stone table sat in the center. It looked ordinary, yet it remained perfectly intact. Lord, the magic mirror rested upon this table. It seemed special, so I took it, the Golden Feathers King explained. Levi scanned the room. Let us look elsewhere. Levi paced the castle once more, finding nothing else of note. He finished his exploration of the small ruins. It resembled the home of an ordinary Night Lord. No array exists here. No wizard tower. It is just an ordinary living space. The only thing of note remains that round table. It stands intact after all this time. The material must be special. Perhaps it can be used for weapon refinement. Many ancient ruins populate this world. Some harbor dangerous monsters and ancient entities. Those relics that hold ancient magic rings usually contain such threats. Yet, these ruins, discovered by accident by the Golden Feathers King, felt different. Levi sensed they were not ordinary. The talking magic mirror had been found here, after all. Levi confirmed nothing else of interest remained. He ordered the Golden Feathers King to lift the table. The stone weighed heavily. Even an ancient saint like the king struggled to hoist it. "Let us go," Levi said. He glanced at the relic one last time and turned to leave. They returned to the main hall of the Golden Feathers King. Levi observed the stone table. It measured 10 meters in diameter, a massive surface that could seat many for a meal. He placed his palm on the stone and rubbed the surface gently. A dry hacking sound broke the silence. The table coughed. Levi recoiled, watching the stone table with suspicion. A talking table? Levi wore a bewildered expression. It seemed an artifact spirit resided within the stone. Was this another wizard tool? "How long have I been asleep?" A voice echoed from the stone. "Who are you?" Levi asked. "I am the table." Atheros, when did you wake up?" An old man spoke from the stone. "Atheros? I am Atheros?" The magic mirror sounded confused, as if it did not know its own name. "That is right. Have you forgotten?" The stone table sounded suspicious. Levi felt his heart sink. "Atheros. This mirror bears the name of the Sky King among the 4 ancient kings. The Sky King is a mirror? Wait. Could the Sky King have been killed by the ancient wizard who entered this place? The wizard had turned him into a magic mirror and reduced him to an artifact spirit. Levi realized the truth. To kill the 4 messengers under the holy snake, the attacker must have possessed the power of a 9th circle wizard. That implied the ancient wizard was a 9th circle, or perhaps a legendary wizard. In ancient times, only a few legendary wizards existed. Among them, the one most likely to enter this place was the ancestor of wizards, Sauron. "Which one are you? Deuxis, Uranus, or Mobius?" Levi asked. "I am Mobius." "Young man, how do you know my name?" The stone table asked. "I have heard legends about you. What time is it now? Is Sauron still around?" "It is the 300,000th year since the end of the ancient age. As for Sauron, I do not know." Levi steadied his breathing and spoke calmly. "Even Sauron is gone. As expected, nothing resists the erosion of time. We, who have become artifact spirits, have survived until now." "Young man, I awakened because of the familiar dragon clan aura on your body," the stone table said. "My aura? That is right. You possess the bloodline aura of our gloomy lamp dragon. Although this aura has changed and differs from what I recall, I am certain the bloodline power in your body relates to the gloomy lamp dragon." Compared to Atheros, the stone table seemed to possess much greater knowledge. Chapter 829. The magic mirror pulsed as Atheros spoke. "No wonder. I can feel it too. He possesses my aura as well." Levi paused to organize his thoughts. "Mr. Table, you are the gloomy lamp dragon, Mobius. You are the magic mirror, Atheros. That means you should be the jade dragon, right?" The black snake was the gloomy lamp dragon. Confirmation settled in Levi's mind. Although the black snake had mutated into a golden snake, Mobius the gloomy lamp dragon recognized the familiar aura from the same source. "That is right. There are 2 other guys who are lost. They might be sleeping in some corner of this world." The round table creaked. "Did Sauron kill you?" Levi asked the question directly. He showed no concern for angering the spirits. They existed merely as voices within the stone table and the magic mirror. They lacked the power to harm him, or they would have struck long ago. Be it Atheros or Mobius, they dwarfed his power when they were alive. This is a sad story. In fact, it is not just us. Even the Chaos Ancient Serpent Lord we serve was killed by Sauron. He is too powerful. Of course, all of this is purely because we asked for it. The conceit and arrogance of our dragon race led to this outcome." The tone of the stone table filled with self-mockery. After hundreds of thousands of years of baptism, he accepted the fact. Thoughts of Sauron's god-slaying power caused his non-existent heart to palpitate. "However, it is also because our master underestimated the enemy," Atheros added. His memory recovered a little. "I do not understand why Sauron turned the 2 of you into a mirror and a stone table. Why did he not bring you with him?" Levi asked. "He used this plane as a testing ground. He used the crawlers to conduct an unprecedented experiment. It is useful to keep us here," the stone table stated. Levi suspected these crawlers and feathered people were the experimental products of that ancient wizard. The words of the stone table coincided with this suspicion. What he did not expect was that the ancient wizard was Sauron. What is Sauron's purpose in doing this experiment? Is it to explore the feasibility of the bloodline path like a knight? The ancient Saint Dharmic formulation was actually created by Sauron. Levi suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked calmly, "Are the 2 of you staying here forever? Or are you following me? I have had enough sleep. Bring me along. I am more useful than Atheros," said Mobius the stone table. "Bullshit, you are still so arrogant. I am the truth magic mirror. I contain a lot of knowledge left behind by Sauron." Atheros remembered everything at once. Levi knew Atheros faked it from the beginning. He did not lose his memory at all. He did not want to tell Levi the truth. He treated Levi as an ordinary lizardman. However, he did not expect the stone table Mobius to tell the truth. He stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. "If he is Atheros the truth magic mirror, then what are you?" "Sir Mobius, if you want me to take you away, I have to know your identity and your use, right?" Levi asked. "I am the Tea Time Round Table. Back then, Sauron used me to hold tea parties with other friends in the multidimensional plane to communicate regularly. Could it be that Atheros did not tell you?" Levi looked at Atheros. A hesitant voice came from the magic mirror. You did not ask me. And what are your other 2 brothers, Sir Mobius?" Levi asked. Excalibur Earlness and the Holy Grail of Immortality Deuxis, Mobius said. Thank you, Sir Mobius. Your honesty is admirable. That is because you are not an ordinary person. You have so many powerful Dragon Clan bloodlines in your body, yet you still stand here. If not for the bloodlines in your body, I would not have told you so much, Mobius said. He sensed that the nameless Dragon Clan bloodline in Levi's body was of such a high level that even he, a former pure-blooded dragon, raised his eyebrows. When Sauron left the four of them here, he said nothing, but Mobius knew Sauron wanted them to wait. Perhaps he wanted to wait for the final results of his experiment. Perhaps he wanted to wait for some existence. The person in front of them might be the outcome they waited for. Levi put away the stone table. He knew Sauron left these here on purpose. As for whether it was left for him, he did not know. However, it was impossible to leave such a good thing behind. Sauron turned the four ancient kings into four treasures: the Truth Magic Mirror, the Tea Time Round Table, Excalibur, and the Holy Grail of Immortality. He intended to leave these things to the most successful experimental subject. It might be the initial ancient saint, or it might be someone in the future. As for the Chaos Ancient Serpent, it should be the Holy Snake mentioned by the crawlers. The Holy Snake had fallen. Its god's remains were taken away by Sauron, or made into something. Chapter 830. Sauron was the ancestor of wizards, a fallen wise knight stigmatized by the church. Judging from his actions toward wizard civilization, he was not a selfish person. He possessed great intentions behind all of this. Perhaps he was opening up the path of a knight, or searching for transcendent paths for humans other than wizards. Levi let his mind wander through these guesses. He stood too far from Sauron's realm to comprehend the thoughts of an existence capable of killing a god. Upon returning to the Empire, Levi gestured to the Golden Feathers King. Golden Feathers, from today onward, lead a team of feathered people. Do not let any news of ancient ruins slip past you. Search for a sword-shaped treasure, a lamp-shaped treasure, and a magic mirror. These things might speak. Understood. The Golden Feathers King accepted the order, and gathered an army of feathered people to hunt for Levi's treasures. Excalibur, the Holy Grail of Immortality. Levi focused on the second item. The name suggested immortality, but obtaining it would likely not grant eternal life. If it did, Sauron would have been invincible. Perhaps immortality was not immortality. The distinction remained significant. Levi struggled to calm his racing thoughts. The magic mirror and the round table delivered a profound shock. He had clearly touched the deepest secrets of this plane. Could a powerful being like Sauron still live? The Chaos Ancient Serpent sounded like a formidable god, even more impressive than the Father of Plagues. Yet, Sauron killed such an existence hundreds of thousands of years ago. If Sauron still drew breath, his strength defied imagination. A flicker of narcissism touched his mind. Perhaps Sauron prepared these artifacts specifically for him. Could Sauron possess a powerful prophetic ability? Did he expect someone to arrive here hundreds of thousands of years later? Was this all arranged? Pondering this question pulled him toward the quagmire of fatalism. Levi shook his head and pushed the thought away. He would focus on the usage of the Tea Time Round Table and the Truth Magic Mirror instead. The magic mirror likely functioned as a knowledge storage tool. However, accessing the information required a price. The value of the knowledge dictated the cost. The Tea Time Round Table served as a prop for communication across the multidimensional plane. Levi took the round table from his bag and placed it in the hall. Good evening, Sir Mobius. A smile touched his face. Good evening, Sir Levi. How should I use you? At what cost? Levi asked. First, you must become the host and earn the qualifications to launch a tea party. Then, imprint the names of the members and a unique mark upon the round table. You may then send invitations. With your permission, members may also send invitations to you. Only 18 seats exist in the tea party excluding yours. This number remains fixed. Adding new members requires removing an old one. 18, Levi murmured. He envisioned using this round table to communicate with his core knights, effectively creating the 18 knights of the round table. Sauron held tea parties, but Levi would hold meetings. No matter where the future took him, he could coordinate with his knights, even across planes. Is there any use beyond communication? Levi asked. Of course. However, your current strength makes such utility difficult to achieve. Mobius spoke with a knowing tone. Levi smiled. I want to be the owner of the Tea Time Round Table. Do I possess the qualifications? A treasure of this magnitude would not recognize a master easily. Levi prepared himself for a long struggle. Yes, Mobius answered. I have said before that you are special. Furthermore, we have waited here for hundreds of thousands of years. We encountered a group of stupid lizardmen. You, human, might be my last hope of leaving this place. Previously, a very smart lizardman obtained a great deal of knowledge from otherworldly. He passed that knowledge to the other crawlers to accelerate their evolution. He attempted to fuse the bloodlines of the 4 ancient dragons and walk the path of the Chaos Ancient Serpent Lord. Then he died. No lizardman can withstand the bloodlines of the 4 ancient dragons simultaneously. He was too arrogant. Mobius spoke with deep feeling. If you want to become the owner, imprint your spiritual mark upon the table and recite my name. Mobius instructed. Thank you, Sir Mobius. Levi felt no rush to claim ownership. He placed the round table into storage and withdrew the magic mirror, otherworldly, from another bag. He asked the mirror the same question, receiving a similar result. After reflecting for a few days, Levi finally imprinted his spiritual mark upon the round table. A tall stone chair materialized in the corner of the surface. Chapter 831. Levi sat upon the high-backed chair and drifted into a trance. He occupied a chamber within an ancient castle. Outside the stone walls, a massive black snake connected its head to its tail, surrounding the structure. A long candle burned within the giant snake's mouth. The giant snake rotated slowly around the ancient castle. Mobius' old voice filled the space. This is the venue of the tea party. It will map itself out according to your thoughts. A hall stood within the castle. The magnificent dome featured a hanging ceiling with candles that twinkled like stars. A simple, elegant round table occupied the center. Levi sat quietly on the high-backed chair that represented the host of the tea party. He observed everything with curiosity. With a single thought, his figure vanished from the ancient castle. On the long bench of the round table, he awoke slowly. He listened to Mobius' voice. When holding a tea party, choose a safe place. When you grow strong enough, you can refine the round table into your body, or place it in your wizard tower, or legendary demiplane. Thanks for the warning, Sir Mobius. You are welcome. Levi pondered the situation. He remembered the rolling crystal. He had used it to test the blood composition of the Twilight Knights, and had taken blood samples. This could serve as a mark to integrate into the tea time round table. Let us see what the vice commander of the Blood Knights is doing now. Levi merged the Blood Knight's mark into the stone table. A moment later, a chair, slightly lower than his high-backed seat, emerged on the stone table to his right. The name of the Blood Knight appeared upon it. In the Gaia kingdom of the human world, amidst forgotten ruins, the Blood Knight rode his red horse. He walked quietly along a deserted street. 30 years ago, this used to be a prosperous city. Under the night sky, unknown whispers drifted through the ruins. Faint green ghosts lurked in the shadows and spied on the Blood Knight. The wandering spirits that lingered in the human world boded ill. They belonged in the underworld, yet some force imprisoned them here. Without restraint, these entities would advance to become specters, or perhaps even more terrifying evil spirits. If a swarm of such spirits escaped to a human settlement and hid, a disaster would surely follow. These spirit bodies remained weak, and kept their distance from the Blood Knight. Most of the people in this city had perished in the flames of war and the plague. A gust of cold wind stirred the air. A beautiful woman appeared behind the Blood Knight out of thin air. She studied the Blood Knight with a gloomy gaze. Behind her, wandering spirits drifted forward and fused into her form. Damn Knight. Her body rolled and surged, as if countless worms wriggled beneath her skin. Her aura rivaled that of a legendary knight, and her speed defied belief. She let out an unpleasant shriek and charged toward the Blood Knight. Boom. The Blood Knight swung his sword. A light of blood chi severed the woman in half. Her body split open, and countless wandering spirits flew out, wailing. The Blood Knight watched as her form continued to melt, but his expression remained tight. The wandering spirits did not dissipate. They hid in the nearby ruins. Ghost clones. My guess was correct. A wizard from the School of Death set up an evil array here, preventing those wandering spirits from returning to the underworld. Many wizards of the School of Death used ghosts to refine wizard tools, create evil beings, or cultivate spells. This explained why most dark wizards hailed from the School of Death. Such magic caused little issue in the realm of the unbelievers, but in a fragile place like the human world, it threatened irreparable consequences. More wandering spirits and resentment remained locked in this ruined ancient city. They could not be expelled. They accumulated over time, and that might breed extremely terrifying evil spirits. Once such an entity emerged, the surrounding towns would suffer. The Blood Knight frowned and scanned the ruined city ahead. The sky hung heavy with resentment, and a terrifying existence hid somewhere within. He paused, sighed, and turned to leave. The depths of this place exceeded his initial expectations. He decided to mind his own business. To slay demons and uphold justice, one had to act within one's means. After years of experience, the Blood Knight had matured. He left the ruins and reached a large city. He found a small tavern for the night. An illusion of a castle kept flickering in his mind. Around the castle, a huge black snake with its head and tail connected seemed to coil. Faint calls drifted from the castle, making the Blood Knight unable to find calm. This had been one of the reasons he left the ruins early. Am I under the illusion of that wizard? Now that he felt safe, the Blood Knight sat on the bed and quieted his mind, listening carefully. Finally, a familiar voice cut through the confusion. Blood Knight, what are you doing? Commander. The Blood Knight wore a strange expression. His consciousness rushed into the high clouds, then plummeted downward. In the middle of a lush black forest, he saw an ancient castle. Outside the castle, a huge snake slowly squirmed, staring directly at the Blood Knight. Chapter 832. The Blood Knight pushed open the heavy wooden door of the castle. A familiar figure sat at the round table in the living room. Commander, what is going on? The Blood Knight backed away. He drew his sword, his eyes narrowing. Wait, this is an illusion. An evil spirit is attacking my mind. He slashed his blade at the figure of Levi. Levi did not resist. The sword passed through his body like smoke. It is not an illusion, Levi said, his smile tight. I pulled you here. I am Levi. The scene defied the Blood Knight's understanding. He sheathed his sword with a click of metal against leather. Come and sit here, Levi said, pointing at the empty chair beside the Blood Knight. The Blood Knight hesitated, then sat. This is the Twilight Round Table, Levi explained. It is a treasure that allows communication from afar. I am currently in a distant plane, not the human world. Your location is safe, I assume. Your consciousness is temporarily connected to this treasure, while your main body remains in place. Levi had changed the name from the Tea Time Round Table to the Twilight Round Table. This was his first time using the artifact, and he lacked familiarity with its full functions. I am safe for now, the Blood Knight said. Why is this treasure so magical? Commander, where are you? Levi looked up at the stone ceiling. I am in an alternate plane. We will meet again soon. Do not travel far in the human world during this period. Prepare to return to the Dusk Holy Temple. I am already planning to return, the Blood Knight replied. I found a site in the Gaia Kingdom. It is likely the territory of a wizard from the School of Death. He set up an array to imprison the souls of the dying. It breeds resentment, as if he is refining some terrifying monster. It has nothing to do with us, Levi said. Do not worry about it. The church will arrange for others to settle it. We have already done our duty. What do we need them for? I understand, the Blood Knight said with a nod. Before long, another figure stepped into the hall. Commander, Blood Knight. Am I dreaming? The Black Knight blinked, scanning the room. Looks like you are scared too, the Blood Knight said with a smile. Black Knight, take a seat, Levi commanded. The Black Knight walked to the chair inscribed with his name and sat down. After that, the Golden Lion Knight, Divine Light Knight, and Nighthawk entered the chamber. Are there so many people? Dinos exclaimed. He looked around the table. This was his first time seeing so many official members gathered together. He felt a surge of curiosity. Levi remained silent, letting the newcomers settle. 5 official members had arrived at the round table. Where is Teacher Emperor Mew? Dinos asked. He might be occupied, Levi said. Wait for him. Before you enter this place, ensure that you are in a safe location where no one will disturb you. Understood, the knights replied in unison. Seconds ticked by as the clock in the castle marked the passage of an hour. Emperor Mew walked in, his expression tired and puzzled. His armor was scuffed, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Emperor Mew, where are you? Levi asked. Commander, is that you? Where are we? Emperor Mew looked around the hall. This is Twilight Castle, where we meet, Levi explained. I kept hearing your voice, Emperor Mew said. I wondered if I was dreaming about you. Dinos stood up. Emperor Mew, I have also broken through the legendary barrier. Have a seat first, Levi said. He gestured for Emperor Mew to sit in his exclusive chair. Now that the 6 official members of our Twilight Knights are here, I know you might have doubts. I will explain everything soon. To put it simply, I obtained a treasure that pulls your consciousness into this place for face-to-face communication. However, before your consciousness enters, you must ensure you are in a safe place. Otherwise, you might be ambushed by enemies. Therefore, we will hold a round-table meeting once a year at a fixed time. At that time, everyone can set aside their tasks and come in to share their recent situation, as well as information related to our Twilight Knights. We can also discuss cultivation problems together. If there is an emergency, you can look for me. You just need to chant Mobius silently to contact me. There is such a magical treasure. Even in the wizard world, it is rare to see a communication wizard tool of this level, Emperor Mew said, clicking his tongue in wonder. Today is our first meeting, Levi said. It is mainly to bring everyone together and introduce you. Ever since the establishment of the Twilight Knights, we have been separated and rarely gathered. I will go first, Divine Light Knight Denise said. She smiled, her posture confident and generous. I seem to have joined last, so you are all my seniors. I am at the Blood Awakening realm now, and I am working hard to break the shackles. Please take care of me in the future. Let me add, the Blood Knight said with a smile. Denise is the princess of the current royal family of the Peacock Kingdom. I am just a princess of a mortal country, Denise said. To everyone, this is not worth mentioning. I am Dinos Jostar, Dinos said, looking at Denise. He had never seen a female legendary knight before. It felt completely different from the witches in the wizard world. I came back from the wizard world. I am the descendant of the Lionheart Knight. Hello, Sir Dinos, Denise said. Everyone knows the name of your ancestor, the Lionheart Knight. She felt that this organization was increasingly extraordinary. I did not expect to have a female knight, Emperor Mew said. I thought Elsa would be the first. Elsa, Goddess Knight Elsa, are you with her? Levi asked. Yes, I am in the realm of ice now, Emperor Mew replied. I followed the army to participate in the war to assist the School of Ice. I bumped into Elsa while carrying out a mission. I introduced the organization to her. She is waiting to pass your assessment. Why did you go there? I heard from the Jostar family that you went to Area 7 in the Inner Sea region. It is a long story, Emperor Mew said helplessly. I accidentally killed the disciple of a profligate wizard who was looking for trouble in Area 7. Who would have thought he was from a 5th Circle wizard family? I worried that I would be caught after the incident, so I ran to the realm of ice in advance. Commander, you really cannot blame me. That wizard was too much. I just broke through the legendary barrier, and my hands were itching again. I understand, Levi said. Just follow your heart, and do not cause trouble. However, you cannot be too afraid of trouble. When it is time to attack, attack. Only when your thoughts are clear can you move forward. By the way, what is the name of that wizard family? Thunder Dragon family, Emperor Mew replied. Levi fell silent. No wonder they were so close. Chapter 833. The other knights were dumbfounded as they listened to the conversation between Levi and Emperor Mew. The Black Knight shifted in his chair. He possessed the reckless nature of the musk bull found in his breathing technique. If a fight presented itself, he would never walk away. Commander, is this Thunder Dragon family very powerful? Why do we not meet this family another day? We are a newly established knight organization. The Thunder Dragon family is an old wizard family in the wizard world. They have a 5th Circle wizard guarding them. I prefer not to make enemies of them easily. Levi looked across the table. In truth, he remained a novice compared to the Thunder Dragon family. The family hailed from the lightning school of thought, a group famous for their lethality. Perhaps the lightning meditation art made their wizards irritable and unyielding. Most wizards Levi encountered usually belonged to the ocean faction. This was merely an instinct, with no scientific basis to back it up. Then, Emperor Mu, you can stay in the realm of ice. As for the goddess knight, you will take the assessment for me first. When you bring her back in the future, you can consider becoming an official member. You may tell her how to break through the shackles of the legendary, but you must make her sign a confidentiality agreement. Levi had no spatial passageway to the realm of ice. Moreover, he would not be able to find Emperor Mu even if he went there. He decided to let Emperor Mu train and cultivate there. As for the Thunder Dragon family, Emperor Mu would have to remain in hiding for the time being. All right, Commander. The goddess knight has a good character. You will know when you see her in the future. You will like her. Levi felt a little strange. He felt as though he had become Emperor Mu's parent. As for the 5 of you, try your best to stay on Dusk Island during this period. The situation in the human world is getting more complex. Our foundation is still shallow, so do not get too involved. Understood. We will return to Dusk Island now. In addition, I have a cultivation technique here, Blood Chi Wings. You can come and take a look. It is best if you can remember it in your mind. If you cannot, ask me for it when we meet in reality in the future. With your level, you should be able to cultivate this technique. The Divine Light Knight and Nighthog are still a little lacking. They should be able to break through the legendary shackles. The techniques I am imparting to you are only limited to us official members. Levi placed the Blood Chi Wings technique on the round table in front of him. It seemed that as long as an object was not in the storage space carried by the members of the round table, it could be projected into the ancient castle through the table. All right, I have already memorized it. I will go back and give it a try. The Blood Knight was a member of the Blood Clan, so he had the ability to fly. However, he did not like being a member of the Blood Clan, and rarely revealed his true form. Other than that, the Maya breathing technique and the Blood Beast breathing technique that the Blood Knight cultivated could also allow flight after reaching a certain realm. However, according to Levi's suggestion, the only Blood Knight who could break through the shackles of legendary was the Maya breathing technique. As for the Blood Beast, he had stopped cultivating it, mainly because he was worried about being affected by the evil god, the Blood River. After all, the Blood Knight did not have a proficiency panel that could fuse and mutate the Blood Beast breathing technique. Such an exquisite method. It is a pity that with my current blood chi, I cannot do all of this. The Divine Light Knight sighed after reading the technique. She also yearned to step into the bloodthirst realm. After all, flying was a long-cherished dream of humans. When everyone remained quiet, Levi stood up. Meeting adjourned. On this day, the first round table meeting of the Dusk Knights ended perfectly. Levi awoke at the Twilight round table. Only an empty table remained in front of him. What a magical method. Sir Mobius, thank you very much. You are welcome. That is why I exist. In a shelter in the realm of ice, Emperor Mu opened his eyes and walked out of his room. Outside, snow blanketed the mountain, and the wind and snow raged. A beautiful female knight wore thin clothes and practiced her sword skills. Elsa, I have contacted the commander. You will be a trainee member of the organization. I will take the test for you. I will also teach you how to break through the shackles of legendary. You can make a contract and swear not to leak it. Whether you can break through the shackles of legendary and take a new step will depend on your ability. Elsa's face turned slightly red with excitement. She took a deep breath. I am ready, Your Excellency Emperor Mu. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1103, Month of Beginning. The 72nd year of the Great Expedition. The Golden Feathers King and his subordinates were still searching for the other 2 treasures for Levi. There were no results yet. One day, Levi awoke from his meditative state. 140 points of spiritual force. In Levi's mind, the gas magic ring spun slowly, and all kinds of spell models orbited around it like satellites. The heavy water barrier is also at the maximum of level 9. Its defense has already reached the highest limit of this spell. Levi gathered his focus. A barrier surrounded by black heavy water protected him in the center. The defensive power of this barrier exceeded most third circle defensive spells. Chapter 834. Following Levi's test, the protective force field withstood the assault. Offensive spells with attack power below 30 Ka required several consecutive strikes to shatter the shield. Few third circle spells possessed attack power exceeding 30 Ka. Levi effectively stood invincible against average third circle wizards, provided he relied on the perfect heavy water barrier, even without his knightly skills. The Thunder Snake spell approached level 9. Cultivating innate spells proved much slower than standard spells. The Divine Tower rotated at the center of the magic ring. It housed the innate spell model for the Fire Dragon Tribulation on its first floor. Usually, talent spell models branded themselves around the gas magic ring. Levi possessed the Divine Tower, so he imprinted the talent spell model directly onto it. This made usage more convenient, and the output proved slightly stronger. Since stepping into the third circle, his mental strength had grown by 40 points. However, the Divine Tower remained unchanged, as the key continued to be that fragment of the soul artifact. Levi needed to continue researching the purification elixir. One saint fruit stumped him. He had gathered all other ingredients. Regarding the 3 arts of wizardry, his pharmacy stood at the third circle senior level. Array and weapon refinement remained at level 5, the peak of the second circle. Levi required an opportunity to break through. He sought to personally refine a third circle wizard tool, alchemical creatures, or a third circle array. He lacked the blueprints for these items. The Book of Cipher contained only the first volume. The location of the remaining volumes remained a mystery. Levi wondered if otherworldly possessed array blueprints. He withdrew the truth magic mirror to investigate. Otherworldly, do you possess blueprints for arrays or alchemical creatures? Levi asked. Levi wanted to modify Tyrant 2 and advance his weapon refinement skill. What are alchemical creatures? Otherworldly replied. Forget I asked, Levi muttered. He realized Otherworldly was an ancient relic. The school of alchemy likely did not exist in that era. However, there are some arrays, but not many, Otherworldly added. Which array blueprints do you have? Levi asked, his heart skipping a beat. Lines of characters appeared on the surface of the truth magic mirror. Sauron had originally designed Otherworldly as a vessel for the inheritance of knowledge. Descendants could obtain knowledge if they paid the corresponding price. After Mobius, the Round Table, recognized Levi as its master, the magic mirror submitted to him, unlocking many functions. Eye of Green Flames, a second circle attack array. See Emperor's Protection, a third circle defensive array. The Glory of the Four Kings, a third circle comprehensive array. Hundreds of arrays appeared, ranging from low level to high level. Levi felt overjoyed. As the unification of the ancient Saint Plane neared its end, he planned to build his base here. This required a shelter array. The entrance to the ancient Saint Plane also required a high-level array to protect and conceal it from discovery. What price must I pay for the Glory of the Four Kings? Levi asked. Ordinary knowledge and low-level knowledge can be exchanged with soul power, Otherworldly replied. This maintains the daily operation of the magic mirror. The Glory of the Four Kings is special knowledge. You must provide knowledge of the same value. Levi retrieved the Book of Cipher. There are many low-level arrays recorded here. They should suffice to exchange for this array. Yes, Otherworldly agreed. As long as it is valuable transcendent knowledge that does not exist in the knowledge base of the magic mirror, it acts as a bargaining chip. As the holder of the magic mirror, you only need to record the knowledge in your memory. The magic mirror will determine the value and decide if you want to trade. Levi began to record the array blueprints from the Book of Cipher into the Truth Magic Mirror. After recording 13 first circle array blueprints, the Truth Magic Mirror confirmed the transaction. A rush of information flooded into the mind of Levi. It was the array blueprint of the Glory of the Four Kings. The knowledge Levi recorded appeared in the array knowledge base of the Truth Magic Mirror. Levi realized the potential. The magic mirror could serve as the knowledge management system for the Dusk Holy Temple. It could gather all knowledge among members through equivalent exchange. This would expand the library of the mirror indefinitely. Many large wizard organizations utilized such systems, usually held by a special wizard tool. Members paid a corresponding price, such as merit points in Riptide City, to obtain knowledge of equal value. Chapter 835. Levi tapped the surface of the glass. How do you set these prices? Are there any unified standards, such as ether stones? As the owner of the Truth Magic Mirror, you can perfect the knowledge management system of the magic mirror, provided it does not violate the principle of equal exchange. However, some knowledge is very difficult to measure with ether stones, Otherworldly replied. I understand. This principle of equal exchange served as a hard standard. It was the first rule Sauron established when creating this wizard tool. Even Levi, as the owner, could not obtain knowledge for free. If other people want to exchange knowledge from you, what do they need to do? Levi asked. First, they need to obtain your authorization authority, Otherworldly explained. Then, they must recite the incantation, mirror, mirror, silently. Finally, they must pay the corresponding price, and they can obtain knowledge. Understood. Levi made a mental note to share this incantation with the official members during the next meeting. If they encountered new knowledge they could not use, they could exchange it for something useful from the Truth Magic Mirror. Levi could also transmit his own techniques, such as Blood Chi Wings and the introduction to the Bloodline Dharma Body, into the knowledge base of the Truth Magic Mirror for others to obtain at a price. This could form a virtuous cycle, utilizing collective power and wisdom. Levi put away the magic mirror, his excitement growing regarding Excalibur and the Holy Grail of Immortality. The Glory of the Four Kings, which he had acquired, belonged to the type of large-scale array built for markets or wizard organizations. It required a significant amount of materials. Moreover, this was an ancient array. As time passed, the required materials might have disappeared or been replaced by new substitutes. Levi decided to ask the ancient Saint Empire to send people to search this small plane. He also planned to look for substitutes within the witch families when he returned to the wizard world. Regardless of the outcome, he would attempt it. This array stood as an extremely powerful and special configuration among the third circle arrays, and it was not much inferior to a fourth circle array. Once completed, he would not need to upgrade it for a long time. It consisted of the combination of 4 third circle arrays, King of Earth, King of Fire, King of Wind, and Glory of the King of Water. Therefore, the array possessed 4 forms. The King of Fire provided a killing attack that could release up to 99 third circle burning faction spells simultaneously. Even a fourth circle wizard would risk death if they failed to escape quickly, let alone a third circle wizard. The King of Wind mainly attacked with wind blades. It complemented the King of Fire perfectly. The King of Water and the King of Earth focused on defense and control. Overall, this array provided both offense and defense. It was potent. If refined successfully, it would serve as the perfect protective array for the Dusk Holy Temple. The only hurdle was the scarcity of materials. Next, I will go meet that person in the sea. If I do not resolve it, it will always be a hidden danger. Levi summoned ancient Saint Skybreaking. Lead the way, he commanded. They took to the air, flying toward the South Sea. A few days later, Levi and Skybreaking arrived at the seaside. Lord, the territory of the Mosasaurus Empire is just ahead, ancient Saint Skybreaking said. Let us go and take a look. Levi stepped forward, his senses scanning the environment. A wave suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. Upon the crest of the water, a lizardman with an indigo body, webbed fingers, and scales appeared. He gripped a bone fork and shouted, "This is the territory of the Mosasaurus Empire. Invaders, if you go any further, the great vast sea king will tear you into pieces." This lizardman was a sea crawler. He had transformed from an ordinary lizardman. Like the sea clan of the Endless Sea, sea crawlers had adapted to the marine environment. Yet they could still live on land for a period. Go and call the vast sea king out. You are just an unknown person. You do not have the right to talk to us, ancient Saint Skybreaking stated. The dignity of an ancient saint surged toward the lizardman. The lizardman paled, his expression shifting to fear. Just you wait, he spat. He dejectedly crawled back into the sea. In the depths of the ocean, a city stood firm. This was Blue Sea City, the capital of the Mosasaurus Empire, ruled by the vast sea king. A tall, blue-scaled lizardman, with a crown on his head lounged in the palace, surrounded by a group of lizard women. The lizard women wailed, clearly unable to withstand his demands. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The experts of the ancient Saint Empire are here, a guard called from outside the hall. The vast sea king stopped his games, his gaze turning cold. Which ancient saint is it? Ancient Saint Skybreaking seems to have a fire lizardman with him. I wonder if it is the Hellfire Ancient Saint. The vast sea king stiffened. A pitch-black, simple, and ordinary-looking sword appeared in his hand. Come, follow me to take a look, the vast sea king roared. His voice rumbled like thunder. Shortly after, the other ancient saint experts of Blue Sea City rushed to his side. Your Majesty, they probably want us to surrender, one ancient saint said, his expression grim. They had heard rumors that the Wind God Empire had fallen. During this period, these ancient saints had lived in a constant state of panic, terrified that the invaders would find them. What is there to be afraid of? With His Majesty around, we do not have to worry, another ancient saint chimed in. Chapter 836. The vast sea king remained silent. If he could not beat the other party, he would simply hide under the sea. At the bottom of the ocean, his strength would display fully, while his opponent would suffer suppression. The ancient saint army could not come to the sea to attack. That was why he felt so fearless. Not long after, the vast sea king watched the two figures hover upon the water. Two people dare to come to our Mosasaurus Empire. You two appear very confident in your strength. Before the vast sea king could finish his boast, the fire lizard ancient saint slashed out with his sword. A crimson dragon roared. Grayish-white sword energy, wrapped in flames, roasted the sea, and white smoke billowed upward. Boom. The surface exploded. The vast sea king flew backward. The blade severed one of his arms. He endured the agony as his bloody arm landed in the hand of the fire lizard ancient saint. The sword in his own hand tumbled away. The vast sea king gritted his teeth. Are you truly the initial ancient saint? Since ancient times, only the initial ancient saint could defeat him so easily. Be it ancient Saint Skybreaking or the Golden Feathers King, they were on par with him. In the sea, he held the advantage. However, the vast sea king realized that hiding in the depths would prove useless against the lizardman before him. Levi sheathed his blade. That is right. I am the initial ancient saint. The Southern Sea has been an inseparable part of the ancient Saint Empire since ancient times. I am here to recover the lost land. The initial ancient saint was dead, and no evidence remained to contradict him. He stood tall, unafraid. Ancient Saint Skybreaking moved closer. Vast Sea King, do not take any chances. The entire world is the territory of the ancient Saint Empire. Return to the embrace of the ancient Saint Empire. Only then can we restore the glory of the crawlers. Levi incinerated the severed arm of the Vast Sea King, then gripped the pitch-black, ancient sword to examine it. Levi touched the cold steel. Mobius, is this Excalibur Earlness? Yes, that is him. Mobius' voice resonated inside Levi's mind. Levi sighed. After searching high and low, I found it without much effort. It is no wonder the Golden Feathers King could not find it even after searching the relics of the entire continent. It had been brought to the sea. He felt relieved. Had he not come for the Vast Sea King, Golden Feathers, and the others might not have located Excalibur for another 10 years. Levi looked at the sword. The sword in your hand is one of the 4 national treasures that I lost. Now that I have taken it, it returns to its rightful owner. The Vast Sea King looked down. If you say so. His mind seethed with fury, yet he dared not speak. Whether this person was the initial ancient saint or not, his strength far exceeded his own. Levi pointed his blade. From now on, this is the Southern Sea Province, under the jurisdiction of the ancient Saint Empire. Continue to be your king in the sea. I only need you to do 3 things. Firstly, from now on, do not attack the land. Secondly, pay enough rare ferocious beasts, plants, and mineral resources in the sea every year as taxes. Thirdly, mobilize the power of the Mosasaurus province to find another national treasure for me. That treasure is in the style of the Holy Grail, and might be able to speak. As long as you can do these few things, your life will be safe. Otherwise, Levi unleashed his 5 dragons' might without reservation. The pressure suppressed the entire area, and the threat became clear. The Vast Sea King covered his wound, his head bowed. I will do as you say. I will never step foot on land again. Levi narrowed his eyes. You cannot swear like this. Swear on this sword, Excalibur. Anyone who violates this oath will be punished by the heavens and the earth. That is right. A voice sounded from the pitch-black sword. It emitted a king's might that made the vast Sea King shudder with fear. The vast Sea King looked at the sword in disbelief. You can speak. Are you not a sword? I am Excalibur Earlness. The vast Sea King choked on his words. Then why did you not say anything before? You have been with me for 200 years. You are not worthy of me speaking. I followed you like a pearl covered in dust. Now that I follow a wise lord, you do not have to talk to me anymore, Excalibur replied. Silence filled the air. The vast Sea King stood speechless. He had obtained this sword by killing an ancient saint in his early years. He saw nothing special about it, though the material was extremely hard and suitable for a weapon. He never expected this huge sword to speak human language. It had been with him for 200 years without a single word. Now that he had just lost it to the enemy, it had abandoned him. Was this world so realistic? Was this not also a form of betrayal? Left with no choice, he bowed to Levi and swore the oath to Excalibur. After the oath, a shadow rose from the sword. It was a dark blue dragon with a mountain-like back and wings that covered the blue sky. It was the Sea Dragon Huang, Earlness. Sea Dragon Huang turned into an ancient sword phantom and entered the body of the vast Sea King. The vast Sea King turned pale. He knew this oath carried immense weight. If he broke it, he would surely die. Levi waved his hand. Go back and fulfill your oath. As the sword master of Excalibur, Levi felt a vague sense of control over the vast Sea King. Chapter 837. Anyone who swore an oath in front of Excalibur would indirectly acknowledge Levi as their master. To succeed, this oath required the person taking it to recite the corresponding vow, supplemented by a specific sword acceptance ritual. Therefore, the oath-taker had to be an intelligent race capable of speech. Just like many contracts, the person swearing the oath could not be much stronger than the sword master. Otherwise, the oath might lose its effectiveness and backfire on the sword master. After the Truth Magic Mirror, Tea Time Round Table, and Excalibur, only the Holy Grail of Immortality remained. The Holy Grail of Immortality, Deoxys, was refined by the immortal Banyan Dragon. Its purpose remained a mystery. The Truth Magic Mirror served knowledge management, the Tea Time Round Table managed organizational communication, and Excalibur ensured the loyal management of the members. Sauron clearly created this series of special treasures to establish a transcendent organization. Initially, the ancient saint served as the experimental subject of Sauron's grand plan to use the plane as an experimental field. These treasures were meant for the former initial ancient saint. If that being's development had gone smoothly, he might have already established a bloodline path completely different from that of a wizard, and founded a powerful transcendent organization. However, he failed, and these treasures became ownerless. Not until this plane convergence did Levi accidentally discover the entrance to the human world. These treasures belonged to him. No, these 4 treasures held a fate with him. They belonged to him. He would not take Sauron's treasures for free. Levi possessed the proficiency panel. His research on the transcendent path of the bloodline, a path different from that of wizards, surpassed the knowledge of this world. He would fulfill the dying wish of the initial ancient saint. To a certain extent, the goal of establishing the Dusk Holy Temple and the Twilight Knights mirrored Sauron's own path. After taking down the Mosasaurus Empire, Levi left the Southern Sea. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1105, Month of Flowers. Year 74 of the Great Expedition. Time passed quickly. Another 3 years slipped away. 3 years proved a long time for the ancient saint plane, especially for the crawlers. They personally witnessed a brand new unified ancient saint empire ending the city-state secession, and the chaotic situation of vassals standing tall on this continent in a supreme manner. The new country held the name Ancient Dragon Empire. Be it the feathered people who soared in the sky, the sea crawlers at the bottom of the sea, or the lizardmen on the continent, everyone claimed descent from the ancient dragon. They were one family, including the feathered people and sea crawlers. 24 ancient saint experts resided in the Ancient Dragon Empire. Among them, 20 ancient saint experts established the Empire's Senior State Assembly. The Senior State Assembly held the highest authority in the Ancient Dragon Empire. They jointly managed all the large and small city-states in the country. The city lords of all the city-states answered to the Senior State Assembly and traveled regularly to the capital to report duties and undergo assessments. The seats in the Senior State Assembly remained fluid. If a new ancient saint emerged, that individual could join the assembly. However, that person needed to head to the initial square and swear a divine sword oath under the statue of the initial ancient saint to declare absolute loyalty to the initial ancient saint and the Ancient Dragon Empire. The absolute ruler of the Senior State Assembly, the Great Dictator, was the initial ancient saint. The Senior State Assembly and their subjects also called him the Crimson Dragon Emperor, the Inferno Divine Emperor, the Immortal, the Master of the Ancient Saint, the Messenger of the Holy Snake, and the Protector of the Inferno Throne. Rumors claimed that the initial ancient saint created all the ancient saints of the Senior State Assembly. He used his powerful bloodline power to create those strongest warriors. Currently, the Holy Snake remained in a deep sleep, and no one knew when it would wake up. Therefore, the assembly held absolute loyalty to the first ancient saint since the creation of the Holy Snake. Outside of the Senior State Assembly, the 4 Dragon Kings operated independently of all political structures of the Ancient Dragon Empire and answered only to the initial ancient saint. They functioned like loyal angels of the Emperor, monitoring everything in the world. Whether it was the ancient saints of the Senior State Assembly, or ordinary subjects, no evil could escape the Dragon King's eyes. Perpetrators would be brought to justice. The 4 Dragon Kings included the Feather Dragon King of the Yintis Mountain Range, the Mosasaurus Dragon King of the Southern Sea Abyss, and the Winged Dragon King of the Ancient Dragon Continent. The final member was the human incarnation of the initial Ancient Saint. He held no name and called himself the Nameless Ancient Saint. He walked alone on the ground and silently protected the citizens of the Ancient Dragon Empire. Rumors described the initial Ancient Saint as treating every Ancient Saint and citizen equally. He remained silent, possessed a stern appearance, showed kindness, hated evil, and acted like a master and father. For thousands of years, from the legendary era until now, he had never appeared, because he inherited the will of the Holy Snake. To prevent the subjects of the Ancient Dragon Empire from suffering under the evil gods from beyond the heavens, he sat alone on his Inferno throne. With his powerful strength, he protected the fragile Ancient Dragon Empire and fought against the evil gods. Only at a critical moment involving the life and death of the Ancient Dragon Empire would the initial Ancient Saint rise from the Inferno throne. He would use the flaming sword in his hand, a weapon capable of destroying the world, to turn his enemies into ashes. How selfless, how loyal. Praise the initial Ancient Saint. Praise the Crimson Dragon Emperor. In Black Stripe City, Old Cain clutched a copy of the Legend of the Crimson Dragon Emperor in his teary hand. He told the story of the initial Ancient Saint to the little lizardman below the stage. I knew it, Old Cain whispered, his voice trembling. Initially, Ancient Saint Lord did not abandon us. Chapter 838. Praise the Emperor, praise the Lord of the Crawlers. The young lizardmen chanted in unison, their voices echoing in the chamber. Their hearts burned with passion. It is our duty to revive the glory of the Ancient Saint. Old Cain let his thoughts return to the moment he first met Lord Nameless, the Ancient Saint, more than 10 years ago. Since the establishment of the Ancient Dragon Empire, Old Cain had not seen the incarnation of the initial Ancient Saint again. He understood the reason. The Lord Initial Ancient Saint needed to return to the Inferno throne. He used his powerful strength to resist the demons attempting to invade the Ancient Dragon Empire. Throughout the Ancient Dragon Empire, Ancient Saint Taoist sanctums emerged one after another. They imparted the 8th version of the Ancient Saint Dharmic formulation that the initial Ancient Saint had modified. The Intis area boasted a newly established Chinook Academy as well. Lizardmen possessing Chinook talent received the opportunity to attend the academy, where they cultivated the secret technique of spiritual power and mastered powerful Chinook spells. Rumors persisted that, beyond being the strongest Ancient Saint, the initial Ancient Saint ranked as the strongest Shinite in the world. The entire Ancient Dragon Empire developed in a positive direction. It thrived and civilization bloomed with vitality. The mastermind behind this progress headed north, passing through the Intis mountain range, a territory no one had ever crossed, to explore the borders of the world. Levi sat cross-legged on the back of a huge black bird. The creature possessed a wingspan of 100 feet. Levi stared at the monotonous scenery below. To the north of the Intis mountain range lay an endless desert. The crimson netherworld sparrow flew for an entire day, yet the horizon remained barren. In the desert, not a single blade of grass grew, let alone rare medicinal herbs and plants. Occasionally, Levi located medicinal herbs containing earth elemental power. These herbs, however, suffered by comparison to those in the ancient dragon continent. To Levi, they held no development value. Levi muttered to himself, "Let us continue forward. I do not believe this plain is endless. Even the endless sea possesses an end." After 3 years of intensive construction, the ancient dragon empire established itself as a sovereign nation and began operating independently. Levi required no further intervention there. The 3 dragon kings and the ancient saints of the senior state assembly had all voluntarily sworn an oath of loyalty under Levi's Excalibur. With Excalibur maintaining control, the probability of betrayal remained near zero. Excalibur ensured loyalty, yet the quality of governance depended entirely on their competence. Levi remained pessimistic about their administrative skills. To him, the ancient dragon empire functioned as an experimental nation. He established it primarily to gather the collective power of a country to assist him in developing and managing this plane. The ancient Saint Taoist sanctum and the Chinook Academy facilitated the collection of medicinal herbs and mineral resources. Simultaneously, they nurtured a transcendent power that belonged to him. The ancient dragon empire operated as a nation of soldiers. If an enemy dared to invade, they would face severe consequences. He simply needed to return occasionally to harvest his resources. He artificially controlled the population of the empire to prevent the depletion of the dimension's resources. Sustainable development formed the foundation. A few days ago, Levi left the ancient dragon empire. After issuing instructions, he headed north of the Intis mountain range, planning to make a groundbreaking geographical discovery. This desert can be called the Yellow Sand Sea. It shall be incorporated into the textbooks of the ancient Saint Empire in the future. Levi muttered to himself. He looked down. In the sea of sand below, the earth churned. Yellow sand filled the sky. An earthworm-like creature stretched for 100 meters and lunged at Levi. An unknown ancient beast. I can use you to test my current spell skills. Ancient beasts possessed strength slightly exceeding that of ancient saints. Yellowish scales covered the creature. It resembled a burrowing worm. It opened an aberration-like mouth and spat out green poisonous breath. Levi stood still. The heavy water barrier enveloped his body. Blue electric arcs danced on his fingertips. Dense electric arcs condensed into a lightning snake roughly 10 meters long. This was the third circle spell, Thunder Snake Technique. After 3 years of cultivation, Thanks to the rich elemental power in this ancient saint plane, Levi had cultivated all his third circle spells, excluding innate spells, to their maximum level. Crackle, crackle. Electric currents exploded in the sky. The heavy water barrier protected Levi, and the poisonous breath vanished harmlessly against the shield. The worm monster bit Levi, colliding with the barrier. An electric current spread throughout its body, and a burnt smell filled the air. Its sharp teeth gnawed at the heavy water barrier, producing creaking sounds. After 10 breaths, the force field of the heavy water barrier shattered. Very good. Levi abandoned his experimental mentality. Golden scales spread like a golden light, protecting his body. He forced the mouth of the worm open, and his body expanded, cracking the creature's jaw. The worm realized Levi presented too much of a threat, and attempted to escape. Levi grabbed its tail. The indomitable giant dragon warrior swung the worm up with a bang, and threw it to the ground. Yellow sand flew. Sand dunes collapsed. After 10 impacts, the worm neared death. Levi's 5 dragon's might poured out, and the worm submitted. Levi tested the bloodline. The results matched his expectations. This worm carried the bloodline of the immortal Banyan dragon. It represented a ferocious beast that mutated after Sauron killed the god, and absorbed the blood of the forest king, Deuxis, the entity representing the earth. Its bloodline essence could refine a higher-grade golden snake's secret medicine for Levi. In that case, I shall call you ground-drilling earthworm. In the future, go to Alice's ring to loosen the soil and fertilize it. Levi placed the ground-drilling earthworm into the ring, and entered it with his consciousness. The space in the ring appeared crowded. The transcendent creatures packed the area, and the elemental power inside lacked density. Levi invested 1,000 ether stones every year to maintain the size of the space. As he collected more transcendent creatures, and they grew larger, this problem intensified. If I can restore the level of its 5th circle wizard tool, the space should suffice. Levi shook his head. That remained impossible for the moment. He continued forward for another day. The scenery ahead changed. The scent of the sea filled the air, and the sound of the surf crashed against the shore. He followed the ocean coastline. 7 days later, Levi returned to the southern sea. It seems this small plane functions as a sphere, similar to the planets in my previous life. The so-called land of darkness and crypts resemble the universe and the planets within. Often, a layer of crystal wall protects these inhabited planets to prevent them from being corroded by the unknown strength of the land of darkness. Combined with the information Levi learned from Mobius and the others, this plane remained just a piece of territory under the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Neither the Ancient Serpent nor the 4 ancient dragons originated from this plane. The natives of this world consisted of those reptilian ferocious beasts that resembled dinosaurs. After the Holy Snake's divine power descended, faith gradually emerged. Levi guessed that after Sauron killed the gods, the corpses of the ancient dragons became food for these dinosaurs, and the ancient beasts were born. As for the crawlers, under Sauron's catalysis, they gradually gave birth to intelligent races. The initial ancient saint was born here. He obtained the treasure left behind by Sauron, and learned the ancient saint dharmic formulation. He imparted the knowledge to other crawlers, and the ancient saints gradually emerged. After that, the current ancient saint empire arose. All of this served as an experiment in Sauron's plane civilization. Of the 4 treasures, only the most mysterious holy grail of immortality remains. I shall leave it for the ancient dragon empire to search for slowly. I have already left behind the emperor's decree. Anyone who finds the holy grail can become the 5th dragon king under the emperor. Perhaps in the future, a few holy grail wars or holy grail voyages will take place here. Levi complained in his heart. After resolving his doubts, Levi returned to the temple altar. An array covered this place to prevent lizardmen from entering by mistake. The exit to the human world remained the same. The guard, Bogang, was still sleeping. Levi woke him up and presented him with some potions to assist in his cultivation as a reward. Then, he left in a hurry. After all these years of cultivation, his dream dragon breathing technique reached its maximum. He could now fuse with the sky nightmare breathing technique. The embryonic form of the 6th perception dimensions breathing technique neared completion. Chapter 839. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1105, Month of Winter. The new year neared its end. The human world grew increasingly unstable. A city in the territory of the Gaia Kingdom, adjacent to the Peacock Kingdom, lay abandoned. Plague and war had hollowed out its streets. A mysterious figure, calling herself Madame Ghost, established a kingdom of evil spirits within those ruins. The area within 1,000 miles turned into a restricted zone. Ghosts and evil spirits thrived inside, and even grand knights perished upon entry. The Church of Earth dispatched saints to crusade, but their efforts yielded nothing. Word spread that Saint Teresa personally traveled there. The outcome remained unknown. The Spectre Kingdom endured. Rumors claimed Madame Ghost used countless ghosts to refine a terrifying entity. Saints failed to defeat it and accepted Madame Ghost's presence. The Church of Earth vehemently denied this rumor. No enemy could withstand their saints. Yet, the Ghost Kingdom remained a stark reality. To ordinary people, if the Church said a threat did not exist, it did not exist. Reality bowed to the Church. Other countries fared little better than the Gaia Kingdom. In the Molten Kingdom, the night sky over Skyfire City revealed an incomparably majestic god. A flaming red bird, wings blotting out the sky, battled an old man. His entire body seemed formed from inextinguishable flames. The flames turned night into day. A white barrier of light enveloped all of Skyfire City. Insiders later revealed the firebird caused the fire, and drought that plagued the Tuva Empire. Defeated by the storm St. Groudon, the bird escaped without a trace. It reappeared in the Molten Kingdom, attempting to steal a sealing sacred object belonging to the Church of Eternity in Skyfire City. An inextinguishable wisp of divine fire rested within that sealing sacred object. It stood as the most important relic of the Church of Eternity. After that battle, the Church of Eternity declared martial law and searched the world for the Crimson Flame Firebird. The bird had vanished without a trace. Complicated events unfolded throughout the human world. Every day brought new changes. Within the Constellation Empire, the Church of the Stars stood upon Falling Stars' divine mountain. The night filled with stars. Fireflies dotted the wilderness, and insects chirped in the quiet dark. The colors mirrored the starry sky of the Church of the Stars. At the highest point of the church, a young girl sat upon the dome of the central Gothic building. She wore a starry gauze dress, her features delicate. She sat lazily, hugging her knees and looking up at the sky. Cultivation is boring, she said. The human world is getting more and more exciting. Estella absorbed the power of the stars. I wonder how strong that old man Groudon is now, she mused. Could he have broken through again? I cannot be left too far behind by others. Also, I do not know where that strange person from before went. Could he be hiding in the wizard world, afraid to come back? What happened to working together? Estella had previously visited the island where she encountered the strange person. She found only knights. The man remained absent, so she left. The knight organization established by that man suggested deep ambition and significant strength. This made Estella look forward to working with him even more. It was better to cooperate with a secret organization established by a mortal than with those competitive peers who harbored ulterior motives. Among the 7 gods, the Lord of the Stars remained the most unique. He maintained no faction, no allies, and remained mysterious. This contrasted with the Heavenly Father and the Mother of Earth, who always took the same side, acting like an adulterous couple from the astral world. I wonder how long the mortal barrier can last, she murmured. Sighing, she asked why the world held so many troublesome things. Unknowingly, she lay on her side on the dome and fell asleep under the starry night. On Dusk Island, inside the Extreme Path Palace, the sky nightmare inside Levi's body looked like black fog. It mutated and fused with a 7-colored, fog-like dragon. This fog-like dragon acted as Levi's dream dragon seed. Seconds ticked by. The final fusion completed. The original sky nightmare and dream dragon disappeared. In their place, a black dragon appeared, dark as ink. Its wings stood shattered, and it emitted a terrifying aura. The dragon's eyes looked indifferent, as if they contained a strange world of red and black. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique. Level 12. 1 divided by 400,000. Special effect. Nightmare Perception. Level 4. Danger Perception. Nightmare Traveler. Heavenly Wind Heart. Danger Perception and Heavenly Wind Heart remained unchanged. Levi's original Level 3 Intuition had advanced to Level 4 Nightmare Perception, while Nightmare Walker had advanced to Nightmare Traveler. Compared to Intuition, Nightmare Perception added the 6th sense, the heart sense, to his original 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Heart sense could see through illusions and nightmare spells. Unless an enemy's realm stood much higher than Levi's, ordinary illusions could not confuse him. If I had possessed such a special effect, when I entered the Dreamland Steeple Secret Realm, the man-faced spider's illusion ability would not have affected me, no matter how strong it was. Chapter 840. Levi recalled the last time he went to the secret realm and was played by that damned man-faced spider. As for the second Nightmare Traveler, it added another function to the original Nightmare Walker. Nightmare Traveler. The blood of the Nightmare Dragon in your body gives you the ability to enter the nightmare world. You can enter any main material plane by consuming the power of the Nightmare Dragon. You can also enter through the nightmare of others and use the power of the Nightmare Dragon to condense a nightmare incarnation. Use the power of the Nightmare Dragon to enter. You will be randomly sent to a certain place in the nightmare world. You will enter through someone else's nightmare and appear in a nightmare land related to their nightmare. The items you obtain in the nightmare world can be brought out by consuming the Nightmare Dragon power. You can also find the nodes of the nightmare world and the main material plane and bring them out. As a nightmare traveler, your death in the nightmare world will not lead to death in the real world. After the Nightmare Dragon power is exhausted, your consciousness will leave the nightmare world and return to the main material plane. Looking at the introduction of the special effect, Levi's expression was solemn. Nightmare world. This world was the most dangerous and terrifying world Levi had ever come into contact with. Even if the proficiency panel told him that it was not dangerous, Levi did not want to try it easily. The Dreamland Steeple had entered the Dreamland Steeple through the hallucinatory potion that he had developed and then disappeared into thin air. Perhaps once or twice would not be a problem, but walking on the edge of the nightmare world and the real world for a long time would sooner or later lead him into a nightmare forever. The man-faced spider is in the nightmare world. It should be an overlord of that world. However, at the level of the man-faced spider, it is definitely not the true top level of the nightmare world. There are existences even more terrifying than the man-faced spider, such as the Sky Demon and the Dream Dragon. According to the Dreamland Steeple research, the nightmare world was the main spiritual plane on par with the astral world and the underworld. If the astral world was a world formed by the faith and spirit projection of all living beings, it was very likely that the nightmare world was a distorted world refracted by the nightmare and fear hidden in the hearts of all living beings. Over there, everything was chaotic and unreasonable. Many laws of the main material plane might not be adapted to it, and even spells might not be able to be used. The monsters hidden in the living nightmares also appeared in the nightmare world to absorb the power of fear to strengthen themselves. After experiencing the last secret realm, Levi was certain that the Ashen world should be a world corroded by the nightmare world. In this world, there were some similarities with the nightmare world, such as frenzied death and distorted map of reality. It was as if this world was being assimilated by the nightmare world. Levi sighed. Although there might be some opportunities, resources, treasures, and so on in the nightmare world, he was not ready to enter yet. No matter what, ordinary illusions will be useless to me in the future. This is also a good thing. However, it seems that other than the School of Dreams, the other schools rarely use illusion attacks. He did not want to think about the nightmare. Levi walked out of the Extreme Path Palace. Today was the Oath Conference. When the Vice Commander, the Blood Knight, saw Levi coming out of seclusion, he said seriously, "Commander, all the official members of the Dusk Knights and the apprentice members of the Dusk Holy Temple have gathered." In front of Levi, on the square of the Dusk Holy Temple, there were many curious and expectant figures. They stared at the tall middle-aged knight in golden armor in front of them. His face was resolute, and his bearing was extraordinary. His strong muscles looked like the body of a god in a statue. "This is a supreme knight." "That is right. This is the master of the Dusk Holy Temple, the leader of the Twilight Knights. It is said that he is already more than 100 years old. What a powerful aura. In front of him, I feel like a grand knight is just an ant." Levi looked at these young faces and remembered that he used to be one of them. Without another word, he took out Excalibur and stabbed it into the floor in front of him. At this moment, the entire island trembled slightly. Many trainee members exclaimed. Then, Levi's powerful aura swept across Dusk Island. His eyes shone like torches, and his voice boomed. "Everyone, a storm is brewing in the mortal world. Our Dusk Holy Temple cannot just sit and wait for death. To strengthen our cohesion, I hope that everyone will swear with me in front of this sword today. This oath concerns your future. From now on, your fate will be firmly tied to our Dusk Holy Temple. We will be bound together for good or ill. The following path will be extremely difficult and winding. If you want to give up, you can leave now. We will wash away all the memories of your life and cultivation in the Dusk Holy Temple. You will be sent back to the human world and return to your mortal life day after day. You will continue to be that ignorant little noble." After saying that, Levi looked at the trainee members. Some people sensed that this oath would be extraordinary, and their hearts moved slightly. "Commander, I want to quit." "Me too." One after another, people began to raise their hands and withdraw. The Blood Knight selected these people and looked disappointed. Chapter 841. Levi remained as calm as an ancient well. When there were too many people, a mix of good and bad was inevitable. This fell within his expectations. Therefore, the core of his future would always be the 18 Twilight Cavalry, which focused on the Twilight Round Table. These trainee members were mainly prepared to nurture the 18 Twilight Cavalry. Their willpower, loyalty, perseverance, and goals were uneven. It was very normal for someone to withdraw. In the end, out of the 240 members, only 200 remained. Levi gestured for the Blood Knight to bring the 40 people away. He would use the memory spell to erase all their memories of the Twilight Knights. Very good. The people standing here will become companions of the Knights. Are you ready? Kelvin Silver Mountain stood in the crowd. He was already a peak Grand Knight, and only one step away from becoming a legendary knight. He shouted excitedly, "I am ready." More and more knights joined the chorus. "We are ready." These knights stabbed their swords into the ground. Levi nodded. His expression remained resolute as he placed his hand on the sword in front of him. Eternal Night is coming. The Knight's Oath contained many loyalty obligations that the members of the Knights had to fulfill to the organization. Levi adapted these into an Oath of the Night's Watch, inspired by a fantasy movie from his previous life. With such an oath as a constraint, the members who stayed in the Dusk Holy Temple would basically not produce any traitors, unless one of them had a cultivation level that surpassed Levi, but that definitely would not appear. Even Levi himself had made an oath. However, this organization belonged to him. It was not difficult for him to abide by the oath. After swearing, the shadow of Excalibur stood in the sky above the Dusk Holy Temple. It entered the bodies of all the members. The close connection between them and the Dusk Holy Temple was finally established. Levi did not need these people to worship him. He only needed them to be loyal to the Dusk Holy Temple and never betray him. Humans were not as easy to fool as the crawlers of the ancient Dragon Empire. These knights had different cultures and beliefs. The crawlers basically believed in the initial ancient saint and the Holy Snake. With this natural faith, it was convenient for Levi to control them. In the following period, Levi personally taught some knight apprentices in the Dusk Holy Temple to cultivate. He came from the group and went deep into the group. While maintaining his supreme dignity, he left behind a good image of being close to the people. Under the combination of grace and power, the operations of the Twilight Knights gradually embarked on the path of standardization and integration. After that, with the Truth Magic Mirror as the core, the knowledge management system was perfected. The Dawn Holy Temple, which could issue missions and exchange for resources, was also established. In the Dawn Holy Temple, members could exchange cultivation resources and secret medicine materials with each other. They could exchange them directly at the Dawn Holy Temple at the corresponding price, or accept the mission reward of the Holy Temple and exchange them with labor. Levi handed over the entrance to the ancient Saint Plane and the way to enter the array to the official members of the Knights. These official members would bring the trainee members into the ancient Saint Plane in batches to train and search for resources. Levi had informed the senior state assembly of the ancient Dragon Empire in advance. A group of believers of the initial ancient saint would come to the ancient Dragon Empire to train. The two sides were brothers. If they met, there must be no friction. As for the ferocious beasts, Levi felt helpless. This was why he did not dare to throw all his team members into the ancient Saint Plane. Other than the official members, most of the ordinary members were only ordinary knights. With the cultivation of a grand knight, they could not fight back against the powerful ferocious beasts on the ancient Saint Plane. If they did not adapt, they would be thrown into it directly. It would be good if 1/10 of them survived. He managed a training organization, not a combat simulation game. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1106, Month of Beginning. Storm City. Shining Tavern. Levi sat alone, savoring the snow beer. He listened to the bard on the stage recount the legendary story of the Snowflake Knight. At the end of the story, Levi tapped his fingers on the table in applause. May everyone have the same courage as the Snowflake Knights. The bard beamed. After soaking in the nostalgia at the Shining Tavern, Levi asked around for more information. Just as he turned to leave, a fat noble in luxurious clothes waddled to his side. What can I do for you? Levi did not recognize the man. He likely owned the Shining Tavern. Sir, our boss wants to see you. Not me. I am referring to the big bosses of all the Shining Taverns. The fat man spoke softly. The fat man initially thought Levi was just an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, the big boss who happened to be working there could tell at a glance that Levi was not an ordinary person. The big boss wanted to see him, so he asked the fat noble to invite Levi. Levi smiled. Sure, lead the way. He wanted to know who was the mastermind behind Shining Tavern, which had such deep roots in the mortal world, and was comparable to the church. Chapter 842. The fat nobleman led the way to the backstage of the tavern. Levi followed. In an ordinary makeup room, a beautiful noblewoman combed her hair before a mirror. She wore an aristocratic dress, hot as fire. Hand-embroidered roses adorned the fabric, lending her a gorgeous air. Levi activated his perception. The woman appeared to be an ordinary person. There was nothing special about her. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency. The noblewoman adjusted her corset before the mirror, propping up her breasts in an enchanting display. Levi stood in silence, deep in thought. You are a wizard, right? The noblewoman smiled, her gaze locking onto Levi. Interesting. How could you tell? You are just an ordinary person. Levi spoke, his voice calm. The noblewoman burst into laughter. Sir, do you really think ordinary people can become the masters of so many shining taverns? She smiled. When I took charge of this tavern, 100 flowers had not even been born. Levi stiffened. You are a wizard. The noblewoman released a trace of spiritual force. Levi sensed the vast power, and shock overwhelmed him. The woman stood as at least a 5th circle wizard. Levi had encountered 4th circle wizards before, but this presence felt far superior. The boss of Shining Tavern held the rank of a 5th circle wizard. It explained her ability to stand tall in the human world for so long. Senior, please forgive me. I am too weak to recognize your true power. Levi bowed slightly. He owed a 5th circle wizard respect. His danger perception indicated she harbored no ill intentions toward him. It is not your fault. The elemental power in the human world is thin. Most of the time, I use a secret technique to seal my cultivation and prevent it from waning. As time passes, I feel like an ordinary person. She gestured to a chair. Levi considered his own inexperience. Such a secret technique existed in the wizard world, yet he had not known of it. Many wizards were likely hiding in the human world. These elders hid in the city, watching the world change from an outsider's perspective. He remembered Madame Ghost from the Gaia Kingdom. She had likely been a powerful wizard as well. With their sharp instincts, wizards likely sensed the convergence of the heavenly spheres and the dark wave revival. Wizard organizations had probably begun plotting in the human world already. He had been too weak previously to come into contact with these high-ranking figures. You do not have to worry. I have no ill intentions. I passed by this shining tavern today and realized you were special, so I invited you for a chat. The noblewoman smiled. I am just a wild wizard forced to stay in the human world because of the war. What is so special about me? Levi smiled bitterly. You are not only a wizard, but also a legendary knight. I have run the Shining Tavern for 500 years. Aside from the Lionheart Knight who has been around for ages, I have seen a golden knight among the 7 shining knights. I have come into contact with the thousand-faced knight, but I do not like him. I even personally sent the Flower Knight to the wizard world. I witnessed her rise like a comet as a young girl and become a primordial soul wizard. The noblewoman sipped her wine, casually recounting tales that would seem legendary to any outsider. Levi understood her state of mind. He was only 100 years old, yet he had witnessed many changes. He could only imagine the perspective of an entity 500 years old. After saying so much, I still do not know your name. Levi asked. Me. In the human world, my employees call me Lady Rosa. In the wizard world, I am Rosa Witch. Rosa Witch. If I remember correctly, you are one of the 24 flowers under the Flower Witch, right? That is right. I served as the guide for the Flower Knight. After she reached the primordial soul realm, I took the initiative to join the 24 flowers. I have run this shining tavern ever since. It is interesting to witness the rise and fall of families, and the destruction of dynasties in the human world. The Rose Witch spoke softly. Speaking of which, I have met the Whitewater Witch, the Violet Witch, and the Rose Witch. Our relationship is quite good. It is wonderful to meet you as well. Levi smiled. Whitewater died some time ago. I have her soul token here. It is broken. The Rose Witch produced a token engraved with the image of a white narcissus, her voice low. Levi changed his expression. Senior, do you know the reason? He already suspected the answer. The event likely involved the nightmare world. I am not sure. I have been in the human world for a long time. Coupled with the effects of the war, the passage closed, and my connection with the other witches severed. The Rosa Witch spoke. Senior, you did not look for me just to chat, did you? Levi asked. I want to know your legendary name. I have heard of all the new legends in the world, but I know nothing about you. That is why I am curious. The Rosa Witch replied. Chapter 843. I do not have a legendary title. Compared to being praised by others, I prefer a quiet life. The Rose Witch smoothed the lace at her collar. Her gaze softened. Then you have quite a personality. I thought that knights were a bunch of people who liked to be in the limelight, who wanted to make a name for themselves. She leaned forward. However, a great era is about to arrive, and everyone will be forced to make changes. I am looking for you today to find some allies. You are not old, but you are already in the third circle realm, and are a legendary knight. Your future achievements might not be any less than 100 blossoms. It is good to get to know you in advance. Levi laughed. He smiled at the woman. You are quite direct. There is something else I need you for. Levi bowed his head slightly. Senior, please speak. She poured more wine. I wonder if you have heard of the flame divine bird attacking the Church of Eternity. I have heard of it. Levi gripped his glass. His pulse quickened. That flame divine bird was obviously the fire elemental spirit, and he had accidentally brought it here. The Church of Eternity is currently searching for traces of the flame divine bird. I have relied on the information from the Shining Tavern to roughly know where it went, but we are still short of manpower. It is too difficult to find a wild wizard with good cultivation in the human world. A third circle wizard like you is rare. I have invited a few wizards to confront the flame divine bird together. Levi shook his head. Senior, I am only a third circle wizard. My strength is low. That flame divine bird can defeat a saint. Its power is probably far greater than ours. Do not worry. According to my estimation, the flame divine bird should only be at the 5th circle, about the same as me. The elemental power in the human world is thin. Neither it nor I can unleash 100% of our strength. Therefore, I found a 4th circle body refining wizard, who is less affected by elemental power, and is cultivating in seclusion in the human world. There is also an array wizard. The three of us can trap it for a moment. She looked at him appraisingly. As for you, your cultivation is relatively low. It is difficult to fight the flame divine bird head-on. Therefore, your mission is to lure it into the array that we have set up. I will give you a one-time spell scroll. It will ensure you are not caught by the flame divine bird. You will be safe. Moreover, my goal is not the flame divine bird, but the sealing sacred object that it stole. After the matter is done, I can give you a corresponding reward according to your contribution. I have been in the wizard world, and the human world for hundreds of years. I have accumulated some good things. As a third circle wizard, you should not have prepared the breakthrough potion to advance to the 4th circle, right? She paused. I have a potion formula here. If you help me, I do not mind giving it to you. When the time comes, whether you sell it for money, or find someone to help you refine it, it will be very good. If you do not need the formula, I have some idle third circle magic tools here. These should be a rare treasure for wild wizards who cultivate in the human world. Rosa Witch waved her hand. Streaks of light appeared in the air. 5 wizard tools of different shapes and sizes hovered in front of Levi. They were extraordinary. Some were defensive, some were offensive. They covered every need. Levi glanced at the collection. They were average, not even comparable to the great black sky curtain. Levi tapped the table. He thought for a moment before speaking. I want to ask, what is the name of the formula? His current spiritual force was 160 points. He was only 40 points away from reaching the upper limit of a third circle wizard. He needed to prepare a breakthrough potion. Succubus blush murmur, said Rosa Witch. Levi nodded. He had heard of this potion in a book, but it was a pity that the recipe and refining method were not recorded in it. Judging from the name, the main ingredient was likely a succubus. He did not know anything else. Rosa Witch was likely telling the truth. In fact, there were some breakthrough potion formulas in the Truth Magic Mirror. Unfortunately, they were all outdated knowledge. Many of the ancient herbs recorded in it had long gone extinct after hundreds of thousands of years. They were quite useless. If he wanted to find the corresponding substitute through experiments and research, the difficulty would be similar to the purification elixir. Therefore, modern potions like the succubus potion were exactly what Levi needed. Levi looked up. Senior, let me think about it. Yes, it is best if you give me an answer within 7 days. If you delay, things will change. If the flame divine bird is found by the saint of the Church of Eternity, our plan will be ruined. Before Rosa Witch left, she pressed a keepsake made of rose petals into his hand. He could use this to communicate with the Rose Witch. As expected of a 5th circle wizard, their methods are indeed different. Most low-level wizards still have to rely on traditional messengers to contact them. Levi sighed to himself. The formula for the succubus potion is indeed what I need. Rosa Witch knew I would give in. No one can resist such a temptation. 7 days later, in the shining tavern in Storm City, Rosa Witch smiled when she saw Levi enter the tavern. "You came after all," she said. Levi nodded. He noticed 2 wizards standing beside Rosa Witch. One of them appeared old with white hair. He looked like an ordinary mortal with a kind expression. The other stood straight, wearing knight armor. He must be the 4th circle body refining wizard. He fixed a cold expression on Levi. Chapter 844. These were all ancient figures hiding in the human world. This is Wizard Levi, a wild wizard in the human world with a 3rd circle cultivation level. He is in charge of completing the mission to lure the flame divine bird, the Rosa Witch said. Levi, this armored wizard is Barzan. Even in the wizard world, he is a rather rare 4th circle body refining wizard. The other one is Master Erlov, an array wizard that I admire. He is very knowledgeable. Master Erlov offered a bitter smile. Senior Rosa, you flatter me. I only have a superficial understanding of arrays. Although Rosa Witch held the rank of a 5th circle wizard, she lived in the human world for a long time and interacted with mortals constantly, so she did not put on airs. Greetings, seniors. Levi bowed his head. Since his realm was inferior, he naturally had to be polite. Senior Rosa, 3rd circle cultivation level, is a little low, Wizard Barzan remarked, his voice dropping. Rosa Witch shook her head. It cannot be helped. Time is limited. This is the human world, not the wizard world. 3rd circle cultivators are already rare. I do not think it is a big deal. Anyway, this little guy only needs to lure the flame divine bird, Wizard Erlov said. Alright, I am just being kind. After all, we have to face a 5th circle. I feel that Madame Ghost is more suitable, Barzan grumbled. Madame Ghost. She has a strange personality. I do not like to deal with her. It is said that the force behind her is a high-level wizard organization in the realm of hell. I am afraid she came prepared this time, the Rosa Witch said. Levi listened to the conversation about these old veterans. They had clearly known each other for a long time. He shifted his posture, his senses sharpening as he paid attention to any shift in the danger. Levi asked, after completing the luring mission, there will be nothing for me to do, right? Wizard Erlov answered, well, you can just find a safe place when the time comes. The 3 of us have to preside over a 4th circle array. After discussing the precautions, the 4 of them left the tavern and found a deserted place. Everyone cast flight spells and headed toward their destination. The flame divine bird is overseas. I found it in an underwater volcano, the Rosa Witch stated. Levi wondered if the spatial passageway to the wizard world had been discovered. After all, other than him, the fire elemental spirit also knew about this entrance. However, after the fire element left, Levi used an array to hide the island. If it was not a wizard, he felt it might not be able to find the entrance. 5 days later, they arrived at an outer sea region extremely far away from the 7 Kingdoms continent. This was not the subdimensional portal node. Levi let out a sigh of relief. The array had worked. He sensed that the elemental power here seemed much richer than on the continent. It reached almost half of the wizard world outer sea region. This indicated that the level of the dark wave revival had deepened. They landed on a small island. A natural cave stood on the island, with a complicated hidden array outside. This is also an overseas stronghold of Shining Tavern. However, the ones guarding this place are some apprentices I took in from the human world. 1 month ago, they saw a flame divine bird descend from the sky and land in the sea in front of them. It never came out again, the Rosa Witch explained. Not long after, a few wizards who were only apprentices hurriedly came out. Is the flame divine bird still around? Yes, 2 days ago, I saw white pillars of smoke rising from the distant sea, and the wails of the divine birds. Rosa Witch nodded. Leave this island first. We need to set up an array here to trap the flame divine bird. Will do. After these people left, Erlov flew into the sky. He observed the island terrain, magnetic field, and elemental power. Levi watched attentively from the side, as this was his first time seeing a 4th circle array wizard cast a spell. I will need 3 days to set up the array. Please help me, Senior Rosa and Sir Barzan, Erlov said. I will listen to you, Master, the Rosa Witch replied with a smile. A 5th circle wizard and 2 4th circle wizards began to work. Levi watched as some longsword-like array items flew out in front of Erlov. Erlov chanted, and the longswords shone with white light before burying themselves into the island. 2 days later, Erlov's face turned pale. He quickly took a potion to recover his spiritual force and spell power. Damn it, we are almost there, Erlov cursed, looking at Rosa Witch and Barzan, who had already set up arrays in their respective directions. Erlov, what is wrong? The Rosa Witch asked anxiously. The magnetic field here is a little difficult to control. It is different from the place where we practiced previously. I still need a wizard to help me complete the array. Erlov, why did you not say something so important earlier? Barzan's voice turned cold. He wondered why this old man had dropped the ball at such a critical moment. Other than the 3 of them, Levi was the only one present. Everyone turned to look at him. Seniors, I am weak. Please do not blame me if anything goes wrong because of me. Levi's voice wavered as he spoke. Stop talking and come quickly, Barzan urged. Chapter 845. Levi, give it a try. If it does not work, we will try again another day. The Rosa Witch paced, clearly anxious that the flame divine bird might escape. Levi braced himself for the task. Erlov explained the key points and precautions. Do you understand me? Erlov asked. Understood. I guess. Levi lacked confidence. Sigh, go ahead. Just do your best. Erlov did not have high expectations for Levi. Thank you, Senior. I will do my best. Levi joined them. His cultivation level remained low, yet he held the rank of a second circle array wizard. During the few days of observation, he had already identified several flaws. He chose not to be high profile, so he kept quiet. His brow furrowed and sweat beaded on his forehead. He looked nervous as he set up his array module. Orlov and the Rosa Witch held their breath. 3 days later, Orlov wiped cold sweat from his forehead. He looked at Levi with an approving smile after the array hummed into life. This little fellow knows a thing or two about arrays, does he not? I only know a little. I cannot claim to understand anything in front of you. Levi drank a potion and offered a small smile. I am impressed. The Rosa Witch wiped her own brow. This little guy had provided far too many surprises. Let us take a break and start quickly. Things might change if we delay, Barzan said. Half a day later, their condition reached its peak. The Rosa Witch handed a one-time spell scroll to Levi. The surface was engraved with flowers. This is the Flower Withering Scroll. It contains a solidified fifth circle spell. Once you tear it open, you will temporarily obtain the speed of a fifth circle wizard. Fly over here. With your vigilance, you will remain safe. Will do. Levi accepted the scroll. He wasted no time and flew toward the distant sea. Even without this scroll, he could rely on Scarlet Escape to save his life. There was no need to expose his trump card. Levi arrived at the boiling sea. White gas formed a thick layer of clouds in the sky. Below the waves, the huge flaming bird crawled among the volcanoes, shivering in pain. An ancient oil lamp rested within its translucent body. A wisp of golden flames burned at the wick. It is trying to refine the flames in the ceiling's sacred object. It has reached a critical moment. It ignored him entirely. Levi felt a shock. I can finally take revenge. You have harmed me. He cast his spells at the flaming bird. The huge bird, which usually hunted him, ignored him. It is not hurt enough. My third circle spells barely scratch the surface. Levi drew the Crimson Dragon Slash. The grayish-white sword energy wrapped in flames swept forward. It promised annihilation. The flaming bird let out a wail. The sword forced the bird to move. It had wanted to ignore this ant, but the persistence of this attacker ignited its fury. The seawater exploded. Terrifying flames rushed into the sky. The fire element glared at Levi and let out a cry like a young phoenix. Good boy, let us go. Levi sensed the terrifying aura and tore open the scroll. Countless colorful petals swirled around his body. The fragrance assaulted his nose. He flew toward the island under the protection of the petals. He traveled at the speed of a fifth circle cultivator. The flaming bird followed in pursuit. The huge bird entered the sky above the island. Countless longswords connected heaven and earth, forming a prison that emitted a dense sword aura. The fourth circle array, sword prison, activated. Take your formula. You have nothing left to do. I have to focus on the flame divine bird. The Rosa Witch dropped a slate into Levi's hands. Thank you, Senior. Levi took the item. It was indeed the succubus potion formula. He felt overjoyed and left the area. He found a hiding spot to watch the battle from afar. He had the formula, so he had already profited. Everything else remained outside his concern. He wanted to witness this fifth circle battle. If the bird escaped with serious injuries, he could subdue it with the Scarlet Contract. What a wonderful outcome to possess a level 5 fire elemental spirit. The contract slot used on the Golden Feathers King had been removed. Excalibur occupied the spot instead. The battle erupted. The fourth circle array displayed its power. The Rosa Witch moved with grace, utilizing powerful ocean faction spells that countered the fire element. The elemental power here is too thin to exert its full strength. The Thunder Spear of the Thunder Dragon family is stronger than her. Barzan shimmered with golden runes. His body looked like metal. He stood invulnerable to fire, water, swords, and spears. He was a rare body refining wizard from the Bronze School. He emitted rich metal elemental power. Wizard Orlov worked on the array with his remaining strength. His longsword pierced the fire element repeatedly, causing it to wail. Everyone, do your best. This guy is about to die, the Rosa Witch called out. Her expression changed. The fire elemental spirit turned into an egg-shaped ball. Cracks covered the surface, and terrifying flames surged out. The sphere exploded. Shockwaves swept outward. The fourth circle array shattered. Orlov spat blood. He looked dispirited. Self-destruct. Barzan's golden body crumbled. Blood flowed. His spells dimmed. Only the Rosa Witch fared better, though she looked terrible. A smaller mini-flame divine bird turned into a streak of light and fled with the ceiling's sacred object. What is going on? We cannot beat them 3 against 1. Why is this fire element so strong? Levi muttered. He prepared to retreat. He watched the Rosa Witch and the others chase the fire element. They refused to give up. Forget it. I will not watch the show. I have the formula. I cannot be too greedy. Levi chose to leave. On the distant sea surface, a pillar of flames rushed up. Golden flames ignited the sky. Levi turned. The golden flames clung to an invisible curtain, burning continuously. They grew larger. A huge gap appeared in the curtain. Through the pitch-black gap, Levi saw a deep and dark world. The sky lay in tatters. The ground appeared devastated, like scorched earth. Levi turned and flew toward the continent. Danger perception warned him to leave. In the distant Seven Kingdoms continent, within the Tuva Empire, a divine mountain stood tall in the sea, surrounded by lightning and hurricanes. This was the holy land of the Church of Storms, Storm Mountain. A middle-aged man wearing a purple royal robe and a storm crown stood at the top of the storm church, looking into the depths of the outer sea region. The mortal barrier broke. It is much faster than I expected. Chapter 846. Storm St. Groudon sensed the mortal barrier teetering on the edge of destruction. Throughout the Seven Kingdoms continent, the reaction was immediate. Estella, the girl in the black veil within the Church of Stars, Dragon, the dignified youth at Dragon King Mountain, and every saint drawing upon their unique strength, perceived the shift. Inside Heavenly Mountain, Yelin frowned. He had never seen this particular saint in such a disarrayed state. "Saint, what is the matter?" Yelin asked. "The mortal barrier has been broken. You must immediately go to the Church of Earth and inform Mother Terry to prepare to join forces. The Seven Kingdoms continent will be in great turmoil soon. According to my calculations, it should not have broken so quickly. This dark turmoil is too sudden," the saint explained. The saint's expression tightened, and 6 wings of light erupted from behind his shoulders. "I will go now," the saint shouted. Yelin watched the figure vanish, then closed his eyes. From the appearance of the giant flaming bird to the sudden shattering of the mortal barrier, everything happened with a speed that defied the development pattern of the Dark Wave revival. Could a mastermind be pulling the strings behind all of this? Regardless, we must prepare for the worst. Yelin sighed, the weight of the realization pressing down on him. The worst-case scenario meant the foundation of the Church of Holy Light's faith in Nora would vanish. From then on, the Heavenly Father would lack a vital anchor for faith. The rose which hovered before the invisible curtain. She studied the burning golden flames with a solemn expression. Balzan and Erlov stood nearby, their faces twisted in frustration. That flaming divine bird flew to the other side. "Damn it," Balzan cursed, kicking at the air. "That flaming divine bird is no longer important. It knew we wanted to take the divine fire from its body. After it hit the barrier and bounced back, it chose to burn the divine fire and try to escape," the rose witch muttered. Unexpectedly, when the divine fire encountered the barrier, it acted as fuel and burned rapidly. "We seem to have caused a massive mess," Erlov added slowly. "This is no ordinary barrier. It is the mortal barrier." Back then, the gods and the wizard civilization led by Sauron fought an earth-shattering divine war. In that battle, the gods exhausted the divine power source they had accumulated over countless years to forcefully project their strength from the astral world onto Nora. That was the true god's incarnation. You could understand it as the god of the earth. It was not something that the current saint's incarnation could compare to. In addition, the angels under the gods relied on the astral world opened by the gods to descend on Nora. That was the first bloody battle the wizard civilization had experienced. After that, the ancient continental plates shattered. As the oceans drifted, the crystal walls of the Nora plains became riddled with holes. More than half of all creatures went extinct. It remains the largest extinction event in the history of Nora. Some wizards call it the first life catastrophe, or the ancient cataclysm. In the end, the gods' incarnations and the descending angels were killed, but the wizard civilization also suffered heavy losses and could not deal with a new round of divine wars. After that, the gods seemed to have reached an agreement with Sauron. The wizards chose to avoid the world, and the gods promised not to interfere with wizard practice. However, Nora was already riddled with holes. Elemental power had spread to the land of darkness and the subdimensional portal outside the crystal wall. Nora became a place where wizards would die. Therefore, the wizards entered the subdimensional portal to cultivate, while the gods and Sauron used the divine power of the gods as a foundation, and Sauron's supreme legendary forbidden technique as the structure. They chose a relatively complete continent from the broken Nora plain and circled it as the place where the gods preached, and also the cradle of the wizards. Does that not mean that from now on, the vast land outside the mortal barrier will be eroded by the strength of the land of darkness outside the plain? Erlov asked. Yes. Now that the planes are converging, the Nora plane feels the gravitational force of the converging planes. Under this turbulence, the mortal barrier teeters in danger. And this damn divine bird used the divine fire in the sealed sacred object to ignite the divine power contained within it. You can imagine the consequences, the Rose Witch said, her gaze fixed on the devastated world behind the barrier as guilt washed over her. So what if it is broken? The Seven Kingdoms continent remains intact. Moreover, the plane itself has the ability to heal itself. One day in the future, it will heal, Balzan argued, clearly unconcerned. The time taken for the plane to heal itself is too long. Moreover, the world outside the barrier is not devoid of life. After the mass extinction, some living beings must have survived and reproduced until now. These living beings have been exposed to the corrosive power of the land of darkness for a long time. They either died, or those who survived must have mutated to become extremely powerful. The other side of the barrier is full of unknowns. It is best if we do not rashly step in. You can come to the Shining Tavern to settle your payment later, the Rose Witch said. She cast a flying spell and shot toward the mainland. Erlov and Balzan exchanged glances before turning back. In the dark land outside the barrier, the 5th-grade fire elemental spirit's body looked smaller than before. Its aura remained extremely weak. It watched the retreating wizards, eyes burning with hatred. Chapter 847. The group obstructed its advancement. They forced it to a dead end and nearly killed it. Without their interference, that trace of divine fire might have fueled its ascension. It could have become a level 6 fire element lord. Now, it had failed to advance. Its strength had plummeted to the peak of the 4th level fire element. The most abominable figure was that little bug who knew only how to run. Chasing that bug brought it to this unknown world. It lost its way. It stumbled around like a headless fly. All of this stemmed from that little bug. The fire elemental spirit roared at the sky. A weak, holy strength burned within its body. It glanced down. The ceiling sacred object, which it had detonated to burn the mortal barrier, still left a fragment dormant in its body. A trace of divine flame remained, containing original divine power. Hope flared in its eyes again. Although only a trace remained, nurturing and refining it within its fire element body would allow for recovery. This divine fire served as a primer. In the future, its advancement would proceed more smoothly than other fire elements. In the language of fire, Anveda meant the flames of vengeance, burning everything. The fire elemental spirit claimed this name. It would search for underground fire in this sunlightless land of darkness. It would cultivate quietly to grow stronger. It would not emerge before it achieved the status of a fire element lord. When it finally left seclusion, the fire of revenge would sweep through the world. It would turn the human world upside down to find that little bug. It would use the strength of a fire element lord to subdue that pest, then force that bug to suffer its flames every day until death. 300 years to the east, 300 years to the west. Anveda would never yield to fate. The fire elements sang, their voices piercing clouds and cracking rocks. Flames illuminated the dark world. It felt like a god. A wild level 4 fire element waited here. A huge hand, formed by endless black gas, descended from the sky. It grabbed Anveda. Terror seized the creature. This strength surpassed the female wizard who had surrounded it. Its strength had just regressed. The grip sealed it in place. It could not move. Thud. Anveda slammed into the ground under the black hand. A bald old man with pale skin and clear purplish-purple blood vessels appeared in the sky. He wore a tattered black robe, a relic of ancient times. His face lacked eyes. Only a narrow, degenerated socket remained. Yellow, withered teeth filled his mouth. He stuck out a black tongue and licked his lips. It has been 300,000 years. Since our ancestors began, we have been forgotten here for 300,000 years. Those who abandoned us and banished us here should be dead. The barrier that blocks the blade of vengeance has begun to collapse. Nora, your king is back. The strange old man cackled. He grabbed the struggling Anveda and left. He found a crack in the ground and vanished into the darkness. Anveda stared at the blue sky. It roared in its heart. Just you wait, little bugs. I will be back. The king will take revenge. 1,000 years is not too late. You better not die of old age. On the other side, Levi hurried across the sea. I have accidentally caused trouble again, he thought. That air wall barrier in the outer sea region explained why the adventurers' attempts to explore Nora's great voyage had failed. The game map of Nora has not been fully opened yet. These barriers related to the war between gods and wizards in ancient times. This barrier protected the Seven Kingdoms continent. Now, it shattered. It is not my fault. Blame that damned fire element. After I attain the 5th circle, I must go and subdue that fellow. Levi flew on, then shifted his expression. Golden light approached rapidly from behind. He increased his speed, but the golden light caught him. Little guy, why are you running? Wizard Barzan walked beside Levi with a smile. Levi slowed his pace. Senior, I have completed my mission, so I am leaving after getting permission from the Rose Witch. I did not expect you to be so good at hiding your skills. I wonder where you learned your knowledge about arrays. Levi felt the hairs on his body stand up. He accumulated strength within his body. I only have a rough understanding of it. It is just some common knowledge of arrays. Don't be nervous. Barzan gestured with a dismissive wave. I am a body-refining wizard. I am not interested in your array inheritance. However, I am quite interested in your powerful body tempering technique. Chapter 848. Boom. Golden light erupted from the body of Barzan, and golden runes flickered across his skin. A golden palm, shining with runic light, lashed out at Levi with terrifying speed. The heavy water barrier around Levi flared. Beneath the surface of the barrier, layers of golden scales shimmered with matching light. Barzan lunged forward, the air whistling around him. What is the meaning of this? Do you think you can bully me just because we are alone? Levi dodged the strike by a hair, but Barzan surged forward like a cannonball, slamming his palm directly onto the defensive barrier. The barrier held for a heartbeat before shattering under the sheer force of the impact. The golden scales collided with the golden palm. As the scales disintegrated, Levi grunted, his body tumbling backward into the sea. The golden palm struck the surface of the water, sending massive waves crashing outward. I am a body-refining wizard, and I can tell at a glance that you have cultivated a powerful technique to strengthen your body. I have no ill intentions. Hand over the technique, and I will leave. I can even sign an agreement with you. Barzan wore a cold smile, though his thoughts remained dark. He realized this kid practiced both body tempering and magic. The boy held many secrets. Between those secrets and the precious array inheritance, the temptation proved too great to resist. Barzan had no intention of signing any agreement. He used that as a tactic to lower the boy's guard. Once he made his move, he would kill Levi to ensure silence. He would never leave an enemy alive to seek revenge. Barzan had lived in seclusion in the mortal world for a long time. He had perfected the luminant gold body refining technique. With the enhancement of the body refining runes, his skin resembled pure gold and possessed immense power. Yet, the technique had reached its limit. He required more body tempering techniques to study and improve. He would not let Levi go. Orlov approached from the distance, frowning. Barzan, what are you doing? Mind your own business. You know about my relationship with Madame Ghost, do you not? Barzan ignored the question and sneered, sending another palm strike toward the spot where Levi hid beneath the waves. Orlov hesitated, his expression flickering, before he sighed and retreated. Do you think you are safe hiding in the sea? Barzan unleashed his full ferocity now that they were alone. He launched a barrage of attacks into the depths. Beneath the water, Levi sensed Orlov moving further away. Far from feeling disappointed, a sense of relief washed over him. I know what you are thinking. You want to wait for Orlov or the Rose Witch to save you. Unfortunately, your idea is destined to fail. No one will meddle in this. Barzan dove into the water, chasing his prey. There is no one else left. I will not pretend anymore. Levi turned to face him, his expression ferocious. Fire Dragon true form. Boom. A volcano seemed to erupt beneath the sea. The water around Levi boiled instantly, and pillars of smoke soared toward the surface. Crimson flames burned beneath the sea, and dark golden scales rattled with the sound of clashing metal. Behind Levi, the bloodline Dharma body, wielding all 6 arms of the Crimson Dragon Slash, breached the surface like a rising sun. When Levi displayed his array knowledge, Barzan had begun to harbor hostility. Even a low-level array inheritance held significant market value. Levi had always presented himself as a pharmacist, rarely revealing his identity as an array wizard for fear of being targeted. He never allowed a hostile threat to remain, regardless of its size. He baited the trap. Barzan took the bait and attacked. Levi might have hesitated to fight a normal 4th circle wizard, but Barzan relied on body refinement. Before the path of the night, Levi felt no fear. The flame dragon Levi and the luminant gold Barzan collided. The sea erupted in a shockwave, sending waves surging in every direction. What kind of body tempering technique is this? You can actually fight against me. Barzan retreated through the water, finally stopping to stand upon the waves. Levi remained silent. The bloodline Dharma body swung the Crimson Dragon Slash. The gray-white airflow surged, unstoppable as it cut through everything in its path. Barzan smiled. Very good. I am becoming more interested in your technique. With it, there is hope for me to become a 5th circle body refining wizard. Boom. They clashed again. The 2 wizards, both masters of body refinement, exchanged blows on the surface of the sea. The wind from their fists shattered nearby reefs, and sword energy swept across the water. A 4th circle body refining wizard is not such a big deal. I did not even use my special form. I only used my bloodline Dharma body. Barzan gritted his teeth, panting. Damn it, this kid is so strong. If I had not been injured by the explosion of the divine bird, I would not have been at a disadvantage. He harbored illusions. He believed Levi used a secret technique that forced a temporary peak. It would certainly have a duration and heavy side effects. If he relied on his stamina to endure, he could easily handle the boy. Half an hour passed. Barzan panted. The luminant gold runes on his body dimmed, and his movements slowed. Serious injuries began to take their toll. Chapter 849. Levi recovered almost as quickly as he took wounds. His terrifying self-healing ability and endurance grated on Barzan's nerves, signaling that something was dreadfully wrong. Forget it. Retreat is the better part of valor. Once these injuries heal, and I return to peak condition, I will settle the score with this boy. Barzan prepared to retreat. A dark shape pounced from behind, black as ink and ferocious. Levi's level 7 mixed venom true form surged forward, a clone of poison comparable to a peak 3rd circle body refining wizard. It was savage. Barzan stumbled back. This seems to be the Black Water Witch's mixed venom true form. You killed the Black Water Witch. Die. Levi ignored him, unleashing a flurry of vicious methods. Darkness swallowed Barzan whole. Nightfall, nightmares. The roar of a dragon shattered Barzan's focus. In the dark night woven by the nightmare dragon, the fears and nightmares lurking in the depths of his heart awoke. Levi appeared everywhere, a phantom of pure terror. Barzan, a 4th circle wizard, possessed a strong mind. He shoved the illusion aside in an instant. Levi swung the Crimson Dragon Slash. The air hummed as he drove the blade forward. Barzan raised a shield-shaped magic tool to deflect the strike. Impact shattered the air. Cracks spider-webbed across the surface of the 3rd circle magic tool. This is impossible. Barzan's heart hammered against his ribs. Even he struggled to break a 3rd circle magic weapon. The brat's attack could cripple or kill him. Retreat. Barzan lacked defensive gear, as body-refining wizards rarely relied on tools. This was his only 3rd circle relic, and it was ruined. A double loss. It is too late for that. Where is your imposing manner now, you bully? Levi sneered, lunging forward alongside the mixed venom true form. The clone poured into Barzan's open wounds, infusing his blood with venom. Black asphalt seeped beneath his luminant gold skin. Barzan braced his powerful physique, fighting the corruption, and charged out of the encroaching darkness. Stop. There is no point in continuing this. Neither of us can kill the other. Levi answered with a strike so precise that Barzan had to scramble backward. Rosa Witch appeared, her voice cutting through the tension. Barzan, stop. Do you wish to be branded a dark wizard? Relief flooded Barzan. Senior Rose, I was just excited to see the prey. I sparred with the little fellow, and I kept giving in. I did not expect him to be so angry. A sigh escaped him. Levi remained silent. His expression hardened into stone as he swung his sword again. The Rosa Witch caught the blade effortlessly. Levi, stop. There is a power supporting Barzan. You are a wild wizard. Killing him will not stop the forces behind him. Otherwise, I would not have intervened. She pivoted to Barzan, her gaze icy. Compensate Levi with sincerity, and sign a contract. You will not find trouble with him again, and you are forbidden from using the power behind you. Orlov told me everything. Do not think I am ignorant. I invited Levi, and he is a dear friend to my sisters and the Flower Witch. If you kill him, how can I face them? Barzan's expression twisted. He cursed the meddlesome Orlov, vowing to kill him one day, and destroy his array inheritance. The situation demanded compliance. He forced a smile. All right. I will give you 50,000 ether stones. Are you satisfied? You are a third circle wild wizard. 50,000 ether stones should last you a long time. Levi stifled the urge to throw the hundreds of thousands of ether stones in his storage bag at the man. He drew a steadying breath, sheathed the crimson dragon slash, and spoke calmly. 100,000. 100,000. You are a fourth circle wizard. Do you mean to say you cannot spare 100,000 ether stones? The Rosa Witch stared down Barzan, her expression frost. Anger boiled in Barzan's chest. He had been cultivating in seclusion in the human world for a long time, and the war had cut him off from returning to the wizard world. His coffers were low. 100,000 accounted for nearly half of his entire fortune. He needed those stones to fuel his elemental convergence circle for his own cultivation. He hoped to return to the wizard world once the war ended. It looks like Sir Barzan cannot manage 100,000 ether stones. How about 80,000? I will not force you. I did not expect a dignified fourth circle wizard to be so destitute. Levi shook his head, his tone laced with murderous intent. This is the way of the world. Barzan, I am truly disappointed. Rosa Witch turned to Levi, her gaze filled with appreciation for his surprising magnanimity. Come, sign the agreement. Barzan stifled his rage and signed the compensation document, drafted by the Rosa Witch. Levi reviewed the agreement. One term bound him to cease any revenge against Barzan, though it said nothing regarding the powers supporting the wizard. Perhaps because he was a wild wizard, the Rosa Witch assumed Levi stood alone. Barzan did not contest the clause, knowing that if Levi sought revenge, he retained the right to retaliate. Chapter 850. Levi thought for a moment and signed the document. After signing the agreement, under the witness of the Rosa Witch, Barzan handed Levi a storage bag containing exactly 80,000 ether stones. Levi accepted it with a nod. He ignored the deep hostility radiating from Barzan and revealed a warm smile. I have heard of a saying before. It is called when we meet, we can forget all grudges with a smile. Senior Barzan, we are even now. Do not find trouble with this junior anymore. Barzan suppressed the urge to lash out. He forced a smile and replied, No, I originally wanted to spar with you. Orlov misunderstood me. It is all that damn bird's fault. My strength is not even half of what it was at my peak. Barzan studied Levi's fearless smile. He considered that this kid had known from the start that he intended to deal with him. Strange. With the matter settled, Barzan snorted coldly and flew away, without looking back. He had thrown away his helmet and armor. Rosa Witch watched the obviously indignant Barzan depart, and offered a bitter smile. I am really sorry. I did not expect Barzan to be such a person. This war between the dark and righteous wizards has caused many people to abandon law and order. It is fine. Thank you for helping me out, senior. I am extremely grateful, Levi said. You little fellow, you really know how to hide. You were able to endure Barzan's attack for so long, and even made him suffer. Why did you not say so earlier? Rosa Witch sighed. The boy was a legendary knight, yet he lacked a legendary title, and possessed strength close to the fourth circle realm. He kept a low profile in the human world, which truly surprised the Rosa Witch. I only have an explosive secret technique. If Senior had not come, I would have been exposed. Levi spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as he spoke weakly. I am sorry. The secret technique backfired on me. Senior, wait for me to take some healing medicine. All right, since the matter has been resolved, let us go. The mortal barrier has been broken, and the human world will be even more turbulent. If you do not have a good place to protect yourself, you can look for me. We can help each other and overcome the difficulties together. Senior, what is the mortal barrier? Levi asked after his expression recovered a little. Rosa Witch described the mortal barrier to Levi. This is indeed troublesome. If I cannot hold on any longer, I will go and seek refuge with you, Senior. I hope Senior will take me in, Levi said. Rosa Witch puffed out her chest. She smiled and spoke. I love raising little guys. It is fun to watch you monsters become stronger. Levi's face turned red as he looked at the fifth circle witch. He dared not stare at her. Oh right, Senior, you said that there is a power behind Wizard Barzan. What is it exactly? Is it convenient for you to tell me? Levi asked. You have heard of Madame Ghost, right? The School of Death wizard, who caused the Holy Mother of the Church of Earth to return empty-handed. I have heard of it. Madame Ghost is a high-ranking member of the Spirit Catcher Steeple of the School of Death. She should be a fifth circle wizard. She was sent by the Spirit Catcher Steeple to the human world to take charge of the overall situation. As for Barzan, although he grew up in the Endless Sea, his mother is a fifth circle wizard of the Spirit Catcher Steeple. He has a good relationship with Madame Ghost. You also know that the wizards of the School of Death are quite difficult to deal with. The crime rate of the Dark Wizards is ranked in the top 3 among the major sections. If you kill Barzan, they definitely will not let this matter rest. When the time comes, will you be able to withstand the troubles Madame Ghost will cause for you? Rosa Witch asked earnestly. The moment Levi heard her explanation, he quickly thanked her. Thank you, Senior. I understand. On the way, Levi bid farewell to the Rosa Witch. She left in a hurry, leaving Levi behind. The mixed venom true form emerged from Levi's body and stood in front of him. The human world is only so big. With the mixed venom true form and the residual mixed venom in Barzan's body, I will let you hide for a few days. Levi did not return to the Dusk Holy Temple. He arrived at the Ancient Saint Plain. The Ancient Saint Plain showed positive momentum. The high and mighty Senior State Assembly managed this place, while the 4 dragon kings of the Crimson Dragon Emperor monitored everything. On this day, in the center of the ancient dragon continent, a huge stone hall stood classified as a forbidden area. On the lofty Inferno throne, the Crimson Dragon Emperor opened his eyes. He stood up, and the ancient dragon's might swept across the room. Not long after, the Golden Feathers King flew in and knelt in front of the Emperor. Emperor, you are awake. Yes, I can sense the hostility from the alien demons. Inform King Yi, King Kang, and the 20 ancient saints of the Senior State Assembly to gather in front of the throne, Levi said in a low voice. The Golden Feathers King was overjoyed. It seemed like a mission waited for him. He flew out immediately, and then, a feathered people messenger belonging to the Emperor carried the Emperor's orders toward the Senior State Assembly and the other kings. At the Senior State Assembly, the ancient saints discussed political affairs when a messenger of the Emperor in blazing armor suddenly descended from the sky. This is the Emperor's personal messenger. The Emperor has woken up from his Inferno throne. In the southern sea, King Kang messed with a lizard woman under his command again. A bunch of female lizards cried out. Suddenly, a messenger came to the surface of the sea, and his voice boomed like thunder. Where is King Kang? The Emperor's decree. Chapter 851. Not long after, King Kang hurriedly stopped his needlework. He climbed up from the lizard woman's body, put on his armor, and held a luminate gold greatsword in his hand. He then came to the side of the messenger. King Kang here. In the Intis mountain range, King Yi, the skybreaking ancient saint, had also received the imperial edict. The ancient blood in his body, long immersed in silence, began to boil once more. A few days later, Levi sat on his throne. He looked down at the 23 ancient saints who had already arrived. There were 3 kings and 20 members of the Senior State Assembly. They might not be a match for a 4th circle wizard if they fought alone, but if 23 of them joined forces, each could drown a 4th circle wizard. Moreover, the strength of the 3 kings was not weaker than that of a 4th circle wizard. Follow the trail and find the traces of the evil spirit. Be careful, and do not be too ostentatious. After completing the mission, return immediately. I want to guard this place and fight against an even greater evil, Levi said. Understood. The 3 kings and the members of the Senior State Assembly accepted the order. In the human world, in the outer sea region, sat an inconspicuous island. On the island stood a small mortal town, and in the middle of the town, a luxurious mansion rose above the rest. That was the castle of Lord Bar, a figure known to everyone on the island. This island was the fief of Lord Bar. The mortals provided resources, and Lord Bar provided shelter. In an underground secret room in Bar Castle, a huge pool of underground fire bubbled. On top of it sat a large crucible that had been burned red. The pot held thick golden soup. It was not water, but molten iron from the luminate gold. Luminate gold body refining runes flickered on Barzan's body. These runes allowed him to lie in the molten iron unscathed. Traces of the metal element power of the luminate gold continuously flowed into his body, patching up his wounds. His luminate gold wizard body could only be cultivated by bathing in luminate gold molten iron. I do not know what kind of cultivation technique that brat cultivated, but he was able to shatter my luminate gold wizard body, Barzan muttered. According to that brat's character, even if there is a contract, he will definitely not let it go. When I find an opportunity, I will deliberately appear in front of him and force him to attack me. Then, I will retaliate in self-defense and kill him. I will be able to avoid the influence of the contract. Or I can ask my mother to ask the high-level primordial soul wizard of the Spirit Catcher Steeple to take action and tear up the contract. What can a wild wizard do to fight me? There was an oil painting on the wall in front of Barzan. In the oil painting, a peaceful girl rested with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. Her face distorted as if she had come to life. She walked down from the painting and turned into a swaying human skin. A cold and lonely female voice came from the human skin. Barzan, where are you now? I heard that the mortal barrier has been broken. Is that true? Lord Spectre, it is true. It is indeed true, Barzan said respectfully. What is wrong with you? Why are you so heavily injured? The human skin asked. I was hunting that flaming divine bird and was injured by its self-detonation. Then, I was ambushed by a 3rd circle wild wizard. However, it is not a big deal. I am about to recover, but there is still some poison that needs to be removed, Barzan said. Your mother asked me to pass a message to you. Try not to cause trouble outside and wait for her to come to the mortal world. I understand. As soon as Barzan finished speaking, his expression changed. He sensed auras approaching Bar Castle. Outside the castle, around the island, a black cloud lingered in the sky. This black cloud resembled wriggling asphalt that circled above. Look, what is that above Lord Bar's castle? Is it raining? I do not know. What a terrifying feeling. Figures wearing black robes and black hoods walked out of the black poisonous fog. A total of 23 powerful auras surrounded the castle. This is the residence of the alien demons. The Feather King looked down coldly as a terrifying attack brewed. King Kang and King Yi also accumulated their strength. The 20 ancient saints of the Senior State Assembly had even formed a formation. The sky above the castle resembled an apocalyptic disaster. Who are you? Barzan walked out of the secret room, but he discovered figures charging into the castle from midair. Boom! The castle collapsed instantly, and rocks flew everywhere. Barzan's luminate gold wizard body, which had yet to be fully repaired, shattered once again under this terrifying joint attack. The entire island shook. An earthquake. Heavens, what is that? Angels or demons? Run, let us go to the sea. The citizens rushed toward the sea. Immediately after, an even more violent attack erupted. The castle was reduced to dust. In the large pit in the center, there were only pieces of Barzan's flesh and blood. There was also a shattered head that died with grievances. The fierce attack caused the underground fire below the island to erupt, and the luminant gold liquid splashed in all directions. Along with the lava, it swallowed Barzan's flesh and the castle. The mortals who escaped to the surface of the sea looked at everything in shock. Amidst the dark clouds and volcanoes, the demons disappeared before their very eyes. Only the castle that had been razed to the ground witnessed everything that had happened. Previously, I heard from the maidservant of Bar Castle that Lord Bar seemed to have secretly signed a contract with the demons of hell. Now it seems that it is true. Those who sign a contract with the demons will not have a good ending. Everyone in Bar Castle is dead, a blind, crazed old man muttered to himself in the crowd. There is a demon. Let us run. The mortals boarded the ships and left. No one cared about the crazy old man in the crowd. When no one remained in the sky, the old man looked at the castle with a lifeless gaze, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. His face began to change, and his figure began to grow taller and taller, finally turning into Levi's appearance. The black demon picked up the storage bags and treasures he had picked up in the castle, and came to the side of Levi. After Levi filtered through the items, he threw them into the lava and destroyed them. Then, he left the place without looking back. In the Gaia kingdom, within the spirit kingdom, a lady with skin as smooth as jade and dressed in a black palace dress sat deep in thought in a hall full of ghosts and monsters. Barzan is dead. Who are those mysterious people? Are they dark wizards? Chapter 852. The Ancient Saint Plain. Levi waited on the throne. He watched the Ancient Saints return. Lord, we killed the otherworldly demon, Ancient Saint Skybreaking announced. All of you may go. Skybreaking will stay. Levi leaned back, his gaze steady. The other Ancient Saints bowed and withdrew. There is still a demonic mark in your body. Stay still. Levi flicked his wrist. His arm dissolved into a cloud of blood mist that surged into the Ancient Saint's body. A mini-spectre was pulled out. Leon, it is time for a snack, Levi said. Leon emerged from the shadows and devoured the mini-spectre in Levi's hand. At the same time, in the Gaia kingdom, Madame Ghost sat on her throne of bones. She used a secret technique to find the culprit. It discovered and destroyed the ghost mark I left behind. Damn it. The clues and traces are gone. Madame Ghost's silent curse hung in the air. Barzan had accepted the request of that old woman, the Rosa Witch. That old woman knew the cause of Barzan's death. She had to investigate. The spirit catcher steeple would not let this go. A spectre crawled out of her body, blended into the shadows, and vanished into the night. A few days later, a carriage rolled along a small country road. Inside, Lady Rosa wore a gorgeous palace dress. She stared at the scenery beyond the window. She frowned and turned toward a corner of the carriage. The corner stood empty. Since you are here, stop hiding. I have heard of your methods, Lady Rosa said. Ha, old woman, you are quite leisurely. Aren't you over 400 years old? Let me ask you, how did Barzan die? Madame Ghost asked. Barzan is dead? The Rosa Witch asked. Her surprise was evident. Stop pretending. This matter involves you, Madame Ghost said. I do not know, the Rosa Witch replied, her expression unchanged. Tell me the murderer. The spirit catcher steeple will not pursue this matter, Madame Ghost insisted. I do not know. How can I tell you? Then you do not want to talk about it. You did not do it, did you? Think whatever you want, Lady Rosa said. Anger flared in her chest. I understand. Rosa, you have been in the human world for too long. You think you can fight the spirit catcher steeple with just a flower witch. You, get lost. The Rosa Witch shouted. Light shined from her eyes. The ghost Madame Ghost used to pass the message turned to ashes. Being weak only makes others push their luck. She is just a fifth circle wizard, yet she uses the organization to threaten me. The Rosa Witch looked away. She harbored unrealistic fantasies about some people. She thought that if she did not provoke them and tolerated their presence, she could avoid trouble. Reality offered no such comfort. In this world, logic held little sway. Those with strength bullied the weak without restraint. After the Wizard Council started, the situation improved. However, darkness remained under the law. Now that the flames of war continued, order existed only in name. Barzan and Madame Ghost had given up their bottom lines. Without the constraints of the parliament, the strong would continue to prey on the weak. Barzan is dead. Does that kid also have a big organization behind him? If he has a big organization, why is he so careful? Is it the work of wild wizards treading on thin ice? Or did someone else kill Barzan? The carriage vanished into the wilderness. In the Spectre Kingdom, Madame Ghost woke from her throne, her expression gloomy. Countless ghosts surrounded her, trembling under her rage. Old woman. Time flew. 3 years passed in the human world. To the mortals, the breaking of the mortal barrier mattered little. The church kept them in the dark. After the saints of the church inspected the distant outer sea region, they shook their heads. The gap grew wider. The power of a saint could not repair it. Besides, repairs were useless. The convergence of the heavenly spheres brought unprecedented power and plane turbulence. If it did not break now, it would break in a few decades or a century. The immediate concern involved those malicious existences in the forsaken land of the god. They survived tenaciously in that devastated land of darkness. Because of the pollution of unknown forces, they differed from ordinary living beings. They were tyrannical and treacherous. Some dark wizards might even be considered kind compared to them. So far, no one had snuck in through the gap. This provided no comfort. It felt like the silence before a storm. In the past 3 years, the Dusk Holy Temple developed as usual. Kelvin Silver Mountain became a legendary knight last year. His title was Silver Dragon Knight. 7 official members served the Dusk Holy Temple, excluding Levi. In addition to Kelvin, a seed existed who could be called half-legendary. Levi held high hopes for him. When he attempted to break through to become a legendary knight, he went crazed and suffered a bloodline backlash. He did not become a lunatic knight, but his advancement to the legendary level stalled. Chapter 853. This made Levi realize that the method of knights might need to be changed and perfected. Success was due to the bloodline, but failure was due to the bloodline. If he could turn the bloodline into something that was the icing on the cake, and not necessary on the path of knights, that would be a better method. At that time, it might not be a knight technique anymore, but a brand new transcendent system. Unfortunately, with Levi's current realm and vision, it was impossible for him to jump out of the framework of a knight to create a new transcendent path. The reason why Levi created the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation was because he referenced the knight technique. In the end, he still could not walk out of the framework of his bloodline. It was naturally very difficult for Levi to jump out. Of course, to Sauron, perhaps he had only created the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation out of convenience, and did not put much effort into it. His focus was still on wizards. Leaving behind the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation did not mean that he could only create the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation. If he advanced to a high-level primordial soul wizard in the future, and could travel on planes, and see more scenery, and transcendent systems, he might be able to achieve his goal. After the Dusk Holy Temple was created, it had its own trajectory. Levi did not have much to worry about. With the Blood Knights taking charge of the situation, he was quite assured. Therefore, most of the time, other than going to the Endless Sea to complete some missions from the Witch's family and exchange for some resources, Levi stayed in the ancient Saint Plane to cultivate quietly. Without that damned fire elemental spirit, he did not have to worry too much about entering and leaving the wizard world. On the other hand, Barzan had been dead for more than 3 years, and no one had come knocking on his door yet. There was no such thing as the Calabash brothers saving his grandfather. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. Over the years, with the combined efforts of the Lizardmen and Levi of the ancient Dragon Empire, Levi had finally gathered all the materials for the Glory of the Four Kings array. Levi had saved a lot of resources by monopolizing a small plane. Therefore, he prepared the materials for 2 sets of arrays, each costing about 100,000 ether stones. After obtaining the materials, Levi began to refine continuously. Levi's array skill had been stuck as a second circle peak level array wizard for a long time. His theoretical knowledge was very solid. The Glory of the Four Kings was not very difficult. It was not as complicated as modern arrays, but it was extremely time-consuming and resource-intensive. Just like that, another year passed. Levi spent most of the year refining arrays. In the end, both sets of arrays were refined. Levi's array skill also naturally broke through to level 6, which was the level of a third circle array wizard. Just like wizards, the third circle was also an important threshold for array wizards. After the third circle, the types and power of arrays that wizards could refine became stronger. In the Truth Magic Mirror, there were also a few ancient combat arrays. Compared to the potion formula, the materials involved in the array blueprint did not change much. This was because most of the arrays were durable items, and not consumables like potions. Therefore, the difference between the materials used to create arrays in modern times and ancient times was not obvious. Levi used his alchemy knowledge to exchange for a third circle array, called the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. This array could allow 24 or more wizards to form a battle formation. Only 4 wizards needed to carry array items and preside over the array in the 4 directions of earth, fire, wind, and water. The others could be enhanced by the array. Not only spell wizards, but also body refining wizards and some warriors of foreign races could participate. Therefore, Levi felt that it was not a problem to use it on an ancient saint. He planned to find some Shinnik Lizardman wizards in the Shinnik Academy and form an array with the Senior State Assembly. The Purgatory Ghost Killing formation could greatly increase the mental strength of the people in the battle formation. Their physical potential and explosive power could cause them to be in an excited state, like hungry ghosts in purgatory. That was why it was called the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. Levi estimated that if the combat array was successfully refined, the Purgatory Ghost Killing battle formation formed by 20 ancient saints would be enough to instantly kill a 4th circle wizard. Even a 5th circle wizard might not be able to withstand it. There was the Glory of the Four Kings and the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. The ancient Dragon Empire had 2 great arrays, one for offense and one for defense. It could be said to be perfect. After that, Levi set up 2 sets of the Glory of the Four Kings array, and 1 set at the Dusk Holy Temple on Twilight Island. The other set was set up at the spatial entrance between the ancient Saint Plane and the human world, which was the island. When the time came, Bogang, the mountain giant, would be in charge of the King of Earth array, which could also increase the power of the array. This way, even if someone accidentally found this island and discovered the spatial entrance, they would have to go through the array to enter. Unless it was a 5th circle wizard or a 4th circle wizard, it should be very difficult to pass through this array. On the other side of the entrance of the subdimensional portal, there were 4 Senior State Assembly ancient saints guarding it all year round. This way, the only entrance to the entire ancient saint plane was firmly guarded by Levi. It should be considered impregnable. Levi felt more secure as he cultivated in this place. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1110, Month of Wheatfield. Year 79 of the Great Expedition. In the wizard world, there was news that Deep Blue Sage Luther had betrayed the wizard camp and brought Sky City and the wizard battle group that had returned to the abyss. It was said that this news came from a certain big shot, and it was basically true. Chapter 854. This undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in the wizard world. The Deep Blue Sage of the Sky City, who was supposed to return, had yet to return. Many wizards followed the rumors, led astray by the noise. Denouncement of the Deep Blue Sage continued. The endless sea felt the weight of that immense pressure. The Deep Blue Sage was a giant of the ocean school of thought. He started his journey in the endless sea. As his hometown, the region remained naturally controversial. Most wizards in the endless sea, including many dark wizards, firmly supported the Deep Blue Sage. They felt such a betrayal clashed with his character. Supporters of the Deep Blue Sage clashed with detractors from other regions, launching a public debate. In the giant tree secret realm, Marlene ground potion powder. She studied her mixture, while listening to the rumors drifting from outside. Winnie, who had just advanced to the second circle, stared at the horizon. "Teacher, you are too despicable." She spoke with indignation. "These people have completely forgotten that it was the Deep Blue Sage who defeated the evil god. If the Deep Blue Sage wanted to betray the wizard civilization, he could have submitted to the more powerful Lord of Chaos. He could have asked the Lord of Chaos to hold a god-granting ceremony. From then on, he would have ignited his divine fire, occupied the astral world with his divine persona, and become an immortal god. Why did he submit to that unreliable abyss lord? We cannot control their mouths." Marlene stared at her concoction without expression. "I believe in the Tower Master and the Deep Blue Sage." Winnie let out a sigh. When will the Tower Master come back? Mentioning him made her listless. Without the Tower Master's organization, the world felt dull. When Herman left the wizard world, he left no soul token in the Grey Tower. Until now, nobody knew if he lived or died. He wanted Marlene and the others to maintain hope. If they saw the Tower Master's soul shatter, they would succumb to sadness. If they did not see the soul token shatter, they would hold on to life. On an island in the Star Sea, once a nameless island, now stood Starfire Island. A faction burned there like a spark. It was the Starfire Wizard Academy. The academy architecture remained simple and grand. It lacked traditional wizard towers or fancy buildings. Rows of teaching buildings, laboratories, and other divisions filled the campus. Wizard Xavier strode along the academy path. A smile brightened his face. As an associate professor of the weapon-making department, he earned a decent income. The academy provided financial support to aid his study of new wizard tools. A slim wizard in a blue windbreaker robe approached. He caught sight of Xavier and spoke with trepidation. "Good morning, Sir Xavier." "Good morning, Sir Newt. Have you finished your appraisal class?" Yes. I am going to see a friend." Xavier chuckled. "What friend?" "It is your wife, right? Let us not talk about it anymore. I am leaving." On an academy training ground, Newt and the Rose which leaned against each other. They watched young apprentices train. Newt broke the silence. "You seem to have something on your mind all these years. I am not good with words, but I can feel it. My dear, if one day I disappear from this world, what will you do?" Newt did not hesitate. "I will look for you. If you are alive, I want to see you. If you are dead, I want to see your corpse." "Pfft, you really know how to talk." Rose looked into the distance. Since the Whitewater witch died, she had lived in uneasiness. Nightmares followed her like a shadow. A few times, she nearly failed to wake from her meditation. She simply stopped meditating and sleeping. Potions sustained her. She did not know how long she could last. "My dear, I might be in trouble." Rose hesitated, then told Newt the truth. Newt fell into deep thought. "Is it nightmares?" "Yes, the nightmare world exists. Whitewater died there. Master has not returned, and I do not know how to solve it. I have never been so helpless since I was young. When I was young, I was naive. I thought becoming an omnipotent wizard could solve every difficulty in this world with magical spells." Rose shared everything that troubled her. She had only told Levi these things, but even Levi was helpless. She knew Newt could not fix it, but she needed to share the burden. As they chatted, elemental power across the Starfire Wizard Academy went berserk. It formed a vortex. The invisible force seemed to gain color and shape. An elemental tornado bridged the Wizard Academy and the sky. This abnormality shifted the expressions of every teacher and student on the campus. The two vice principals, Wizard Sparrow and Wizard Verrill, walked out of the classroom. They looked to the sky. "This is overflowing spiritual power, stirring the elemental power of this island. Someone is breaking through to the primordial soul." "What? It cannot be Lord Garcia, right?" "It is possible. Lord Garcia mentioned he was going into seclusion. I did not expect him to break through to the primordial soul. Oh my god." Instantly, groups of wizards turned their gazes toward the center of the Starfire Wizard Academy. Suddenly, a huge phantom, resembling a pearl shell, crossed the sky above the Wizard Academy. "What is this? Could it be that it is not Lord Garcia? Is some kind of transcendent creature hiding in our academy to break through?" Chapter 855. Why does it feel like a black pearl shell? Sparrow peered at the sky, his expression strange. The black pearl shell remained a specialty of the Black Pearl Island. The Black Pearl Wizard market grew because of this development. Interesting. Someone's primordial soul wizard form is actually the Black Pearl Shell. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a wizard robe arrived above the Wizard Academy, unbidden. He hovered in the air, his presence sudden and absolute. Congratulations, Sir Garcia, for breaking through the shackles of crystallization and advancing to a primordial soul wizard. From now on, you will enjoy 2,000 years of lifespan and become famous in the endless sea. Sparrow and Veril recoiled, their faces draining of color. Jacob. This middle-aged man was the solitary wizard Jacob, once a resident of the Black Pearl Wizard Market. If Levi had stood there, he would have recognized the man who sold him the soul artifact fragment. Jacob's aura pressed down, deep as the sea. His spiritual force felt vast, enough to drown Sparrow and the others. This gap far exceeded the divide between any level of wizard before the high level. This stood as the greatest qualitative change before the path of legendary wizards. There was no other. Jacob chuckled, observing Sparrow and Veril trembling. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I was just passing by and realized an acquaintance had formed a primordial soul, so I came to observe and recall the past. The phantom of the black pearl in the sky suddenly vanished. Elemental power surged, converging into the body of a kind-looking, white-haired old man. His appearance shifted, growing young. The aura of death dissipated, replaced by full vitality. Thank you for your help, Wizard Jacob. Some people really do not like to see others doing better. Wizard Garcia snorted. His gaze sharpened. He clenched his fist in the air. A huge black pearl shell materialized on the surface of the sea 50 kilometers away from Starfire Island. A muffled groan echoed from the void. A figure became sealed within the black pearl shell. Golden lightning crawled across the surface of the shell, but the barrier held firm. I am a wizard from the Letney family. How dare you seal me? A voice muffled from within the black pearl shell. Hey, according to the law, everything within 10,000 miles of Starfire Island belongs to the Wizard Academy. So what if it is the Letney family? Garcia stood tall, his voice resonating. Law. You know the ancestor of my Letney family was one of the authors of the law. We created this law. I did nothing. You have no right to attack me. A fearless voice rang out from the shell. Garcia sighed. He waved a hand dismissively. Get lost. The black pearl shell rushed into the distance and exploded. A disheveled figure scrambled to escape. I have embarrassed myself in front of you. Garcia turned back to the others. Some big shots looked down on the Congress more and more. Sigh, how disappointed would Lord Sauron be if he saw this scene today? Jacob shook his head, his tone helpless. Not long after, a major event spread throughout the Star Sea. The Black Pearl Garcia, who had been on the verge of death, miraculously broke through and became a sixth circle wizard. With a primordial soul wizard in charge, the Starfire Wizard Academy grew stronger than ever. More life strength converged into the academy. The apprentices of the Starfire Wizard Academy spread across the endless sea. They developed into a force that could not be ignored. Optimists sent blessings and congratulatory gifts. Wizard families and organizations that had once looked down on or suppressed the Starfire Wizard Academy fell silent. An ordinary wizard had started by harvesting black pearl shells and walked step by step. Time passed, things changed, and he finally entered the primordial soul like a spark. He could set a prairie ablaze. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1111, the first day of the month of beginning. The 80th year of the Great Expedition. Levi celebrated his 121st birthday. After years of accumulation, Levi's cultivation of the Great Tao yielded significant results. In terms of spells, the first innate spell, Fire Dragon Tribulation, reached perfection. Its power rivaled a fourth circle spell, easily exceeding 40k. The most terrifying aspect remained that, as an innate spell, the power of the Fire Dragon Tribulation would increase as Levi's wizard realm expanded in the future. It would not fade. This functioned like the innate ability of a wizard. It acted as an instinct comparable to the spell abilities of powerful transcendent creatures. Levi's second original spell entered the process of fusion. He planned to use the Earth faction to forge the strongest innate defensive spell. His idea involved fusing the spells of the Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, Thunder, Ice, Bronze, and other major factions into one entity. By utilizing the most unique characteristics as his future innate spells, he would eliminate elemental restraint. Regardless of which faction the enemy belonged to, Levi possessed a way to deal with them. At the same time, Levi's spiritual power reached 170 points. He stood only 30 points away from the maximum of 200 points. If everything proceeded smoothly, his spiritual force would reach perfection within 15 to 20 years. After learning all three innate spells, he planned to advance to the fourth circle and turn the gas spiritual force magic ring into a liquid spiritual water droplet. Advancing to the fourth circle before the age of 150 would present no problem. Chapter 856. This speed surpassed that of ordinary children of the elements. Although the fourth circle remained some time away, Levi prepared the succubus blush murmur potion in advance. With the resources of a small plane and the witch's family, gathering the materials posed no problem, provided he had money and time. The succubus breast milk proved relatively difficult to find. The witch's family carried no such ingredients. The milk required freshness, lasting no more than 24 hours. Preserving it in a special container proved useless. Levi did not know which pervert devised this formula, but the discovery broadened his horizons. Succubi functioned basically as middle-rank demons at level 3, and they appeared relatively rarely in the abyss. Levi hoped a succubus existed among the demons that escaped from the abyss well a few years ago. Beyond the path of wizards, the rune language progressed steadily. The Horned Bull constellation power broke through to level 6, and the strength increase reached 50%. The chariot rune attained level 5, granting a speed increase of 40%. The rune language promised to become increasingly terrifying with progression. It represented an advanced skill. Until now, whether regarding the chariot rune or the strength rune, the potential seemed limitless. Levi suspected that with the proficiency panel in hand, he might evolve the rune language into the language of stars, much like the giants of the Starforger civilization. Drawing the power of stars from the sky to fight enemies with a mere gesture suggested the realm of a legendary wizard. Levi muttered, "After I reach the 4th circle, I should be able to learn the lover's rune. I wonder if that mysterious luck will hold." Over the years, the path of knights underwent massive changes. The Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique reached level 14. The Flame Dragon's true form special effect advanced to level 2, and strength increased significantly. While not a qualitative breakthrough of a major realm, Levi's various enhancements suggested dealing with Barzan would prove easier should they meet again. The Dead Ember breathing technique advanced to level 13, and the Ember Feather's special effect reached level 1, Inextinguishable Ember Body. Naturally, his physique and self-healing ability improved correspondingly. His Bloodline Dharma body entered level 7, condensing the Azura Phantom further. Moreover, the Bloodline Dharma body could attack and protect its master within a kilometer, even while Levi remained stationary. He created the 7th level of the Introduction to Bloodline Dharma Body, titled Dharma Body Separation. An owl flew into the hall, transforming into the witch Eve. With Levi's help, Eve advanced to the 2nd circle. She possessed the 3rd circle defensive wizard tool Levi bestowed upon her, allowing her to enter and exit the wizard world with difficulty. Hence, Levi allowed Eve to continue her role as a messenger. He required her to deliver first-hand information about the wizard world. Levi said, "You have worked hard." Eve smiled. "It is what I should do. Without your help, I would not be where I am today." She transformed into an owl and departed. Levi scanned the news, his expression solemn. The deep blue sage betrayed us? Levi found it difficult to comprehend. The news sources claim a grand wizard level big shot provided this information. It seemed reliable, but we still do not know who this big shot is. Is someone trying to create internal strife? Have the legendary wizards started to split? The Congress is in a mess. Levi felt disappointed. A united wizard civilization stood strongest. Why did these people not understand this simple principle? If the wizards remained divided, and without Sauron, how could they fight against the gods? How could they fight against the abyss? Although the gods and the abyss stood divided, this internal conflict meant sacrificing the greatest advantage of a wizard. I did not expect the Black Pearl Kid, Garcia, to advance to a primordial soul. This comes as a surprise. Garcia possesses only triple affinity talent, and he is a nomadic wizard. He seems to be the son of Providence. That gives me more confidence in breaking through to a primordial soul wizard. Levi and Garcia remained strangers. After all, Garcia was just a nobody. However, Levi retained some impression of Sparrow and Veril. Levi dismissed the thoughts. Forget it. Let us have a meeting first. To facilitate the meeting, during the 6th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights, Levi and the other official members unanimously agreed that the next meeting date would fall on the 1st day of the month of beginning in the Holy Brilliance calendar, January 1st. Once the round table assembly convened, Levi took his seat and sent his consciousness into the castle surrounded by the Black Snake. He closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the arrival of the other members. Moments later, a member pushed open the door and entered. "Good evening, Commander." The first to enter, the youngest and weakest Silver Dragon Knight, Kelvin, approached. "Good evening, Silver Dragon Knight." Levi offered a smile. He displayed no arrogance. He remained easygoing while exuding an oppressive aura. Kelvin participated in the round table meetings only a few times, so he remained rather reserved. He sat upright like a well-behaved child, eyes fixed on Levi. Soon, the Blood Knight, Black Knight, Divine Light Knight, Grey Destruction Knight Hog, Saint Eight Knight, and Golden Lion Knight arrived at the round table, taking their seats to await Levi's opening words. "The 9th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights will begin," Levi announced. "We will have free interaction before the meeting commences. Everyone, tell me about your recent situation. If you have any questions, you may ask me." Chapter 857. I will go first. The Black Knight and I have been at the Dusk Holy Temple recently. Commander, I heard that after the mortal barrier is broken, a terrifying existence might come to the forsaken land of the god. How should we deal with it? The Blood Knight leaned back in his chair, his expression serious. Just follow the previous plan. There is no need to panic. Levi kept his voice steady. Although the forsaken land of the god is terrifying and unknown, there might not be many experts. Otherwise, how can the mortal barrier stop them? Our Dusk Island is protected by an array. Unless a 5th circle expert takes action, generally speaking, it is enough to be safe and sound. He gestured toward the map laid out on the table. Moreover, the church should be the one who is most worried, not us. This turmoil is also an opportunity for the members of the Dusk Holy Temple to sharpen themselves. If there is a critical moment, we can just move all the holy temples into the ancient Dragon Empire. Times are changing, and we cannot be completely cowards. Hiding in the ancient Dragon Empire is not a long-term plan. Sooner or later, we will have to fight with the forces outside. The Holy Temple is our bridgehead in the human world. The Black Knight sighed, his shoulders slumping. Understood. Those little guys do need some real training. Otherwise, even if they reach the threshold of legendary smoothly, they will not be able to open the door to legendary. Commander, I have also broken through the legendary barrier and advanced to bloodthirst. I have also mastered blood chi wings. The Divine Light Knight clenched her fists, her eyes shining with excitement. Congratulations, Divine Light Knight. The strength of our knights has advanced further. Levi offered a nod of approval. Next, we will continue to temper our bloodline power and strive to step into the blood source realm as soon as possible to forge our own bloodline divine weapon. Commander, I have a body tempering technique here. Emperor Mew held up an object. The goddess knight gave it to me. She heard that you were collecting things in this area, so she asked me to project it for you. If you cannot remember it, I will give it to you when we meet in the future. In Emperor Mew's hand rested a slate that felt cold as ice. Intricate body tempering spell runes covered the surface. After killing Barzan, Levi obtained 200,000 ether stones. Yet, the most precious prize remained Barzan's fundamental technique, the luminant gold body refining technique. After mastering it, a knight could rival a fourth circle wizard and cultivate the luminant gold wizard body. In addition, Levi's previous mixed venom true form proved useful, so he began to consciously collect high-quality body tempering techniques. He accepted anything that could help him understand the path of knights. Ice body tempering technique, not bad. It is a pity that the projection is useless. This is a special inheritance slate. I cannot cultivate it just by memorizing the runes on the surface. Let us talk about it in the future. Levi spoke with a calm demeanor. All right, it is indeed not that simple. Emperor Mew felt a twinge of regret. But then again, there are a few low-level body tempering techniques for wizards in the Holy Hall. It is enough for you to cultivate to the second circle body refining wizard realm. If you have wizard talent and are interested, you can also try to cultivate it. Perhaps it can also help you understand the path of knights by analogy. I will pass. Cultivating the night breathing technique has already exhausted all my energy. With my limited lifespan, I should devote myself to more important matters. The silent night hog adjusted his cloak. By the way, Commander, there is one more thing. During this period, I learned from the Church of the Dragon God that the dragon and Estella of the Church of Stars have joined forces. I reckon it is also to resist the Holy Brilliance and Earth Alliance formed by Yelin and Teresa. Oh, Estella. Levi's thoughts drifted back to the past, to the saint of the Church of the Stars he once feared. Now he felt different. He possessed enough confidence and lacked the fear of before. If he could avoid conflict, he would not take the initiative to cause trouble. The Church spread their faith, and there was no conflict or competition with their night path. From the information Hogg sent from the front lines, it seemed that this saint was similar to Estella, and remained more detached. He was not like the kind father, and the saint who would do anything to worship. Levi guessed this might relate to the identity of the king of 10,000 dragons as a member of the dragon clan. Let us not take sides and not get involved in the church's disputes. However, if the situation changes, and we need to join forces with a portion of the saints, we can be flexible. Levi tapped his finger on the table. Speaking of which, the Van Helsing family's seal's inheritance seems to still be on Heavenly Mountain. Although the seals held no use for Levi now, he had already collected 2 large clans. If he could not gather the rest, Levi felt a little awkward. He pushed those thoughts aside. The 10-year plan for the next stage of the construction of the Twilight Knights and their development took shape at the round table. At the end of the meeting, the commander, Levi, gave a speech. Everyone ended the meeting on a high note. The 9th round table meeting concluded smoothly. Levi quietly left the hall. There was no need for him to worry too much about the ancient dragon empire now. The 3 kings and the sages of the senior state assembly handled most situations. All the lizardmen of the ancient dragon empire remained tightly united beside the crimson dragon emperor, who fought against the evil god from beyond the heavens on the blazing throne. Unfortunately, there has been no news of the holy grail of immortality. Could it be that it is no longer on this ancient saint plane? All these years, Levi never forgot to search for the holy grail of immortality. This might be the most powerful of the 4 treasures. Since it involved the ageless level, daydreaming proved inevitable. He arrived at the small island where the teleportation point stood in the human world. Master, some time ago, a strange wizard tried to enter the array, but was killed by it. Bogang stepped forward, his massive frame blocking the path. Ha, why is it strange? Levi asked, eyeing the guardian. It is just that their skin is very thin, and their blood vessels seem to be exposed. Their eyes are tiny, as if they do not have any. Although there are many strange wizards, there is not only one, but 3 of them. However, they died in a moment inside the array. Their strength might only be at the level of a second circle. Bogang grunted. It seems that the existence of the forsaken land of the god has begun to gradually explore the 7 kingdoms continent. Levi pondered the implications. These 3 unlucky fellows must have accidentally discovered this island. However, this boded ill. Levi knew that unless he possessed a higher level concealment array to erase the entire island from the map, he would eventually be exposed. The outer sea stretched wide, so the probability of this island being discovered remained low. As long as no 5th circle wizard or large group of wizards arrived, others would only perish in the array. Even if they passed through the array, if they dared to invade the ancient dragon empire, the ancient saint of the senior state assembly would kill them. Hurry up and refine the purgatory ghost killing array. At that time, it could even go against 5th circle wizards and ancient saints. This can also become my trump card. Levi's heart remained calm. He felt no panic. After 5 years of hibernation, his strength had shifted in every aspect, providing him with enough confidence to deal with the upheavals of the future era. Chapter 858. The Peacock Kingdom rested in the distance. At Black Snake Castle in Flower City, old Baron Reed, Andrew, sat alone on the roof. He enjoyed the night breeze and stared at the full moon hanging high in the dark night. I am getting old. The words left his lips before he realized he had spoken. Andrew spoke the truth. His life approached its end. The Blood Clan existed as a longevity species with a long lifespan. The primary Blood Clan relied on a method similar to hibernation chambers in science fiction works to achieve a certain kind of longevity. This kind of longevity consisted mostly of unconscious sleep, rendering it meaningless. Andrew remained only a second-generation secondary Blood Clan member, not a first-generation secondary Blood Clan member like the Blood Knight. He practiced the Blood Beast breathing technique, yet he stayed stuck at the legendary level. He could not make a breakthrough. Bloodline factored into talent, but it was not everything. Andrew felt the end approaching. His body began to age. His soul began to age. That realization felt the most terrifying. Since death loomed, I might as well take that damned marshal with me. Andrew's expression hardened. He stood up, revealing his old Blood Clan true form. From the Holy Brilliance calendar, in 1017, until 1111, he stayed in Flower City for his master for nearly 100 years. During the past 100 years, he played many identities and witnessed many changes in the world. He knew the last 100 years of his life held great worth. Compared to the primary Blood Clan hidden in the dark, a lower-level clan like him, looked down upon, existed on the border between humans and the Blood Clan. If he tried to integrate into the Blood Clan, he would be regarded as a lowly clan. If he tried to integrate into the human race, he would never be able to return. Marshall, the target Andrew wanted to eliminate, was a mysterious primary Blood Clan. Previously, the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple came to hunt him many times, but he dodged them all. Over the years, he often spread the cult teachings of the Church of the Moon God in Flower City. He created bloody cases. Andrew fought with him in the dark. He already grasped Marshall's main hiding place. The Church of the Moon God gathered many believers in the Seven Kingdoms. The Demonic Feast Alliance stood behind all of this. The two main families of the Demonic Feast Alliance, the Luzenbaugh family, had been completely destroyed by their master in the early stages of the Dark Wave revival. As for the Felma City family, they remained at large. After so many years of development, the Felma City family either killed or subdued all the Blood Clan of the Secret Alliance. Currently, the Blood Clan forces in the human world had completed a large integration. They awakened the powerful primary Blood Clans sleeping deep in the mountains or in ancient castles. They created more secondary Blood Clans to strengthen their forces. The Church of the Moon God held a lot of authority among the 4 giants of the Dark Coalition. The 4 giants were the Church of the Moon God, Werewolf Brotherhood, Death Society, and Ghoul Hut. The Ghoul Hut's movements remained extremely secretive. However, it diligently spread the plague and accumulated strength, making the church helpless. On the other hand, the Blue Frost undead forces behind the Death Society took root in the Northern Territory and the extreme north. They hid in the dangerous Blue Frost Plain at the slightest sign of trouble. Due to the strange corrosive power of the Blue Frost Plain, most knights, rangers, and even the saints of the church avoided stepping into it. No need to mention the Werewolf Brotherhood. Compared to the Blood Clan, they found it easier to disguise themselves in the human world. Now they were doing well. In addition to the 4 great dark forces, old organizations like the Silent Monastery, the God of War Temple, the Bird of Death's Voice, and the Wilderness Brotherhood also developed. The Bird of Death's Voice produced a powerful ace assassin, Shadowhand Wood. He was a fanatical believer of the Shadow Lord. People said he obtained the divine power of the gods, and his strength had already surpassed the founder of this organization, the Thousand-Faced Knight. He once escaped from the attack of a saint and left an illustrious reputation in the underground world. The Silent Monastery, a secret organization, also revealed the tip of the iceberg. A group of silent nuns formed entirely by women began to actively roam the continent. The God of War Temple acted as the exact opposite of the Silent Monastery. This group of fanatical war criminals consisted of men, trying to bring a new storm of war to the human world. The Wilderness Brotherhood, on the other hand, remained active in chaotic times. They acted like weeds that could not be burned down, and would grow again when the spring wind blew. Therefore, even the Seven Gods Church felt the pressure from the various forces. They began to join forces and form alliances, an attempt to survive the upheaval in the future. Victory will definitely belong to the Twilight Knights. Andrew felt determined. This came because he personally witnessed how a secret organization grew to be comparable to those old organizations. Under the night sky, Andrew sensed the power of the full moon and quietly left the castle. Andrew, where are you going? Levi's voice broke the silence in Andrew's ears. Andrew raised his head. On the moon, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of him. The figure wore ancient luminant gold knight armor and a scarlet cloak. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. His posture looked dignified. Master, there are unworthy enemies causing trouble in the territory. I want to deal with them, Andrew said. Why did you not tell the Blood Knight? Levi asked. The other party is just an ordinary primary Blood Clan. I do not want to trouble them every time, and I do not want to trouble you, Master. Andrew lowered his head. His voice sounded old. Chapter 859. Levi looked at Andrew. Andrew, you are old. Andrew straightened his spine, desperation in his eyes. Master, I can still fight. Flower City meant little to Levi now. Yet, Andrew had guarded this place for nearly 100 years. He had patrolled these streets day after day. Protection had become his life. Perhaps the contract started it, but habit now anchored it. The routine resided in his heart. Levi remained silent. Nightmare perception swept the entire city. Even with a church present, his perception operated without fear. The priests and head priests stationed in these churches sensed nothing. Levi located the target. A primary blood clan stood hidden in the city. A peak level 1 blood clan. Levi's pets could easily defeat such a creature. Levi sat atop the church, relaxed, and produced a bottle of Shining Tavern's blood wine. Andrew, come and drink. Rest for a while. Andrew approached, his body trembling. He took the wine, drained it in one gulp, and exhaled. A black shadow materialized behind Levi in the night. The shadow fused into his body. The mixed venom true form, a primary blood clan, bound by ropes of toxic swarm, appeared before Levi. Marshall Felma City. The primary blood clan Andrew had intended to die alongside. Marshall had hosted a dark fairy tales tea party in the suburbs, gathering dark creatures for a silver party. Before the Blood Knights and Black Knights swept the area, he had fled. Now, the commander of the Twilight Knights stood before him. Levi summoned a nightmare, deeper and darker than the night itself. Marshall struggled on the ground, his face contorted. He fell into an unnatural sleep. Nightmare power dragged the enemy into illusions. Since Marshall's spiritual force lay far below Levi's, the attack connected instantly. Levi understood how the man-faced spider had toyed with him earlier. Levi pressed a finger against Marshall's brow. Maximum dream infiltration wind surged into the vampire's subconscious. Memory fragments surfaced. Levi pieced the fragments together, gaining information unknown even to the Church of the Moon God. This served as a disguised soul-searching technique. Andrew watched his master's display of power. He felt no surprise, for this constituted only a fraction of his master's strength. The Church of the Moon God maintained its headquarters in an underground cave complex within the Constellation Empire. A level 4 primary blood clan guarded it. The Scarlet Dragon breathing technique lacked secret medicine derived from the blood clan. Since this organization enjoyed causing trouble, now served as the perfect moment to test Levi's strength. Levi analyzed the requirements. The secret medicine best suited for the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique required a dragon clan bloodline with negative energy. Neither the wizard world nor the ancient saint plane possessed such a thing. He had relied on the bloodline of Skin, a peak level 2 blood clan. Skin's advancement to level 3 remained slow. Levi needed a higher level blood clan member to contract. He had approached Andrew to inquire about high-level blood clan members in the human world. He had not expected to find Marshall causing trouble in Flower City. The inquiry to Andrew became unnecessary. Levi finished his wine. Marshall died within the nightmare. A blood-red light erupted from the corpse. Levi stretched out a flaming hand, attempting to grasp the light. The radiance slipped through his fingers, vanishing into the horizon. It fused into the full moon. Levi watched the blood-colored moon. His heart remained still. Compared to the Blood River Will, I am still an ant. I cannot stop him from taking this true soul. Andrew, let us go. I will take you to meet those noble primary blood clan members. Do not worry. If I can help it, I will not let you die so easily. Levi leapt into the sky. Andrew followed. Constellation Empire. The country occupied a vast plateau. It sat closer to the starry sky than any other place. Star Cloud City served as the capital. In a small city thousands of miles from Star Cloud City, silence reigned beneath the night sky. Inside the church, corpses of priests littered the floor. An elegant middle-aged noble stood bathed in blood. Behind him, blood-colored monsters of various shapes and ugly faces clung to the dome and the statues. They resembled creatures from religious murals, standing silently in the nave. Let us begin. Transform more blood servants. Act quickly before the Star Apostle arrives. The middle-aged noble spoke. Claire, a noble level 3 blood clan. He stood as one of the blood god protectors of the Church of the Moon God. Yes, Lord. The blood clan hiding in the shadows began their work. They moved through the city, establishing strange blood-colored arrays, clutching bizarre blood artifacts. Claire sat at the top of the church, monitoring his subordinates while preparing for a sudden attack from the Church of the Stars. Chapter 860. When the Blood River and Nora completely intersect, the real show will begin. Before that, let us build an army of blood servants for Lord Blood God and Nora. There were not many primary blood clan, so if the Church of the Moon God wanted to compete with the church, they had to create more blood clan servants. Most primary blood clans could only create one secondary blood clan. Although they could continue to create secondary blood clans, the number of secondary blood clans that could be born in the end was not many. If he wanted to have a true blood clan army, he had to find another way. Fortunately, the head priest of the Church of the Moon God, a level 4 blood clan, who had been sleeping in the human world for a long time, received the blood god's decree and woke up. He also obtained a blood clan array, called the Blood Earth Reincarnation Grand Array. Using a city as a sacrificial ground to activate the Blood Earth Reincarnation Grand Array, had a chance of giving birth to the so-called blood servant among mortals. The blood servants were not as strong as the secondary blood clan, but they were still at the level of ordinary human knights. Some of the stronger ones were even at the level of grand knights. The blood servants had the advantage in numbers. They were cannon fodder, just like the undead calamity. Do not underestimate these cannon fodder. To any faction, conquering a piece of land was indispensable. This small city was far away from the church's headquarters. They had been very secretive about this operation. When the other party found out, the ritual here had already been completed. In the small city, as the Blood Earth Reincarnation Grand Array was set up, blood fog pervaded the air, and the earth started to turn dark red. The pitch-black sky also turned dark red. Blood of the human world. Claire opened his arms and embraced the bloody scarlet world. Suddenly, a sharp and domineering sword light tore through the night sky, dispersing the blood fog. Boom! Claire gasped as the sword light split him in half. His blood splattered on the spot. The church beneath him disintegrated and collapsed. The earth trembled and dust flew. Two halves of Claire rose from the dust. His intestines and internal organs were all over the ground. Blood gushed from the wound. It did not take long for Claire's body to heal. His face was pale as he looked solemnly at the void in front of him. A man wearing golden armor and holding a flaming greatsword stood in the air. Beside him was an old secondary blood clan. You actually dare to attack the noble primary blood clan. Claire did not finish his sentence. Another slash split him in half. He fell to the ground and stood up again like a paper doll. This self-healing ability is really not bad. Levi sighed softly. Fool, the blood clan is immortal and invincible. Claire did not care who it was anymore. Blood Fang true form. With a loud shout, his body began to expand, and sharp shark-like spikes grew out of his skin. It did not take long for Claire to become a terrifying beast covered in hideous blood spikes. He was 10 meters tall, and his speed was still like a ghost. Bang! In the next moment, Claire collided with a pitch-black demon. Claire retreated explosively, and the demon exploded, turning into countless black poisonous fog. Defeat it first. Levi said calmly. You are not from the church. Who are you? You are courting death by becoming enemies with the blood clan. Claire said. He was forced back by Levi's mixed venom true form. His blood clan strength was extremely powerful, but his mixed venom true form was not bad either. He was undying and indestructible, and so was his mixed venom true form. Levi was finding it more and more useful. It is a pity that the peak of the third circle is already the limit of this mixed venom true form. Levi sighed in his heart. The crimson netherworld sparrow and the wind thunder-winged dragon, these two huge flying beasts that blotted out the sky, also used flames and lightning to send those low-level primary blood clan back to the blood river. Claire, who was incomparably humiliated, was completely suppressed by the mixed venom true form. The powerful blood clan's true form always hit the air when fighting the demons. The blood clan's blood spells were basically useless against the demons. Levi used the scarlet contract to subdue Claire. Claire crawled in front of Levi. How do we stop the Grand Array? Levi asked. Master, the Blood Earth Reincarnation Grand Array has already begun to operate. There is no way to stop it. Next, the mortals in this city will either die in the Blood Earth, or be reincarnated into low-level blood servants in the Blood Earth. Claire said. Levi frowned as he looked at the mortals struggling in the blood fog and turned to leave silently. He originally wanted to go to the Blood Clan's base camp, but he met a level 3 Blood Clan member on the way. He changed his plan at the last minute. A level 3 Blood Clan member was enough. There was still some risk in the Blood Clan's base camp. As for these mortals, there was nothing he could do. This world was just so cruel. Early in the morning at daybreak. However, this small city was still filled with blood fog, and could not see the sun. Several figures tore through the air and descended. The person in the lead was Estella, who was wearing a starry dress. Her every move exuded a mysterious aura that was breathtaking. She frowned and looked at the hellish scene on Earth. Everything in the city turned into blood mud in the blood fog. Some blood-colored monsters, with exposed blood vessels, roared in pain. She saw a little girl crying. Suddenly, the child fell to the ground and was swallowed by the blood earth. When the child appeared again, she was already a blood monster that looked like a ferocious and terrifying creature. Blood Clan. Estella's heart sank. She had underestimated the savagery of the Blood Clan. Chapter 861. Beside Estella, the Star Apostle spoke in a low voice. Lord Saint, it seems like someone else has been here before. That is clear. Estella studied the church and the earth torn apart by the sword aura. This power matched the saints of the church, though it fell short of Groudon. Among saints, some favored swords, such as dragon. However, the sword chi emitted by saints typically carried a trace of divine aura. Unique agent attributes dictated that. This sword chi, however, which carved a ravine into the earth, lacked any such aura. It felt overbearing. An existence like this in the human world defied imagination. Could it be him? Estella thought of the strange person missing from her sight for a long time. She guessed that his behavior suggested a grudge against the Blood Clan. The last time they met, he hunted them. Likely, he dealt with these Blood Clan now. Knights and rangers often roamed the human world to slay demons, yet they usually managed only small fry. Rarely did Estella witness someone like that strange person capable of splitting the ground with a single strike. The next day, on the peak of a mountain in the Dragon Empire, two figures stood on the precipice. One appeared as beautiful as a fairy with a graceful figure. The other held a firm gaze, fit and well-proportioned. The Blood Clan grows arrogant. It is time to fight back. Dragon surveyed the horizon. This counts as our first operation after the alliance. Happy cooperation. Estella smiled. Pleasure working with you. Dragon smiled, maintaining a confident and calm demeanor. A human lingers in the human world, who might not be weaker than you and me. He mastered a powerful transcendent sword skill. Possibly, he carries dragon blood. An aura similar to yours pulses from him. He hunts Blood Clan as well. Meet him another day and offer him benefits. Bring him to our camp to better deal with the tumultuous years. A human values so much. In the multidimensional plane below the astral world, some dragon clans and humans left behind their bloodlines. A powerful swordsman can be born from a dragon descendant. Dragon spoke with a hint of smugness. As the king of 10,000 dragons, he claimed pure-blooded dragon clan heritage, ranking among the best, despite internal conflicts. Outside, he remained proud of his lineage. Sure, let us go see him in a few days and teach those blood clans a lesson first. My 10,000 dragon empire faces constant harassment. These unkillable bugs prove difficult to deal with. The blood river grows stronger. Even without becoming a god, his strength rivals one. Estella cast a worried glance at the sky. This comes from the descendant of that person from the underworld. He was born with a portion of the divine power of death and reincarnation. He even comprehended the absolute blood divine power on his own. Dragon showed little fear. Gods possess differences. In the astral world, the 7 orthodox gods of Nora, such as the king of 10,000 dragons, naturally held status. At the end of the ancient era, some worried the rise of wizards would endanger their fundamental god authority. They feared legendary wizards would steal the authority of the gods and start the war of gods. They suffered a huge loss because of Sauron. Sauron proved those guys knew wizards ignored god authority entirely. To grasp god authority, one must condense a divine persona in the astral world. Success leads to the astral world. Failure leads to the astral world. The astral world serves as a hotbed for the gods and their shackles. Some fellows in the astral world racked their brains to get out, while those outside tried their best to come in. The Blood River wants to become a god in this era. This turmoil will pull down some old fellows from the astral world and force them into the mortal world. At best, they lose their divine persona and become saints. At worst, they die. Dragon spoke with emotion. That is why Sauron described the astral world as a siege. Estella smiled. Indeed, Sauron's description fits perfectly. A wizard, a cultured person. Dragon joked. Too late to say anything now. Since I chose a path, I will bury my head and walk until the end. Be it the path of God authority and faith, the path of truth and knowledge, or any other path, there are 1,000 paths and 10,000 transcendents in the multidimensional plane. Who could try them one by one? Everyone holds a different understanding. Some feel those who obtain eternal life walk the great Tao. The gods took the shortcut to the astral world at the cost of being trapped there, unable to transcend. Some pursued the truth that could never be touched, and the group of wizards was born. The road remains difficult. They faced short lifespans and lamented the vastness of knowledge, the distance of truth, and the fleeting nature of life. To the vast universe, all living beings fight to cross. As for saints of the gods like you and me, we served as insignificant tools of the gods from the moment we were born. Estella looked past the horizon, her gaze distant. Chapter 862. 7 days later, the two saints, Dragon and Estella, led their respective Dragon King apostles and Star apostles, as well as the church's knights, and destroyed many Blood Clan strongholds. Finally, they found the location of the Blood Clan headquarters. The mighty church army charged in. Most of the Blood Clan in the base camp suffered death or injury. Hundreds of primary Blood Clans were wiped out, and their true souls returned to the Blood River to be rebuilt in the city. However, the head priest of the Church of the Moon God, a level 4 Blood Clan, relied on his blood artifacts, blood arrays, and protectors to desperately stop them. He escaped the church's blockade and vanished. No matter what, the main force of the Church of the Moon God had been completely wiped out. If he wanted to recover, he would probably have to wait for the Dark Wave to recover further. This news shocked the world. The church had always been at a disadvantage. For a moment, the outside world whispered that the church could not take it anymore and stood in danger. Now that the church had made its move, it struck like a thunderbolt. The other 3 of the 4 giants of darkness and the other secret organizations began to reduce the frequency of their appearance. From the looks of it, he was still his uncle. The strength of the church was still not something that could be easily shaken. In Flower City, Levi played chess with Andrew when the news arrived. Levi shifted his rook across the board. I was originally worried that the Blood Clan would take revenge on me, but from the looks of it, they cannot even take care of themselves. They probably will not come looking for me. One day Skin, Claire, and Levi's other Blood Clan servants stood before their master. Levi tapped his finger on the armrest. I currently have 3 positions in the Scarlet contract. I cannot touch the Sea Clan Bear in Baghdad. I still need the Sea Clan to gather resources for me in the wizard world and transmit information. If I need to interact with the Sea Clan in the future, this is also a trump card. He looked at the group. Skin's position can be released now. A level 2 Blood Clan is no longer of much use to me. I should keep it to contract stronger transcendent creatures. For example, that damn fire element. With a thought, the mark of the Scarlet Dragon began to appear in Skin's body, turning into a blood fog that dissipated without a trace. Without the Scarlet contract, Skin grew confused at first. Then, he looked at Levi with a ferocious expression. The next moment, Skin, who had rushed forward, fell pressed to the ground by Claire and became his blood slave. In this way, Skin remained Levi's servant. It was a perfect connection. These Blood Clans cannot form a contract with Excalibur. Excalibur uses the fear of death to make an oath. These Blood Clans hold no fear of death. From what they know, they will be reborn in the Blood River if they die. It has to be the strongest contract like the Scarlet contract, which is so domineering that servants cannot even think of committing suicide. After settling the contract, Levi looked at Claire. Do the secondary blood clan have a way to extend their lifespan? Or a way to completely become a primary blood clan? Claire shook his head. No. The primary blood clan are the children of the blood river. They are either a combination of two primary blood clans, or they were born in the blood river. There is no other way. Levi sighed and looked at Andrew. Andrew remained calm in the face of imminent death. Master, you do not have to force it. You can find anyone to protect this territory better than me. I have lived for hundreds of years. To be honest, I am a little tired of it. If Master is willing to let me go, I will not have any complaints. If you can accept it, I will respect your decision, Levi said calmly. Even he could not let Andrew live for a few more years. Over the past few days, he had tried transplanting the primary blood clan bloodline to Andrew, but there was no change. It was not that Levi's transplant failed, but that the core of the primary blood clan bloodline related to the profoundness of the longevity species, which could not be obtained through a rough transplant. Levi pondered why he could not obtain a special effect similar to the longevity species, despite consuming so many secret medicines of the blood clan and cultivating the scarlet dragon breathing technique that was fused with the blood beast breathing technique. After interacting with Claire, who knew more about the middle rank blood clan, the truth dawned on him. On the path of the blood clan, the blood river at the end of the path firmly controlled certain key authorities. Perhaps this is the power of God. Only through that person's approval, such as changing the form of the secondary blood clan, could this authority be partially transferred to others. Levi's simple and crude transplant was useless. If Levi wanted to try more, he could find more longevity species bloodlines and transplant them for Andrew to try. However, the outcome might not be good. First of all, there were many requirements for a bloodline transplant. There were many dangers, especially for Andrew, who had a bloodline to begin with. The probability of conflict was especially high. Secondly, if one could obtain the lifespan of a longevity species through transplantation, then the wizard world would now be half blood clan, half elf, and half dragon. Since Andrew wanted to rest, Levi did not bother him anymore. Time passed like a white steed passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1112, month of the furnace. Flower City was hot. Over the past year, Levi had stayed in Flower City and returned to the life of a young lord. The impact of the Dark Wave revival on the mortals pressed down on Levi. These poor people lived in the lie of the Church of Holy Light all day long. The Church of Holy Light blamed the appearance of those dark creatures and the hardships of the mortals on the fact that the mortals were not pious and hardworking enough. Not only the mortals, but the clergymen of the Holy Brilliance Church were also afraid. These guys feared that their power, status, wealth, and glory would be affected in this new era. Levi watched all of this coldly. He could only try his best to prevent the residents in his territory from being attacked by dark creatures, so that they could basically eat their fill. He did not expose all the lies of the church. It was a futile effort. Even if the Church of Holy Light was uprooted, without the church, there would still be all kinds of rulers pressing down on ordinary people and deceiving the world with another lie. Being weak was the greatest sin. In the past year, the 10th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights was successfully held. Emperor Mu was still fighting in the realm of ice with the goddess Night, making contributions and killing enemies bravely. In such a battle, Emperor Mu's strength kept growing, and he even created hundreds of moves with different names. Saint Ape Fist, Dragon Strike, Sea Sweeping Eagle. Levi did not dare to praise those names. In Levi's opinion, these moves were only slightly different in terms of the use of blood chi. However, Emperor Mu seemed to want all his ordinary attacks to be named so that others would feel that they were all big moves. Levi's Sky Dragon breathing technique had also advanced to level 14 this year. Sky Dragon Pillar's special effect had advanced to level 2, and its endurance had increased by another level. As such, among all of Levi's breathing techniques, the Golden Snake, Scarlet Dragon, Crimson Emperor Dragon, and Sky Dragon represented defense, speed, strength, and endurance. They had all reached level 14, which was the second transformation of the Blood Source realm. The Death Ember breathing technique that represented one's physique was level 13, first transformation of the Blood Source, and finally, it was still a perception-type Nightmare Dragon. It was still level 12. In addition to these breathing techniques, he also cultivated all the excellent and legendary breathing techniques he had, including the Peacock breathing technique from the Divine Light Knight, the Golden Lion breathing technique from the Golden Lion Knight, and the Aurora breathing technique projected by the Goddess Night. The Golden Lion was a strength breathing technique that was mainly used to break restrictions. As for the Peacock and Aurora bird, one was physique and the other was speed. The Crimson Emperor Dragon has been perfected. After all, it has integrated the breathing techniques of Red Lotus, the Dragon Demon, and the others that are beyond legendary. In comparison, the Golden Snake, the Death Ember, the Scarlet Dragon, and the Sky Dragon still need to be perfected. Otherwise, I feel that they are not on the same level as the Crimson Emperor Dragon. These were the insights Levi had gained over the years. As for the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique, there were no more perception-type breathing techniques in this world. Hence, Levi did not have any materials to continue fusing with the perception dimension. In the future, he might need to rely on his own strength to advance the perception breathing technique. The opportunity to improve his perception breathing technique lay within the nightmare world he feared so deeply. One day he had to be prepared to step into that world and face the man-faced spider and the nightmare. On this day, Levi was cultivating. Andrew closed his eyes in the castle with a peaceful expression. Rest in peace, Andrew. He personally buried Andrew and set skin here before leaving Flower City. Chapter 863. In the southern province of the Panda Empire, a female swordswoman named 100 Flowers had built a growing reputation. She crossed blades with Baifeng Zhang and Nanshan Jian, never tasting defeat. Various southern experts came to challenge her, cementing the fame of the 100 Flowers swordswoman. While Baifeng Zhang and Nanshan Jian commanded respect, they fell short of the true masters within the Panda Empire. Rumors spoke of the mysterious hidden energy sect existing far above these first-rate masters. The sect practiced a unique path. They entered the Tao with their bodies, becoming one with heaven and earth. They merged with nature, mobilizing the power of earth, fire, wind, and water. The sect lived in seclusion, shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, they left behind legends, appearing only when calamity threatened the Panda Empire. Wizards prioritized systematic knowledge and theoretical study. Only through rigorous learning could they master spells and touch the truth. These adorable, fur-clad bearmen focused on cultivating the heart. They strove to comprehend the world and the existence of Qi. In the eyes of 100 Flowers, such methods seemed too illusory and idealistic. Yet, Lord Sauron left a legend here. He did not treat this place as a wizard colony. This suggested something special about this world. She sought to meet the current Holy Emperor and unearth the history behind Sauron's legend. 100 Flowers began her journey toward Four Symbols City, the capital of the Panda Empire in the central region. Along the way, most bearmen were remarkably friendly to outsiders. Such hospitality felt impossible in the wizard world. Bamboo Cloud City. Bamboo leaf cake. Fresh bamboo leaf cake. Who wants some? An old bearman held out a treat. 100 Flowers nodded, purchasing a small piece. She swallowed it, then grimaced. Bitter. Much of the food here relied on bamboo. She smiled, shaking her head. Part of the joy of traveling between planes lay in experiencing these different, exotic sceneries. In this small southern city, peddlers hawked their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. Halt. Leave the spirit's energy sect's inheritance behind. In your dreams, two figures darted across the eaves in silence. A tall, thin bearman in a straw hat and raincoat pursued a short, fat bearman. The chubby fugitive moved with surprising agility. 100 Flowers smiled. She had no intention of fighting for the energy sect's inheritance. Years of research convinced her the transcendent system here did not suit her. Wizards already operated on a mature, perfect system. The upper limit reached the existence of Akan gods, like legendary wizards. She would not abandon the path of wizards to chase an unproven practice. The path of knights offered no better reference. These techniques and the ones she knew were two different systems. A knight committed to the path of bloodline. She had reached the end of that path. Ahead lay only mist, invisible and untouchable. Experts from all walks of life gathered, throwing Bamboo Cloud City into turmoil. A group brawled over a crimson wine gourd. A punch flew, sending the gourd sailing. It tumbled toward 100 Flowers, landing at her feet. The mouth of the wine gourd pointed directly at her. 100 Flowers blinked, looking down at the gourd. She stopped, scooping up the gourd. When she looked up, first-rate experts, as capable as Baifeng Zhang or Nanshan Jian, surrounded her. Hello. She smiled with confidence and tucked the wine gourd away. Since it rolled to her feet, it would be rude not to accept it. She decided to examine this inheritance before returning it to the bearman. Foreigner, hand it over. You cannot comprehend the energy sect's inheritance, the tall, thin bearman growled. That is right. I found this item. It belongs to me. No, it is mine. The burly bearman pounced. 100 Flowers smiled. She did not panic. Clinging to the wine gourd with her left hand, she leaned back, dodging the first strike. She pressed her right hand to her sword hilt, channeling the power of a peak legendary knight. 100 Flowers full moon. Her sword spun. Light swept out like a full moon. The experts scrambled to defend and dodge. The wind from her blade shattered the windows of the houses lining the street. 100 Flowers focused her will. Through the power of her spells, the crumbling houses repaired themselves. Her sword held the experts at bay without spilling blood. Such powerful sorcery, an expert stammered. Thank you for holding back, foreigner. This item remains beyond your grasp. You should leave it. I shall borrow it to examine it, then return it, she said. 100 Flowers smiled. Brilliant flowers bloomed across her body. Petals swept up in a breeze, spiraling into the sky until she vanished without a trace. The experts stood dumbfounded. Even if the masters of the spirit's energy sect lived, they could not compare to this foreigner. Chapter 864. 100 Flowers heaved a sigh of relief on a small village road 100 miles away. Her lips curled into a smile. She gripped the crimson gourd. Although this world possesses limited spells, dealing with you little fellows presents no difficulty. Let me see what this hidden energy sect technique offers. She uncorked the crimson gourd. An image materialized, shimmering like a wizard's projection. She witnessed a beautiful river winding through mountains, a dense bamboo forest rising high. At the top of a cliff, where a waterfall hung upside down, sat an ordinary straw hut. A bearman swordsman practiced swordplay on the cliff edge. Every movement flowed with natural grace. He embodied the principle of heaven and man becoming one. With each sword dance, red elemental fire gathered around him. It seeped into his flesh and steel. The warrior remained shirtless. Behind him, the image of an inferno firebird rose, resembling the undying bird of legend. A thunderous voice echoed in the mind of 100 Flowers. At the dawn of creation, all things existed in chaos. The Holy Emperor ruled the world, and discussed the Tao with extraordinary people. The origin Qi divided into 4 elements to stabilize the wondrous techniques of the energy sept. Those scorching as wine formed the fire energy sept. Those steady as mountains formed the earth energy sept. Those as clear as springs formed the water energy sept. Those moving like flowing clouds formed the wind energy sept. The 4 elements gave birth to all things. They shook like spring lightning, remained as dark as ice, as green as wood, and as firm as metal. No matter the changes, they never left the section. The 4 elements defined the energy sect in the world. When the Holy Emperor fell, the 4 elements collapsed. The origin Qi split into 4 and tumbled into the mortal world. The 4 symbols sect formed from spirit, green mountains, clear springs, and flowing clouds. I am Chen, the last disciple of the spirit's energy sept. Since the fall of the Holy Emperor, our sect has declined. Fortunately, the treasures left by the Holy Emperor and the outer heaven extraordinaire protected the world from outer realm calamity. However, the prophecy of the extraordinaire predicts calamities for the Panda Empire. The path to salvation lies with the energy sect. The strong possess the stronger fist. I hope the inheritor takes care of himself. The voice faded. 100 flowers studied the waterfall scene. Black gas choked the sky. An 8-armed snake demon, dozens of meters tall and covered in scales, descended. Behind the creature, a pitch-black abyssal well led to an unknown place. From the depths of the well, an aura leaked out that made even a primordial soul wizard like 100 flowers tremble. This is the demon subduing technique of the spirit's energy sept, the vermilion bird burning heaven sword. The inferno firebird pattern on the back of the bearman revived. A clear cry resounded through the world. This sword move mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Flames rose like a song, instantly setting the prairie ablaze. The 8-armed snake demon, comparable to a 5th circle wizard, vanished, consumed by the vermilion bird burning heaven sword. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I did not expect someone in this unknown plane capable of killing the 8-armed general. An abyss lord, radiating the aura of a primordial soul wizard, tore open the sky and landed on the cliff. Chen appeared small before him. Despair flooded the warrior. Killing the 8-armed snake demon had required his strongest demon subduing technique. He lacked the strength to defeat an even stronger demon king. Sage of the spirit's energy sept, forgive my incompetence. My cultivation remains shallow, and I cannot protect this land, he said, his voice heavy with grief. In the distant central plains, a light pierced the heavens and earth above 4 symbol city. The entire Panda Empire witnessed the brilliance. 2 phantoms manifested at the bottom of the abyssal well. One possessed the form of a bearman, yet carried the temperament of an otherworldly immortal, returned to his original state. The other figure forced 100 flowers to catch her breath. Sauron. The figure wore a white wizard robe. He stood confident and handsome. The bearman elder, the first holy emperor, gazed at the abyss well. Phantoms of 4 giant beasts, including the inferno firebird, circled him. For symbols heaven-splitting, the 4 elements combined. They formed the heaven-splitting origin Qi. For giant beast phantoms blasted into the abyss well. The abyss lord disintegrated in shock, vanishing in a blink. Terrifying fluctuations shattered the interior of the abyss well. Demons died amidst screams. Finally, an even more terrifying abyss demon lord appeared. It made 100 flowers tremble across time and space. Its majestic body blocked the attacks of the 4 symbols beasts to protect the abyss well. Thousands of black chains wrapped around the creature. Each chain bore tens of thousands of dead abyss demons. The Lord of Chains, Flick, who killed tens of millions of demons in the abyss, reigned supreme among the chain demons. He was the top demon lord after the 600th level of the abyss. Comparable to a peak 9th circle grand wizard, he once killed a ruler of the multidimensional plane and ate an angel alive during the Millennium Battle with the gods of the astral world. 100 flowers fell to chill. This terrifying existence had invaded this seemingly weak world. The 4 symbols heaven-splitting strike finally dissipated. The old bearman looked at Sauron. Sauron stood with a calm expression and a distant gaze. He watched the Lord of Chains in silence. Even if you are a power projection left behind by a legendary wizard, I am the Lord of Chains, the Abyss. Before the Lord of Chains could finish the sentence, his body began to disintegrate. It shattered like glass. Cracks filled the sky. The abyss well collapsed and vanished from the world entirely. Chapter 865. The sky returned to normal. It seemed as if the invasion of the abyss had never occurred. What is this move called, Lord Sauron? The bearman elder looked up at the clearing sky. Sauron's great disintegration technique is usually prepared for high and mighty figures. It feels a little overkill to use it here. The strength of this world is declining. The bearman elder let out a sudden, heavy sigh. Don't worry, everything will be fine. It was the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1113, the first day of the month of beginning. This marked the 82nd year of the Great Expedition. Inside the Wizard Tower of Nether Capital, Levi had just finished the 11th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights. Once the meeting adjourned, Levi sat alone in his seat. He stared at the empty tabletop until Mobius sighed. Time flies. Levi looked toward the source of the voice. Why do you lament, Sir Mobius? Back then, Sauron and his 18 fellows were the ones who held the meeting here. Now, seeing your hopeful faces, I cannot help but feel a little emotional. His fellows. Levi repeated the term. That is right. The 18 of them came from different planes and possessed different strengths and paths. However, those who were recognized by Lord Sauron were called fellows by him. Who are the fellows? Would you mind telling me? I am quite interested. Of course. Let me think. There is the Machine Sage, the Arcane Emperor, and the Origin Holy Emperor. Levi sat in silence. The Arcane Emperor. He seemed to have heard of him before. In the ancient book titled The Tomb of Fireflies, the Bug-Luminist's Uther Plane had once given birth to a prosperous spellcaster civilization. Later on, it died under the terror bugs and evolved into a Bug-Luminist civilization. As for existences like the Origin Holy Emperor and the Machine Sage, they occupied a blind spot in Levi's knowledge. The Machine Sage should be an existence similar to an alchemy wizard. He sounds quite powerful. As for the Origin Holy Emperor, the name offers no clues. Levi shook his head. These big shots existed too far away from him. Moreover, after such a long time, the probability of them having died remained high. Master, the Rose Witch is here. Algerta's voice echoed through the chamber. Let her in. Will do. Not long after, the Rose Witch brought a skinny male wizard into the living room. Sir Newt, long time no see. Levi smiled, rising from his chair. Sir Levi, forgive me for being too busy with my classes. I know that you have settled down in Nether Capital, but I have not had the time to visit you until now, Newt said. How do you feel at the Starfire Wizard Academy? Levi gestured for Algerta to serve tea to the two guests. It is quite good. The atmosphere in the academy feels different from the organizations I have been in before. I was not used to it at first, but I have adjusted. By the way, I chatted with Sir Xavier before and mentioned you by chance. I was surprised to find that Sir Xavier knows you too. I do know him. He is also a good friend of mine. Levi smiled. Sir Newt, why are you here this time? Newt nodded. The first thing is to invite you to Principal Garcia's primordial soul ceremony. Xavier asked me to do this. He misses you very much. The second thing is to ask if Alice's ring is okay. No problem. I will definitely participate when the time comes. I also want to see a true primordial soul powerhouse. Alice's ring is very good at the moment. I will repair it in the future. Do not worry, Sir Newt. Newt nodded in relief. Actually, there is one more thing. It is about the Rose incident. Sir Levi, do you have a solution? Newt asked, looking embarrassed. Levi shook his head. There is no solution to that. The nightmare world is too unknown and terrifying for us. Let us wait for the arrival of the Flower Witch. All right. Newt held the Rose Witch's hand, feeling a little uncomfortable. Levi watched the couple leave. He could do nothing. He could use the Nightmare of the Rose, which is an entrance to enter the nightmare world. There was a high chance that he could also see the culprit who had given her a nightmare, the man-faced spider. The problem lay in his own strength. How could he defeat the man-faced spider? He acted as a third circle wizard. He could only pretend in a novice village like the human world. Going directly to a difficult dungeon like the nightmare world amounted to courting death. It was the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1113, the month of winter. In Levi's wizard tower, a huge crucible sat in the center of the room. Inside the crucible, molten luminate gold boiled. Levi soaked in the pot of luminate gold molten iron, chanting a complicated incantation. Golden runes began to appear on Levi's bronze body, shining brightly. After 6 years, the luminate gold wizard body is completed. This luminate gold body refining technique is really expensive. However, the person who created this technique is also very powerful. He directly turned the power of luminate gold into runes and imprinted them on the wizard's body, allowing the wizard to have a body of steel comparable to luminate gold. After perfection, it is even harder than luminate gold itself. Levi pulled up his status. Luminate gold body tempering technique, level 5, 126 out of 30,000. Special effect, luminate gold wizard body, level 5. Levi felt the changes in his body. The body tempering technique of a wizard felt similar to passive defensive spells like the King Kong rock body, but it remained more complicated and systematic. Chapter 866. Generally speaking, the body refining of a wizard remained inseparable from the support of spiritual force and spell power. Body refining wizards and ordinary wizards differed mainly in their approach. Ordinary wizards utilized powerful spells, while body refining wizards utilized spell-enhanced bodies. One excelled in long-range combat, the other in close quarters. Both possessed advantages and disadvantages. The mainstream, however, remained with the ordinary wizards. Body refining stood as an unorthodox method. Levi stepped from the crucible. The luminate gold molten iron stood a measure lower than when he entered. The molten iron had transformed into the power of luminate gold runes, fused now into his flesh. By the time I finish absorbing this pot of molten iron, I should have mastered the luminate gold body tempering technique. The luminate gold body tempering technique and the mixed venom true form shared the classification of wizard body tempering techniques. He mused on the possibility of fusion. If possible, his mixed venom true form might break through. In the beginning, Levi practiced the mixed venom true form for fun. After reaching the maximum level, however, the technique proved far more useful than he anticipated. To a certain extent, the mixed venom true form served as a puppet clone. It fought enemies and marked them. Moreover, it proved almost immortal. As long as the toxic swarm endured, it relied on powerful splitting and regeneration to recover. It acted as a standard demonic big boss cultivation technique. Some time remained before the primordial soul ceremony for Garcia. Levi came out of seclusion mainly to participate in the annual large-scale auction in Nether Capital, the Nether King's Night. He returned to the wizard world to purchase knowledge, resources, and materials. He recalled the information from the witch's family. Many high-quality items would appear during this Nether King's Night. Rumor held that they even sold breakthrough potions to advance to the 4th circle. Levi had been refining breakthrough potions. He submitted to the cruel reality, however. Refining the potion himself while collecting materials required significant time. Furthermore, failure remained a constant possibility. As the quality of the potion increased, the rarity of the ingredients soared. Simply collecting a single set of pharmacy ingredients proved difficult. If he failed, calculating the time to collect them again became impossible. Therefore, he would buy them when possible. Purchasing through formal channels minimized the probability of fake medicine. It is mainly the succubus breast milk. I lack any connections. Levi felt helpless. 6 years had passed since he obtained the formula for the succubus potion, yet he had not encountered a single succubus. He had no idea where the demons that escaped from the abyss well hid. Some time ago, he visited the wizard brothel that was often advertised in the nether capital to check if there were any succubus prostitutes. If any existed, he would book a succubus and bring some fresh milk back for alchemy. He had overthought the situation. The brothel housed fur clans, low-level elves, sea clan, and all kinds of strange human-like women, but no demons. Nether King's auction house. Levi had already booked a private room. The room blocked detection and prevented others from coveting his items. The price proved expensive, however, and he had to pay an additional 1,000 ether stones. I have 700,000 ether stones on me now. If a fourth circle breakthrough potion does not exceed 400,000, I will take it. I must save 300,000 for backup. I still have to buy the materials for the purgatory ghost killing array and leave some money for the meditation supplementary potion materials. There are places to spend money everywhere. Recently, no weak dark wizards have attempted to rob me. A pity. Dark wizards remained an interesting breed. When he took the initiative to hunt them, not one appeared. Soon, the auction house filled with wizards. Levi participated in a high-level auction. Only wizards above the middle level qualified to participate. He surveyed the room. Judging from the seats, about 100 intermediate wizards in Nether Capital arrived to participate. So this is the Star Sea. Most of these people were third circle wizards. Fourth circle wizards were rare, and fifth circle wizards were rarer still. Not long after, the auction which arrived at the front of the stage. The first item was a third circle wizard tool. Levi felt no interest. He could destroy a third circle wizard tool with a single strike. The next item is a fourth circle wizard tool, Mini Meow Meow House. This wizard tool was obtained by a friend from a dark wizard. It is a spatial wizard tool that can be used to raise zergs and transcendent creatures. It has a lot of living space, and the elemental power is relatively rich. Transcendent creatures can also grow inside. The starting price of this wizard tool is 100,000 ether stones. Every increment must not be less than 100 ether stones. Levi felt his expression shift. Mini Meow Meow House. Forget it, I do not need it just now. I will save the money to buy potions. He recalled the time when he was in Riptide City and fought hard for Mini Meow Meow House. In the end, he discovered that a dark wizard had snatched it away. In short, spatial wizard tools lacked significant value. Although they could store living creatures, they could not directly increase the strength of wizards. However, a wizard eventually bought the Mini Meow Meow House for 150,000 ether stones. Goodbye, Mini Meow Meow House. Goodbye, my youth. After waiting for a while, the auctioneer brought over a potion in a transparent bottle. Chapter 867. Madam Yes Heart is a breakthrough potion that aids spiritual force liquefaction. It increases the success rate of a third circle breaking through to the fourth circle by 30%. Verification by our auction house confirms it is a genuine potion. Most people here tonight seek this potion, do they not? I will say little else. The starting price is 200,000 ether stones, and each increment must be at least 500 ether stones. The potion's appearance sent the atmosphere of the entire auction to a climax. 250,000 ether stones. A figure in a golden lightning robe stepped out of a private room. Someone from the Letney family. It is Jeffrey Leo Letney, the grandson of the golden thrower, Godfrey Letney. Do all big families lack potions? Why do they fight with ordinary wizards like us in the city? People below the stage side. Wizard Jeffrey Leo stepped out of the private room on purpose to reveal his identity as a member of the Letney family. His intentions were clear. Levi frowned. He felt no rush to bid. The Letney family might scare off some competitors by revealing their identities, but so many people remained in the room. Some were bound to be bold. Forget it. 500,000 ether stones is plenty. If I die, my Lake Fairy potion will sell for only 100,000. It seems Madam Yes Heart potion will increase by several times. As expected, the price of Madam Yes Heart reached 400,000 ether stones after a short while. Something was amiss. Many rich wizards reside in Nether Capital. 450,000. Jeffrey Leo's expression turned gloomy. He underestimated the temptation of this potion to the wizards in Nether Capital. In the corner, a fifth circle wizard wearing white bone wizard robes with a gloomy expression stepped out of his private room. Kid, do not fight me. Your Letney family is so big. Do you still lack this potion? Jeffrey Leo looked at him, his expression shifting. Greetings, Senior Wildbone. However, I am determined to obtain this potion. I hope you can fulfill my wish. The Letney family possessed many resources, but not every third circle wizard disciple could obtain a breakthrough potion. One had to stand out among their peers to have a chance. The competition in the family was quite intense. In the previous family competition, Jeffrey Leo lost to the fallen genius, Ledger Leo. After that guy obtained the breakthrough potion, he died mysteriously. No clues have been found until now. Unable to wait for the next family competition, Jeffrey Leo had to search for potions outside. The fifth circle wizard in front of him, Wildbone, was a wizard from the School of Death, and was quite famous in the Star Sea. Even with his family status, Jeffrey Leo hesitated to offend such an expert. Then it depends on our capabilities. Wildbone spoke calmly. He bought it for one of his blood relatives. If it became too expensive, it would not be worth it. He revealed his identity to persuade Jeffrey Leo to leave. Levi watched as they raised the price to 530,000 ether stones. Crazy. I had better continue waiting for the succubus. Too many things required his money. He remained 10 to 20 years away from spiritual force liquefaction anyway. No hurry existed. In the end, Wizard Wildbone won and took the potion. Jeffrey Leo's expression was ugly. He left before the auction ended. Levi felt disappointed that he did not get the potion. He wanted to shout right now, "Who has the succubus breast milk?" The last item is the inheritance book of an alchemy wizard called LeMay's Secret Workshop. According to our investigation, this is the inheritance book of Nick LeMay, the most famous alchemy wizard in the Endless Sea 10,000 years ago. Because it was destroyed in the flames of war, part of the content is missing. However, more than 50 low-level alchemy blueprints, 10 third circle alchemy blueprints, and 3 fourth circle alchemy blueprints remain recorded on it. If any alchemy wizards are present, they must not miss this inheritance. The starting price is 200,000 ether stones, and every increase in price must be at least 500 ether stones. Levi, who was about to leave, sat back down. No such good thing appeared in the intelligence. That is true. Most wizards worry most about the breakthrough potion. No matter what, I must get this inheritance book. Levi rejected no knowledge, especially such a systematic inheritance book. He already possessed books like the Book of Cipher, the Book of Starforge Runes, and the Tomb of Fireflies. An alchemy inheritance book remained the missing piece. The alchemy faction was very small. According to the Tower Master, the strongest people in this faction were only a few primordial soul wizards. Very few wizards chose to become alchemy wizards. They saw no future in it and felt it wasted money. Nick LeMay was one of the most famous existences in the history of alchemy wizards. He lived as a primordial soul wizard and proposed many alchemy theories. The Tower Master admired him. A few alchemy wizards or rich people interested in alchemy at the scene began to bid. Levi felt no rush. He waited for them to raise the price to 370,000. He made the final decision. 400,000. In an instant, many gazes turned to Levi's private room. Not many people in Nether Capital could fork out 400,000 ether stones. Anyone else? After a while, no one else bid. Chapter 868. Levi secured the inheritance book. The low-level blueprints meant little. Those 10 third circle blueprints and 3 fourth circle blueprints proved the purchase worthwhile. 400,000 ether stones vanished, but Levi consoled himself. The auction house swarmed with people. Levi left the moment he retrieved the book from the backstage area. He disliked auctions due to the crowded conditions. After navigating several crowded streets, he altered his appearance multiple times. He reached the wizard tower and engaged the protective array. A prickling sensation raced across his skin. Someone targeted him. He had concealed his movements perfectly. The danger, however, remained faint. The enemy possessed little strength, or perhaps held little hostility, so he turned his attention elsewhere. In the street crowd, a gray-robed wizard watched the wizard tower with a blank expression. This figure bore a striking resemblance to Levi, pulled from the memories of the rookie wizard named Grim. He had killed Grim long ago. The man seemed cautious. Still, loopholes remained, plain to see for the great mind flayer. This wizard killed Grim and Tommen. To be precise, a demon occupied the form. Mind flayers, the most infamous race in the abyss. Born spellcasters. Every mind flayer operated as a mind master. They consumed the brains and memories of other creatures with the ease of taking items from a pocket. They mastered disguise and cunning. They ranked among the abyss demons that wizards feared the most. Levi's body was excellent, far superior to his current shell. It provided more convenience for moving through the wizard world. He would take the man in when the opportunity arose. For now, he needed to attend the Black Feather Demon King Victor's Demon Banquet. The Demon Banquet gathered the Abyss demons hosted by the former Abyss Lord Victor. The attendees included demons hiding in the Endless Sea. A few days later, starlight shone over the Endless Sea. The Mind Flayer left Nether Capital and reached Area 7 in the Inner Sea region. The Thunder Dragon family controlled this territory. It served as the perfect hiding place for demons. The Black Feather Demon King Victor currently hosted the Thunder Dragon family clan leader, Thunder Spear Sorit. The Thunder Dragon family operated at its peak. Thunder Spear could break through the fifth circle at any moment and enter the realm of a primordial soul wizard. The demon banquet occurred in a private mystic realm belonging to Thunder Spear. At the entrance of the secret realm, on a deserted island, the Mind Flayer chanted an incantation. A pitch-black vortex appeared above the island and consumed him. When he reappeared, he stood in an abandoned mine. "Guillermo, you are late," a voice echoed through the mine. The Mind Flayer smiled. "I was delayed by matters in Nether Capital." In the center of the mine, a stone throne stood. Thunder Spear, draped in a purple lightning robe, sat on the throne and stared at the Mind Flayer. In Sorit's arms sat a female demon with light purple skin. Goat horns and bat wings adorned her back. Her legs looked long and slender, and her form radiated a strong, milky fragrance. Her goat-like feet swayed casually, and she cast a seductive gaze at the Mind Flayer. "Maria, that damn bitch." She tried to use a bewitching spell on the great Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer Guillermo cursed inwardly. He could not voice his dissatisfaction though. That succubus was Sorit's lover, or Victor's lover. The two shared the same body. Apart from the mind flayer and succubus, more than 10 demons hid in the mine, laughing strangely. These demon forces gathered under Demon King Victor. Most were level 4 demons, immense in power. Victor is busy with something recently. I will host this demon banquet. You can share the latest information. Sorit stroked the succubus's long, smooth legs. You, a mere human, a level 4 bog flame demon, wreathed in fire, spoke with a disdainful smile. Oh, you are not convinced. Sorit spoke with indifference. Terrifying purple lightning brewed at his fingertips. No, I just want you to know we gathered here because of the Black Feather Demon King. The bog flame demon trembled with terror. I will go first. According to the information I received in Nether Capital, the City Lord of Nether Capital has been in seclusion recently. The other primordial soul wizards guarding Nether Capital have also been secretly transferred away. In other words, no primordial soul wizards guard Nether Capital anymore. The mind flayer spoke his piece. This is good news. Sorit pondered. His thoughts remained a mystery. Suddenly, Sorit's expression shifted. The succubus in his arms rubbed against little Sorit during the meeting. Stop fooling around. Do not forget you are just my tool. Sorit spoke with unhappiness. He was no rookie wizard tempted by a succubus. The final price those fellows paid was to turn into dried corpses, or become the slaves of the succubus queen. When those demons held a banquet in the Nether Capital, Levi studied LeMay's secret workshop in the wizard tower. That faint hostility lingered for days, and Levi grew accustomed to it. If he did not enter seclusion, the guy clearly would not dare to attack. After he finished his preparations, he deliberately left Nether Capital to lure out the mastermind and kill him to prevent future troubles. Tyrant 2 needs to iterate. In the third circle alchemy blueprint recorded in this book, there is a war weapon called Wanderer. It is not bad. This is it. Levi finalized the modification advancement plan for Tyrant 2. Apart from cultivating, he modified Tyrant in the alchemy room. Time passed quickly, leaving no traces. 3 years vanished in the blink of an eye. It was the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1116, the month of flowing fire. The 85th year of the Great Expedition. In the past 3 years, Levi successfully refined Wanderer and upgraded his weapon refinement skill to the 3rd circle level. He named the Wanderer Tyrant 3. Tyrant 3 stood about 5 meters tall at the shoulder. Luminant gold formed its frame, and it carried Levi's alchemy chainsword, alchemy fire divine cannon, and other armaments. Ordinary 3rd circle wizards stood no chance against it. Levi felt even more envious of the 4th circle alchemy blueprint in the inheritance book. It detailed an alchemy creature that could match a 4th circle wizard, Skywalker, known as the alchemy divine sword beneath heavens. A 4th circle would die with a single strike. However, refining Skywalker required higher level materials. The limit of luminant gold was 3rd circle alchemical creatures like Wanderer. Alchemy remained only one aspect. After these years of cultivation, Levi's spiritual power reached 180 points. He crept closer to the maximum. The greatest achievement in the past 3 years was Levi successfully cultivating the luminant gold body refining technique to level 7. He realized the wizard body tempering technique could indeed be fused. He fused with the mixed venom true form and obtained a brand new body tempering technique. Levi pulled up his status. Metal poison body tempering technique, level 7, 1 out of 50,000. Special effect, metal voodoo body, level 7. Chapter 869. The metal poison body tempering technique combined the indestructible, extremely poisonous characteristics of the mixed venom true form. Because the toxic swarm had devoured all the luminant gold elemental power Levi absorbed during the fusion process, the defensive strength of the swarm increased several times. This transformed the toxic swarm in essence. Levi sat before the mirror in the wizard tower. Golden luster coated the surface of his skin. Flickering luminant gold runes covered every golden scale on his body. Faint golden light radiated from every inch of his flesh and bones. This mirrors the indestructible diamond divine skill from a previous life, Levi said with a smile. With a thought, countless luminant gold runes swirled around his body. Golden liquid surged in his limbs and bones. The golden liquid left his body and swirled around him, circling and tumbling. The liquid gathered in front of Levi and condensed into a golden, faceless man. If Barzan witnessed this scene, he would be struck with immense surprise. This luminant gold wizard body fused completely with his physical body and bones. Extracting it seemed impossible. The toxic swarm is truly magical, Levi sighed. He achieved this because of the toxic swarm. Although the mixed venom true form created by the black water wizard held a lower level, the underlying intention remained far superior to other body refining wizards. He combined the knowledge of the bug luminist civilization and created a special rule bug, the toxic swarm, which possessed very strong growth potential. The foundation of his mixed venom true form relied on this toxic swarm. The toxic swarm itself was the mixed venom true form. It essentially consisted of a group of parasitic creatures that constantly split and died. It could merge into his body to strengthen his physical fitness, or it could emerge to form a group of life forms similar to clones. After fusing with the luminant gold wizard body, the once black toxic swarm evolved into the luminant gold toxic swarm. It retained its original characteristics, while its defense increased greatly. The final result manifested as the golden faceless man standing before Levi. The faceless man moved like a fluid that could transform at will. With a thought, it turned into a golden river that flowed around the wizard tower. With another thought, it shifted into a golden shield, a great sword, and armor. Is this not better than a wizard tool? The liquid robot T-1000 from the Terminator movie in a previous life surfaced in his memory. Bang! The golden faceless man exploded into a cloud of golden mist that covered the walls of the wizard tower. Come back. After finding amusement in the experiment, he pulled the golden faceless man back into his body. His flesh shone with golden light again. If this body refining technique continues to evolve and fuse, it can create a body refining wizard clone of the same level as me. At the same time, it serves as an offensive and defensive wizard tool. It kills two birds with one stone. Moreover, it can disguise my night techniques and fully present me as a body refining wizard. At most, I can add the identity of a dragon descendant wizard. The metal voodoo clone remains completely controlled by my consciousness. It only possesses a low-level collective consciousness and lacks self-awareness, so the possibility of it backfiring on its master does not exist. This metal voodoo clone alone allows me to look down on third circle wizards. I should be able to resist ordinary fourth circle wizards. When I break through to the fourth circle, and my spiritual force becomes stronger, I can advance to level 8 of the metal poison body tempering technique. In this way, I will possess a body tempering clone with the strength of the fourth circle. Although the wizard body tempering techniques seemed to cultivate quickly, it progressed because Levi possessed a powerful knight foundation and a high wizard realm, along with tools like the proficiency panel. The cultivation of spiritual force ultimately limited the speed of body tempering techniques. This path lacked the framework of a wizard. It differed completely from the path of a knight. Given his current realm, merging the wizard body tempering technique and the night breathing technique proved impossible. After experiencing the metal voodoo, a faint hostility prickled his senses. It has been 3 years. It has been 3 years. I have only attended an auction. Why is someone still thinking about me? Could it be that damned fire elemental spirit? The realization dawned on Levi that if the fire elemental spirit lived, he might be the person it hated most. The creature held such resentment that Levi sensed it even through the subdimensional portal. I do not think so. This hostility was absent before I participated in the auction. It began after the auction. Forget it. I am going out of the city to attend the primordial soul ceremony at the Starfire Wizard Academy. I intend to find out who desires to harm me. Levi cultivated in the wizard tower for a few more days to consolidate his metal voodoo. The so-called primordial soul ceremony. It should be the grandest ceremony for every high-level wizard organization in the wizard world. Only grand wizard or legendary wizard ceremonies could exceed the grandeur of primordial soul wizard ceremonies. Grand wizards and legendary wizards appear so rarely that such ceremonies might not even occur once in 100 years in the entire wizard world. Comparatively, primordial soul wizards hold ceremonies most frequently. This ceremony serves as an established rule of the wizard world. Every wizard holds such a ceremony upon breaking through to the primordial soul, whether for personal cultivation or organizational standing. Chapter 870. Even low-key, cautious wizards hold ceremonies after breaking through to the primordial soul realm and announce them to the public. Even criminals like dark wizards take the risk of being hunted down by officials. They hold ceremonies to invite disreputable friends to participate. They do this to receive gifts, a practice similar to the wedding money from his previous life. Befriending a primordial soul wizard or saving face drives participation. Those who attend bring gifts. People who like to show off deliberately give expensive gifts, demonstrating their strength and status during the primordial soul ceremony. Those who dare to do this possess confidence or hold the support of a wizard from a large organization. This seemingly vulgar atmosphere exists in the wizard world. Wherever people gather, ways of dealing with the world emerge. Over the past few years, many organizations and wizards in the Star Sea received invitations to Garcia's primordial soul ceremony. For Garcia, this represents an opportunity. Reaching his current position as a Black Pearl Kid proved difficult. If he makes friends during the ceremony, their mutual support on the path of wizardry will smooth his future. Levi smiled helplessly, patting his pockets. Treasures remained scarce, just stolen goods. He decided to pay cash instead. Algerta, stay here and guard the house, Levi said. He stroked the white wolf girl's head, relishing the soft fur. Yes, master, Algerta replied, her posture obedient. She possesses strength now, almost equivalent to a senior first circle wizard. Tiga, once stronger, now only fights her to a draw. The leopard and lion brothers failed to break through to legendary status. Age limits their abilities now, so Levi lets them retire in Alice's ring. Levi strolled through Nether Capital. Along the way, many people sold their properties. He stopped at the witch's family. Kelly slept soundly on her books. Celia spotted Levi and broke into a smile. Mr. Levi, you look happy, she said. I made a small breakthrough in my cultivation. It remains unworthy of mention. I stay far from reaching the fourth circle, Levi said, his expression bright. Sigh, me too. Obtaining a fourth circle rank feels impossible. My talent remains average, and potions cost too much. Owning a truth oddity seems out of reach. It is really troublesome, Celia sighed. Does Madame Triss have a mission for me recently? Levi asked. Not for the time being. Madame Triss traveled to the Central Realm for a meeting. She has been gone for a while. I see. By the way, Miss Celia, why do so many wizard towers and mansions sell in Nether Capital recently? Levi asked. People heard rumors that Nether Capital lacks a primordial soul guardian now. It feels less safe than other wizard cities. Consequently, residents sell their homes and move elsewhere, Celia said, smiling. She appeared unconcerned with the rumors. Levi exchanged pleasantries with Celia before leaving. No primordial soul wizard guards this city. To Levi's knowledge, the city lord of Nether Capital remains a primordial soul wizard. Other primordial souls must cultivate here as well. Moreover, Nether Capital leads directly to the witch's family base camp, where primordial soul wizards stand guard. If anything happens in Nether Capital, big shots will arrive to save the situation. It is not a big problem, Levi mused. He left Nether Capital and took out his flying shark. He sat inside, letting Kalam pilot the craft. The flying shark turned into a stream of light and vanished into the horizon. He sat with eyes closed, lost in thought. Moments after Levi departed, a grey-robed wizard appeared in the sky outside Nether Capital. This human is boring. It has been 3 years. He finally decided to leave Nether Capital. However, no one compares to Mind Flayer's impatience, Mind Flayer Guillermo said, a contemptuous smile touching his lips. He has become stronger. This is a good thing. If I snatch his body, I will unleash my strength better. Mind Flayers possess talent in spiritual force and mental cultivation. Their bodies rank at the bottom among demons. This constitutes the Mind Flayer shortcoming. However, they use innate possession ability to occupy powerful bodies for their own use. They act as the hermit crabs of the wizard world, always seeking stronger shells. With this thought, the Mind Flayer quickly followed. The flying shark sailed quietly on the sea surface. Relying on powerful innate ability, the Mind Flayer hid his aura and gradually followed. The landscape remained desolate and uninhabited. It provided the perfect place to attack. Most fourth circle wizards cannot compare to my spiritual force. He is just a third circle wizard, so using mental illusion is most suitable. This is the safest way. My illusion will trap him, given his spiritual force level. Before attacking, the Mind Flayer relied on a calm mind to analyze and choose the most suitable move. This differed from many other demons who acted according to instinct. Deep down, however, the Mind Flayer remained violent and murderous. All abyss demons share this nature. I wonder how this body-refining wizard's brain tastes, he mused. Chapter 871. The grey-robed wizard stood expressionless. Vaguely, transparent tentacles extended from his face and waved in the air. These tentacles shone with purple light spots. Mind spell, deep purple dream. As a powerful Mind Flayer, mind spells were all his innate abilities, so there was no need to chant or cast spells. In the next moment, those purple spots of light flew out and silently disappeared into the sky. A purple light flickered between heaven and earth, and the clouds turned purple. The purple light lasted for a moment before disappearing. The Mind Flayer had missed. After careful consideration, the Mind Flayer did not rush over. Instead, he waited for a moment. As he cast the spell, the creatures within the spell range were forced into the illusion created by the Mind Flayer. In front of an ordinary fish in the sea, a terrifying sea beast suddenly attacked. It swam with all its might. In fact, it was only pacing back and forth on the seabed. There were no sea beasts around. Inside the flying shark, Kulam stared blankly ahead. In front of him, the extreme fire ancestral wizard loomed. Kulam, you betrayed me. Die, the phantom roared. Teacher, I did not. Kulam shouted, rolling on the spot as he tried to escape the terrifying spell attack. In the cabin, Levi also fell to the ground, as if he had fallen into a nightmare, and could not extricate himself. I do not want to take this job anymore. He hammered the ground, his fists striking the floorboards in time with his nightmare. Unknowingly, a figure had already passed through the array restriction of the flying shark, and landed on the deck, looking at the struggling Levi and Kulam. What does work mean? It does not sound like a good thing. It made this wizard in front of me so afraid. Come, let me free you. At this moment, the grey-robed wizard's robe had completely shattered. A purple-green humanoid monster crawled out of the decayed and dried corpse. It was dripping with blood, like a baby bird that had just hatched from an eggshell. Its purple tentacles waved around its head, containing powerful mental energy. Come, let me suck your brain dry. The creature imprisoned Levi with a spell. Its tentacles extended and surged towards Levi's head. Blood fog filled the cabin of the flying shark. The Mind Flayer had missed. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It is the famous Mind Flayer. Levi's laughter came from the blood fog. At the next moment, the blood fog condensed, and a golden flash flew out. There was a thud. The weak body of the Mind Flayer was pounced on by the golden light, and crashed into the cabin of the flying shark. You did not fall into an illusion. How is that possible? With your spiritual force, my illusion is 100% accurate. The Mind Flayer was quite confident in his illusions. The illusions of the School of Dreams of the same level were nothing compared to his. He was a master in this aspect. Mind shock. As the Mind Flayer retreated, he unleashed powerful mind attack spells that could directly affect consciousness and spiritual force. In the end, the metal voodoo poison body that was flying towards him remained completely fine after experiencing it. It was only the lowest level of collective consciousness. Such a high-level attack on the mind and consciousness was useless against it. It was equivalent to scolding the enemy in a foreign language. The enemy was illiterate and could not understand at all. Although it was only a clone at the peak of the third circle, the Mind Flayer was still in a sorry state when he was caught off guard. Oh no, I have been tricked. He deliberately pretended to be under an illusion to attract me to get close to him, because he is a body-refining wizard, and is only good at close combat. He is not good at. Before the Mind Flayer could finish analyzing, a fire dragon pounced over, and a heat wave swept across. Spiritual barrier. An invisible force field barrier lit up around the Mind Flayer. The barrier trembled and cracks spread, but it blocked the terrifying fire dragon attack. This power is not inferior to an ordinary fourth circle wizard. The Mind Flayer felt a surge of shock. He had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The problem was that he had fallen for it. Coming to the wizard world had been too smooth sailing, and he had been a little careless. Let us retreat first. I am not good at fighting head-on. The enemy has already discovered me. There is no need to continue. The Mind Flayer thought. In the next moment, a flame sword chi formed by grayish-white airflow arrived in an instant. The spiritual barrier of the Mind Flayer had completely shattered. It can actually break through my spiritual barrier. The Mind Flayer became even more determined to escape. The chariot runes on Levi's body flickered as he activated scarlet power. The Mind Flayer tried to escape. Suddenly, another golden figure appeared in front of him. It appeared in the path of the Mind Flayer. It held a chainsword, and there was a large-caliber Fire Divine Cannon on its chest. Fire Divine Cannon. Maximum power. One shot cost 1,000 ether stones. Damn it, he knew that I was going to deal with him, so he got the alchemical creature to ambush me. I cannot die here. The light of the Fire Divine Cannon tore through the sky and tore through the world. The spiritual barrier condensed by the Mind Flayer trembled, and cracks appeared. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Inner demon domain. The Mind Flayer's tentacles danced crazily and extended. His entire body floated high up like a god. A powerful spiritual force field formed around him. There were two muffled sounds. The Metal Voodoo and Tyrant 3 collided with the air wall, and were sent flying. Chapter 872. Die. Levi shouted. He lunged forward. His level 2 Flame Dragon true form possessed peerless strength. The Crimson Dragon / Divine Weapon, nurtured to level 3 by Levi, slashed against the destruction sword chi on the invisible force field. Crack, crack, crack. The force field splintered like glass about to shatter. Mind control, the Mind Flayer hissed. Seeing that the enemy could not break through the defense for a moment, the creature activated a mind spell. A powerful spiritual force attack slammed into Levi's mind. Ripples tore through his consciousness. The Divine Ring Tower rotated slowly, suppressing the fluctuation. The mind attack dissipated. These Mind Flayers were terrifying. They unleashed mind attacks that resisted all defense. The Divine Ring Tower served as a blessing. Other wizards, even at the 4th circle, might suffer. Those below the 4th circle certainly would not survive. Levi rejoiced. He revealed the true form of the giant dragon warrior, and the 9 swords Azura bloodline Dharma body. His frame expanded. His strength surged once more. 9 swords flashed outward simultaneously. The Crimson Dragon roared. Under the weight of the destruction sword chi, the turtle shell formed by the powerful spiritual force of the Mind Flayer shattered and disintegrated after Levi slashed again and again. A sharp whistle pierced the air. A mind howl. You call your mother. Levi roared, slapping the Mind Flayer across the face. Under the terrifying force, the spiritual barrier temporarily supported by the Mind Flayer shattered. The creature's body slammed into the spot where Tyrant 2 and the Metal Voodoo Poison body waited. Lock him up, Levi ordered. The Metal Voodoo Poison body morphed into a golden water drop-shaped cage, locking the Mind Flayer inside. Spirit Spike. The Mind Flayer's attack broke through the seal of the Metal Voodoo. Tyrant 2's chainsword slashed directly at the creature's face. Clang. The metal screeched. Tyrant 2 nearly split the Mind Flayer's head open. Levi pounced. He gripped the Mind Flayer's body tightly, twisting it like a sponge. Purple blood seeped out. Ah! The Mind Flayer screamed but refused to beg for mercy. Scarlet Contract. Levi held one contract slot in reserve. As the scarlet power surged into the Mind Flayer's body, a ferocious, majestic scarlet dragon pattern appeared on the forehead of the Mind Flayer before fading away. Levi refused to release his grip. This creature ranked as the most dangerous enemy he had encountered. He far outstripped body-refining wizards like Barzan. His true strength likely matched a 4th circle senior wizard, who had mastered 2 4th circle innate spells. After confirming the subjugation and checking for tracking marks, Levi took some potions and rested under the shelter of the Metal Voodoo and Tyrant 2. Mind Flayer, correct? Levi asked. Yes, Master, the Mind Flayer replied. His gaze had shifted completely. Why did you want to harm me? Forget it. You are a chaotic, evil demon. Harming me is in your nature. Why did you choose me? I coveted Master's body. I wanted to make it my own, the Mind Flayer admitted. Levi had not expected that a powerful body might invite such trouble. He remembered the level 4 demon in the Black Pearl Wizard market targeting him for no apparent reason. It clearly coveted his body too. An undeserved calamity, Levi sighed. How many demons like you exist in the Endless Sea? Levi inquired. Not many, but I know quite a few. We were all gathered by the Black Feather Demon King, Victor. Who is Victor? An Abyss Demon Lord? Yes. He once reigned as the Lord of the 233rd level of the Abyss. Now, he lives in the body of a wizard in the human world. Levi pondered this. Demon lords existed on the level of primordial soul wizards, so he held no interest in Victor. He had no desire to eliminate demons. Do you know the succubus in the Endless Sea? I do. Where is she? Levi's heart skipped a beat. The Mind Flayer knew a succubus. Success seemed within reach. In Area 7 of the Inner Sea region, a 5th circle wizard named Sorit secretly raises a level 4 succubus. Her name is Maria. Sorit from the Thunder Dragon family. Levi frowned. His face darkened. Yes, that is he. I understand. Enter the ring first. I will find you a suitable body in the future, Levi commanded. The Mind Flayer stood as the most powerful slave he had subdued thus far. He possessed combat utility, but Levi dared not let him appear without a shell. Rearing demons remained a capital offense. Levi had not expected Sorit to raise a succubus. That old fart certainly enjoyed himself. Acquiring the breast milk would require effort and risk. The succubus served as Sorit's exclusive property. He surely kept a close watch on her. Levi had no clear solution. Perhaps the Mind Flayer could lure Maria out and Levi could retrieve her milk. Subduing Maria would be ideal. With enough resources, he could refine more breakthrough potions to sell. The breast milk of a succubus should represent a renewable resource. Levi hoped so. While crafting a strategy, Levi climbed onto the griffin. The flying shark had been lost in the battle, suffering heavy damage. Chapter 873. Levi pulled out the Mind Flayer's storage bag and rummaged through its contents. 300,000 ether stones. That was not bad. 2 third circle wizard tools. He did not know where the creature obtained them, but there were a number of spellbooks. He would keep those. Levi held the 2 second circle wizard tools and paused as memory struck him. Wait, were these not Grimm's and Tommen's tools? He looked at the Mind Flayer. Guillermo, where did you get these 2 wizard tools? The Mind Flayer dipped his head. Master, I obtained them after killing 2 wizards. One was named Grimm, and the other was Tommen. Levi stared at the items. So the 2 of them did not die in battle. You were the one who caused their deaths. His expression remained calm. He suddenly thought of Huffman. He did not know if that old man was dead or not. If he was still alive, with his shrewd schemes and his identity as a 3rd circle wizard and pharmacist, he should be doing well. He might even break through to the 4th circle. When Guillermo became useless, Levi would kill him. This could be considered revenge for Grimm and Tommen. He exhaled slowly. There did not seem to be many people who could die of old age on the journey of wizards, especially in this era of war. Therefore, it was a blessing that Andrew could die of old age. 7 days passed. Levi finally found the sea area where Starfire Island was based on the coordinates provided by Wizard Newt. He pulled out the invitation letter and successfully boarded the island. He watched the wizards flying overhead. This grand ceremony felt lively. After all, it had been a while since a primordial soul wizard was born in the Endless Sea. Just wait. One day, he would also be famous in the Endless Sea. Levi felt a surge of adrenaline. At that time, if the war ended, he would hold a primordial soul ceremony of his own. After keeping a low profile for hundreds of years and advancing to a primordial soul, it would be time to show off. Primordial soul wizards commanded fame in the Endless Sea. As long as they did not court death, basically no one would provoke them. In most organizations, this was a figure at the level of an ancestor. Even though the war between the dark and righteous wizards of the Endless Sea had dragged on for 80 years and countless low-level wizards had died, there were only 7 primordial soul wizards whose deaths stood on record. Levi, you are here. An excited voice cut through the air. Xavier flew over, landed in front of Levi, and pulled him into a hug. Ha ha ha, not bad. You have become a professor at the Weapon-Making Academy. Levi looked at the badge on old Xavier's chest and smiled. It is all thanks to you. Old Xavier straightened his robes. After chatting for a while, Levi found out that the Starfire Wizard Academy had sought out old Xavier to become a weapon-making professor because of Levi's unintentional recommendation. Let us go. You came at the right time. The ceremony is about to begin. I will bring you there. Xavier gestured toward the main square. Levi walked to the venue of the ceremony. Starfire Square served as the place where the Starfire Wizard Academy's teachers and students held their activities. In the center of Starfire Square stood a sculpture shaped like a torch. On a high platform at the side, Wizard Garcia sat with a smile, welcoming guests from all over. Levi noticed a slightly chubby wizard beside Garcia. The wizard also noticed Levi. Jacob. Levi felt a jolt of shock. Was this not the strange wizard who once sold his soul artifact fragments? The fact that he could sit next to Garcia and chat happily meant he was also a primordial soul wizard. Jacob, who was in the stands, naturally noticed Levi. He exchanged glances with Levi and smiled. I did not fake that soul artifact fragment, did I? Jacob's voice echoed in Levi's mind. You would not lie to a junior like me. Levi felt helpless. He did not expect that there would be a day when someone would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. It is good that you know, Jacob snorted. His tone carried arrogance. Not long after, the Rose Witch arrived at the venue in a beautiful low-cut gown, holding Wizard Newt's arm. We meet again. Rose smiled, but her eyes held exhaustion. When is the Flower Witch coming back? Levi asked. Rose offered a bitter smile. I do not know. For a plain traveler like Master, regular contact information has lost its effect. Hang in there. Everything is going to be all right. Levi offered a soothing tone. Thank you. As the ceremony began, Levi and the others took their seats. First, some interesting performances livened things up. After that, Garcia walked to the stage to give a speech. A figure approached the high platform. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Sir Garcia, for stepping into the primordial soul. On behalf of the Seven Waters Steeple, I would like to present our congratulatory gift. The speaker was also a primordial soul wizard. Levi gathered from Rose's introduction that this man was the wizard airship chief designer of the Seven Waters Steeple. The gift he presented was the latest model of wizard airship. This is the Starfire. It is a level 5 airship. It is custom made for the Starfire Wizard Academy. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Seven Waters Steeple. I will pay you a visit another day. Garcia accepted the gift solemnly. To be able to become a primordial soul as a nomadic wizard, who is not a child of the elements, you are the only one in the endless sea in the past 5,000 years. We have high hopes for you. The wizard left after saying that. This served as an investment. He wanted to exchange a small gift, insignificant to the Seven Waters Steeple, for the friendship of a primordial soul wizard with potential. After the Seven Waters Steeple made the first move, Lilith's Cabin, Hurricane Steeple, Ocean Abyss Alliance, and other large organizations, as well as high-level, middle-level, and even low-level wizard organizations, who wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Garcia, all sent their gifts. Levi felt tempted by the gifts from those large organizations. To Levi's surprise, the Letney family, who had a feud with Garcia, also sent someone over. However, they had sent a fifth circle wizard, Golden Thrower, Godfrey Letney. He was Jeffrey Leo's father. Garcia stood there with a smile while Godfrey opened the box. Inside lay a black pearl shell. At this point, the audience fell silent. Even Levi's expression shifted slightly. The atmosphere turned tense. The other envoys from the wizard organizations remained silent, waiting to see how Garcia would deal with this situation. The mighty Letney family is only giving away a black pearl shell worth 100 ether stones? A member of the Starfire Wizard Academy could not help but shout. What is the meaning of this? Sparrow stepped forward. Although he was a fourth circle wizard, he questioned the fifth circle wizard. This is a ceremony for the primordial soul. Blessings also depend on one's heart. Why? Does Senior Garcia care about the value of the gift? Godfrey smiled calmly. Besides, everyone knows that Senior Garcia is a black pearl brat who started with the black pearl shell. Even his primordial soul wizard form is a black pearl shell? Is it not meaningful for me to give you this black pearl shell? I think our Letney family's gift is the most attentive of all. Although Godfrey's words made sense, everyone could tell that he was here to deliberately cause trouble and embarrass Garcia, the primordial soul wizard. Indeed, the gift is light, but the meaning is heavy. Fair enough. Below the stage, some voices began to echo. Garcia dismissed Sparrow with a smile on his face. He accepted the black pearl shell calmly and put it away solemnly. Thank you, Letney family. I will accept this special gift. I will always remember this unique intention of the Letney family. Chapter 874. Starfire Island. When Garcia put away the black pearl shell, Godfrey heaved a sigh of relief. He cast a cautious glance around the crowded platform. My family deserves to die for sending me on such a dangerous mission. Fortunately, Garcia is tactful. So what if he is a primordial soul? The Endless Sea belongs to the Six Towers after all. In the future, it will belong to the Letney family. If it were any other primordial soul wizard, they might have killed Godfrey on the spot. Jacob watched Garcia's actions, shaking his head. If it were me, I would not be able to do it. The Seven Waters Steeple is right. Garcia's future might not be limited to ordinary primordial soul wizards. It was extremely rare in the wizard world for Garcia to advance to a primordial soul as a nomadic wizard, and not as a child of the elements. It required determination, perseverance, and luck. After Godfrey delivered the gift, he left in a hurry with the Letney family. It was obvious that he was not here to attend the ceremony. Garcia's expression remained unchanged. He gestured for Sparrow and the others to continue with the ceremony. After the big shots and organizations finished sending their gifts, Levi walked onto the stage. Sparrow stood there, looking pleasantly surprised. Sir Levi, long time no see. I heard that Senior Garcia has advanced to the primordial soul. Congratulations. I have specially offered 10,000 ether stones. I hope that the Starfire Wizard Academy will prosper in the future. Levi smiled as he presented the gift. 10,000 ether stones was not a small amount for a third circle wizard. The daily expenses of the third circle were huge. A gift should be generous, but not excessive. If the sum were too large, it would reveal his wealth and attract unwanted attention. Levi watched the proceedings. Most third circle wizards gave gifts of about 10,000 ether stones. Thank you for your support. Sparrow accepted the gift solemnly. Garcia looked at Levi and nodded to express his gratitude. Congratulations, Senior. From now on, your name will spread throughout the Endless Sea. Levi offered his congratulations. I know you. If you are willing to become a pharmaceutics teacher at the Starfire Wizard Academy, our doors will always be open for you. Garcia spoke with a warm smile. Haha, thank you, Senior. However, I am inexperienced and dare not mislead disciples. If I am confident in the future, I will definitely come here. Getting in touch with a primordial soul wizard was one of Levi's goals for this trip. He did not expect Garcia to personally invite him to join the academy. Sparrow and the others must have mentioned him to Garcia. Below the stage, some guests who were also third circle wizards looked shocked when they saw Levi being personally invited by the primordial soul wizard. Who is he? He is just a third circle pharmacist. How could Sir Garcia remember him? I heard that the requirements for teaching at the Starfire Wizard Academy are much higher than when it was first established. Only fourth circle wizards have a chance to enter. Of course, the treatment level has also increased a lot. This guy can enter with a third circle cultivation base, but he does not know how to cherish it. He does not know what is good for him. After delivering the gifts, Levi left the high platform. Eyes watched him from the crowd. It is just a word from a primordial soul wizard, but it has such an effect. This is the power of the primordial soul. In the realm of Azure Cloud, blessing a wizard who had broken through to the primordial soul was said to be famous in the endless sea. It showed the status of the primordial soul clearly. Only primordial soul wizards and above were qualified to step onto the big stage of the endless sea and become players in the world of chess. Levi, not bad. Our principal personally invited you. Xavier said this with a hint of envy in his voice. Garcia was a primordial soul wizard who stayed busy every day. Even as a teacher here, Xavier rarely met him. That is just senior being polite. With my pharmacist level, I am not qualified to teach. Levi shook his head. All right, you are being humble again. I understand. Keep a low profile, right? Xavier rolled his eyes. Levi had said this many times when they were neighbors. In the past, Levi often said things like, successfully refining a rare potion is all due to luck, or improving one's cultivation is also due to luck. Levi, do not be in a hurry to leave after the ceremony. We have not gathered in a long time. Call Newt and Rose. The four of us will have a good gathering. Unfortunately, old John is not around. Xavier sighed. There were all kinds of activities in the following ceremony. Some wizards took advantage of the crowd and turned the ceremony into a gathering of wizards. They began to exchange cultivation experiences, and some even set up stalls on the spot. Levi walked around the stalls and collected some medicinal herbs and the materials needed to refine the purgatory ghost-killing array. It was an unexpected gain from this primordial soul ceremony. The ceremony ended. After applying for leave from the academy, Xavier left Starfire Island with Levi and the others. He returned to a small island near Starfire Island. This was Xavier's private residence outside Starfire Island. The island was not big, but it remained far away from the academy. It was quiet and undisturbed. Levi and the others sat in a circle, exchanging interesting experiences from the past and some cultivation insights. After the exchange, everyone gained a lot. Xavier called over some dancers dressed in exotic clothes. Their curvaceous figures, coupled with their smooth skin and charming golden wavy hair, were fatal to the senses. The red-faced Newt was taken away by Rose. Rose said that Newt had to interact less with Xavier in school in the future to avoid provoking some dirty things. With Newt's personality, he naturally agreed. Chapter 875. Xavier looked at Levi. All right. I did not expect Wizard Newt to be so afraid of the Rose Witch. That is why men need to be alone to be carefree. Let us continue drinking. Xavier held a witch with exposed bronze skin. She possessed a hot figure and seemed to have cultivated some kind of charm spell. Her every move, her every frown, and every smile were naturally charming. In the wizard world, some wizards in the brothel industry, whether witches or wizards, cultivated charm spells and sex spells to better serve customers. These charm spells meant nothing in front of a succubus. In ancient times, before the Prohibition Order, some powerful male wizards raised female succubus as pets for fun. Similarly, some female wizards raised male succubuses. The coquettish witch sat in Xavier's arms, her full chest rubbing against him. Xavier pushed the witch away. Levi, I do not want to drink anymore. I cannot drink anymore. This 500-year-old wizard wine has made me dizzy. I will go and sleep first. Old Xavier carried the extremely charming witch into the house and began their connection. Levi swirled his glass. The wine of the wizard world is terrible. It cannot compare to the wine of the human world. Levi took out the Lion King's spirit and gulped it down. Next to him, the witch who accompanied him was already drunk. She touched Levi's thigh seductively, but Levi slapped her hand away. Levi looked out the window. The sea remained calm, and the sky held dark stars. It has been a long time since I have been so relaxed. A light flashed across the distant skyline. A meteor tore through the thick clouds and fell into the sea ahead with a tail of flame. Levi reached out with his spiritual perception, but the light blocked the effort. His spiritual perception failed. His nightmare perception failed. What is that? His heart hammered in his chest. He pushed away the accompanying witch beside him. She fell to the ground with a thud. After waking up, she looked at Levi sadly and stayed silent. Levi stood on the surface of the sea. His perception covered a radius of dozens of kilometers. Other wizards rushed toward the location. Levi's intuition told him they arrived for this light. Could this be some kind of magical extraterrestrial or many rare mineral materials in the wizard world were not produced by the wizard world? Instead, they fell from outer space, the land of darkness, for coincidental reasons. The heavenly fire meteorite iron that Levi obtained previously arrived this way, making it very rare. Levi needed to refine his divine weapons. The golden snake, the scarlet dragon, and the sky dragon. After hesitating, he went to search for the place where the extraterrestrial item fell. His danger perception remained silent. The item posed no threat. An object emitting dazzling starlight floated and sank in the sea. A closer look revealed a miniature starry sky-colored pagoda. The small pagoda stood 9 levels high. Its surface looked pitch black and ancient. Scratches, burn marks, and other signs of wear and tear covered it. It revealed the aura of endless years. Levi arrived first because he remained relatively close to the light. He did not rashly approach it. He watched from afar. The object isolated his perception, marking it as no ordinary item. Is this a wizard tower? Or is it an ordinary tower-shaped wizard tool? Levi pondered. With a thought, he released Tyrant 3. Tyrant 3 swam toward the small tower and arrived in front of it. Pick it up, Levi commanded. As Tyrant 3 reached for it, a water pillar spewed over. The violent impact blasted Tyrant 100 meters away. He fell into the sea. A pale-faced wizard in a green wizard's robe appeared. He glared at Levi. I accidentally left this treasure here. If you leave now, I can let this matter go. I am sorry. I thought it was an ownerless item. Since it belongs to you, please take it. Levi smiled without hesitation. Thank you, Your Excellency. The wizard smiled and went straight to the small tower. Levi did not stop him. He put away Tyrant and watched as the man used the wizard's hand spell to grab the small tower and force it into his storage space. The storage space remained empty. What the hell? I cannot put it into my storage ring. The green-robed wizard's expression changed. Levi sneered inwardly. He had seen the object fall from the sky like a meteor. It could not belong to the green-robed wizard. Out of caution, he did not dare to easily take the unknown. He did not even know what the object did. Was it a trap? He could use the man as a guinea pig. If it were something good, he could snatch it later. It does not look like I can put it into an ordinary storage space. I wonder if Alice's ring works. I do not think it works either. The green-robed wizard could not bear to give it up. He took the little tower and left quickly under Levi's watch. The small pagoda in his hand flickered in the night, making the wizard look like a lighthouse. That treasure has been snatched away by that green-robed wizard. Do not let him escape. Everyone, chase after him. Chapter 876. Levi hid his aura at the bottom of the sea. He watched as a few more third circle wizards chased after the light. Wizards began to fight over the small pagoda. Not long after, the green-robed wizard fell. A group of people beat him to death. Another third circle wizard snatched the small pagoda from the dead man's hand. He tried to put it in his storage space. He failed. His expression twisted. He understood why the green-robed wizard ran away with the small pagoda. It could not be stored. He wrapped his clothes around the small pagoda. The light still leaked out. He could not use a wizard tool similar to the bug house. In the next moment, he threw out the little pagoda and left the area. More and more wizards joined the chase. The scene looked strange. In the night, these wizards swarmed like insects attracted by candlelight. Levi let out a breath. He suppressed his curiosity and left the area. In the night sky, he looked back. Those wizards fought for the small pagoda. Even fourth circle wizards joined the fray. Many of these wizards likely did not know what this small pagoda was. They saw others snatching it. They thought it must be a treasure. Driven by greed, they joined in. My life is more important, Levi thought. Not long after Levi left, a fourth circle wizard snatched the small pagoda. His mouth split open. He swallowed the small pagoda. He sneered. Ha ha ha, get lost, the wizard shouted. The storage space in his belly could hold the object. It worked. The next moment, his belly glowed. He looked like a bright light bulb. The light was eye-catching in the darkness. His expression grew gloomy. The spells he cultivated allowed his stomach to store things. They could not hide the light of the small pagoda. Little guy, hand over the treasure. This is not something you have the right to take. Hee hee, a sharp, hoarse voice cut through the sky. Black clouds gathered, covering a radius of several kilometers. A wizard in a black robe sat on a white bone throne atop the dark clouds. An aura suppressed the entire scene. The wild bone wizard is here. Let us go, a wizard yelled as he fled. Some wizards fled the scene. The reputation of the wild bone wizard loomed large. He was not a dark wizard, but he functioned like one. He committed murders and arsons behind the scenes. The officials lacked evidence. In this war era, the collapse of order kept the wild bone wizard at large. The fourth circle wizard knew he could not match an old monster like the wild bone wizard. He used a flying spell and fled. He took out his only fourth circle wizard tool. A compass-shaped wizard tool shone with light. It suppressed the wild bone wizard above. Humph, overestimating yourself, the wild bone wizard said. The wild bone wizard grabbed from the dark clouds. A ferocious and terrifying skeleton wyvern crawled out. It emitted the aura of a fourth circle wizard. He pointed at the fourth circle wizard in the air. A gray ray emerged from his withered finger. It sent the compass flying. He neutralized the attack. Powerful skeletal creatures flew out of the dark clouds. They charged at the fourth circle wizard. Not long after, the fourth circle wizard stood captured. A skeleton creature cut open his stomach. It grabbed the small pagoda. It appeared in the hands of the wild bone wizard. He hid the small pagoda in the dark clouds. The light finally faded. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I have obtained the key to the dark ancient tower. My efforts to find this demon soul bag were not in vain, the wild bone wizard muttered. He looked at the wizards fleeing in all directions. They were third circle and low-level wizards. Since you saw me attack, you have to die, the wild bone wizard growled. Screams sounded on the surface of the sea. In the end, none of the wizards who participated in the fight for the small pagoda escaped. Levi was the exception. Satisfied, the wild bone wizard put away all the storage bags. He placed the white ether stones into his bag. He threw the ordinary wizard tools into the dark clouds. A crack appeared in the dark clouds, like the abyssal mouth of a beast. Crack. With the sound of the wizard tool shattering, the dark cloud burped in satisfaction. Give me more. In the future, when I return to the soul artifact realm, you can follow me and soar. You have a chance to see the primordial soul wizard realm. The wildbone wizard remained silent. He passed by Xavier's island. He sensed the presence of wizards engaged in intimacy inside. This place is not far from where it happened. I might as well kill them all, he thought. He hesitated. This seemed to be the teacher's island of the Starfire Island. If he killed there, he would offend Garcia, the primordial soul wizard. He felt a powerful aura approaching from afar. Forget it, the primordial soul cannot be humiliated. It is not advisable to offend a primordial soul expert. Moreover, he is busy with matters concerning a man and woman. He did not notice me, the Wildbone wizard decided. Wildbone sped away. He disappeared over the sea. Chapter 877. Inside the bedroom of Xavier's wizard tower, the air hung heavy and still. Xavier climbed up from the limp body of the prostitute and leaned against the bed with a tired expression. The effort left his breathing ragged. That feels good, he murmured. You are amazing. How long have you been practicing this spell? The prostitute leaned against Xavier's chest. She spoke in a sweet, airy tone. Lord, it has been 100 years. Don't tempt me, Xavier groaned. I do not have a single drop left. He barely finished the sentence when a fifth circle wizard appeared in the bedroom. The simple restriction arrays meant nothing to such a powerful figure. Vice Principal, Xavier stammered. He quickly scrambled into his clothes and stood straight. Xavier, did you see a meteor fall nearby just now? The fifth circle expert asked. Xavier blinked. What meteor? The fifth circle expert scanned the room, his gaze lingering for a moment. It is fine. You can continue. I will not disturb you anymore. It has not been peaceful recently. You can stay on Starfire Island from now on. He left the wizard tower and stood on the balcony, looking out at the endless sea. There are traces of a big battle here. The wizard who escaped just now was also a fifth circle wizard. However, I have never seen that dark cloud-shaped wizard tool before. Otherwise, I could have deduced this person's identity. Forget it. I will go back and report first. The key should have been taken by the person who escaped. Xavier watched the vice principal leave. He felt confused. He had been occupied just now. What exactly happened? He looked around the room. Levi was long gone. He realized he had not even touched the accompanying witch. Could it be that Levi cannot do it? Xavier muttered to himself. I heard that some wizards will lose their desire and fertility after cultivating for a long time. Ha ha ha, Levi is inferior to me in this aspect. Xavier regained his confidence. He finally had a place to beat Levi. The vice principal arrived at the principal's office inside the Starfire Wizard Academy. Garcia sat at his desk, talking to Jacob. Jacob had joined the Starfire Wizard Academy, but he served as an ordinary teacher. Hello, principal. Hello, Lord Jacob, the vice principal said. You did not find it, Emeka? Garcia asked. I am sorry, principal. That place is too far away from us. Someone has already beaten us to it. The other party should also be a fifth circle wizard and possess a very powerful wizard tool, Emeka replied. It should have been taken by the wizards who participated in the ceremony this time. It is fine. Before the Dark Tower descends, keys will continuously fall into Nora's hands. This is just the beginning. There will still be opportunities in the future. It is a good thing that we did not get it. After all, we were not prepared. If we get it, it will be a hot potato. The person who did it seems to know a lot about the Dark Tower and came prepared, Garcia said. Principal, what exactly is this dark ancient tower? Emeka asked. Even as a fifth circle wizard, he had never heard of this thing. Let Sir Jacob explain. I am just a new primordial soul. I do not know much about such things, Garcia said with a gentle smile. I have only heard about it from hearsay, but I have never seen it for myself, Jacob began. It is said that some civilizations call the dark ancient tower the Chaos Ancient Tower. It was an ownerless ancient pagoda that wandered in the boundless dark land. Because it had been too long, there were no historical records. No one knew when it was born. It could be from the ancient times, or it could be from the recent ancient times. The true form of the dark ancient tower was forever wandering in the depths of the land of darkness, drifting with the currents. No one knew about it. It was said that Nora's legendary wizards and the rulers of various planes had once seen the dark tower in the land of darkness and tried to subdue it. In the end, without exception, they failed. Since ancient times, no one had been able to subdue the ancient tower. Every once in a while, the dark tower would throw some small pagodas or keys into the multidimensional plane. Not only Nora, but other planes might also appear. All of this was random. It is said that those who meet certain conditions can enter the ancient tower through the key. As for the specific conditions, I am also studying them. It is said that there are many treasures in the ancient tower that exceed our imagination. These treasures have long gone extinct in the wizard world and the multidimensional plane. Rare ores, precious herbs, magical creatures, and even endless knowledge, as well as truth oddities, can be found there. This is a true treasure trove that contains all possibilities. It was said that the dark ancient tower had a total of 10 floors. Each floor was a world, so it was also known as the 10 Realms Ancient Tower. Some grand wizards and legendary wizards in the history of the wizard world had entered it when they were young and had gained a lot. Some fifth circle wizards who were stuck in that realm entered the ancient tower and successfully returned. Not long after, they directly broke through to the primordial soul realm and became ancestors. Of course, there were also many wizards who died and never returned, Jacob said slowly. I have never heard of such a treasure trove, Emeka said, his voice laced with shock. A 10-story tower? A world on each floor? Even a legendary wizard could not do such a thing, right? Could it be a divine creation? It is very normal, Jacob replied. This is because the dark ancient tower only appears in the wizard world once every 10,000 years. Moreover, news about the dark ancient tower is blocked by some big families and wizard organizations in the Congress. This way, if a low-level wizard accidentally picks up the key to the dark ancient tower, and does not know what it is for, they can snatch it by force. Chapter 878. Since this key is beginning to appear, does it mean that the Dark Ancient Tower is about to appear? That should be the case. Those giant factions have specialized people who record the time and place of the appearance of the Dark Ancient Tower. They can accurately calculate the next time the Dark Ancient Tower appears and the location of the key in history. They can make preparations in advance. This way, they can seize more resources from it and become as strong as a snowball. Jacob sighed. He looked at Garcia with a sincere expression. This time, the Dark Ancient Tower will appear within 100 years. Sir Garcia, to be honest, I joined the Wizard Academy to cooperate with you and collude with the treasures in the Dark Ancient Tower. This time, let us work together to defeat those big families who look down on nomadic wizards. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1117, the first day of the month of beginning. The 15th Round Table Meeting of the Knights of Dusk. 127-year-old Levi sat and listened to the team's report. Commander, everything is fine in the Dusk Holy Temple. However, a mysterious expert suddenly came to me some time ago and asked me where you went. I said that you were in the wizard world and they left. The Blood Knight offered a bitter smile. Who is it? Levi asked. A woman and a man. The woman's name is Estella, and the man's name is Dragon. I asked Night Hog and found out that both of them are saints of the church. What do they want with me? Didn't say. Levi listened to the Blood Knight's report and fell into deep thought. He remembered that Estella had looked for him previously and said that she wanted to cooperate. However, Levi worried about asking a tiger for its skin, so he hid in the wizard world and did not return. Now that they had come looking for him again, he felt a little worried. He did not want to interact with the church. Since these two had already discovered his existence, it seemed that he had to find an opportunity to meet them in the future. Commander, do we need to move the Dusk Holy Temple? The Blood Knight asked. There is no need for that for the time being. It is a blessing, not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. Those two saints should not have any strong hostility. Perhaps they want to seek cooperation. Commander, I heard from my brother that the Church of Holy Light seems to be making some moves now. They have started to organize people to explore the Forsaken Land of the God with the Church of Earth. It was said that in the Forsaken Land of the God, there were many precious resources left behind from ancient times. The meteorite iron minerals there were also relatively rich. From time to time, treasures from the Land of Darkness would fall to the earth. The 7 churches and many forces are already seizing the initiative. Should our knights participate? The Divine Light Knight asked, eager to try. Not for the time being. Let them explore first. That place is filled with danger. With the current strength of the knights, it is not enough to explore. He remembered the strong sense of danger coming from the Forsaken Land of the God. Commander, I have a question regarding cultivation. I want to ask you. The Silver Dragon Knight raised a hand. Ask away. Levi answered some of Kelvin's cultivation questions and enlightened him. Emperor Mew, what is the situation on your side? Levi asked. Commander, the Goddess Knight and I were chased by dark wizards some time ago. We are now hiding in the ice cave under Bell Lake. We are safe now. However, I found something strange in this ice cave. As Emperor Mew spoke, he raised a small black pagoda projection. This small pagoda had 10 floors. The top was severely worn, and there was a thick layer of ice on the surface. Under the ice, it emitted light. Is this thing unable to be stored in the storage space? Levi's expression shifted slightly as he asked. Yes, Commander. How did you know? Emperor Mew sounded shocked. Emperor Mew, I suggest you stay away from this thing. It might bring you danger. Levi spoke with a serious expression. All right, Commander. I understand. Emperor Mew heard Levi's serious tone and knew that this was not child's play. He immediately went offline. Realm of Ice. At the bottom of Bell Lake, Emperor Mew's consciousness woke up from the castle. He woke up the Goddess Knight, who was sleeping soundly on his chest. The Goddess Knight's face was still flushed. It was as if the earth that had been dry for a long time was nourished by the fierce spring rain. What is it, darling? Let us go. It is dangerous here. The Goddess Knight's eyes were blurry as she stood up immediately. She believed in Emperor Mew. Soon, Emperor Mew left the ice cave with the Goddess Knight. The next day, a powerful aura descended from the sky above Bell Lake. This person wore a gorgeous white robe as he strolled in the snow. That key should have landed here. Unfortunately, my perception cannot detect it. I cannot determine its exact location, but it does not matter. The man snapped his fingers. Behind him, a single-horned Pegasus appeared out of nowhere. It was covered in frost and had wings on its back. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, the snow that filled the sky turned into a blizzard because of its appearance. The Pegasus was not an ordinary creature. Its entire body seemed to be made of pure ice elements. This was an ice elemental spirit, and it was an ice element overlord comparable to a 7-circle primordial soul wizard. It was once the guardian of the Winter Tower, but now, it was enslaved by the traitor who betrayed the Congress and joined the Dark Wizards. Crush this place. He gave the order softly. Then, the Pegasus stepped into the air. The 10,000 feet of ice that had not melted for 10,000 years below Bell Lake turned into powder, revealing the ice cave below. Chapter 879. A small black tower lay inside the ice cave. It is truly here. Levi commanded the ice elemental spirit to collect the object, then swaggered away. As a top expert within the realm of ice, he had no fear of thieves. Levi had spent several days in meetings within the Nether capital. He specifically requested Emperor Mew to connect. Is everything fine? Levi asked. I am fine, Commander. However, you were correct. Someone raised the ice cave to the ground. A primordial soul wizard must have appeared there. Emperor Mew spoke, his voice trembling with lingering fear. Remain cautious in the future, Levi advised. He exhaled, satisfied that Emperor Mew remained safe. What is this small pagoda? The pagoda appears complex. Even the elusive primordial soul wizard of the divine dragon suffered alarm. Levi muttered to himself, Master, the small pagoda you encountered that day emits a familiar aura. Yet, I cannot place it. It seems forgotten. Mobius spoke from the round table. It is indeed familiar. Quite familiar. Atheros, the magic mirror, added. Why do I feel nothing? Excalibur Earlness sounded confused. Levi reflected on the information. He immediately considered the holy grail of immortality. Perhaps that explained the familiarity felt by the round table and magic mirror. The holy grail of immortality possessed no tower shape. Could it be the Chaos Ancient Serpent? Levi stiffened in shock. Atheros and the others existed as refined artifact spirits. Many of their memories remained absent. Perhaps Sauron engineered this gap. Levi now suspected a connection between the small pagoda and the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Sauron often acted with purpose. The Chaos Ancient Serpent might have undergone refinement into a truly heaven-defying treasure. Enough. Thinking yields nothing. My current strength remains insufficient for such a treasure. Levi dismissed these matters beyond his reach. Levi cultivated peacefully within the Nether capital. A year drifted by. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1118. Month of Vitality. Year 87 of the Great Expedition. The deep blue sage of Sky City had remained unreachable for many years. War continued to plague the wizard world. Development at the Starfire Wizard Academy accelerated following the Primordial Soul Ceremony. The Academy became a force to reckon with within the Star Sea. 12 wizard cities surrounded the Star Tower within the Star Sea. Occasional attacks from dark wizards occurred, yet the Academy repelled them easily. Levi emerged from his meditative state within the Nether capital. Celia delivered a message. Madame Triss returned from the Central Realm, seeking an audience with Levi. Earth elemental power gathered around Levi. Densely packed spell runes swirled and solidified into a barrier. A rotating, earth-yellow divine dragon manifested, emitting thick earth elemental power. The barrier provided a heavy, steady sense of security. The second innate spell, the Earth Dragon Barrier, succeeded. Years of research and fusion involving numerous basic spells of the Earth faction resulted in Levi's strongest defensive spell. Levi, Fire Dragon Tribulation, first talent, level 9, maximum. Earth Dragon Barrier, second talent, level 7, 1 out of 50,000. Levi tested the barrier. A level 7 Earth Dragon Barrier withstood 30 Ka of force. Cultivation to level 9 would allow the barrier to deflect ordinary fourth circle spells exceeding 40 to 50 Ka. Defense from the Earth Dragon Barrier far surpassed Levi's heavy water barrier. The Endless Sea contained relatively thin earth elemental power. Within the Earth realm, this Earth Dragon Barrier would possess terrifying defensive capabilities, enhanced by the Ether Dominance special effect. The discrepancy remained minor. He could compensate during spellcasting by consuming additional ether stones. Joy flooded Levi. He finally earned the title of Third Circle Senior Wizard. The Fire Dragon Tribulation reached its maximum level, capable of shattering the force field of an ordinary Fourth Circle Wizard. The Earth Dragon Barrier secured his defense. His overall strength increased significantly. Would the Fire Dragon Tribulation break a max-level Earth Dragon Barrier? He would test that later. Spiritual force reached 185 points. 10 years remained until 200 points. His spiritual force would reach perfection before he turned 140 years old. Preparation for the liquefaction method must begin. The witch's family possessed such a method. He would visit Madame Triss to purchase it and inquire about liquefaction. Joining an established organization offered many benefits. Money could purchase core mental energy gasification, liquefaction, and crystallization techniques. Many varieties existed. Levi pressed his hand upon his witch badge and chanted an incantation. He vanished from the wizard tower an instant later. He reappeared within the square of the witch's family. Lady Yggdrasila, the immortal banyan dragon, continued her slumber upon the towering magic tree. Envy stirred within Levi. He hated that he lacked pure-blooded dragon clan heritage, and could not simply rest. He labored over the bloodline breathing technique, striving toward pure-blooded dragon status. These true dragons grew stronger while sleeping, however slowly. Some dragons were born in comfort, while others labored as beasts of burden. Levi sighed. This immortal banyan dragon reminds me of our brother, Deoxys. The immortal banyan dragon race remains rare. Perhaps this female dragon is the last of her kind. Master, upon gaining sufficient strength, you must secure this dragon to ensure my brother's lineage does not fade. Excalibur spoke within his mind. I would like that too, Levi thought, rendered silent by the suggestion. She guarded the witch's family. Even if he advanced to a primordial soul, she likely possessed no interest in him. Within the magic potion cabin, the unique fragrance of Madame Triss's potions drifted through the air. It felt refreshing. You have grown stronger once more. Triss smiled. A minor breakthrough. Madam, why did you summon me? Levi inquired. You have yet to reach 150 years, correct? Levi nodded. Almost 150. Indeed. My information suggests your talent remains average. To possess such cultivation at your age implies something extraordinary. Do you know the nature of Garcia's talent? He who recently made such a splash. I do not know. He is a child of chaos. He practiced meditation art since childhood with great diligence. He became an official wizard only at the age of 60. He broke through to the primordial soul at the age of over 900, near the end of his natural lifespan. A miracle. Levi expressed surprise. Garcia possessed the Child of Destiny's panel. According to Madame Triss, he broke through only when near death. He remained safe and sound throughout every instance. Continue your cultivation. You are a wizard, yet I think highly of you. I summoned you for a mission. Speak, madam. A pharmacist branch in the Outer Sea region faces siege by several Third Circle dark wizards within a secret realm. Undercurrents in the Star Sea have thinned the organization's available manpower. I know of your tendency to hide your strength. Your true capability is not bad. Bring a team to rescue those pharmacists and return them to the witch's family. The branch president was a dear friend from my youth. I will feel at ease entrusting this to you. Levi hesitated before answering. His heart raced. In a low voice, he asked, may I inquire which area of the Outer Sea region? Area 7. President, the Lush Forest Witch. Chapter 880. The magic potion cabin of the witch's family smelled of dried herbs. Madame Triss sat in front of Levi, her long, fair legs crossed casually beneath her nightgown. Levi remained silent. Triss paused for a moment. After this mission is completed, I can fight for a spot for you in the future exploration of the Dark Ancient Tower from the organization. I am sure you have heard about the Dark Ancient Tower, right? What is the Dark Ancient Tower? Levi asked, his brow furrowed. His intuition signaled that this object related to the small pagoda from a few months ago. It seems that the other organizations have done a good job of keeping secrets. I have not come into contact with a wizard like you. You can keep the rest to yourself. Do not tell anyone else. Only the primordial soul witch and some core members of the witch's family are qualified to know about this. Generally speaking, an external wizard like you is not qualified to know. But who asked you to be so extraordinary? Triss stared straight at Levi. Levi coughed. Madam, I will definitely keep it a secret. I can sign a confidentiality agreement. There is no need for a confidentiality agreement. I believe in you. Moreover, with your strength, it will not be long before you come into contact with this news. It is just a matter of time. Triss shifted her position. Both legs rested on the sofa. She lay on her side. The Dark Ancient Tower, or the Chaos Ancient Tower. Nobody knows who built this tower. Some say it is the gods, some say it is a powerful ruler of the multiplans, and some say it is Sauron. In short, this pagoda opens once every 10,000 years. There are countless benefits inside. As long as one can enter and come out alive, basically, they can gain a lot. The Dark Ancient Tower was also known as one of the 10 wonders of the Land of Darkness that had been explored by some wizard who had traveled in the Land of Darkness. According to the notes of our witch's tower's predecessors, when they first saw the Dark Ancient Tower, even primordial soul wizards stood in shock. The ancient tower stood 10,000 feet tall, and layers and worlds existed inside. It did not seem like human power could build it. If you have the chance to enter the Dark Ancient Tower, with your scheming and ability, you should be able to return with bountiful rewards as long as you do not take the initiative to fight with those powerful wizards for big opportunities. At that time, the witch's family will give you corresponding rewards according to the resources you obtain. Triss smiled at Levi. A charm radiated from the woman, who possessed a few hundred years of experience. Levi felt shock ripple through him. The Dark Ancient Tower completely exceeded his understanding. Chaos Ancient Tower. I feel that it should be related to the Chaos Ancient Serpent. It can be confirmed that the Dark Ancient Tower is a treasure refined by Sauron from the remains of the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Madame Triss, does the key to the Dark Ancient Tower look like a small tower? A total of 10 levels? Levi asked. Triss shifted from a lazy posture to a serious one. Little fellow, have you seen it before? Yes, I happened to see it half a year ago after Garcia's primordial soul ceremony. However, it seemed that I could not store it in my storage bag. I worried that a trap existed, so I did not take it away. Then a group of wizards started fighting for it, and I left. Levi spoke with regret. You brat, you are really too cautious. The witch rolled her eyes and tapped Levi's forehead with a finger. However, with your current strength, it is indeed impossible for you to take that key away. Otherwise, some old monsters will discover that your body is glowing and kill you. Thank you for your trust, madam. I will accept this mission, Levi said. Even if there were no benefits, he would still go. He did not care about the Lush Forest Witch, but he possessed the strength to save the members of the Grey Tower and Marlene. Then hurry up and go. I have prepared a rescue team for you. You are the team leader. The vice team leader will be Rose. I know you two are close, Triss said. Levi wanted to say that he could handle it alone, but he decided that it would be too much. After all, so many Third Circle wizards and a group of underlings were involved. It did not seem reasonable for him to deal with them all by himself. Moreover, the enemy had managed to surround the giant tree secret realm, so they must have come prepared. Perhaps a Fourth Circle dark wizard waited behind the scenes. It was a good thing to have a few more teammates. After leaving the residence of Triss, Levi headed straight for the witch's shop. Do you have any knowledge of spiritual force liquefaction and crystallization? Levi asked. The witch from the shop looked at Levi, one of the few male wizards in the witch's family, and stood up. Yes. She flipped open a thick ancient book. Words on the page floated into the air. A menu appeared in front of Levi. The Deep Sea Liquefaction Technique, Level 3, written by an unknown author, offered ancient liquefaction knowledge for 100,000 ether stones. The Lightning Liquefaction, Level 2, also by an unknown author, cost 200,000 ether stones. The extreme cold liquefaction, level 1, by the Frost Witch Gulwig, was modern liquefaction knowledge valued at 300,000 ether stones. A high-pressure crystallization method, 3rd grade, by an unknown author, was a modern liquefaction method priced at 1 million ether stones. Alright, there is no need to even think about the crystal phase. The most ordinary 3rd grade is already starting at 1 million ether stones. Indeed, knowledge is the most valuable, especially this kind of key knowledge that involves breaking through realms. Levi sighed. Chapter 881. Levi originally intended to buy all the liquefaction and crystal phase techniques in one go, but he realized he had been overthinking the cost and availability. He wondered about the difference between 3rd grade, 2nd grade, and 1st grade techniques. This was the first time Levi had heard of such a division. For an ordinary wizard, having one technique was sufficient. Few wizards possessed the qualifications to choose between them. The shopkeep explained that a 1st grade liquefaction technique was generally a more advanced method, and was more suitable for the current era. The creator was usually more famous, and the efficiency and success rate of liquidizing spiritual force would be slightly better than a 2nd or 3rd grade technique. She suggested that if he had the money, he should choose the best one without hesitation, especially one with the endorsement of a legendary wizard, because it would be absolutely reliable. After all, once a wizard chose a liquefaction method and started cultivating it, there was no way to change it. Some low-level techniques definitely had shortcomings. Levi then looked at the spiritual force gasification techniques, and discovered that he had once cultivated the earth and fire gasification technique. It was classified as 2nd grade gasification knowledge, and was worth 30,000 ether stones. Levi decided not to be frugal. He had 600,000 ether stones on him, and he could easily afford the necessary resources. He still had succubus breast milk left for his succubus potion, and the 300,000 ether stones he needed for the materials of the purgatory ghost-killing array were safe. Every cent he had taken from the dark wizards was hard-earned. He chose the extreme cold liquefaction technique. He signed the confidentiality and sales ban agreement. Although he had obtained the technique, he did not have the time to study it in detail yet. He only read the basic introduction. The colder the environment, the easier it became to liquefy one's spiritual force under the stimulation of low temperatures. As long as 1 unit of spiritual power was liquefied into 1 drop of spiritual power dew, it constituted an advance to the 4th circle. However, this 4th circle could only be described as a transition period. Only by converting all 200 units of spiritual force into spiritual power dew could one truly enter the 4th circle. The length of this transition period depended on the talent of each wizard, the quality of the liquefaction method, and other factors. It could be as short as 3 to 5 years, or as long as several decades. The first drop remained the most difficult hurdle, but the rest became much faster. During this transition period, the state of a wizard's spiritual force would remain unstable. It was best to avoid casting spells as much as possible, or the spiritual power that had already liquefied might vaporize again, rendering all previous efforts futile. Therefore, during this period, it was best for a wizard to find a safe place and cultivate in seclusion peacefully. They had to do their best to pass the transition period. After the 4th circle, every additional unit of spiritual force required 1 drop of spiritual power dew. 500 drops of dew could be crystallized. The quality of liquid spiritual force was higher than that of gas. 1 drop of liquid spiritual power was equivalent to 40 points of spell power. There were some extremely rare special potions and truth oddities that could increase the upper limit of one's spiritual force. If a wizard could increase the upper limit of their spiritual force before the crystallization, they would benefit greatly after the crystallization, and when breaking through to the primordial soul realm in the future. Before the crystal phase, every 100 points of spiritual force increase added 10% to the success rate of breaking through to the primordial soul realm. The limit of an ordinary 5th circle wizard's spiritual force was 1,000 points, while some wizards who had taken special potions or refined truth oddities might have an upper limit of 1,100 points. That meant their success rate of breaking through to the primordial soul realm was 10% higher than that of ordinary wizards. There was even a water element child who had already reached the peak of the 4th circle when he was 200 years old. However, he accidentally obtained a truth oddity. In order to refine the truth oddity, he waited for 300 years and increased his spiritual force to an unprecedented 1,500 points. He only began to crystallize when he was 500 years old. Now, this wizard was known as the Deep Blue Sage Luther. Therefore, some 4th circle wizards who were interested in the primordial soul realm would deliberately stay for a while even if they had 500 drops of dew. But at the same time, the Frost Witch also gave some advice regarding these deliberate delays. Most wizards had to accept the fact that only a very small number of people were destined to break through to the primordial soul realm. Therefore, if ordinary wizards delayed the crystal phase and did not advance to the 5th circle in order to increase the success rate of breaking through to the primordial soul realm, they might miss the best time to crystallize and waste their limited lifespan. In the end, the gains would not make up for the losses, and they would not even succeed in the crystal phase. Secondly, whether it was potions that increased the upper limit of spiritual force, truth oddities, or certain meditation techniques that claimed to increase the upper limit of spiritual power, they were either almost extinct or would take a great deal of time to digest and absorb. Ordinary wizards should not hold onto a fluke mentality, imagining that they were the lucky ones destined for success. A wizard should grasp what was in front of them. If they could get to the crystal phase, they should go ahead. Of course, if one had enough confidence and a treasure like a truth oddity, one could wait. In short, this kind of deliberate delay in advancing was not desirable. After Levi finished reading the information, it felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Chapter 882. The benefit of belonging to a large organization is clear. This level of knowledge remains unknown to many wizards. I previously assumed the upper limit of a wizard's spiritual force was fixed, identical for everyone. The frost which provided a reasonable perspective. It is unwise to squander a promising future for a fleeting opportunity. I will let nature take its course until I reach the crystal phase. If a truth oddity appears, I will fight for it. If not, I will advance when I have 500 drops. The deep blue sage is the exception, not the rule. Those capable of reaching the legendary stage are truly in a league of their own. Relying solely on the talent of the children of the elements to reach the primordial soul realm is a blessing in disguise. While the endless sea has a massive population, few children of the elements are born in any given period. Even among them, few attain the primordial soul realm. The transition period will not affect me significantly. Beyond my wizard cultivation, I am also a knight. That path does not require me to cast spells. With my current elemental talent, and this first-class liquefaction method, the transition period should not exceed 10 years. After completing the witch's family quest, I must search for an extremely cold location. Finding such a place in the endless sea may be difficult, but one location exists that will help me pass the transition period more quickly. The realm of ice. I need to find an opportunity to advance to the fourth circle in the realm of ice and bring Emperor Mew back. At the same time, I will interview the goddess Night. It is a way to kill two birds with one stone. After finalizing plans for the next 30 years, I returned to the wizard tower to prepare for my journey to the outer sea region. The following day, the team assigned by the witch's family to the Pharmacists Association branch in Area 7 was ready. I arrived at the port with the Rose Witch's team. I stood on a pink wizard airship with my arms crossed. This vessel was a level 3 airship named Pink Light that Madame Triss had decommissioned. Its speed and functions far surpassed the Slumbersion Flying Shark I had used previously. This vessel held a value exceeding 100,000 ether stones. It was a reward from Triss. Regardless of whether the mission succeeded or failed, it belonged to me. The color was a bit unusual for me, but it was free. The witch party gathered at the docks. Rose Witch gestured for me to come aboard. Team leader Levi, we are ready to set off. I nodded. Let us discuss the details once we are on board. The team boarded the wizard airship. The pink light activated its invisibility array and flew rapidly toward Area 7. Inside the cabin, I assessed my teammates. Rose was a veteran third circle wizard who had mastered 2 innate spells. She was strong, a member of the 24 Flowers, and possessed rich combat experience. 3 other third circle wizards accompanied her. Rose pointed to a witch wearing a purple robe beside her. Team leader, let me introduce the team. This is Violet Witch. You have met her before. Violet Witch smiled, shifting her gaze to me. Sir Levi, long time no see. Do you remember me? I recalled the encounter. When she was a senior second circle wizard, I appeared to be a senior first circle wizard. Although she was now a third circle wizard, I had advanced ahead of her. My spiritual force fluctuations were far above hers. Rose's words proved true. I was no longer an ordinary person. I smiled. Beautiful Violet, of course. We had a great time working together. Violet nodded, satisfied. Rose gestured to another wizard. Team leader, this is Celestia. Like me, she is a third circle senior wizard. You can call her Lily Witch. I looked at her. Lily, are you also one of the 24 flowers? The Lily Witch smoothed the flawless white robe patterned with lily flowers she wore. Yes. I often hear Rose mention you. Now that I see you, you are quite something. It is rare to see a wizard as strong and sturdy as you. Finally, Rose introduced the last team member. Lastly, this is Wizard Anya. Like you, he is an external aid pharmacist. He lives in the Nether capital. Although he is a third circle wizard, he has mastered 3 innate spells. He once severely injured a fourth circle dark wizard with his spells. The last person introduced was clearly a heavyweight. I looked at the male wizard sitting in a corner, who appeared rather gloomy. This was my first time meeting a 3-talent wizard. Hello, I said. Wizard Anya remained aloof, showing no interest in conversation. I kept my peace. After this mission concluded, we would have little interaction. I addressed the group. Let me introduce myself. I am Levi, a third circle wizard. I have dabbled in body refinement and spells, and I am quite capable. I should be able to lead everyone effectively. We are all elites of the Witch's Tower. I believe that as long as we work together, completing this quest will not be difficult. Madame Triss chose me as team leader, so I will shoulder the responsibility. When we arrive at the battlefield, I will assign duties according to your factions and abilities. I expect everyone to follow my commands. Rose Witch nodded. No problem. She had explored the secret realm with me before, and knew my strength exceeded that of an ordinary third circle wizard. With all my trump cards, I would be at least equal to Anya, the rare 3-talent wizard. Chapter 883. Levi remained the only individual who had caused the man-faced spider plan to fail. After discussing the initial strategy, Levi returned to his cabin to rest. Meanwhile, Three witches chatted in Rose's cabin. Lily, which adjusted the cuffs of her robe. Rose, is this the powerful person you mentioned? He is a very ordinary body-refining wizard. She had expected so much more after hearing Rose praise him constantly. She hoped for a partner. Levi's presence offered a disappointment that settled in her chest. Rose leaned back against the bulkhead. You do not understand. Levi is very low-key. He looks burly, but he is not like that on the inside. Violet, you have seen him before. What do you think of him? Violet, which tapped the table. He is all right. He is quite reliable. We joined forces to defeat the dark wizard boiling beast blood. He seems like a master, a human knight, even a legendary knight. Lily, which traced the rim of her teacup. Let us not talk about him. This is the first time I have seen Anya. He is actually a 3-talent wizard. I wonder if he has a partner. Violet, which shook her head. I do not know. To become an external wizard of the witch's family as a male wizard, he must have something extraordinary about him. Rose slammed her hand onto the table, stopping the gossip. Stop. Lily, you are just too ambitious. The people you like are often more outstanding than you. I will be straight with you. It is unlikely that a proud son of heaven like Anya would fall for you. According to my observation of Sir Levi, he also has no interest in men and women. Be more practical. The airship designer of the Seven Waters steeple I introduced to you last time is quite good. Lily, which pouted. The truth hurt, even if Rose spoke it plainly. 90 years ago, this was the headquarters of the Hot Wind Harbor Wizard Alliance. Levi had even been certified as a first circle pharmacist here. However, because of the civil war between the Master of Flames and the Lush Forest Witch, this third circle organization fell apart, eventually becoming a ruin. Now, a black wizard tower stood there. In the tower, 2 fourth circle wizards conversed. Clor, one of them, had been cheated on by the Lush Forest Witch, and he had sought refuge with Black Sun Adam, the Master of Flames. Clor was a senior third circle wizard, but he had been chased by a fourth circle wizard named Riemann, managing to escape. After that, he joined the Black Sun Steeple. To take revenge on the Lush Forest Witch, the Master of Flames worked hard, completing missions, snatching resources, and making contributions. The higher UPS eventually appreciated him, and he successfully advanced to the fourth circle realm. After reaching the fourth circle, he applied to the organization to come to Area 7, destroy Riemann, and bring the area under the Black Sun Steeple to expand its territory. The organization agreed. The Master of Flames was originally from here, and he understood Area 7. For 20 years, the Master of Flames labored. He sent his third circle wizards to destroy all the forces in Area 7. Quietly, he hid on a deserted island, liquefied all his spiritual force, and passed the transition period. Now, he held more than 200 drops of spiritual force dew in his body. His spell power exceeded 8,000 points. He had mastered 2 fourth circle spells. His strength surpassed his former self. 90 years on the run had passed. Now, he qualified to take revenge on the Lush Forest Witch and Riemann. Opposite the Master of Flames sat a confident dark wizard, Black-Eyed Crow Modi. Both belonged to the Black Sun Steeple, plotting something big. After they finished conversing, the Black-Eyed Crow left, satisfied. The Master of Flames sat alone in the wizard tower. With the Black-Eyed Crow dealing with Riemann, I can take down the giant tree secret realm in peace. He had made a deal. He paid a huge price to hire the Black-Eyed Crow to deal with Riemann and take his head. He took charge of besieging the giant tree secret realm, eventually taking it down. The secret realm belonged to the Black-Eyed Crow, while the wizard and the Lush Forest Witch belonged to the Master of Flames. This was an unfair deal. However, the Master of Flames had no choice. Although he was a fourth circle wizard now, he remained no match for Riemann. In this area, the only one who could defeat Riemann and take his head was the Black-Eyed Crow, who resided in the top 10 of the Dark List. With the Black Sun demonic flame bestowed by the organization, that woman will either die in the secret realm, or come out to die. Master of Flames sneered. The giant tree secret realm lay in ruins. Black demonic flames rose from the primeval forest. The sky filled with black flames, replacing the blue sky and white clouds. Some wizards tried their best to extinguish the black flames with the spells of the ocean faction, but it remained futile. This was the Black Sun Steeple's unique flame, the Black Sun demonic flame. Wherever the demonic flame passed, destruction followed, and the world grew dark. Around the Lush Forest Tower, a protective shield activated, blocking the poisonous black flames outside. The Lush Forest Witch and Marlene looked at the wounded on the ground, their hearts filled with incomparable pain. The Lush Forest Witch had not expected the giant tree secret realm to be exposed. The Master of Flames had long suspected her, so he had planted a spy beside her. That spy tipped Clor off while he cultivated outside. Some time ago, after the Master of Flames made preparations, the mole leaked the coordinates of the secret realm. While Riemann remained away, the Master of Flames personally led his men to open the secret realm passage and kill his way in. Chapter 884. The traitor fell to Riemann's backup plan. Exposure led to a swift execution. The Lush Forest Witch ordered the secret realm to close completely. Every wizard prepared to defend the perimeter, while waiting for rescue from the pharmacist headquarters. Although the Master of Flames retreated, he left behind the troublesome Black Sun demonic flame. It devoured their living space within the secret realm. The flames of war raged. A second circle pharmacist stared at the encroaching darkness. The reinforcements from the headquarters seemed unlikely to arrive in time. This sudden disaster claimed the lives of more than a dozen wizards in the lush forest tower. Countless apprentice wizards suffered death or injury. The ecosystem within the secret realm suffered total collapse. The black sun demonic flame acted like a demonic aura, polluting the air and the water. It corroded the small world that once maintained its own cycle. Solving the problem required opening the secret realm to communicate with the outside world, allowing time to dissipate the influence. Master of Flames and his forces surrounded the perimeter. Opening the gates offered nothing but death. The lush forest which stared into the distance. The only thing we can do now is wait for Riemann to return. Marlene offered a hollow smile to boost the spirits of those around her. Do not give up, there is still hope. Despite the words, Marlene held little hope. Since the Master of Flames invaded, Mr. Tim died in battle. He struggled helplessly within the black demonic flames, his life snuffed out. Marlene could not shake the memory of Tim's calm eyes, which hid endless pain and reluctance. Marco, already old, suffered grave injuries. Marlene bore her own wounds. Winnie remained unconscious, cared for by the first circle wizard, Leah. Levi wandered the mortal world. The Tower Master followed the deep blue sage into the abyss. People from the once warm and peaceful Grey Tower were now either dead or injured. Faced with the merciless passage of time and the flames of war, this small tower stood too fragile. A third circle wizard from the lush forest tower approached the witch. Tower Master, if we do not extinguish this black demonic flame, our secret realm might not last for 3 months. Hold on for another 2 months. If no one comes to save us, we will kill our way out. At that time, I will use my trump card to stall Core as much as possible. Marlene, you take the others and escape. I have lived for so long and I am tired. I do not want to hide anymore. The lush forest witch returned to the wizard tower. The green elf possessed little hope. Riemann had been absent for far too long. A delay must have held him back. The pink light soared. In less than 1 month, Levi and his team arrived at Area 7 from the Star Sea. We are almost there. Everyone, you can start preparing your spells. We only have 5 people, but the enemy is an army. Do not hold back. The 3 women and Anya straightened. Their expressions grew solemn. They had experienced few battles against dark wizards. Even here in the outer sea region, carelessness meant death. In the sea outside the giant tree secret realm, 6 giant wizard ships floated on the water. Each ship carried a guardian third circle wizard of the Black Sun Steeple. The number of second circle and first circle wizards totaled more than 100, not counting the apprentice wizards. These elite troops arrived at the invitation of the Master of Flames. The lush forest tower stood no chance against them. Before the war even began, this army possessed the strength to destroy most of the wizard organizations in the outer circle area. On one of the ships, a one-eyed wizard with oil paint across his face stared at an iron cage. Inside, a silver-haired witch remained imprisoned by magic, her clothes reduced to tatters. Wounds covered her fair body. She glared at the one-eyed wizard. Only moments ago, this second circle silver-haired witch attempted to assassinate him. The one-eyed wizard cackled. Lowly half-elf, I happen to be lacking a maid. You are mine from now on. The cage door swung open. The one-eyed wizard gestured for his men to carry the silver-haired witch out. His fingernails slid across her smooth abdomen. He felt a slight chill. He produced a syringe and extracted a sample of her blood. The liquid appeared a faint blue color. As it left her veins, a layer of cold blue frost condensed around the vial. The one-eyed wizard muttered to himself. Frost elf. Frost elves were rare among the elven kin. Suddenly, a chill gripped his hand. He threw the syringe onto the deck. His palm burned. A layer of condensed blue frost spread rapidly toward his arm. Numbness followed the frost. Flesh and blood began to decay and rot within moments. What is this? Is the frost elf's blood so corrosive? He made a prompt decision. He severed his arm before applying a hemostatic agent. The limb hit the deck, already transformed into a blue ice sculpture. The silver-haired witch stood tall. A low, terrifying voice echoed across the deck. You deserve to die. Layers of thick blue frost armor covered her body. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind. A cold gale descended. Her blue eyes reflected a world of ice and snow, a landscape covered in endless blue frost. Behind her, the wind and snow formed a door of light that emitted a piercing blue glow. Blue frost gushed from that world, flooding the deck. The sailors and wizards stood frozen as their bodies stiffened and crashed against the wood. Chapter 885. The blue frost monsters rose. They resembled walking corpses. First circle wizards scrambled, casting protective spells. Those who failed to hold their ground suffered the same fate as the apprentices, becoming mere walking corpses themselves. The one-eyed wizard staggered back. He stared at the silver-haired witch with wide, terrified eyes. You do not possess the frost elf bloodline. You are the owner of the blue frost blood. He seemed to recall a terrifying legend. A frost greatsword materialized in the silver-haired witch's hand. She raised the heavy blade, channeling her strength, and swung it toward the one-eyed wizard. The one-eyed wizard slammed his hands together. A shimmering barrier flared around him. The protection of the black sun, he roared. The force field blocked the terrifying sword slash. The wizard sneered, his confidence returning. So what if you are the owner of the blue frost blood? It is only the initial awakening. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. He cast his innate spell. A miniature black sun streaked toward the silver-haired witch. The explosion tore the wizard airship in two. The sudden violence left the wizards reeling. The one-eyed wizard shouted to his allies. What is going on? A dark wizard nearby yelled back. Quick, come to me. There is a blue frost blood possessor here. The one-eyed wizard had barely finished speaking when a whistle pierced the air from the horizon. Thousands of swords streaked through the clouds. The sudden volley caught the dark wizards off guard. Casualties mounted instantly. The protective shield of the wizard airship flared to life. The sharp, rhythmic sound of metal clashing filled the air. The other 5 third-circle wizards of the Black Sun steeple surged upward, scanning the distance with solemn expressions. 20 miles out at sea, a pink wizard airship decloaked. The concealment array vanished, and the vessel broke through the clouds. Anya sat cross-legged on the bow, floating in the air. He meditated, his eyes closed, lips moving in a silent chant. Above his head, the power of metal elements coalesced. The energy condensed into a massive greatsword, nearly 100 feet long. He channeled his second innate spell, the Brass King's Sword. Lily Witch watched, her eyes wide with admiration. You are so cool, Sir Anya. You are actually from the rare metal faction. Rose and Violet stood nearby, stunned by the sheer scale of the attack. Anya remained silent. He flicked a finger toward the bronze greatsword floating before him. The giant blade swept away the clouds, closing the 20-mile distance in a heartbeat. A third-circle wizard gasped as the massive sword plummeted toward their airship. He summoned a wizard's hand made of pitch-black demonic flames to grapple with the descending blade. The grip shattered against the force of the sword. The greatsword tumbled, deviating from its path, and crashed into the sea, sending waves towering into the sky. The third-circle wizard sneered. It looks like the experts from the Star Sea have arrived. Tisk, tisk, tisk. These dark wizards were well trained. After the initial ambush, they reacted with precision, forming a battle formation with the third-circle wizards at the center. Only the one-eyed wizard remained locked in combat with the mutated silver-haired witch. Levi stowed the airship. Even he felt a flash of admiration for Anya's display of skill. Anya was strong and quite handsome to boot. Combined with his cold personality, it was no wonder Lily Witch seemed charmed. Levi turned to the team. Cough, cough. Next, we act according to the plan. The 3 ladies will advance and retreat together, casting spells at the right position. I will tear apart the defense line of the other party. Sir Anya will provide long-range support with his bronze school spells. Anya nodded calmly. Okay. Lily Witch leaned toward Anya. Sir Anya, please be careful. Do not let the enemy ambush you from behind. She looked away as Levi ignited with golden light, launching himself into the enemy formation like a cannonball. Lily Witch sighed and shook her head. This is what a body-refining wizard is like. The metal voodoo shimmered, making it appear as though Levi were golden armor. He crashed into the enemy camp, shattered the barrier of the wizard airship, and thundered onto the deck. The wood cracked under the impact. The dark wizards stared. A body-refining wizard. They could not believe such arrogant recklessness. Was this wizard courting death by charging into the camp alone? Spells hammered down upon him in a relentless barrage. Levi unleashed his second talent, Earth Dragon Barrier. He needed this battle to test the power of his spells. The hail of first circle and second circle spells caused the Earth Dragon Barrier to tremble violently, but it held. It protected Levi firmly. He transformed into a golden flash, moving through the camp as if it were deserted. Every strike claimed the life of an ordinary wizard. On the other side, the 3 women and Anya combined their efforts to suppress the third-circle wizards. They fought with the discipline of elite disciples from a large organization. Soon, a third-circle wizard broke free from the melee and charged toward Levi. Die. A black demonic flame coalesced into a long spear, tearing through the void. It struck with a boom, piercing Levi's Earth Dragon Barrier, but the attack sputtered against the golden armor formed by the metal voodoo. It could not advance an inch. Levi spun and countered. The third-circle wizard saw the retaliation and fled. If his strongest attack could not break the defense, how could he possibly win? The chain sword on the forward wizard airship hummed, tearing through the deck. A metal monster leapt out, intercepting the fleeing third-circle wizard. The chain sword sheared through his force field, nearly ending his life. Tyrant III did not pursue. Instead, it slaughtered the low-level wizards. Meanwhile, bronze swords continued to rain from the sky, each one claiming a life. The third-circle wizard stood no chance against Levi. Moments later, Levi crushed him with a single punch. Levi skillfully gathered the items from the corpse. They had agreed beforehand that solo kills meant individual loot, while shared kills meant splitting the spoils. Levi chose to bully the weak from the start. This allowed him to secure the storage bags of the low-level wizards first. He knew Rose and the others would struggle to finish their opponents quickly, meaning he would eventually need to step in to help, allowing him to claim a share of those spoils as well. After this wave, his Etherstone reserves would surely cross the 1 million mark. For a long time, he would be able to cultivate without distraction. Skills and wage work were for fun. If one truly wanted to earn money, robbery was the path. Legal or illegal, it remained an eternal truth in this life and the last. Before long, the rookies were annihilated by the combined force of Levi, Tyrant, and his other creatures. Levi had not even needed to use his night techniques. If he had not been worried about exposing too many trump cards, the slaughter would have been even faster. If he had released the mind flayers, the level 4 demons would have made quick work of these low-level wizards. With the enemies cleared, Levi spotted the one-eyed wizard and the silver-haired witch in her frost armor. Sheely. Why does she feel different? This aura, it is blue frost. Levi did not hesitate. He appeared in front of the one-eyed wizard while the man was distracted by Sheely. Levi's golden palm pierced the wizard's chest, crushing his heart. The one-eyed wizard died with eyes wide open, his protective force field failing like wet paper. Sheely, what is wrong? Sheely stared at Levi but said nothing. She turned and stepped into the blue door of light, disappearing into the vast world of blue frost. Levi dismissed it. This was the wizard world. No matter how capable this blue frost power was, it could not cause major waves here. Only moments into the battle, 2 third circle wizards had already fallen. Anya opened his eyes in the distant sky. His mind reeled. Dual cultivation of body and technique. How is this just passable? This is clearly at the peak of perfection. No wonder Mother likes and admires him so much. Anya was the child of Triss. Chapter 886. Sudden wealth, undying bird fruit, endless sea. Pharmacist Association headquarters. In the Vice President's Wizard Tower. While Triss conducted her research, she wore a black pharmacist uniform and a wizard tool resembling a pair of glasses. The accessory added a mature charm to her appearance. This strategy prompted her to bring Anya into the operation. She hoped that letting Anya train with Levi would allow him to observe how an ordinary person grows through hard work and caution. With Levi and Anya both present, they had little to fear, even if they encountered an ordinary fourth circle wizard. She also intended to build a strong relationship with Levi, becoming friends who could care for each other during their journey as wizards. Triss had once been a wife. However, while Anya was still very young, her husband went on an interplane trip in search of a breakthrough opportunity. He met with an accident in a foreign land and never returned. Since then, Triss had remained single. For a primordial soul wizard, a companion was merely spice for a lonely life. They held deeper aspirations and had witnessed the vast scenery beyond the wizard world. Triss arranged for Anya to remain in the nether capital, having her subordinates raise him in secret. Once Anya met the requirements, she orchestrated his rise as an external wizard of the witch's family. Anya possessed immense talent. He held a double affinity for underground fire, which gave birth to bronze. He was well suited to cultivate in the bronze school. Furthermore, he possessed a second special talent, bronze blood, granting him an extraordinary affinity for metal elements. With the help of Triss, he embarked on the rare path of the bronze school. In Area 7 of the Outer Sea region, Anya consumed the potion, recovering his spiritual force and spell power to prepare for the next round of spellcasting. He finally understood why his mother had asked him to participate in this operation. I am the offspring of 2 primordial soul wizards, Anya thought. I possess both a double affinity talent and a second talent. I have never worried about cultivation resources since I was young. I never had to waste time hunting for them. I even had the personal guidance of a 5th circle wizard butler. I thought myself a genius for becoming a peak 3rd circle wizard with 3 talents by the age of 250. Now I appear as a frog in a well. Levi came from a desolate corner of the human world and hailed from night origins. He only switched to wizardry halfway through his life. Even now, after cultivating for only a little over 100 years, he has reached the status of a 3rd circle senior wizard. He cultivates both body tempering and spells. He is also a pharmacist and possesses 3rd circle alchemical creatures. If he had not purchased them, he would still be an alchemical wizard. In him, I see the shadow of deep blue sage Luther. Though his background and talent are average, he possesses immense luck and perseverance. A man like Sir Levi must have endured every hardship in the world to reach his current status. In this regard, I am inferior to him. In this chaotic era, the only person he relies upon is himself. His current achievements result entirely from his relentless hard work. Anya, you are not working hard enough. At this moment, Anya felt his soul sublimate. Mother, so you had already seen through all of this, Anya realized. He imagined a long, inspirational legendary novel with Levi as the protagonist. His heart stirred. 3rd talent, Copper King's Tribute. Anya's blood began to boil. Behind him, a red cave with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared, emitting endless red copper power. A giant knight, seemingly made of red copper, rushed out on a red copper warhorse with a red copper greatsword in his hand. The giant knight charged into the battlefield and stabbed a 3rd circle wizard to death. This was Anya's most powerful move. So handsome, Lily thought. After Lily, Rose, and the rest heard Anya's voice transmission, they immediately dodged and witnessed the shocking scene. I fear that the liquefaction of spiritual force is about to begin for Sir Anya, Rose remarked as she felt the terrifying power. Where did Sir Levi go? Violet asked, noticing that Levi was no longer on the battlefield. Sir Levi, I wonder what you think of my move. Where is he? Anya asked, his competitive spirit aroused as he sought to show off before Levi. Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed from behind. Tisk, tisk, tisk. 3 innate spells. All of them are attacks, and there is not even a single defense. You are too arrogant. I wonder how someone like you managed to survive until now. A black sun traversed the sky above Anya. 3rd circle innate spell, Black Sun Tribute. Anya's wizard tool, which consisted of his robes, began to glow as his 3rd circle protective force field activated. Oh no, a dark wizard is using concealment spells to ambush Anya. He has just cast so many spells. Can his spell power keep up? Lily asked, her voice filled with shock and worry for Anya. Boom. The attack slammed into Anya's 4th circle protective wizard tool. It held, blocking the Black Sun's attack unscathed. Triss had given this item to him. It could release a 4th circle defensive spell to automatically protect its owner when facing a sneak attack. It was an expensive item worth hundreds of thousands of ether stones on the nether capital market. Damn rich people, damn descendants of the big families, the dark wizard hissed. Damn it, it is worth it to take one away before I die. The future endless sea will definitely belong to Black Sunday long live Adam. His eyes burned with fanatical devotion. Chapter 887. The Dark Wizard's aura surged, pressing toward the absolute threshold of the fourth circle. He understood his fate. Encounters with a money-hungry wizard of such unreasonable strength left no room for escape. He chose to burn his life, transforming his essence into a black sun, intent on unleashing the strongest voice of the new era. In a heartbeat, a golden greatsword, alive with glowing runes, tore the black sun apart, and cleaved the dark wizard in two. You still want to self-explode? No way. Levi reached down with practiced speed, snatching the storage bags from the falling corpse before exhaling a breath of relief. If you only attack and never defend, you will not live long. No one can finish off the enemy with one strike forever. Levi, an enthusiast of the stacked armor style, muttered his critique of Anya's innate spell selection. Anya stood silent for a moment. He stared at the burly wizard, confused. The man's full, round muscles seemed even more substantial than the bosoms of the witches nearby. Thank you, but I can hold on. Anya bit his lip, his stubbornness taking hold. Levi offered no reply. When the time came to distribute the spoils of war, every share depended on the kill count. He had no time to waste on pride. He turned toward the witches, moving to cooperate with them as they pressed their advantage against the remaining wizards. Sigh, with this bunch of rookies, I cannot unleash my true strength. I am still more suited to act alone. The battle reached its end. Levi stood amidst the wreckage, his body covered in storage bags. They remained secured tightly by the writhing tentacles conjured by his metal voodoo, refusing to let go. I will take the spoils of war for now. After we complete the mission, we will split them together. How does that sound? Sure. Lily spoke, her mind seemingly lost in a daze. Though Levi lacked the polished temperament of Anya, and his spells lacked the elegant, handsome quality she admired, his ability remained undeniable. He stood equal to Anya in every metric. I am fine. Let us save him first. Anya stood quietly beside Levi. Levi unleashed a flurry of movements, stunning the other team members into silence. After the battlefield lay quiet, Levi used his established connection with the lush forest witch to send a message. They waited for the opening of the gate. Moments later, the entrance to the secret realm groaned open. The lush forest witch stood on the other side, fully armed, bracing for a potential trap. She confirmed Levi's identity and let out a long breath. Thank you. She offered a smile, though it carried a bitter edge. Levi and his companions stepped into the mystic realm. The heavy door groaned shut behind them. The sky appeared choked with terrifying black demonic flames. Why do I feel traces of a demonic aura? The items belonging to this Black Sun steeple are all strange. Levi suspected the source of Black Sun Adam's arrogance lay within the abyss. He looked past the flames and saw the aging Marlene, Marco, Winnie, and the others. Winnie remained locked in a deep coma, with the grown witch Leah tending to her side. Hurry and arrange for the others to board the airship. We leave this place immediately. I suspect these third circle wizards are not the only enemies. The Rose Witch nodded, moving with urgency to transport the survivors from the secret realm to the waiting vessels. Teacher, let us move to the Star Sea this time. Madame Triss has prepared an island for you. The lush forest tower can be rebuilt. All right. Have you heard about the Deep Blue Sage's Sky City? Marlene looked out into the distance, her eyes searching the horizon. I heard. I believe in the Deep Blue Sage's strength. The Tower Master and the others will be fine. I thought so too. I did not expect an old woman like me to live until the end. Mr. Tim is dead. Sigh. Marlene sighed, her thoughts drifting to her deceased companions. Levi remained silent. He turned and walked into the room where Winnie lay. Senior sister Winnie has been unconscious for a long time. Leah's eyes betrayed her unease. She no longer recognized the familiar comfort of Grandpa Keg. You have worked hard. Go and rest. Levi slipped Leah a few potions and gestured for her to leave. She nodded, grateful, and closed the door behind her. Levi gazed down at Winnie. Her brows remained knit in pain. In his memory, his senior sister appeared inexperienced, yet now, the passing years had left a hint of maturity upon her face. Her skin burned with an unnatural heat, as if a fever gripped her. Levi pressed his hand against Winnie's chest, and felt the scorching touch. He concentrated, and his arm transformed into a fine mist of blood, seeping into her body. Moments later, a ball of squirming black flame emerged in his palm. Levi crushed the flame, and it dissipated like dying stars. He injected several potions into Winnie's small mouth. You should be fine now. Levi exited the room, and watched the crowd bustle with the work of evacuation. I still remember when you first came. It has been more than 100 years. I am sure even the Tower Master, who thought highly of you, did not expect such growth. Mr. Marco, the white-haired old man, walked to Levi's side. Levi smiled. Everything is changing. The members of the team settled everyone onto the airships. Levi could have hidden them inside Alice's ring, but that remained his secret. Aside from his servants or those closest to him, the space remained closed to others. Besides, most wizards unfamiliar with Levi would never agree to enter another spatial wizard tool. I did not expect Clore to still hate me so much after so long. The lush forest witch spoke in a low voice beside Levi. Levi kept his thoughts to himself. It would be stranger if Clore did not harbor resentment after being cheated on. Chapter 888. Levi paid little attention to the family matters of others. He only needed to carry out his orders. The culprit who burned Mr. Tim alive was the Master of Flames. Riemann had hunted him down 90 years ago. He was a senior third circle wizard at that time. Nearly 100 years later, he had stepped into the fourth circle realm and returned to seek revenge. Where is the Master of Flames now? Levi asked casually. He is still in Hot Wind Harbor. I do not recommend that you look for him. You might have some trump cards, but he is a genuine fourth circle wizard. He has prepared for this revenge for 100 years, she said. Levi, do not go. Are you going to avenge Mr. Tim? Marlene asked. Her expression changed. Teacher, it is not that. I am just asking. Levi smiled. I will let the Master of Flames jump around for a few more days. When I return to the human world, I will go and take him in, Levi thought. This time, he focused on the mission. He would not be unrestrained. After leaving the secret realm, the airship sailed quickly. Inside the pink airship, the hair on Levi's arms stood on end. With a thought, he understood what was happening. Rose, drive the airship with all your might from now on, Levi said. What is wrong? Rose asked. I suspect the enemy has caught up. What? Why do I not feel it? Regardless of whether it is true or not, we cannot leave you here alone, Rose said. Do not worry, Levi said. Do you not know my personality? Would I do something I am not sure of? On the sea behind the airship, an angry figure burned with flames. Lola, you bitch. The Master of Flames learned from the soul token that the third circle wizards he sent out had all been killed. He knew someone had come to save the lush forest witch. In his anxiety, he hurriedly chased after them. During this time, he even used a precious teleportation scroll. How could people be so unlucky? Chlor's anger burned in his heart. He no longer cared if the enemy was too strong. In any case, if he did not kill Lola, he would not be able to calm down during his meditation. If he let this woman escape this time, he would not have a chance in the future. To advance to the fourth circle and take revenge, he had spent 100 years of hard work and luck. In the air ahead, Levi's figure appeared. He stood in the void and watched as the airship gradually disappeared into the distance. He watched as the Master of Flames rushed over. On the airship, Rose, persuaded by Levi, continued to move forward. Rose, are we going to let him handle this alone? From the terrifying aura fluctuations, he might be a fourth circle wizard. Lily could not bear the thought. Yes, I do not think it is appropriate either. Let the lush forest witch lead the team forward. The four of us will go and help the team leader, Violet said. Her expression was solemn. It was too cruel for Levi to face a fourth circle wizard alone. From the lush forest witch, they knew that the Master of Flames was a true fourth circle wizard, who had already passed the transition period. He was a powerful existence with all his spiritual force liquefied. He was different from those who were still in the transition period. Moreover, after the other party joined the Black Sun, the original ordinary burning faction spells were transformed into their unique black fire spells with the help of the Black Sun steeple. Compared to ordinary burning faction wizards, they were even more vicious. Anya was silent. A fate-fighting spirit burned in his heart. Is he so crazy? A third circle realm cultivator fighting against a fourth circle cultivator at his peak. Even I would not dare to do this. He deliberately pretended to be casual because he did not want us to worry. I did not expect him to be so self-aware. Anya knew that even if he was a prodigy, a third circle wizard would be nervous when facing a fourth circle wizard. After the middle level, a difference existed between each circle. That difference needed many powerful trump cards to narrow. Levi's actions led Anya to evaluate him more and more. It took a lot of courage to do something you knew you could not do. Levi's figure could no longer be seen. You all retreat first. I will go help the team leader, the taciturn man said. He had made up his mind. What? Do you not want to live anymore? Lily asked. It is settled then. I, Anya, do not like to owe people favors, not to mention a favor at the cost of my life. He looked determined and wanted to leave the airship, but the lush forest witch stopped him. I will go. I have something to do with this. You young people have a bright future ahead of you. Stop. Our main mission is to escort you back. If you go, our mission will fail, Rose said loudly. I am the deputy team leader. I will go. She thought that since she would die in the nightmare world sooner or later, she might as well be free here and avoid being tortured to death by that terrifying nightmare. Boom. Just as everyone was arguing, a violent fluctuation occurred in the distance. Although the fluctuation was very weak, when it arrived, the mental strength of these third circle wizards still captured it. On the sea behind them, the Master of Flames looked at Levi, who had blocked his fourth circle spell. His expression was ferocious. Kid, you might be able to block it once, but I do not believe you can block it a second time. Do you think that by sacrificing yourself, you can exchange for the gratitude of those you protect? You are thinking too much. Since you want to be a hero, die. The black wall of fire, formed by third circle innate spells around the Master of Flames, swept towards Levi. After entering the fourth circle, the power of his third circle innate spell was not inferior to that of a fourth circle spell. Therefore, including the fourth circle spell that he had already mastered, he actually possessed 4 fourth circle spells. Chapter 889. The opponent stood at only the third circle. Blocking the blow seemed impossible. Levi exhaled, sensing the group was already far away. The spoils of war from the fourth circle belonged to him now. The true form of the flame dragon manifested. A crimson dragon swept forward. Scarlet flames soared into the sky around the golden armor of Levi, forming a wall of fire. It collided with the black wall of fire from his enemy. A shocking explosion rocked the air. Levi surged forward, sword chi wrapping around the crimson dragon slash. Grayish-white sword energy tore through the flames. Shock etched the features of the Master of Flames. He threw up a spinning shield of fire. A dull thud echoed through the air. The fourth circle defensive field shattered. The third circle wizard tool he used for self-defense was sent flying, cracks spider webbing across its surface. He had barely survived. Levi felt a surge of joy. The strike had pushed his destruction sword chi to a new level. His mind registered the change. Destruction sword chi, level 8, 1 out of 100,000 progress. Special effect, power of destruction, level 2. What a pleasant surprise. Levi swung his sword again. Strength surged into the crimson dragon slash, turning the grayish-white sword chi into ink black. The darkness surged forward. When the sword slashed out, the world changed color. A hole tore through the clouds, illuminated by the sword chi into dark shadows. A sword strike descended at the darkest moment. Four black suns appeared around the Master of Flames. Four black pillars of light converged toward Levi. The level 8 destruction sword chi collided with the strongest spell of the Master of Flames. Shockwaves from the rare, shocking battle in the outer sea region kept spreading into the distance. Under the sword aura, the defense of the Master of Flames felt like paper. It shattered instantly. His broken body fell from midair. Fear and unwillingness clouded his eyes. So fourth circle cultivators are also this weak. Leon devoured the fourth circle soul of the Master of Flames and returned to the immortal house to rest. Levi did not waste the corpse. He converted it into a gold coin. He now possessed 3 gold coins. They came from the Blood Flame Demon Wizard, Barzan, and the Master of Flames. I gave Owens many copper coins, silver coins, and crystals some time ago. It is time for him to advance to the 4th stage of the Grey Swordsman. If he cannot advance even with this, I will just find someone else to contract. He is the strongest person in Windmill Village. Levi put the gold coins away. Only when Owens reached the 4th stage could he truly show the value of the coins. After killing Clor, Levi rushed to Hotwind Harbor as fast as he could. This served as the lair of the Master of Flames. Now that the boss lay dead, only a few subordinates remained, but not many. However, every bit of profit mattered. Kill them all. The metal voodoo clone appeared. It transformed into a golden light and scythed through the enemies below. Screams rose and fell in a chorus of agony. Before long, the metal voodoo flew over with a pile of storage bags tied together. These are all mine. Levi counted the spoils of war in the storage bags on the spot, including the items from Clor. The total reached 500,000 ether stones. Not bad. To have so much cash in this outer sea region is enough. I will find a place to deal with those trash wizard tools and materials. The actual harvest should be 700,000 to 800,000. This did not include the spoils of war from the dark wizards in the giant tree secret realm. The Master of Flames held more wealth, but he had already paid the black-eyed crow to kill Rimon. However, after this wave, few dark wizards remained in the outer circle area that he could manage. The only one left was the black-eyed crow, one of the top 10 powerhouses on the blacklist. The inner circle area contained too many dark wizard powerhouses. For the time being, he could not afford to provoke them. Levi left the place, satisfied with the results. The next day, he chased after the wizard airship with a pale face. Rose stared at him, her eyes wide. You are back. Yeah, it took a lot of work to get rid of the enemy. Returning to the airship, Levi drank a bottle of potion and breathed a sigh of relief. A 4th circle wizard is really powerful. Just a little bit more, and I might not have been able to come back. Anya watched Levi return, shock etched on his face. He realized that to return safely, after facing a 4th circle wizard directly required courage backed by strength. Team leader, I will go into seclusion after returning to the Nether capital. You guys can split the spoils of war. Anya felt motivated by Levi and decided to prioritize his own training. His spiritual force liquefaction would allow him to break through to the 4th circle. Levi had contributed more to this operation than the rest of them combined. Anya felt too embarrassed to divide the spoils of war. What is more, Levi had risked his life to save them. Such a righteous team leader deserved for them to give up their shares. Go into seclusion. I will put your share in your mailbox. Remember to take it. It is decided. Levi spoke with an unquestionable tone. Although Anya seemed mysterious, Levi could tell he held a powerful background. Since the young man acted so tactfully, Levi would not be stingy. Levi never guessed that this reticent Anya could be the child of the cheerful woman, Triss. Warmth flowed through his heart. Anya looked at Levi and realized his mother was a good judge of character. The rest of the journey proceeded smoothly. 1 month later, they returned to the Nether capital. However, Triss remained busy at the Pharmacist Association, so the lush forest which did not see her. She had already arranged for someone to pick up Levi and the others. The members of the lush forest tower were brought to a small island near the Nether capital. This property belonged to Triss. Chapter 890. This woman possessed incredible wealth. In the Star Sea, every island held many times the value of those in the outer sea region. Levi could afford such a residence, but he saw no necessity. He could return to the witch's family at any time in the Nether capital. Taking refuge there would be far more convenient. You people can cultivate here. I still have matters to attend to elsewhere, Levi said as they parted. Sorry to trouble you, Marlene said, offering a bitter smile. Thank you for treating me, Winnie whispered, her face reddening. During her unconsciousness, a warmth had entered her body, scouring her inside and out. Levi had cured her coma. You are welcome. I still remember your kindness in leading the way back then, Levi sighed. When one grew old, one always began to remember. 100 years ago, the young knight who entered the wizard world had finally made a name for himself. This success stemmed from his hard work and caution, but most of it resulted from the panel. After all, many people in the wizard world worked harder, practiced more caution, and possessed greater talent than he did. It remained important for people to recognize their limits so they could continue to advance. After returning to the nether capital, Anya visited Levi, thanked him again, and retreated into seclusion. His spiritual force had already reached 200 points of perfection. This mission had forced Anya, who had always been a little conceited, to realize that there was always someone better. He began to see Levi as his target. He wanted his mother to admire him the way she admired Levi. Levi finished counting the spoils of war taken from the Dark Wizards. The Ether Stones alone totaled more than 1,200,000. In the wizard world, because of limited storage space, most wizards preferred to carry valuable items with them. This represented the total net worth of those wizards. Most of this money came from those third circle dark wizards, as all of them possessed significant wealth. Although Rose and the others felt too embarrassed to split the spoils of war, Levi still gave these team members 100,000 ether stones each. Anya's contribution was only second to Levi's, so he received 200,000 ether stones. The remaining 700,000 ether stones and other miscellaneous items belonged to Levi. 100,000 ether stones represented a huge sum of money for Rose and the rest. Consequently, Levi's cash reserves had reached 1,500,000 ether stones. Next, he would find a black market to sell the wizard tools that had not been damaged in the battle. 2 million ether stones should be manageable. I have never been so rich before. Even breathing feels extremely carefree. This is the taste of money, Levi thought as he surveyed the mountain of ether stones in his storage space. In addition, some spellbooks remained, but they required the Black Sun Steeple's Black Sun meditation art. To Levi, they were useless. Over the past few days, he had sorted out his gains. After disguising himself, he traveled to many underground black markets in the Star Sea. He did not dispose of them all at once. Instead, he found a different place to deal with them every once in a while. Just like that, a year passed. It was not until 1119 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the 88th year of the Great Expedition, that these stolen goods were finally processed. After Levi finished counting, he could not help but take a deep breath. 2,200,000 ether stones. Other than fifth circle wizards, there should not be more than 10 people in the nether capital who are richer than me. A year had passed in the nether capital. Levi's path as a wizard became more and more profound. The second innate spell, the Earth Dragon Barrier, had reached level 8. Its defense already matched the level 9 heavy water barrier. Levi also began to plan for the third innate spell. I have the Fire Dragon Tribulation and the Earth Dragon Barrier now. These two are not the Endless Sea's home ground spells. This third spell must come from the Ocean faction, and it has to be a control spell. In most places in the Endless Sea, spells that unleashed their full power required the power of water elements. Levi looked at the proficiency panel. The progress of the Golden Snake breathing technique, which utilized both water and earth elements, was mainly delayed by the mixed blood dragon clan with water elements. After all, Gustav was only at the peak of level 2. Moreover, a year ago, Gustav had seemingly prepared to break through. He found a cave at the bottom of the lake in Alice's ring, and began to sleep. Fortunately, the level 4 ground drilling earthworm that Levi had captured in the ancient Saint Plane proved powerful, and allowed the golden snake to continue advancing. In addition, the proficiency of the Death Ember breathing technique had also increased significantly. It should be able to enter level 14 before Levi advanced to the fourth circle. The Nightmare Dragon's breathing law had already reached level 13. Levi's perception range reached 100 miles. However, the further away he perceived, the lower the accuracy became. Still, it performed much better than the mental power perception of most third circle wizards. After level 13, the Nightmare Dragon's cultivation became slower and slower. The level 2 Nightmare Crown Lizard could no longer keep up with Levi's progress. Looks like I have to enter the nightmare world to hunt stronger nightmare creatures. Levi hesitated. The Nightmare Dragon could still cultivate now, but after level 14, Levi would probably have a hard time without the secret medicine. After I break through to the fourth circle, I will start exploring the nightmare world. I am still different from those wizards who rely on hallucinatory potions to enter. Chapter 891. Levi sensed a dark tide rising in the wizard world. Rumors surfaced of meteors falling into the endless sea every once in a while. Then, whether the object was the key to the dark ancient tower or not, it attracted a group of wizards. This group included 4th circle, 5th circle, and even primordial soul wizards. Both dark wizards and righteous wizards began to slow their war efforts. The higher-ups of both sides sent more people to the vast outer sea region and inner sea region of the endless sea to search for the dark ancient tower. The two sides placed their competition track within the dark ancient tower. Only the small fries at the bottom, who remained ignorant of the dark ancient tower, continued fighting in full swing, wasting their energy. These giant organizations often possessed special astrology skills that could locate the whereabouts of the key with greater accuracy. Levi had no intention of snatching the key from these people. He possessed little desire for the treasures inside the dark divine tower. He had a panel, and he remained young. He stood on the verge of advancing to the fourth circle. By then, his lifespan of 700 years, in addition to his path of nights, might extend even further. He still had more than 500 years to advance to the fifth circle. After the fifth circle, he would possess 1,000 years of lifespan. He maintained a high chance of breaking through to the primordial soul realm if he cultivated normally. His progress simply moved a little slowly. He learned from Triss that the Dark Ancient Tower allowed entry only to experts above the Grand Wizard level. This meant that primordial soul experts could enter as well. The Dark Ancient Tower brimmed with danger. With these primordial soul experts present, Levi expected endless bloodshed in the future wizard world because of the tower. However, Triss claimed that under normal circumstances, primordial soul wizards would not stop at the bottom level after entering the Dark Ancient Tower. To them, the items on the first 5 levels of the Dark Ancient Tower lacked worth for their time and energy. They would rely on their powerful strength to enter the 6th level and above in the shortest time to seize the initiative. That area served as the battlefield of primordial soul wizards. According to the historical records of the major organizations, the highest record of a primordial soul wizard involved entering the 9th level and obtaining a radiant sun truth oddity and mythical sacred medicines. The undying bird fruit. Consuming those sacred medicines directly could extend one's lifespan by a full 1,000 years. The lifespan of an 8th circle primordial soul wizard reached only 3,000 years. If the 9th circle pharmacists refined the sacred medicines into a potion called water of samsara, a wizard could consume it. After their lifespan exhausted and they died, their soul would preserve all the memories of their previous life. The return of their true soul from the underworld equated to defying the heavens and living a second life. It functioned as a type of reincarnation where they could choose their birth. No one had entered the 10th level since ancient times. Those possessing the strength to step into the 10th level had to reach the level of a Grand Wizard. The problem remained that Grand Wizards lacked the qualifications to step into the Dark Ancient Tower at all. The outside world erupted in turmoil over the Dark Ancient Tower, while Levi quietly cultivated in the Nether capital. Levi leaned back, letting out a soft sigh. It would be best if everyone went to the Dark Ancient Tower to fight and kill. It would be wonderful to leave me alone in the wizard world. However, Madame Triss said that she would fight for a spot for me. If she fights for it, should I go or not? Levi lacked the chance to enter now. If he did, he might not be able to resist the temptation. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. The first day of the month of beginning in year 1120 of the Holy Brilliance calendar arrived. Levi prepared to hold a meeting when a strange sensation surfaced in Alice's ring. When his spiritual force entered the lake, he found the water churning. A scaled behemoth emerged from the lake water, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Gustav, you are already at the 3rd circle. It is not easy for transcendent creatures to advance. There is hope for my secret medicine once more. Chapter 892. Inside the space of Alice's ring, Gustav, who had already advanced to the 3rd circle, preened with satisfaction. He roared at the sky, his voice sweeping through the air. Overhead, the Wind Thunder-winged dragon and the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow circled and observed him. The two of them were 3rd circle pets that Levi often used in battle. Gustav's appearance as a newly promoted 3rd circle creature made them feel a sense of danger in the workplace. The Wind Thunder-winged dragon felt this most acutely. He had been with Levi for decades, but he had always been at the peak of the 3rd circle and could not improve. Although Levi often extracted their bloodline essence, their food remained sufficient. He often refined potions specially used by transcendent creatures to promote growth and make up for the deficiency of blood essence. Levi had always believed the reason these creatures could not advance was not due to his constant harvesting, but because they simply did not work hard enough. If they wanted to live a sweet life, they could not slack off. Levi turned to them. Did you see that? Gustav has already reached the 3rd circle. This is the pet that Master needs the most. You guys had better learn from Gustav. Gustav padded over to Levi's side. Master, after I advanced to the 3rd circle, I seem to have awakened some inherited memories. I need some time to digest them. His voice resonated in Levi's mind. No problem. Before you digest it, let me take your blood for a test. This will also be beneficial to your growth. I can also monitor your health level at all times, Levi said. Yes, Master. Levi immediately took out a large vat specially used for blood storage. He used the Crimson Dragon slash to make an incision on Gustav's body before starting to extract his blood. Master, draw more. I can still hold on, Gustav said. No need. 3 vats are enough. Have a good rest. Levi stroked Gustav's head and fed him some high-quality sea beast meat. Gustav was second only to Leviathan. Leviathan had reached the 2nd circle, but Levi knew that Leviathan would be at the 5th circle by the time Levi reached the 3rd circle. Leviathan served as a man-made fountain in Alice's ring, responsible for spraying water. Levi only rubbed some powder from his horn for his pharmacy. It had been 80 years since Levi subdued Gustav in the year 1043. From a rookie who had just entered the 2nd circle, Levi was now about to reach the 4th circle. As for Gustav, he was already at the peak of the 2nd circle when captured back then. Now, he was only at the 3rd circle after 80 years. It would probably be very difficult for him to reach the 4th circle in the future unless he found a huge opportunity. Among Levi's current transcendent creatures, the ground-drilling earthworm was the only 4th circle one. The 3rd circle ones were the flameblood earthly dragon beast, Gustav, the Wind Thunder-winged dragon, and the crimson netherworld sparrow. There were many first circle and second circle ones, but other than the nightmare crown lizard, the others were not very useful to Levi. However, these transcendent creatures were more or less Levi's contributors, so he had been raising them. Sometimes, when he found an opposite-sex species, he would even arrange a partner for them. When my weapon refinement skill cultivates to the 5th circle, I should be able to rely on my ability to repair Alice's ring. At that time, the space will expand further, and it will be more suitable for them to grow inside. Levi's consciousness left Alice's ring. His spiritual force was already at 190 points. He was only 10 points away from perfection. Then, he would use liquefaction and advance to the 4th circle. He would prepare to obtain the succubus breast milk. If I can capture a succubus alive and bring her back, as long as I can gather all the other ingredients in the future, I can continuously refine 4th circle potions. This way, I won't have any money. Other than finding dark wizards, selling breakthrough potions is also a way. Although it was profitable to rob the dark wizards, there were always risks. Besides, Levi was familiar with the dark wizards in the outer sea region. He was about to harvest all of them. Levi closed the array of the wizard tower. In the secret room, he released the mind flayer. As soon as the mind flayer appeared, it half knelt in front of Levi with its tentacles lowered, a sign of its submission. Do you have any way to ask Maria out? Levi asked. Master, you want to attack Maria? She definitely has Sorit's tracking mark on her, and she has been locked up by Sorit. She is a tool for Sorit to satisfy his desires. It is very difficult for me to ask her out, the mind flayer said. In other words, if we want to capture Maria, we have to get past Sorit, Levi pondered. So far, that is what it looks like. Levi pondered. Sorit was already a 5th circle wizard. Among the 5th circle wizards, he should be one of the top ones. Even if Levi had killed a few 4th circle cultivators, he would not be so arrogant as to clash head-on with an expert like Sorit. Relying on Sorit's powerful strength, the Thunder Dragon family had become the overlord of Area 7 in the inner sea region over the years. Not only was his elemental talent not bad, but he also had the second talent Thunderheart. He was born for the lightning faction. Let's wait for a while. If I can buy a breakthrough potion from the witch's family, or nether capital, I won't refine it myself. Although it was a pity, Levi could not think of a way to break out of this situation for the time being. Today was the 18th round table meeting. Levi started the meeting and pulled in the knights from all over the world. The Blood Knight and the others sat in front of the round table. Blood Knight, how is the situation in the human world? Tell me about the Dusk Holy Temple and the Forsaken Land of the God, Levi asked. Chapter 893. The Blood Knight adjusted his stance as he faced the round table. Commander, everything is normal in the Dusk Holy Temple. However, some time ago, a cave wizard from the Forsaken Land of God tried to invade the Holy Temple, and was killed by the Grand Array. Then, a top-notch Grand Knight went into seclusion some time ago, and had a chance to break through to Legendary. Levi leaned forward. Cave wizard? Yes, this is a saying spread by the church. They call those strange people who mastered spells in the Forsaken Land of the God cave wizards. It is said that these wizards live deep underground in the continent, and the sea on the other side of the Forsaken Land of the God all year round to avoid the corrosion of the power of darkness, so many of their organs are already different from ordinary wizards. Levi traced a pattern on the table. It appears that some ancient wizards remained in the Forsaken Land of the God for some reason, and did not enter the realm of the unbelievers. Levi turned his gaze to the next participant. Emperor Mew, what about you? Is there any news of the land of extreme cold I asked you to find out? Emperor Mew bowed his head. Commander, as far as I know, in the snow capital of the realm of ice, there is a cold pool that does not freeze. It is called the Eye of the Ice Emperor. The water in the pool is abnormally cold. Even the defensive field of a 3rd circle wizard cannot stay in it for long. The frost elemental power is relatively strong, so it was occupied by the city lord of the snow capital, a 5th circle wizard. He contracted it out and rented out the cultivation place at a high price to the outside world. He made a lot of money. Levi nodded. I got it. Money presented no obstacle as long as the location offered a faster and more successful path to the 4th circle. News arrived that the Dark Ancient Tower would soon appear. Both sides of the war between the dark and righteous wizards tacitly halted large-scale hostilities. Levi received word that the teleportation portals between the various realms of the unbelievers would gradually unseal in the future. Some passages from the realm of the unbelievers to the human world had already opened. The Endless Sea remained sealed for now. The dark wizards in the Endless Sea held too much power. The meeting ended. Levi went offline. In the following days, he cultivated in the nether capital as usual. He waited for his spiritual force to reach perfection. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1121, Month of Flowers. The 90th year of the Great Expedition had arrived. In the dark void, far away from Nora's plane, a strange plane drifted. Ordinary planes resembled spheres. This plane resembled a huge well. The crystal wall formed the wall of the well. To be precise, it was a funnel-shaped well in the land of darkness. One end stood extremely narrow, and the lower it went, the thicker it became. On the narrow end, a dark hole stretched out from the land of darkness and devoured everything nearby. This stood as one of the most powerful and terrifying places in the multidimensional plane. For millions of years, war and blood, slaughter, and destruction defined this place. This was the abyss. Because it lay in layers and seemed endless, it also carried the name of the bottomless abyss. No one knew the true number of levels in the abyss, not even the demons themselves. The wizards tentatively set the abyss at 666 levels because Sauron had personally fought there before and finally stopped. Demons stood as synonymous with destruction. They advocated chaos and hated order. Compared to demons, dark wizards acted as a group of law-abiding fellows. Even the demon lords struggled to make the demons, big and small, obey them unless they enslaved them with spells. Things that became too powerful often dragged themselves down. The abyss followed this rule. Because the will of the entire abyss remained chaotic, the demons did not only invade other planes to engage in bloody battles with the outside world. They engaged in bloody battles within the abyss. The demon lords fought back and forth, never tiring. On one hand, they relied on devouring and killing other demons to advance their strength, but mostly, they simply enjoyed the violence. To become an abyss lord, one had to be at least a level 6 high-level demon, even for a first-level lord. The first level occupied the narrow opening of the funnel. It possessed the smallest area, and the further down one traveled, the larger it became. Naturally, the demon lord's strength also increased. Generally speaking, after the 500th level, the strength of the abyss lord began to approach the level of a grand wizard. After the 600th level, abyss lords comparable to legendary wizards gradually appeared. These entities, as powerful as the gods, feared nothing. The gazes of the gods in the astral world never noticed the abyss. Faith could not spread here, and the gods did not wish to provoke the abyss. Now, a sky city roamed the blood-colored sky of the 600th level of the abyss. The city suffered severe damage, yet it remained standing. At the top of the wizard tower, deep blue sage Luther stood with his hands behind his back. The wizards below appeared exhausted. Some looked afraid, while others appeared excited. Herman and Stella no longer retained the shape of balls. In the past 30 years, Herman had relied on the parts he brought out of the mechanical cemetery to transform himself into a 5-meter-tall mechanical creation with a dragon-like head and wings on its back. Stella had transformed into a beautiful giant snake with a slender body covered in some kind of aquamarine metal armor. However, the head of the giant snake resembled a dragon head more. This style appeared countless times more handsome than the previous iron ball forms they had adopted. Their strength had increased as well. Some time ago, Stella had used her body to strangle a level 3 demon to death. In an instant, Herman and Stella became famous figures in Sky City. Chapter 894. Everyone called them the Steel Dragon Couple. Herman's appearance did not come from his own design, but from a blueprint belonging to the machine sage. This mechanical creator had designed a series of flashy and powerful mechanical beast blueprints. Herman's model was called the Iron-Winged Tyrannosaurus. Stella's model was a Steel Sea Dragon. Its original form came from the Mixed Blood Dragon clan. These mechanical creations were much stronger than ordinary Mixed Blood Dragon clan members. Because of this, the Steel Dragon couple followed legendary wizard Luther. Under the lead of this legendary wizard, they lured the terrifying dark insects to the 600th floor. A fifth circle wizard laughed. To be honest, it is worth it to die here. I, Carter, can be considered someone who has been to the abyss. It is the 600th level. Even a grand wizard cannot come here, right? It is not easy, Herman lamented. After 30 years of effort and 600 levels of the abyss, we have finally gotten rid of the pursuit of those dark insects. Those guys should still be fighting with the abyss lord above. The strength of the dark insects is inferior to the deep blue sage. The dark insects was the name Luther had given them. These creatures seemed born in the land of darkness. Luther looked at the surviving wizards as they chatted. His expression remained solemn. Just an insect army is already so difficult to deal with, and there is even a level 10 existence among them. I cannot imagine how powerful this terrifying civilization is. Perhaps it is not inferior to the abyss. The wizard civilization started too late. Although it developed rapidly, it remains too inexperienced compared to those naturally powerful ancient races and civilizations. Back then, when Lord Sauron reached the 666th level, it was unimaginable. I spent a lot of time killing the Lord on the 600th floor. The abyss regenerates too quickly. It might not be long before powerful demon lords are born in the bloody battle to fill the vacancy of the 600th level. To a certain extent, the will of the abyss might be the same as the mother nest's will of the dark insects. It is him who spurred and facilitated all of this. I suspect that Lord Sauron stopped after reaching the 666th floor because he discovered this pattern. No matter how many demons or abyss lords he killed, he could not eliminate them from the root. This is because, above all demons and demon lords, there is a supreme will. That is the true abyss. That is a level that can no longer be measured by the common knowledge of wizards. It is an existence that far exceeds level 10. From current historical research, Lord Sauron had already surpassed level 10 before he disappeared. If even he felt powerless, how powerful must the enemy be? Perhaps one day, someone will be able to truly pierce through the entire abyss and arrive at the deepest part. Only then will they be qualified to understand the true secrets. A powerful and familiar will descended on the 600th floor. Luther's expression changed. That mother nest's will is here again. Another chaotic and violent will descended. This was a battle that even legendary wizards could not understand. It was a battle of another dimension. Luther spoke. Everyone, enter Sky City. I want to drag you into my demi-plane. The wizards ran into the city. Luther waved his hand. A dark blue light appeared, pulling Sky City into it. Inside the deep blue sage's demi-plane, blue filled the air. The sky remained a matching shade. It felt like they had returned to the wizard world. Herman exclaimed. Is this the legendary demiplane? I cannot feel the edge at all. I do not know how big it is. It compares to a small secret realm. This was not a secret realm that relied on the main material plane, or a spatial ring, but a true embryonic form of a plane. Legend held that a legendary demiplane could grow continuously. In theory, a demiplane had the chance to develop into a real plane. Even as a small plane, it remained a miracle like the creation of the gods. Stella, the steel sea dragon, swam in the sea. She looked toward the center of the waters, where a wizard tower stood. A dark blue wizard tower stood indomitable. It acted like a pillar, supporting this world. A benevolent face, appearing like a god, manifested on the wizard tower. Luther reminded them, this is my demiplane. You can cultivate here normally. Next, someone will introduce the demiplane rules to you. You must remember to abide by them. Otherwise, you will be treated as invaders by the demiplane rules and killed. Everyone fell silent and obediently found a place to start cultivating. Outside, while the two supreme wills fought, the deep blue sage immediately tore apart the barriers between each floor of the abyss with a legendary spell, and headed for the 599th floor. The two supreme wills clashed, having no time to care about him. Now, it was time to return. Nether Capital. In the past year, Levi's meditation supplementary potion supply never stopped. His spiritual force steadily increased every year. At the same time, the materials for the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array were ready. Chapter 895. Levi began refining the array immediately. He held high hopes for this expensive combat array. The refinement difficulty far exceeded 40,000 glory. Still, Levi managed to refine the components without a single mishap. Within the wizard tower, 24 array items floated before him like war drums. 24 distinct patterns of hellish, evil ghosts covered the surfaces of the drums. 4 of these 24 war drums served as array cores. They required control by skilled wizards, but held no further requirements, needing only to be carried upon one's person. Each core requires a total of 4 wizards to preside over it, Levi muttered to himself, reviewing the requirements. Their cultivation must be above the second circle level, for a lower level means they cannot preside over such a powerful array. After so many years of development, the Chinook Academy possessed the capacity to recruit the necessary wizards. If that fails, I shall capture a few people from the wizard world. Levi longed to return to the ancient Saint Plane to test the array's true power. The array enhanced and transformed the attacks of the 20 senior state assembly ancient saints, making them so potent that even ordinary fifth circle wizards would not dare to take them head-on. The ancient Saint Plane would remain safe for a long time. However, the elemental power in the ancient Saint Plane lacks the richness of the Star Sea. I shall return home to take a look once I perfect my spiritual force here. After spending 2 years on pills, arrays, and daily expenses, Levi still retained over 2 million ether stones in his reserves. It felt good to be wealthy. Suddenly, the wizard tower trembled. Levi hurried outside, spotting 2 figures fighting and chasing through the air, defying the pressure of the Nether Capital's no-flight array. Fifth circle wizard, Levi muttered, his gaze narrowing. It seems someone is snatching the key to the dark ancient tower again. One of the wizards glowed with radiant energy. Levi shook his head. News of the dark ancient tower had begun to spread among the intermediate wizards outside the large organizations. Disputes between wizards became increasingly frequent. The rumors are true, Levi mused. No primordial soul wizards remain in Nether Capital. The city lord is likely in seclusion, for a fight in the city would be impossible otherwise. The 2 fifth circle wizards retreated into the distance. Algerta watched with lingering fear, her voice tinged with envy. They fly through the sky and burrow into the ground. They are omnipotent. When will I possess even a tenth of their strength? You remain at the peak of legendary. When you reach the second step of knighthood, you can learn my blood chi wings. From now on, you shall soar in the sky too. Levi touched the white wolf's head, the fur soft beneath his palm. The white wolf rubbed against him affectionately, emitting low grunts. I heard a 4th circle potion is on the shelves, Levi said. I must hurry to take a look. Levi chanted an incantation, transporting himself into the witch's family. He headed immediately to the witch shop, hoping to find potions that could assist his breakthrough to the 4th circle. In the past, he had arrived too late, finding the stock already depleted by others. He had spent a significant sum to bribe a witch at the shop to open a back door for him. Today, the opportunity arrived. Breaking through to the 4th circle posed a significant challenge. Even within a giant organization like the witch's family, 4th circle wizards represented the upper middle tier. 5th circle wizards sat at the upper level, while primordial soul wizards commanded the highest tier. Beautiful Miss Linda, Levi said, rushing over with a smile. I heard a breakthrough potion is on sale. Yes, Sir Levi. I informed you as soon as it went on sale. Linda, the shop's primary salesperson, offered a polite smile. Her mother was reportedly a 5th circle wizard within the witch's family, which explained how Linda secured such a prime position, despite possessing only 3rd circle cultivation. Levi pulled up the information regarding the potion. Deepwater potion, a superior 3rd circle potion. Consumed before spiritual force liquefaction, it increases the success rate by 8%. Price 200,000 ether stones. Only 8%. Levi frowned. That is correct. The price is quite reasonable, costing only 200,000 ether stones. It is, after all, only a 3rd circle potion. Potions increasing the success rate by 20% are all 4th circle. The witch's family possesses few 4th circle pharmacists, and the raw materials for such potions remain extremely scarce. Given your talent, Sir Levi, having reached the peak of the third circle before the age of 200, your success rate with this potion will certainly exceed 50%. I believe you should attempt it. I would break through without hesitation if I had even a 33% success rate, Linda added with a sigh. Forget it. I shall take it. Levi worried that missing this opportunity might result in losing his chance entirely. 200,000 ether stones was a small price to pay. He would buy it now, and should better substitutes emerge later, he could always resell the deepwater potion. He need not worry about finding a buyer. A market would always exist, and he would not lose money on the investment. Levi preferred a more stable breakthrough, yet many ordinary third circle wizards would consider themselves fortunate to possess any potion at all, regardless of whether the success rate sat at 10% or 20%. Whether it is this deepwater potion or Madame Yes Heart potion, which offered a 20% success rate at the Nether Capital auction recently, they cannot compare to the succubus potion. That potion offers a 30% success rate. Given my talent, taking the succubus potion would grant me a success rate of over 90%. Unless I suffer from extraordinary misfortune, failure is unlikely. Chapter 896. Levi analyzed the situation and left the witch family. In any case, his spiritual force would not reach perfection for some time. He still had a chance. He left Nether Capital to visit Marlene and the others. On the way back, 2 5th Circle wizards fought for the key in the distance. Nearby, some 4th Circle and 3rd Circle wizards hid, risking their lives to pick up scraps. In the wizard world, competition drove the acquisition of resources. Levi had underestimated the allure of the Dark Ancient Tower for ordinary wizards. The world had regressed to the ancient era. The Order of the Congress existed only in name. The division between dark wizards and white wizards no longer existed. Any righteous wizard could turn into a dark wizard with a single thought. Even if order existed, how many righteous wizards remained truly righteous in the darkness where light could not reach? Levi wandered through gray areas often. He knew well that many of his actions could not be exposed. On the way back, a wizard followed Levi. Nowadays, even Third Circle wizards started to have designs on him. He remained too low-key in Nether Capital. They all thought he was a pushover. Levi quickly flew into the distance. Not long after, a strange wizard with skin as green as tree bark blocked the path. Hey, you are quite alert. But can you run? The stranger spoke, his skin textured like bark. 15 minutes later, Levi returned to Nether Capital with a satisfied expression. He entered the wizard tower and closed the array and restrictions. He took out a storage item and a cyan wizard corpse. He is just a third circle body refining wizard. He wants to rob me just because he excels at concealing his aura. The person possessed only 70,000 to 80,000 ether stones in his storage space and remained quite poor. The magic tool was only a second circle wizard tool. Levi usually did not notice such a character. However, this tree spirit body tempering technique offered value. It functioned as a body tempering technique of the life faction. It differed from the previous bloodline transformation wizards, as it required no transplant of transcendent creature organs. Levi kept this technique for future cultivation and fused it with his metal voodoo body. This body refining wizard's shell served the mind flayer well. Levi released the mind flayer. The mind flayer surveyed the corpse. Master, can I stay in it? The mind flayer gestured toward the corpse. This is for you, Levi said. The mind flayer turned illusory before transforming into a beam of light that fused into the body. Thank you. The cyan corpse trembled. It did not take long for it to stand up like a zombie. This body is much better than my previous one. The mind flayer spoke, his voice filled with surprise. After a series of changes, the corpse took the form of a young man. Levi used perception and noted the mind flayer's hidden ability was no exaggeration. Once he took over the body, he resembled an ordinary wizard perfectly. Unless he chose to expose himself, even a fifth circle wizard would find it difficult to discover anything strange. This ability explained why the mind flayer remained so notorious in the multidimensional plane. Many wizards suspected that the higher-ups of the Wizard Council had long been controlled by powerful mind flayers. In the past, Levi treated these rumors as baseless conspiracy theories. After personally witnessing the mind flayer's abilities, the suspicion seemed well-founded. After giving the mind flayer a body, Levi dismissed him. The mind flayer carried an important mission to participate in the demon banquet and obtain information about the succubus and Sarit for Levi. Levi did not need the mind flayer to fight. Mind flayers lacked combat prowess. Instead, he wanted him to spy deep within enemy territory. Levi continued to cultivate in Nether Capital. Although Nether Capital remained chaotic, he had no need to move to other cities and start over. Moreover, he could return to the witch family if any trouble arose. This place remained safe. On this day, while Levi cultivated, he relied on the Death Ember power to enter the Ashen world. The sky filled with ashes greeted him again. It has been a long time. Last time he entered Lion King City, he had appeared in a specious Lion King City. This time, the same dilapidated and dead Nether Capital appeared in front of him. All the places in Nora's plane are mapped in the Ashen world. Levi stared at the ruin, puzzled. What does the Ashen world have to do with Nora's plane? Is it the inner world? If it is the inner world, and the nightmare world has invaded the inner world, then the next step is to invade the real Nora world. Levi walked out of the wizard tower with many questions. Powerful bonfires burned in some mansions across the nether capital. Those represented the reflections of the powerful vitality of intermediate wizards in this world. Some bonfires obviously belonged to 5th circle wizards. In front of their powerful flames, even 3rd circle wizards seemed minuscule. Levi did not exist in the same dimension as them, so these wizards could not sense his presence. In the center of Nether Capital stood a 1,000-foot-tall wizard tower. It served as the residence of the Nether Capital City Lord. Chapter 897. Now, at the highest point of the wizard tower, a bonfire burned like the sun. It expanded and contracted in an unstable state. The only primordial soul wizard in the city remained in seclusion. The rumors were true. Serious injuries kept him away. Levi reached the surface of the sea. It matched the surface of the sea in the real world, save for the ashes that filled the air. This place lay far from the Windmill Village where Owens resided. Windmill Village sat beside the Yellow Earth Continent's Lion King City. Levi returned to Nether Capital. Home brought a surprise. A twisted, long humanoid monster, half the height of the wizard tower, lay at the entrance. It looked inside with bloodshot eyes. A death fall. The danger level rivaled a 4th circle wizard. Levi's Death Ember Seed roared, and Black Death Ember power surged out. In this moment, he commanded the world. The huge sword condensed from the Death Ember power slashed out. The death fall split into two. It did not die. It reformed and attacked Levi again. The level 4 death fall defied his invincible Death Ember power. Flame Dragon's true form. In this gray world, scarlet flames burned and illuminated the dim street. Levi fought the level 4 death fall for dozens of rounds before he killed it. A black crystal appeared in his hand. Levi tried to refine and absorb the power inside like Owens, but he failed. His Nightmare Dragon Seed and Dead Ember Seed rejected the power. Leon, however, could absorb the energy to evolve. There was a death fall here in Nether Capital. This Ashen world seemed finished. Few normal people like Owens remained. The powerful Ashen Kings were gone. Levi left the Ashen world and returned to the Wizard Tower. He arrived with questions. He wanted to explore the Ashen world to find treasures. Aside from ashes, only Deathfall existed in this world. The value in exploring it remained low. Levi muttered to himself. He flicked his finger and a copper coin flew into the air. Unyielding silver seat, Owens. Levi summoned the halfling. Owens appeared and shouted with excitement. Tell me, who am I fighting? It is a good opportunity to try out my newly comprehended sword skill, Crow Flowing Wind Slash. Levi stopped the coin in midair. He looked at the halfling. You are not fighting anyone. What is your strength now? Thanks to you, I have successfully advanced to the 4th stage of the Grey Swordsman. There has not been an expert like me among the ancestors of Windmill Village. If my great-grandfather lived and saw my current achievements, he would be happy for me. That is right. Are you still in Windmill Village? That is right. Next, I might need your help. Try to increase your strength as much as possible and prepare for a big battle. No problem. Owens left. Levi threw the black crystal to Leon. Leon ate happily. After devouring many crystals and souls, the strange insect possessed strength no weaker than an ordinary 4th circle wizard. Levi hesitated to let it grow too strong, lest it escape his control. With Owens and the Mind Flayer, I possess significant 4th circle combat power. The trip to the Ice Realm should proceed without problems. Time passed, and he could not bear to part with day and night. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1125, Month of Wheatfield. The 94th year of the Great Expedition. Levi reached the age of 135. In the Nether Capital, Levi spent 4 years aloof from worldly affairs. His self-created Ether Meditation Art reached the maximum of level 9. Levi checked his status. Ether Meditation Art, level 9, maximum. Breakthrough available. If I want to break through the limit, I need to take the most crucial step, Spiritual Force Liquefaction. Levi placed his hand on the Klein Crystal. Spiritual Force, 200. Spell Power, 8,000. His spiritual power reached 200 points, the perfection stage of a 3rd circle wizard. His spell power also reached the maximum. In his mind, the gas magic ring formed by spiritual force particles reached perfection. Increasing it proved impossible. To advance, he had to condense the dew of spiritual force in the center of the gas magic ring and purify the quality of his spiritual force. Gasification into liquid form allowed for greater capacity. Once a drop condensed, one stepped into the 4th circle. Everything is ready. Only 2 things remain: the construction of the 3rd innate spell and the refinement of the succubus potion. In the year 1070 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, I stepped into the 3rd circle at the age of 80. Now, I am 135 years old and have reached the perfection stage of the 3rd circle. 50 years have passed. This speed is not bad. Next, I must prepare the 3rd innate spell. At the same time, I must wait for news from the Mind Flayer. If I still cannot obtain the succubus breast milk after the 3rd innate spell is prepared, then I will advance with the deep water potion. Chapter 898. The Nether Capital stood quiet. Within a wizard tower in the inner city, high-level 4th circle arrays hummed with defensive power. In the courtyard, a white-haired old man trimmed the flowers. He moved with a relaxed grace. A tall, mature witch with an outstanding temperament stepped into the light. She wore long boots. Beneath a red windbreaker-style witch robe, her long, slender legs caught the light. It was Madame Triss. Upon her arrival, the old man paused, his shears stopping mid-air. Madam, why are you here? Triss brushed a stray hair from her face. Butler Drake, How has Anya fared all these years? Anya returned 8 years ago. Since then, he has remained in seclusion within the wizard tower. He intends to break through to the fourth circle. He has not emerged since, Drake explained. A faint smile graced Triss' mouth. Gratitude warmed her heart. This child found motivation in Levi. He never applied himself to his cultivation with such intensity before. Drake inclined his head. Madam, shall I inform the young master of your presence? Triss waved a hand, dismissing the suggestion. No need. The nether capital grows chaotic by the day. Keep an eye on him. Avoid interference unless a life or death crisis arises. Allow him to grow. Yes, ma'am. Triss took comfort in watching her child mature. With his talent, he should have succeeded by now. However, the transition period requires time. That kid Levi remains in seclusion as well. I intended to speak with him. Does he intend to venture to the Dark Ancient Tower? If he goes, I will rest easier knowing he has formed a team with Anya. Triss would not venture to the Dark Ancient Tower this time. As a primordial soul wizard, her focus remained on pharmacy. She lacked the edge in spell combat. The work at the Pharmacist Association headquarters required her presence. Furthermore, she could not spare the energy to watch over Anya. Intermediate wizards like Anya stayed on the first 5 floors. If a primordial soul like her arrived, she would need to rush to the 6th floor. Triss maintained her composure regarding the threat other primordial soul wizards might pose to Anya. The common rule among primordial souls prohibited the killing of intermediate wizards on the lower levels. History contained few cases of primordial souls attacking intermediate wizards. Investigations revealed that primordial soul wizards who abused newbies at the bottom faced danger and accidents at the upper levels. Their mortality rate soared. It felt as if the Dark Ancient Tower possessed a will of its own. One competed at their own level. To blow up the fish pond invited a horrible death. Triss and Levi had discussed these unspoken rules. That kid worried about everything. However, thinking about this remains premature. I may not possess the leverage to fight for a spot for Levi in front of those old fellows. With Triss' status, she could secure a spot for her son Anya. That remained a certainty. Levi was an outsider. Her confidence wavered. I worry too much about Anya. Alas, motherhood requires sacrifice. A month later, the nether capital held its breath. In Levi's wizard tower, Algerta and Tiga finished packing their luggage. Levi waved a hand, gathering the items into his possession. Time to leave. I can wait no longer. I must return to the human world. Levi surveyed the nether capital. He had lived here for a long time. He had trained his spiritual force to the perfection stage. The time had come to bid farewell. He began a low chant. Levi arrived at the witch's family. He approached Triss' residence. Triss lay on her side on the sofa. The light revealed the cleavage at her chest. Her eyes held a hint of drunkenness, as if she had just consumed wine. Madam Triss, I plan to travel for a while. Levi stood before her. Triss exhaled a breath laced with wine. Go. What are your thoughts regarding the Dark Ancient Tower? Ma'am, I am willing to go. Levi's voice held resolve. He had reached this decision after careful consideration. He heard that the Dark Ancient Tower would require decades to open. By that time, he would have advanced to a 4th circle wizard. His path of knights would have improved further. He believed that, barring primordial soul wizards, he could contest even a 5th circle wizard. At the very least, he could escape even if he failed to win. He had calculated the survival rate of members of large organizations, like the witch's family in the past years using information Triss provided. Each level of the Dark Ancient Tower possessed vast reaches. Upon entry, Levi intended to find a place to hide. He would investigate the situation before he collected resources. He understood the necessity of fighting for a huge opportunity, like the Dark Ancient Tower that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Danger and accidents would come regardless. Timidity would prevent his advance to the primordial soul realm. If luck favored him, he might encounter a truth oddity. That might lay the foundation for his advance to a primordial soul. Most importantly, the Dark Ancient Tower likely contained a supreme treasure, one surpassing the legendary wizard tool that Sauron had created using the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Levi felt a flicker of curiosity. What did the Dark Ancient Tower look like? Could the last of the 4 treasures, the Holy Grail of Immortality, rest inside? Chapter 899. Levi weighed the options. He analyzed the pros and the cons. He decided against backing down. He would proceed. Triss smiled. She patted Levi on the shoulder. I will inform you as soon as I have news. Go ahead. The Endless Sea has been rather chaotic recently. Be careful. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped out of Triss's house. Levi approached Celia in the witch shop. I will be away for a while, he said with a smile. See you in the future. Thank you for your kindness during this period. Celia pouted, her expression envious. Sir Levi, have a safe trip. I suppose you are going to advance to the 4th circle. Levi smiled. He offered no response. The little witch Kelly waved her hands. She flapped her wings. Goodbye, Sir Levi. Levi waved and turned to leave. When I return, I will be a 4th circle cultivator. The secret realm of the Sarit family sat deep within the mine. It was another year for the demon banquet. On the throne, a black shadow stood tall. A crown rested upon his brow, and crow feathers adorned his cloak. This was the Black Feather Demon King, Victor. Guillermo, a wizard with green skin, walked in. The succubus Maria smiled at the newcomer. You are late again, Guillermo. Why? Guillermo retorted. Do you have a problem with that? The mind flayer lowered his voice. No. It is just that this new body of yours looks impressive. It makes me a little horny. I like mighty and majestic bodies. Only in this way can my pleasure be satisfied. Maria licked her lips. Her chest rose and fell. Her hooves clicked against the stone floor, making hearts itch with anticipation. Get lost, Guillermo growled. Don't try to tempt me. It was not easy for me to acquire this third circle body refining wizard's shell. I do not want you to damage it. Level 4 demons like them did not get along. They gathered only because of the Black Feather Demon King. Stop arguing, Victor commanded, his voice cold. The contents of this banquet are important. It concerns the recovery of my strength and the development of us demons in the Endless Sea. Sarit, tell me your next plan. Sarit sat on the throne. He opened his eyes. Lightning exploded in the stagnant air. The level 4 demons trembled. Instinctive fear gripped them. No matter how arrogant they felt, Sarit's strength intimidated them. After decades of planning, our Sarit family has taken down Area 7 in the Inner Sea region and Area 5 in the Inner Sea region, Sarit explained. However, Area 6 remains between Area 7 and Area 5. It is an eyesore standing in the middle. In the past, I lacked the ability to take down this district and lost to a woman. But now I am prepared. As long as everyone helps me take down Riptide City, I guarantee that as long as it is within the territory of the Thunder Dragon family, in Areas 5, 6, and 7, you can also live under the sun. I will also find a suitable body for Victor and let him recover his Demon King strength. With the Demon King's protection, you do not have to worry about that primordial soul wizard in the Endless Sea. Sarit made a deal with a demon. It seemed dangerous and invited eternal damnation, but he stood prepared. This body is the city lord of Riptide City, Blue Dragon Lady Elsie, Victor said, pride coloring his tone. As far as I know, she is a dragon descendant wizard of a pure-blooded dragon. Her strength is among the best among the 5th Circle wizards. With this body, it will not be long before I can recover my Demon King strength. In the Endless Sea, other than primordial soul wizards, nothing suited him better than the dragon descendant's powerful body to carry his Demon King strength. The Mind Flayer tilted his head. But, is the Blue Dragon Lady not a woman? It does not matter, Victor replied. I am only using it for the time being. When I find a way to return to the abyss, I will take back my Demon King body. As long as I am strong enough, becoming a woman does not matter. The Mind Flayer nodded. Understood. When do we take action? 3 years later, Victor said. Guillermo, first use your ability to steal the soul of a higher-up in Riptide City, and spy on Blue Dragon Lady to gain her trust. When we launch an all-out attack, I need you to ambush Blue Dragon Lady, and create an opportunity for Sarit and me to kill her. Guillermo frowned. Me? You think too highly of me. It is not a problem for me to hide by her side, but even if I launch a sneak attack, I will not be able to break through her automatic protective force field. Do not underestimate a 5th Circle wizard, especially a dragon descendant. Do not worry, we are ready, Victor smiled. Victor's face contorted in pain. He stabbed a hand into his own chest. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the mine. He pulled his hand out. The root of a pitch-black feather still had flesh attached to it. This is Victor's feather, he said. Take good care of it. This feather can only be used once. Believe me, even if it is only a trace of my main body's strength, it is enough to pierce through the 5th Circle wizard's protective force field. Even her dragon descendant body cannot withstand it. Guillermo, do not disappoint me. When I return to the abyss and recover my peak strength, I can make you a new demonic spirit and eliminate those damned traitors. Chapter 900. Victor gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking of the demonic spirit that had betrayed him. All right, I understand. The Mind Flayer took the heavy feather solemnly and retreated into the shadows, secretly delighted. The pink light airship moved quickly through the air. 1 month later, Levi returned to Area 5 of the Inner Sea region. They encountered no dark wizards along the way. The journey proceeded smoothly. Levi considered revisiting Riptide City as he passed by. He remembered his status as a dead man, however, and dismissed the thought. He flew straight toward the 100-eyed demon territory. Levi frowned. The airship halted in midair. A yellowed letter appeared in his hand. A quill wrote on it automatically. Levi had spent a fortune on this communication tool after his rise to wealth. It facilitated information exchange across the Endless Sea with his subordinates. Such a prop sent only short messages. It functioned differently from video conference tools like the Tea Time Roundtable. Communication distance and transmission efficiency fell far short by comparison. The message read, 3 years later, Sarit and the demons would besiege Riptide City. I am already planning to return to the human world, Levi muttered. He paused, then shook his head. Forget it. I will meet Guillermo first and get the details. 7 days later, Levi sat cross-legged alone on an island near Riptide City. The Mind Flayer appeared before him and knelt. Master, there is a turning point, the Mind Flayer said with excitement. What is going on? Is Sarit going to attack Riptide City again? Levi asked. That is correct. This will be a huge operation. Sarit, Victor, and most of the demons at the demon banquet, including the succubus Maria, will also take action. It will be chaotic when the time comes, the Mind Flayer said. Levi considered the situation. Sarit possessed great confidence this time. Victor even asked me to be a spy. He wanted me to infiltrate the Blue Dragon Lady's inner circle in Riptide City. On the day of the attack, I will give the Blue Dragon Lady a fatal blow. Even 10 of you would not be a match for the Blue Dragon Lady, Levi said. It is naturally impossible for me, but Victor gave me a treasure. It is his origin feather. The Mind Flayer carefully took out a black feather that emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Levi looked at it and felt a ripple of discomfort. Victor is quite strong. Of course. At his peak, he was a level 8 demon king, the Mind Flayer said. Then follow their plan. However, on the day of the attack, do not stab the feather at the blue dragon lady. I want you to find an opportunity to stab Sori in the back. It is best if you can kill him. If you cannot, it will also make it easier for me to snatch the succubus, Levi said. I understand. I will adapt to the situation, the Mind Flayer said with a nod. Levi possessed confidence in the intelligence and abilities of the Mind Flayer. He would not have dared to do this to any other contract than the Scarlet contract. It would have been playing with fire. The Mind Flayer left. Levi headed for Riptide City, though he did not know which unlucky person would be possessed next. I will not be returning to Riptide City now. Even if I go, I will not be able to help the Mind Flayer. Should I return to the Nether capital? It seems too far. There is no need. Besides, I have just bid farewell to Celia and the others. The atmosphere of farewell remains. It is a little strange to go back. Forget it. I will find a random place to stay for 3 years. Whether I succeed or not, I will stay for these 3 years. If the plan fails, I will give up and use the Deepwater Potion to break through in peace. If the plan succeeds, I can have a succubus and endless succubus milk. By the way, my Scarlet contract is already full. I have to leave a spot for the succubus. Levi had contracted the Sea Clan Baron Baghdad, the Blood Clan Claire, and the Mind Flayer Guillermo. The latter two possessed special qualities. One was a Blood Clan member, who did not fear death, and the other was a dangerous, cunning Mind Flayer. Other than the Scarlet contract, the other contracts might not be able to suppress them. I might as well cancel the Sea Clan Baron's contract, and exchange it for Excalibur's oath. As for my cultivation place for the next 3 years, I will return to my hometown. Someone has been occupying my house for decades. It is time for him to pay the rent. I will use his life to repay it. Levi flew toward Area 9 of the Outer Sea region. The ancient Saint Plain flourished. In this small plain, the ancient Dragon Empire thrived. Under the governance of the Senior State Assembly, the situation of the city-states had ended. After the establishment of the Chinook Academy, some lizardmen, who already possessed good Chinook talent, gave up the traditional ancient Saint Dharmic formulation and switched to mysterious Chinook power. Before the birth of the Chinook Academy, there were already some scattered lizardmen spellcasters comparable to wizards. After the establishment of the Chinook Academy, these spellcasters received systematic training, and their strength improved significantly. Some lizardmen comparable to First Circle and even Second Circle wizards had already been born. It was clear that in the future, in this small ancient dragon empire, a new spiritual energy transcendent path would gradually rise, outside of the original ancient Saint Dharmic formulation. This served to make up for the flaws of the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation. In some primitive forests of the ancient dragon empire, the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple trained. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.